Chapter 1, Godly Rich System Binding. Earth. Longguai, Shenzhen University. The rain continued all day and night fell. Lin Feng, let's break up. You can't give me the life I want. Thank you for everything you have done for me over the years.
In fact, Mr. Zhang and I have been together for a long time.
Goodbye.
On the day of graduation from college, in order not to cause trouble to Lin Feng's hard life, Lu Ruyan sensibly proposed to break up, turned around, got into a BMW, and drove away, leaving Lin Feng alone in the heavy rain.
Ruyan, why? Why is this happening?
Lin Feng frantically chased after the car that Lu Ruyan drove away in, but what responded to him was the roar of a car.
Why is this happening? Have all the hard work I've put in over the past few years finally been defeated by money?
Lin Feng murmured to himself, walking alone in the rainstorm. In order to be with Lu Ruyan, Lin Feng paid too much. When Lu Ruyan's mother was seriously ill, Lin Feng asked his parents to take out all the family savings and borrowed more than 100,000 foreign debts to raise the 300,000 yuan for the operation. He naively thought that he would be able to stay with Lu Ruyan forever after graduation. For this reason, her sister Lin Yuning went to work after graduating from college and gave up a good opportunity to continue her studies. Her best friend in college persuaded Lin Feng to recognize Lu Ruyan's character, and she also turned against her best friend in college. Unexpectedly, the first sword he struck upon reaching the shore killed the person he loved, and Lin Feng, who had just graduated from university, lost everything at this time.
Is it because I have no money? What are all my efforts over the past few years? Why do people always value money?
Lin Feng murmured to himself.
The lightning and thunder in the sky seemed to have nothing to do with him. Stumbling, Lin Feng walked aimlessly towards the back mountain of the school. Lu Ruyan, you two, this pair of bastards, will be punished.
Dad, Mom, I am an unfilial son. I will repay you for your kindness in my next life.
Sister, please forgive me. I will leave our parents to you.
The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. Money, why did you force me to this point?
Damn money, fuck.
Lin Feng began to lose consciousness, and a powerful soul thought rose into the sky. At this moment, suddenly a colorful lightning streaked across the sky and headed straight towards Lin Feng.
Boom! It hit Lin Feng right on the spot. Oh my god!
Lin Feng was hit so hard that he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside.
The ones who should be killed are that couple.
Lin Feng left his last words and died. Beep, the system detects that the host's mental power has reached the binding requirements, and the Shinhouse system is binding. A mechanical voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind.
The system is binding, 20%, 60%, 80%, 100%, the Shinhouse system binding is complete. Lin Feng seemed to be dreaming. Where am I? I should be on the bridge. In my last life, I was tricked to death by Lu Ruyan. This time, I should drink more soup and start over. The next morning. Lin Feng sat up suddenly and looked around. Huh? Where is this? He quickly looked around. Isn't this the back mountain of the school? Didn't it kill me? What was that sound just now?
Lin Feng vaguely remembered something. Beep, the host is detected to have awakened. The system will give away a god-level system space. Beep, the host is detected to have the attribute of a resentful species. In order to cultivate the host's temperament of regarding money as dirt, the system will hold 3 lotteries for the host every day.
Do you want to draw the lottery immediately? Continuous mechanical prompt sounds rang, bringing Lin Feng back to reality. What? System. Am I the protagonist? Is it my turn?
Lin Feng reads a lot of novels and is very envious of the protagonists in the novels.
Lottery.
Lin Feng said cautiously. Beep, congratulations to the host for winning a luxurious manor in this city. Beep, congratulations to the host for winning medical proficiency. Beep, congratulations to the host for winning 1 billion dragon country currency. Beep, all items won in the lottery will be placed in the system space, and the host can take them out by himself. The mechanical voice of the system continued to prompt. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard the notification tone.
At this moment, a text message alerted his phone.
Lin Feng took out the old Nokia phone that had been with him for 2 years.
Your bank card number ends with 2567. You received 1 billion dragon country currency. The transaction amount is 1,269 yuan.
Looking at the text messages on his phone, Lin Feng finally believed in the existence of the system and the fact that he had become the protagonist.
Transfer 2 million to Mom first.
Lin Feng quickly completed the transfer using his old phone. Ding, the SMS notification sound of successful transfer sounded. Lin Feng held the old keypad phone and dialed his mother's number.
As soon as the call was connected, a concerned voice came. Fonger, why did you suddenly transfer so much money? Did you encounter any problems? Mom, don't worry. Didn't I tell you about the virtual currency I bought in high school?
I made a profit recently, so I sold it all.
I'm planning to buy a villa in Shennan. You can spend the money like this. The mother's slightly suspicious voice came from the other end of the phone. Is it so easy to make money? Is it a scam? How could your son lie to you? I'll talk to you when I get home.
You can use this money to renovate the old house.
Tell me if you need anything. I have something else to do. I'm hanging up now.
After hanging up the phone, Lin's mother was still in shock and thought she was dreaming.
Proficiency in medicine, is it a golden finger?
Lin Feng was completely excited and hurriedly shouted, "System, learn proficiency in medicine."
Boom, a huge amount of information instantly entered Lin Feng's brain.
Fortunately, Lin Feng's mental power was transformed by the 5-colored divine thunder last night, otherwise his brain would definitely be exploded by this huge amount of information. At this moment, a piece of information that did not belong to Lin Feng, nor did it belong to this era or this planet, was forcibly stuffed into Lin Feng's brain. This information includes Chinese medicine, massage, acupuncture, prescriptions, ancient prescriptions, etc. Lin Feng was completely obsessed.
With this skill, is he still worried about not having money in the future?
He should worry about how to spend too much money.
After all, who can guarantee that he is not sick at all?
Lin Feng was so excited that he wanted to find an incense burner to thank Brother Tong, but he really had nothing prepared. Lin Feng suddenly thought of Lu Ruyan's heartless words still echoing in his ears. I was a bootlicker for 3 years in college, so humble that I never even held her hand. But now, Lu Ruyan got together with a fat man because of money. Lu Ruyan, you are on the first day and I'll be on the 15th. Lin Feng showed a playful smile.
Chapter 2, Chance Encounter.
After experiencing mental and physical blows, Lin Feng finally realized the true meaning of life.
Money is the best thing.
His mood also became happier, even though he had not spent a penny. Lin Feng stood in front of the glass door of the 4S shop, and reality finally made him see the true face of life.
What car model do you need, sir?
The sales manager had a professional smile on his face, but his eyes lingered briefly on Lin Feng's washed canvas shoes. Lin Feng didn't respond, his eyes were drawn to the car at the end of the exhibition hall, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. He suddenly remembered that in his sophomore year, Lu Ruyan pointed at the cover of a magazine and said, "A man is considered successful only if he drives this car."
Sir? The salesman's voice interrupted Lin Feng's recollection.
Lin Feng took out the worn bank card and said calmly and firmly, "Top of the line Cullinan, white, full payment." The salesperson was slightly startled when he heard this, then smiled professionally and said, "Sir, currently the top of the line white Cullinan model is only available as a display car, but this car is brand new and has never been test driven."
That's it.
Lin Feng agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, a deliberately suppressed sneer came from the corner of the exhibition hall. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the sound and saw Lu Ruyan leaning against a middle-aged man looking at cars. She was graceful, with delicate makeup, and a tight dress that outlined her figure to the fullest. She was trying to please the man with a big belly and a greasy face.
The two stood next to a BMW 3 Series.
Lu Ruyan tapped the car body with her fingertips and said in a rising voice, "Mr. Zhang, I just like this double-kidney grill." The words suddenly choked in her throat. Her eyes, which were painted with thick mascara, were wide open, and she obviously didn't expect to meet Lin Feng here. But soon, disdain appeared in her eyes. In her opinion, Lin Feng was probably here to apply for a sales position.
Hey, isn't this Lin Feng? Lu Ruyan raised her lips in a mocking arc, looking up and down at his washed old shirt. Why, you come to buy a car too? But seeing how shabby you look, I'm afraid you can only enjoy the sight?
As she said that, she deliberately snuggled closer to Mr. Zhang's arms, poking his beer belly lightly with her fingertips. Mr. Zhang followed her gaze and looked at Lin Feng.
His fat fingers tapped the BMW body with a dull sound. Isn't this Shaolin? Come to see the practice car? I tell you, young people have to be down to earth. Some things can't be reached by just standing on tiptoe.
My dear, you are right. Lu Ruyan immediately smiled, her fingertips twirling around her wavy hair. This BMW 3 Series suits me so well, and I will feel so proud when I drive it out.
I am not like some people who can only talk about love but can't even afford a car wheel.
The some people she emphasized deliberately felt like a needle piercing her eardrum. Raymond Lam looked at the heavily made-up woman in front of him and suddenly remembered that when he saved money to buy her lipstick, she had frowned and said, "Straight men have a really bad taste." Those nights when he accompanied her to the emergency room late at night, those days when he ran all over the city to buy her favorite cakes in the rain, all became ironic footnotes at this moment.
Women in this world are really.
Lin Feng smiled bitterly, and his throat felt like it was stuffed with a ball of water-soaked cotton.
People are in a hurry just to make a few pieces of silver. Lin Feng looked at the hustle and bustle outside the exhibition hall.
Lin Feng ignored the two and continued to wait in the exhibition hall. When the two saw that Raymond Lam was actually going through the formalities of purchasing a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Ruyan Lu's face instantly turned pale. At this time, the staff had completed the formalities and put the license plate on. "Hello, Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming the distinguished owner of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I hope this car can open up a luxurious travel experience for you. No matter where you go, it will escort you and show your extraordinary taste and style.
Here are your car keys."
"Okay, thank you." Lin Feng took the car keys, glanced at the two of them, then turned and got in the car.
"Lin Feng, are you really going to buy it?" Lu Ruyan asked in a trembling voice.
Lin Feng raised his head and glanced at her, his eyes were calm, and he said playfully, "The double kidney grill is nice." Lu Ruyan felt a pain in her heart, and she suddenly realized that she might have missed something. This car should have been bought for her. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and said, "Lin Feng, I was wrong.
The person I love is you. Actually, I was testing you."
As she said that, she wanted to reach out and pull Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng dodged her hand and said coldly, "Lu Ruyan, you left me for money, and now that you see I'm rich you want to come back, don't you think you're ridiculous? And return the 300,000 yuan for your mother's medical treatment as soon as possible, or we'll see you in court." Tears welled up in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and she wanted to say something else.
The old man was a little unhappy when he saw that Lin Feng really bought a luxury car.
Moreover, there was a powerful tigress in his family. If he was found out about his affair with Lu Ruyan, it would be troublesome.
At this moment, he took this opportunity to get rid of Lu Ruyan.
"Humph, Lu Ruyan, I finally see through you. It turns out you are just a woman who is greedy for money.
Let's stop here and don't come to me again,"
the old man said to Lu Ruyan with a look of disgust.
Lu Ruyan's eyes widened, she couldn't believe what she saw.
She looked at the old man, then at Lin Feng, and she stood there in a daze, as if her soul had been taken away. How could you do this to me?" Lu Ruyan cried out in despair.
Lin Feng opened the car door, got into the driver's seat, and started the engine.
The deep and powerful roar of Cullinan sounded in the store, as if it was a mockery of Lu Ruyan and the old man. Lin Feng rolled down the window, glanced at Lu Ruyan who was still in a daze, and said, "I hope you can understand in the future that true feelings cannot be measured by money." After that, he stepped on the accelerator and the Rolls-Royce slowly drove out of the 4S store, leaving Lu Ruyan alone in the store, becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of everyone. Lu Ruyan collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She had not only lost her love, but also her dignity. The old man also left the 4S shop in a hurry. He wanted to go back and think carefully about how to deal with the troubles that might arise at home.
Chapter 3 Rescue. Ziwei Mountain.
The history of Ziwei Mountain can be traced back to the Tang and Song dynasties, and it has a rich historical and cultural heritage. Ziwei Manor is located on the hillside at the southern foot of Ziwei Mountain. It has an excellent geographical location and is named after the crepe myrtles that grow on the mountain. As the most luxurious top-level manor in Shenzhen City, Ziwei Manor is also home to wealthy or noble people. In the entire Shenzhen Nan wealthy circle, it is difficult to find a house, with the unit price exceeding 200,000. Lin Feng's manor is Ziwei Manor No. 1, which covers an area of 30 acres, with a construction area of 10,000 square meters and a selling price of up to 2 billion. Lin Feng drove straight to the manor rewarded by the system. After the security guard Lin Feng showed the property documents, Lin Feng entered the community smoothly. It was his first time to come to a community with such elegant scenery. Lin Feng slowed down unconsciously and slowly appreciated the scenery of the community.
"Grandpa! Wake up!"
A sharp cry suddenly pierced Lin Feng's thoughts.
"Is there anyone here? Help!"
The young woman's crying voice for help came again. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man in his 60s fainted on the path beside the main road. His face was as pale as paper, and the young woman beside him was shaking his shoulders in panic. The girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, nearly 1.7 meters tall, wearing a plain white t-shirt and denim shorts. Her pretty face was filled with anxiety, and at this moment she was shouting with red eyes.
Oh my god, isn't this plot too cliché?
Lin Feng looked at the grandparents and grandchildren, and the cliched plot of the male protagonist encounters a miracle and saves people in novels flashed through his mind. The male protagonist learns the unique skills of a miracle doctor, encounters a dying grandfather and grandson on the road, and wins the heart of the beauty after bringing them back to life.
It's a woman again. Alas, we will be neighbors from now on, so I will help if I can.
Influenced by Confucianism, Lin Feng sighed lightly and walked quickly towards the old man.
Big brother,
please help me call an emergency number. The girl saw someone approaching and said hurriedly, I forgot to bring my cell phone when I went out, and Grandpa's old illness has recurred. Her voice trembled and tears hung on her eyelashes. Lin Feng leaned over to check. Just as he reached out to take the old woman's pulse, the girl suddenly screamed and slapped his hand away. What are you doing?
Call quickly. He can't move now.
Lin Feng held the old man's wrist, his eyes calm. The old chest injury has relapsed, plus the poisoning. It will take at least 20 minutes to wait for the ambulance, by which time the daylily will be cold.
Poisoned? Old wound? The girl's eyes widened. Are you a doctor? Can you save my grandfather? Money is not a problem. Let's not talk about money first. Lin Feng frowned. The wound stung by Lu Ruyan's money view was still aching.
When he heard the word money again, he couldn't help but feel a little irritated.
Saving people is more important. I need a silver needle. I have some in my car.
The girl turned and ran, her ponytail swung in a neat arc in the wind.
A moment later, she came back panting, holding a leather needle bag.
Lin Feng unbuttoned the old man's shirt, revealing an old scar faintly visible under the loose skin that was the mark of a bullet piercing through. 13 silver needles flew between his fingers, accurately piercing the old man's Tanzhong, Neguan, Zusanli and other acupuncture points, with the fingertips as steady as a rock. The girl was stunned, and suddenly found that the concentration of this strange man was more attractive than those men in suits and leather shoes in the exhibition hall.
Grandpa!
She clenched the corner of her clothes, her nails almost digging into her palms. The moment the silver needles were all inserted into the acupuncture points, the old man suddenly groaned. Lin Feng took a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had never used the 13 ghost needles before, but just relied on his trust in the system. He looked up and met the girl's nervous gaze.
It's okay. Lin Feng gently pressed the old man's Renjong acupoint.
When he wakes up, take him to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup, especially to check for heavy metal residues.
Hey! Is my grandpa really okay? You are not lying.
Seeing the man in front of her was about to leave, the woman immediately spoke out to stop him. At this moment, the old man suddenly started coughing violently. The girl hurriedly held his shoulders, only to see the old man's throat tighten and he suddenly spat a mouthful of black blood on the ground.
The blood was as thick as ink, completely different from ordinary blood color.
Looking closely, there were tiny black worms twisting and wriggling in the blood foam, like living things.
The girl nodded repeatedly and suddenly remembered something. Your name is?
When she looked up, the man had already left.
Jingya, what happened to Grandpa just now? Did he faint again?
But he feels surprisingly well now, said the old man when he woke up.
Grandpa, you're awake.
I was scared to death just now.
You suddenly fainted. This is what happened. The girl looked back at Lin Feng's position just now. Hey! Where's he? The girl asked in surprise when she didn't see Lin Feng. Why do I feel so comfortable? What happened just now? What do you think happened just now? The old man asked hurriedly. Grandpa, are you serious? Do you feel better?
There was a strange man just now, he... The girl told the old man everything that had happened.
A miracle doctor. A miracle doctor. Jingya, do you know that you might have met a miracle doctor just now? You said that the miracle doctor is only about 20 years old? He is really a miracle doctor. We must find this miracle doctor quickly. The old man was so excited as if he had met a living god. Chapter 4 Brother Tong, so awesome. After rescuing the old man, Lin Feng drove to his manor number 1. Manor number 1 is located at the highest point of the community at an altitude of 500 meters. To the east, you can enjoy the sea view and sunrise, and to the south you can overlook the provincial capital Shinnan City. It has convenient transportation.
Manor number 1 has 4 floors above ground and 1 floor underground. There is a stadium, swimming pool, etc. in the courtyard, and there is an artificial lake in the south.
Brother Tong, this is so luxurious. I couldn't even dream of it before, but now it has finally come true. Brother Tong is so awesome.
Lin Feng looked at the real manor in front of him and couldn't help but thank the system. At this moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was a video call request from Lu Ruyan. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, but still pressed the answer button. Lu Ruyan on the other side of the screen had delicate makeup, but her eyes were a little flustered and flattering. Brother Feng, I was wrong.
Let's get back together. In fact, my heart has always been with you.
Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was posing in the camera, I have known you, Lu Ruyan, for such a long time. When did you act like this in front of me? It's because you think I'm rich, and now you're trying to throw yourself at me, FKU.
Brother Feng, I was wrong, please forgive me. Watching Lu Ruyan's performance, he said, that's enough. Lu Ruyan, stop acting.
I've been blind in the past few years in college. You should return the 300,000 yuan you cheated from me to pay for your mother's medical treatment, or I'll make you regret it. Lu Ruyan only then noticed the luxurious villa behind Lin Feng. Her eyes widened instantly, full of jealousy.
She gritted her teeth and said, Lin Feng, what do you mean?
You gave me that money voluntarily, and it was also compensation for my loss of youth.
Why should you go back?
As long as you are still with me now, we are all family for the time being, so everyone's money is the same. Lin Feng sneered, Lu Ruyan, you left me because I was poor. To tell you the truth, my wealth is beyond your imagination.
This manor is just one of my many properties. Do you think I would still look down on a vain person like you?
Lu Ruyan's face turned pale and blue, and just as she was about to refute, Lin Feng directly hung up the video. Lu Ruyan was furious when Lin Feng hung up the video call.
Meng, how dare he video call me?
In the past, he would come to me like a dog whenever I gave him a look.
How dare she do that now? Lu Ruyan said angrily to her classmate and best friend. Ruyan, are you sure that Lin Feng picked up the Cullinan at the 4S store? Best friend Wu Meng still didn't believe it. It's true. Didn't you just see the video of him taking a call in a luxury villa? Lu Ruyan quickly explained. Ruyan, there are many good men in the world. Since Mr. Lu from the previous building materials company didn't succeed, I'll introduce you to one. I tell you, a loser like Lin Feng is still a loser even if he has money.
In this qualified society, the key is background. Don't worry, I'll try to figure out why Lin Feng suddenly has so much money.
I think I need to ask my eldest brother to check it out. It's because you didn't want to be with him last time I introduced him to you.
Wu Meng continued to speak beside Lu Ruyan, but you said that Brother Su doesn't look like a good person, and the way he looks at people is too that.
Lu Ruyan remembered something and looked disgusted. Ah, Ruyan, looks are of no use now.
Lin Feng is handsome, but he's a loser.
You won't go wrong if you listen to me.
Wu Meng interrupted Lu Ruyan, made a quick phone call, and looked out the window with cold eyes after hanging up.
After hearing what Wu Meng said, Lu Ruyan felt unwilling, but she agreed.
Here, Lin Feng was strolling leisurely in the manor when the system suddenly prompted, Host, it has been detected that someone is illegally investigating the source of your assets. The illegal inquiry has been proactively blocked. Lin Feng raised his lips with a disdainful smile, come and check it out, let them know what despair is. Lin Feng picked up his mobile phone, took a video inside and outside the manor and sent it to Lu Ruyan's mobile phone. Lu Ruyan's hands were shaking as she stared at the video of the manor sent by Lin Feng on her phone screen. The luxurious scene hurt her eyes.
Meng, how could I miss such a good opportunity?
She choked with sobs and tears welled up in her eyes.
Wu Meng gently patted Lu Ruyan's shoulder, but a barely perceptible cunning flashed across her face. Ruyan, don't be too sad.
Lin Feng just got lucky and suddenly got some money. In essence, he is still an ignorant person.
Lu Ruyan bit her lip and said regretfully, why was I so blind at the beginning?
I left him because I thought he was poor.
Now looking at all this,
Wu Meng snorted coldly, Ruyan, it doesn't matter.
There are many good men in this world.
For example, my eldest brother is a well-known figure, who is many times better than Lin Feng. Lu Ruyan frowned and hesitated, but Meng, I always feel that Su Daxiang is not very reliable.
He doesn't look like a good person. Wu Meng said quickly, Ruyan, don't be silly. In this day and age, can looks be used to make a living?
Although Brother Su looks a little fierce, he is rich and powerful.
If you follow him, you will enjoy endless wealth and glory for the rest of your life. Even if Lin Feng is rich now, can he give you these? He doesn't even have a background, and he might lose his money one day.
Lu Ruyan lowered her head and said nothing, her heart full of entanglement. Seeing this, Wu Mengmeng continued to strike while the iron was hot. Ruyan, think about what kind of life you lived when you were with Lin Feng before.
Now there is such a good opportunity in front of you, you must not miss it.
Moreover, I will always be by your side to help you, and I will also help you deal with Brother Su.
Lu Ruyan raised her head, a trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Meng Meng, are you serious? Can Su Daxian really give me the life I want?
Wu Mengmeng patted her chest and assured, of course it's true, just listen to me. Lin Feng is already a thing of the past, we have to look forward.
Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and finally nodded, and Wu Mengmeng's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smile of success. Chapter 5 Benefactor. The next morning. Beep, the host has 3 random lottery opportunities every day, do you want to draw? The system's mechanical voice sounded. Brother Ton, lucky draw.
Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Advanced Body Strengthening Liquid. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning Martial Arts Mastery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 2 billion Dragon Country Coins. Looking at the items he had drawn in surprise, Lin Feng was excited.
Happiness came too suddenly. Oh my god, did I save the Milky Way in my previous life? What is body strengthening liquid?
Lin Feng wondered, and suddenly a transparent glass bottle appeared in his hand, with about 100 milliliters of white liquid in it.
Brother Tong, is this the strengthening liquid? How do I use it?
Ding, the method of using the advanced body strengthening liquid is oral. The effect is to purify, strengthen the host's physique, and enhance mental strength.
There are no side effects.
The system replied mechanically. At this time, a text message came from the mobile phone. Your bank card account number is 2567, transfer 20,000,000.00 Dragon Country currency. The account balance is 298,1,015,824.00. Lin Feng was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He shouted one word to the sky, pour it.
Don't worry about anything else, transfer 2 million to my sister.
Lin Feng immediately used his newly bought Xiaomi mobile phone to transfer 1 million to his sister Lin Yuning. As soon as the transfer successful prompt popped up on the screen of his newly bought Rice mobile phone, he quickly called his sister Lin Yuning.
Xiao Feng, where did you get this money?
I heard my sister's slightly worried voice from the other end of the line.
Sister, do you remember the Bitcoin I mentioned to you before? It's that virtual currency.
I stockpiled a lot of it when I was in high school, and now I'm making a lot of money. Lin Yuning was still a little hesitant. This thing is not as solid as the physical business, you should not.
Don't worry.
Lin Feng interrupted, brother has sold all of his stocks after making his first pot of gold.
I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. Hello, brat. Hearing the busy tone, Lin Yuning hung up the phone. Let me fool my sister first, and talk about it later. Lu Ruyan, I'm a rich man now, it should be my turn now, ha.
Lin Feng was lost in thought.
What does it mean to be proficient in martial arts? Can you explain it to me, Brother Tong?
Beep, the host is proficient in martial arts in the world. Learn martial arts to master it, Lin Feng muttered to himself.
Mastering martial arts and using them.
At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt dizzy. Many key points of martial arts, boxing, swordsmanship, knife skills, darts, bows and arrows, etc., as well as muscle memory were quickly transmitted to Lin Feng's brain and limbs. Lin Feng glanced at the glass bottle in his hand, raised his hand and drank it all in one gulp. Lin Feng's body suddenly heard a series of click, click, click sounds, and a cool force instantly spread throughout his body. A large amount of black mud was discharged from his skin. Lin Feng hurried back to the bathroom, and after washing the mud off his body, he felt refreshed and energetic, without any sleepiness at all. At this time, Lin Feng instantly became sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. After taking a shower, Lin Feng habitually put on the glasses that he had worn for 10 years, and his eyes immediately became blurry and dizzy.
Ha! What's wrong with my eyesight?
Lin Feng took off and put on his glasses several times, and finally confirmed that after using the strengthening liquid, he no longer needed to use glasses. Lin Feng was in a good mood. He looked at himself in the mirror and was pleasantly surprised to find that he seemed to have grown a few centimeters taller than his original height of 185 centimeters. His body, which was once a little thin due to malnutrition, had become more muscular. Raymond subconsciously lifted his clothes, and the abdominal muscles that were vaguely visible before became clearly outlined, clearly showing 8 strong abdominal muscles. Not only that, his skin is no longer dull and rough as before, but has become elastic, white and tender, exuding a healthy luster.
Oh my god, Brother Tong, is it so perfect?
Lin Feng looked at himself with satisfaction and came to the yard.
He recalled seeing the army instructor demonstrate Bajikwan during the military training at school.
The fierce, violent and unpretentious boxing technique deeply attracted Lin Feng at that time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng just wanted to verify the power of mastering martial arts. Lin Feng's legs were firmly rooted on the ground, his body stood upright like a pine tree, feeling the soreness and strength of his leg muscles. Every punch he threw was accompanied by a whirring sound, and his movements were wide and open, which was extremely visually impactful. It also showed practicality in the transition between offense and defense.
Each of the 8 Vajra forms in Bajikwan is full of strength and vigor.
Lin Feng practiced repeatedly, and his muscles continued to contract and relax with the rhythm of the boxing, and his sense of strength continued to increase. Lin Feng changed his moves and performed a tiger climbing a mountain with his arms as fast as whips, followed by a top elbow. Finally, Lin Feng closed his posture and slowly stood at the starting place.
Every move of Bajikwan seemed to have become an indispensable part of Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was immersed in the sense of power brought by Bajikwan, when suddenly, a crisp doorbell rang.
Lin Feng frowned slightly, wondering, I don't know anyone in this community who would come to visit at this time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng walked quickly towards the door.
When I opened the door, an elegant and graceful young woman and an energetic but slightly pale old man were standing at the door. Lin Feng took a closer look and instantly recognized the 2 people. They were the ones he rescued yesterday. The old man's eyes were full of gratitude. Before Lin Feng could speak, he excitedly said, I am Long Jingxuan, and this is my granddaughter Long Jingya, who lives in courtyard number 5.
Young man, I finally found you.
You saved me, so you are the great benefactor of our family.
I wonder what you should call me, young friend.
Lin Feng was slightly stunned, then said, Oh, it's Elder Long, it's just a small favor, don't worry about it, just call me Lin Feng. The old man refused to give in and winked at the girl, who took out a suitcase and handed it to Lin Feng. The old man said sincerely, It turns out to be you, Mr. Lin.
This is a little gift. You must accept it. If it weren't for your help, I would have died yesterday.
The old man said to the young woman next to him, Jingya, why don't you thank your benefactor quickly?
Chapter 6 Promise to Treat.
Long Jingya stood aside, and when she heard the old man's words, her eyes were full of gratitude. Hello, Brother Lin, we came here specially to thank you for saving my life yesterday.
Thank you for your help yesterday.
Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly waved his hand to refuse. Mr. Long, I didn't save you for money, please take the money back. Lin Feng's tone was firm, and he had no intention of greed for money. Mr. Lin, you treat money as nothing, which makes me ashamed.
This card is a black card of my Long group. It is not issued to the public and is only given to friends.
With this card, you can enjoy a 50% discount on all purchases in any mall or industry under my Long group.
Please accept this small token of your appreciation, Mr. Lin.
Seeing that it was difficult to refuse, Lin Feng had to accept it and continued chatting with the old man, but at this time the old man suddenly looked painful.
Mr. Long, you still need to continue to recuperate. Yesterday I only took action to temporarily eliminate your symptoms.
Don't be careless, especially since the poison you were infected with is very strange.
Lin Feng looked at the old man's expression and said solemnly.
After hearing what Lin Feng said, the old man hesitated for a moment and then said, Little friend Lin, to be honest, I know about my old illness. I have visited many famous doctors over the years, but none of them could cure it. I heard from Jingya that when you treated my emergency yesterday, your method was unique.
Maybe you have a way to save my old bones. I came here this time too.
After hearing this, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. It was not that he had no ability to meet the old man's request, but seeing Lin Feng's silence, Long Jingya thought he was in trouble and could not help but said, Brother Lin, please help us.
We can afford any amount of money. This is not a matter of money. Lin Feng glanced at Long Jingya and said lightly.
The old man glanced at Long Jingya and interrupted her, saying, Xiaoya, don't be rude. Then he looked at Lin Feng, his eyes full of expectation. My friend, no matter what, please help me. Lin Feng raised his head and said, Mr. Long, I can help you with the treatment, but the herbs may be hard to find.
Little friend Lin, medicinal materials are not a problem at all. I will take care of it.
If that's the case, I can help you, but the consultation fee is a bit high, 10 million. As soon as these words came out, Long Jingya's eyes widened and her face was full of anger.
Why are you like this?
Just now you said it's not about money, but now you're asking for an exorbitant amount.
How is this different from robbery?
She has a straightforward personality, and her dissatisfaction was revealed instantly. Lin Feng was not angry, and explained calmly, "My lady, the 10 million is a half-price discount because we are neighbors.
In addition, treating your grandfather's illness will require a lot of energy. If you don't believe it, you can go to the hospital and try."
Lin Feng's voice was steady and powerful, and his logic was clear, making it impossible to refute.
You.
Long Jingya was speechless for a moment, staring at the unreasonable man in front of her. After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, the old man interrupted his granddaughter and said, "Little friend Lin is right, Xiaoya, stop talking nonsense. If you can really cure grandpa's illness, 10 million will be nothing." Although Long Jingya was still dissatisfied in her heart, she had to shut up when she saw her grandfather said so.
However, her impression of Lin Feng was greatly reduced.
Lin Feng continued, "Don't worry, Elder Long.
Since I promised to cure you, I will definitely keep my word.
However, the treatment process may be painful, so you must be mentally prepared.
The treatment will have to be carried out in several sessions.
Your old injuries are congested, and the poisoning is rather strange."
The old man laughed heartily. "I am old and I don't have any reason to be afraid of pain. I am about to go to see the king of hell. If you can get better, everything will be worth it. I will transfer the money to you now." "Grandpa, don't say that, you are in good health."
When Long Jingya heard the old man say this, her eyes reddened slightly.
"Xiaoya, quickly transfer 10 million to Lin Xiaoya's card." Long Jingxuan turned and said to the young woman. "Grandpa, what if?"
Long Jingya was about to speak, but Lin Feng interrupted and said, "Old Long, let's talk about the cost after the treatment is over.
Please arrange to buy the herbs first."
Afterwards, Lin Feng invited the old man and Long Jingya into the manor. Walking into the manor and seeing the scenery, Long Jingxuan couldn't help but exclaimed, "Friend Lin, each house in Ziwei Manor has its own scenery, but your yard is much more exquisite than the others, and it's much bigger."
Mr. Long, you're too kind. If you like, come often. Mr. Long, these are the herbs you need to find. Please send them to me after you find them."
Lin Feng immediately wrote down the names of the herbs and their dosage on a piece of paper. The old man took Lin Feng's handwritten prescription and saw that the handwriting was vigorous and powerful. Wherever the pen went, the lines were strong and upright, and the force penetrated the back of the paper, showing a heroic spirit.
The old man couldn't help but exclaimed, "Good handwriting."
The paper was filled with the names and dosages of medicinal materials: 200-year-old ginseng, 30 G, 1 ice spirit grass, 2 Tianshan snow lotus. Looking at the prescription in front of him, he said, "Friend Lin, to be honest, I have been suffering from this disease for decades, and I have sought medical treatment everywhere and have come into contact with many medicinal herbs. The herbs at the beginning of your prescription are very common. The only thing I have never heard of is the ice spirit grass at the end. The Tianshan snow lotus is also a thing in legend.
It is probably very difficult to find.
I wonder if other herbs can be used as substitutes if these two herbs cannot be found. If other herbs are used as substitutes, the effect will be greatly reduced. It is better to try to find these two herbs.
If it doesn't work, I will write a new one to replace them. However, the replacement herbs may be even harder to find."
Lin Feng said solemnly. "Okay, Mr. Lin, as long as these herbs exist in this world, I, Long Jingxuan, will definitely find them." The old man suddenly showed the domineering aura of a superior. After formulating a treatment plan for the old man, Long Jingxuan took Long Jingya away from the manor.
Chapter 7 Meeting Lu Huan.
After seeing off Long Jingxuan and Long Jingya, Lin Feng took a walk around the manor. The sun was high in the sky and his stomach growled with hunger. Lin Feng drove out of the manor, had a simple meal at a street shop, and bought some fresh ingredients at the supermarket.
After all, he felt more at ease when eating food that he cooked himself.
On the way back, Longding Building came into view, and Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It's time to buy some daily necessities and a few decent clothes.
Now that I have enough money, I have to improve my quality of life. We drove straight into the underground parking lot of the building and stepped into the shopping area. The dazzling array of goods was dazzling, and at this time, Lu Huan was smiling and holding Su Daqiang's arm, and Wu Mengmeng followed closely behind.
The three of them were talking and laughing, and they looked very close. Lu Ruyan was wearing a glittering evening dress, and the dazzling necklace around her neck was shining brightly. It was a gift from Su Daqiang. She showed the necklace intentionally or unintentionally, as if announcing to everyone that she had found her good man. Stepping into the Armani store, Raymond Lam scanned the display racks and quickly locked onto several well-tailored, low-key and luxurious menswear sets. The clerk's eyes flashed with surprise, and he stepped forward to introduce enthusiastically, "Sir, you have a unique vision. These pieces are made of top-quality Italian fabrics and are hand-sewn. They are luxurious yet low-key." Lin Feng nodded. "Pack these up." In a few moments, more than a dozen sets of clothing were neatly stacked on the counter. Lin Feng swiped his card calmly. The consumption record of more than 1.5 million was just a string of numbers in his eyes. At the same time, Su Daqiang and his party also stepped into the store. Lu Ruyan was immediately attracted by the limited edition women's bag priced at 70,000 in the window. She shook Su Daqiang's arm coquettishly. "Brother Su, this bag is so beautiful, I want it." Su Daqiang glanced at the price tag and frowned. 70,000 for just a shabby leather bag? This is robbery. You might as well have a few more good meals instead of buying this thing. Lu Ruyan still didn't give up and begged softly, but Su Daqiang looked impatient and remained unmoved no matter how she acted coquettishly. At this time, the waiter finished packing. "Mr. Lin, your clothes have been properly packed. Here is your card. The consumption this time is 1.58 million. I look forward to your next visit." Lin Feng took the shopping bag and was about to leave when he bumped into Lu Ruyan and the others. After hearing the amount of the purchase, looking at the heavy shopping bag in Lin Feng's hand, and thinking of the bag she had been longing for, Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with jealousy. "Hey, isn't this Lin Feng? Made a fortune?" Wu Mengmeng twisted her waist and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Lin Feng glanced at her and his eyes fell on Lu Ruyan. "Oh, it's a small world." "Wu Mengmeng, I heard that you want to change to a new working environment? What new environment? What nonsense are you talking about?" The two were confused. "In Pai Tao Hadong, isn't Lao LA's business in need of talents like you?" Lin Feng smiled. Wu Mengmeng was stunned at first, then her face turned red. "Lin Feng, don't go too far. It's just a few bucks, why are you so arrogant?" Lu Ruyan's face turned pale as paper in an instant. Su Daqiang recalled Wu Mengmeng's previous slander against Lin Feng, and seeing him spending so much money, he felt a surge of anger, buying so many fake goods to show off. What kind of rich man is this? Lin Feng sneered and glanced at Su Daqiang. This contemptuous look completely angered Su Daqiang. He shouted and punched Lin Feng in the face. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. His figure flashed like a ghost, and he used Bajiquan's big silk wrapping hand to wrap around Su Daqiang's wrist like a spirit snake. He twisted his waist and kicked his legs, and the whole set of movements was smooth and flowing. Su Daqiang only felt a piercing pain in his arm, and before he could react, he fell to the ground with a thump, slid forward several meters in a mess, and landed heavily on his buttocks. "Today I'll let you see the Pingsha Luoyan style that has been lost in the martial arts world for a long time." Lin Feng brushed his sleeves with a playful smile on his face. Wu Mengmeng was frightened and hurriedly supported Su Daqiang. "Brother Su, how are you?" Lu Ruyan widened her eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Su Daqiang supported himself and got up, his eyes full of resentment. "Boy, just wait for me. This matter today is not over yet." After that, he took out his cell phone tremblingly and started dialing. "Hey, Erpy, come up to the 6th floor quickly. I got teased by a kid. Bring your weapons with you." Su Daqiang yelled into the phone, veins popping out on his face. "You little bastard. You dare to touch me in Shennan? If I don't break your legs today, I will write the word Su backwards. When my brothers come, I will skin you alive." Lin Feng put his hands in his pockets, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. "Is that all you have? Why not let your bad friend bring some bone setters, so we don't have to call an ambulance later?" Before he finished speaking, hurried footsteps were heard in the elevator, and 5 or 6 men holding steel pipes rushed in. The sound of metal collision was particularly harsh in the empty shopping area. Su Daqiang straightened his back instantly, pointed at Lin Feng with a grin and said, "Beat him to death." The bald man in the lead grinned and swung the steel pipe to smash down on his head. Lin Feng dodged sideways, grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it violently. There was a crisp crack sound, and the bald man fell to the ground with a scream. Seeing this, the other thugs swarmed over. Lin Feng was agile, and with his fists and feet, several people were kicked away one after another, knocking over the exhibits on the shelf, and the luxury goods packaging boxes were scattered all over the floor. Su Daxiang was so shocked that he took a half step back, but he still insisted, "You have the guts." Before he could finish his words, Lin Feng suddenly approached him, put his palm against the back of his neck and pushed lightly. Su Daxiang staggered into the display cabinet, and the expensive glass shattered. The sharp fragments scratched his cheek, and blood dripped down his jaw. "Do you feel the pain now?" Lin Feng looked down at Su Daxiang, who was lying in the rubble, and pressed the tip of his shoe against his shoulder with a little force. Su Daxiang covered his bleeding face and shouted viciously when he was held up by the security guards, "Lin, this matter is not over yet. My big brother will not let you go." Lin Feng brushed off the non-existent dust on his body and raised an eyebrow at Lu Ruyan and Wu Mengmeng, who were standing beside him in a daze. "If you too want to watch the show, I suggest you buy a ticket. After all, free shows are rare." Chapter 8: Conflict. When people around saw Lin Feng being so reckless, someone shouted, "Young man, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil." Someone also took out his cell phone to call the police. Wu Mengmeng saw that the situation was not good and sneaked away. Lin Feng looked at Lu Ruyan's pitiful appearance and said, "Lu Ruyan, you must return the 300,000 yuan you cheated from me as soon as possible." Lu Ruyan looked like she was crying. I. Su Daxiang watched from the side, and although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to say anything. He knew that he was doomed to fail after meeting Raymond Lam today. At this time, the mall security rushed over. Someone told the security what happened. After listening, the security said to Lin Feng, "Hello, sir, please come with us to the security room to deal with it." Lin Feng nodded, "Okay, let's go." Then, Lin Feng looked at the salesperson in the specialty store again. "Please put my shopping in my car and send the keys to the security room." Led by the security guards, Raymond Lam, Ruyan Lu, Su Daxiang and Wu Mengmeng came to the security room. As soon as they arrived at the security room, Su Daxiang relied on the fact that he was the one being beaten and refused to give in. His sharp voice instantly broke the original tranquility of the security room. "No, there must be an explanation for what happened today. He must compensate me 1 million. Su Daxiang said as he exaggeratedly hugged his head with his hands, his face full of pain. "My head is buzzing right now. I must have been hurt by him. I need to get a checkup immediately." Lin Feng responded coldly, "Su Daxiang, you are making trouble here unreasonably. It seems that your lesson is not enough." When Su Daxiang heard this, his eyes widened like bells, and the veins on his neck bulged. "You still dare to threaten me? I'm old, and you hit me. Is there any justice in the world? Alright, stop asking about who started it first. The police will be here soon and we can find out by checking the surveillance footage." The security guard said helplessly as he watched Su Daxiang's performance. "What? You, a security guard, actually dare to favor the murderer? Just wait for me." Su Daxiang threatened the security guard when he saw that he was trying to deceive Lin Feng. Just when several people were arguing with each other, the door of the security room was suddenly pushed open, and 2 police officers, a man and a woman, walked in. The beautiful policewoman had an upright posture, sharp eyes, and exuded a sense of professionalism and competence. Looking at Su Daxiang, who was yelling on the ground, and Lin Feng, who was calm beside him, she said, "Stop arguing. I am Su Xiaoxiao, the police officer in charge of this case." The beautiful policewoman had a clear and loud voice, and she calmed the situation as soon as she opened her mouth. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at everyone, then looked at the security guard. "Tell me what happened in detail." The security guard quickly reported everything he knew to the police. After listening, Su Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "Okay, now all of you come back to the police station, check the surveillance video, and restore the truth of the matter." Arriving at the police station, everyone sat in the monitoring room. Su Xiaoxiao operated the equipment and called up the monitoring footage of the incident. The footage clearly showed that it was Su Daxiang who took the initiative and rushed towards Lin Feng. After dodging Su Daxiang's attack, Lin Feng quickly took action to subdue Su Daxiang. Seeing this scene, Su Daxiang's face instantly became extremely ugly. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but finally closed it. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Su Daxiang with a serious expression and a somewhat dignified tone. "Su Daxiang, the surveillance video is here. It is obvious that you were the first to start. And from what we know, this is not the first time you have been to the police station for this kind of thing. We will never tolerate your behavior of not changing after repeated admonitions." Su Daxiang lowered his head and muttered softly, I was so angry at the time. He said something so infuriating. Su Xiaoxiao snorted coldly. "No matter what the reason is, physical action will not solve the problem.
If you act so recklessly again, next time it won't be as simple as a warning.
You will be detained for at least 7 days. Then, Su Xiaoxiao turned her gaze to Lin Feng. Although Su Daxiang was the first to attack, your behavior was also a case of excessive self-defense.
After you subdued him, you could have stopped in time. And looking at your movements in the video, I advise you to be careful when you attack. Otherwise, if you don't control your strength well, your opponent may be disabled. I advise you to be more careful in the future. Violence cannot solve the problem. We must rely on the police, understand?
Lin Feng looked at the beautiful police officer in front of him with interest. I understand. If someone wants to hit me again in the future, I will just lie on the ground and beg for mercy, shouting for help from the beautiful police officer.
When the time comes, can you appear in front of me instantly?
Su Xiaoxiao looked at the handsome and thorny guy in front of her and couldn't say anything for a while. Su Xiaoxiao calmed down her excited breathing. Very good, I will remember you. If you dare to cause trouble, I will make you pay. You can go back now.
Officer, you saw it all. He was so arrogant in front of you. I am really a victim.
Su Daxiang said hurriedly.
Okay, if you don't want to leave, we'll provide you with meals.
Su Xiaoxiao said with a cold expression.
No, don't worry about the food. I'm leaving. Let's go. Su Daxiang didn't dare to say anything more. He immediately got up and walked out.
You two girls, I advise you not to associate with these messy people, Su Xiaoxiao said to the two girls.
Government, I'm really not a bad person. This person is my biological sister.
Su Daxiang said quickly. Whether she is your biological sister or not can be checked in the office next door. You guys should leave now. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head helplessly.
Chapter 9 Revenge.
After leaving the police station, Lin Feng's Cullinan was also delivered to the door of the police station by the mall staff.
Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Wong Chang from Longding Building. Here are your car keys. Your car is parked in the parking lot. Thank you for coming. We are deeply sorry for the inconvenience caused to your shopping. This is a gift prepared for you by our manager.
As he said that, he put a handbag in the trunk of Cullinan.
Goodbye, Mr. Lin. Goodbye.
Lu Huan looked at the treatment that Lin Feng received, feeling aggrieved and jealous. This should be a service to me, but now it has become a service only to Lin Feng. Just a few days ago, everything Lin Feng had belonged to her.
Since Lin Feng was so rich, why didn't he reveal anything and had to act like he was very poor?
If he had a little more money at that time, she would not have given her virginity to a 50-year-old fat man. Thinking of this, a huge hatred surged in her heart. Beep, the system detects a strong hatred coming towards the host. Please pay attention to your own safety. The system's prompt sound came from his mind, but Lin Feng didn't care about it at all. Lin Feng got in the car, stepped on the accelerator, and Cullinan drove away. Su Xiaoxiao stared at the surveillance video of them all, as if she wanted to engrave every detail in the picture into her mind. She was deeply shocked when she saw Lin Feng's move. In the video, the Bajiquan performed by Lin Feng was fierce and powerful, and the whistling fist wind cleverly integrated the small grappling technique. Every movement was connected perfectly, the body was agile, and the advance and retreat were full of rules. When the fists and feet were swinging, the power and skills were perfectly integrated. The more Su Xiaoxiao watched, the more fascinated she became. This was not just an ordinary conflict response, but clearly a perfect martial arts teaching demonstration. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but mutter to herself, this boxing style is so powerful.
Every move is impeccable.
As the video progressed, the admiration in her eyes became more and more intense. This guy dared to tease me in the police station, don't let him fall into my hands. Su Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and said. After Lin Feng came out of the police station, he was ready to return home. However, Lin Feng was completely unaware that a danger was quietly approaching him.
Behind Lin Feng, a black car started slowly and followed. There were two men in the car, one with a face full of flesh and a noticeable scar. He stared at Lin Feng's car in front of him and muttered, "Humph, this kid is driving a Cullinan, he must be a rich man, he dared to touch Brother Chang, I must teach him a lesson today." The other tall and thin man responded while driving, "Scar brother," Brother Chang said, "don't make a big deal, just scare him and get some money." The scarred man snorted disdainfully, "This kid, how can he withstand any intimidation?
When we get to the place later, I'll show you how I deal with him." Soon, Lin Feng's car drove into Ziwei Manor.
The black car stopped outside the manor.
The scarred man and the thin tall man looked at Lin Feng's departing back, with a hint of ferocity in their eyes.
Scar brother, what should we do? Should we go in directly? This is the top luxury house in Shinnan.
The thin tall man asked. The scarred man frowned. This manor looks very well guarded.
We will definitely be discovered if we rush in. Let's wait here first and find an opportunity at night.
As night fell, Ziwei Manor was shrouded in darkness, with only a few street lights emitting a faint light. The scarred man and the thin tall man sneaked into the manor quietly.
The two carefully entered the community.
Along the way, they tried their best to avoid the patrolling security guards.
With the cover of trees and bushes, they finally found Lin Feng's Cullinan in front of a villa.
Lin Feng took a shower and was resting in the living room when he suddenly heard a slight noise coming from outside the window. Lin Feng stood up alertly, walked gently to the window, and looked out through the gap in the curtains. He saw two dark shadows sneaking towards the house. Lin Feng smiled inwardly and immediately understood what was going on. The scarred man and the tall and thin man came to the window of Lin Feng's house. The scarred man gestured to the tall and thin man to keep watch outside while he prepared to climb in through the window.
Both of them entered the hall. Who are you? What do you want to do?
The scarred man was startled, but soon calmed down and sneered, "Boy, you offended Brother Chang today."
Brother Chang asked us to teach you a lesson. I heard that you know some kung fu. Now is not the time for you to play with fists and feet. Today I will show you what knife skills are.
When Lin Feng heard this, he understood about 70% of what happened. It turned out that Su Daqiang had hired someone to take revenge.
Chapter 10, Acquaintance.
Su Daqiang himself has no strength, yet he dares to ask others to come.
You'd better leave quickly. The scarred man didn't take Lin Feng's words seriously at all. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and waved it twice. Call the police? It's useless even if you scream your throat out today. I'm going to get you today.
As he said that, he pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly dodged sideways, then picked up the baseball bat next to him and hit the scarred man's arm. The scarred man didn't expect Lin Feng to react so quickly, and he couldn't dodge in time. His arm was hit hard by the baseball bat, and the dagger fell to the ground. Seeing this, the tall and thin man also rushed over and joined the fight. Lin Feng relied on his nimble body and quick reaction to cleverly dodge the attacks of the two men, but the two men were no match for Lin Feng.
Every blow from Lin Feng hit their joints. That feeling was more painful than being beaten by dozens of people. Every blow hit vital nerves. The two men had been beaten since childhood, but had never felt so painful. They looked at Lin Feng as if they had seen a devil, and soon those who were beaten screamed for help. Help! Help! Someone's dead, the two men screamed like crazy. The sound of fighting alerted the security guards of the manor, and soon, several security guards ran over. The scarred man and the tall and thin man saw the security guards as if they had seen their saviors, and the security guards finally subdued and rescued the two. Su Xiaoxiao had just finished working overtime and was about to go home to have a good rest when she suddenly received a notice that a burglary had occurred at number 1 Ziwei Manor in the city. The suspect had been controlled by security guards and the police were required to dispatch immediately. Su Xiaoxiao set off immediately after receiving the notice and arrived at the scene 10 minutes later. Hello, please make way. Where is the suspect? Su Xiaoxiao's voice came from outside the crowd. A small path opened up in the crowd, and Su Xiaoxiao walked in and saw the suspect. Who called the police? Beautiful police officer, nice to see you again. They came to my house to commit the crime. Lin Feng greeted Su Xiaoxiao when he saw her. Is this your home? Su Xiaoxiao looked at the huge manor in front of her. Yes, these two people were sent by Su Daqiang to take revenge. Beautiful police officer, it seems that your method doesn't work. Su Daqiang has no memory at all. How about I personally teach him how to be a good citizen? Lin Feng looked at Su Xiaoxiao with a smile on his face. Lin Feng, watch your attitude. Some problems don't have to be solved by violence. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the two people in front of her. You two, tell us the truth, what happened? The two men came to their senses when they saw the police. Help! Help, government help, he is a devil, take us away quickly, help! Su Xiaoxiao saw the two men and they were as surprised as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Feng, what did you do? Beautiful police officer, I was acting in self-defense. As soon as I returned home, I remembered the beautiful police officer's teachings and was thinking about how to be a good citizen in the future. As a result, they came in and wanted to kill me with knives. I was forced to fight back.
Lin Feng looked at Su Xiaoxiao and said with a relaxed expression.
Please be respectful and don't call me the beautiful police officer. Call me Officer Su.
We will investigate what you said, but if we find that any of you are lying, none of you can escape. Su Xiaoxiao said solemnly.
Don't worry, I will cooperate. I am a good citizen.
Lin Feng still looked at Su Xiaoxiao with a smile. Lin Feng said coldly to the two people on the ground, Tell me, who sent you here?
Yes, we are out of money and want to find a place to get some money.
No one is telling us to do this, Scarface said hurriedly. Oh, it seems that Su Daxiang has been arrested, but you don't know yet.
What? Brother Chang was arrested? It seems that you two are still not honest.
Lin Feng said jokingly.
What?
You lied to us, Brother Chang. The tall man was about to say something else but was immediately interrupted by Scar.
We are here just to steal things, no one is instructing us. Officer Su, the rest is left to you. Lin Feng, don't be so violent.
Even if they were burglars, you could have just subdued them. Your attack was too heavy. At this time, the community group was in an uproar, and several police cars arrived, and they learned that a thief had entered Manor Number 1.
Property manager, come out here. We spent so much on property fees, and this is how you manage it? This is also known as the top property in Shennan City? What kind of security system is this? Was it a stranger who came in, or was he discovered and subdued by the owner? I won't pay the property management fee anymore.
There was a burst of condemnation of the property management in the owners group.
Grandpa, doesn't Manor Number 1 belong to Lin Feng?
They just said someone broke into the house and committed a crime, but has been subdued. Long Jingya said to Long Jingxuan while looking at the mobile phone group.
Yes, Number 1 is Mr. Lin's manor. Xiaoya, come on, go to Number 1.
When Long Jingxuan arrived at Manor Number 1, everyone had not left yet.
My dear Lin, how are you? Are you hurt? These rats are too arrogant.
They actually dared to target my dear Lin. Lin Feng heard Long Jingxuan coming from a distance and talking as he walked.
Old man, it's okay. He's been caught. Someone had a conflict with me during the day, so we sent someone to take revenge at night. What? Who dares to treat little friend Lin like this? I want to see. Ha? Xiao, why are you here too? What's going on?
Long Jingxuan saw Su Xiaoxiao.
Chapter 11 Calm down. Grandpa Long, why are you here? We caught 2 burglars. You're not feeling well, so go back soon. There's nothing for you to do here.
Su Xiaoxiao said to Long Jingxuan.
My child, I have recovered now, thanks to this young friend Lin in front of me. Long Jingxuan turned to the two and said, Do you two know me? The two looked at the old man in front of them.
Why do you look so familiar?
Ah. You are Long. Long Yi. Scarface recognized Long Jingxuan. What Lord Long? It's just an empty title given by people in the society. You two explain things to me clearly.
I tell you, this young friend Lin is my friend regardless of age difference.
To offend him is more serious than to offend me.
Long Jingxuan's domineering aura completely intimidated the 2 men with scars, and they immediately told the whole story like pouring beans.
Oh? Who is Su Daxiang?
Hui Long Yi, he is the leader of the gangsters in the fish market in South City.
Oh, I thought I was out of date. I don't even know the powerful people in Shennan.
You should go to the police station immediately and confess all your dirty deeds. Xiao, you must investigate this thoroughly and give Lin Xiaoyu an explanation. Long Jingxuan said as he looked at Su Xiaoxiao who was chatting with Long Jingya.
Yes, Grandpa Long, don't worry.
Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng and agreed mechanically.
Beautiful police officer, now you believe what I say, right?
If these two don't show some strength, they won't tell the truth. Lin Feng continued to have a cool smile on his face.
You.
Su Xiaoxiao knew that she would not get any advantage by talking too much, so she turned to Long Jingya and whispered, Xiaoya, stay away from this kind of person. He is a typical violent man. Be careful of domestic violence.
Ah. Little girl, what are you talking about? Look, I'm going to scratch you.
Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's words, Long Jingya's face instantly turned red to her ears.
No, I'm wearing a police uniform.
Su Xiaoxiao immediately begged for mercy.
Forget it this time. Xiao, I haven't seen your grandpa for a long time.
Come to the old man's place sometime.
I have something good to tell him.
Long Jingxuan said as he looked at the two people playing around. Okay, Grandpa Long, I'll tell him when I get back, but his health has been getting worse recently. I'm looking for him just for this matter.
Okay, you can go and do your work first.
Long Jingxuan glanced at Lin Feng and turned to Su Xiaoxiao and said. The police took the group away in peace, returned to the manor. My dear Lin, this guy Su Daqiang is like a dogskin plaster.
Just let me handle it for you. I promise to solve the problem for you. Then I'll have to trouble Long Lao.
The policewoman just now is Su Xiaoxiao, the granddaughter of my old comrade in arms. She is 21 years old this year, 3 months older than Xiaoya. She just graduated from college and came to Xinnan for an internship.
If I have offended you, please don't blame me, Mr. Lin. Ha, what are you talking about, Mr. Long? I think it's quite interesting. By the way, how is the matter of the medicinal materials going?
There is still no news about the ice spirit grass and Tianshan snow lotus I mentioned last time. However, a group of hikers has accepted the reward for Tianshan snow lotus.
They have encountered it in the deep mountains of southern Xinjiang. However, there is no news about ice spirit grass.
I don't know if this herb has any other names.
Many Chinese medicine experts have never heard of it. Little friend Lin, I came here this time just to ask you, what is the effect of this herb? Is there any other name? Ice spirit grass is an herb unique to polar ice fields.
The plant is about 30-50 centimeters tall, with translucent leaves in the shape of ice crystals and stems covered with frost patterns.
On every full moon night, it will bloom with faint blue petals and emit a cool fragrance.
It will only bloom in extremely cold places on every full moon night. Lin Feng said to Long Jingxuan, recalling the description in Medical Mastery.
Xiaoya, have you taken note? Tell your second uncle to send this feature over.
Long Jingxuan said to Long Jingya next to him.
Noted that, Grandpa. By the way, Mr. Lin, it's so late. You haven't eaten yet.
I'm sorry for all the trivial matters.
The old man hasn't eaten yet either. Jingya is a delicious cook. If you don't mind, let's go to my humble abode together. Long Jingxuan glanced at Long Jingya and said to Lin Feng. Okay, sorry to bother you then. How can I bother you? It's my honor to have you here for dinner. Ha ha ha. Xiaoya, you go back first. I'll go back with you.
Long Jingxuan said to Long Jingya next to him, Okay, Grandpa.
My dear Lin, I live at number 5, diagonally opposite you.
Mr. Long, the health condition of the grandfather you just told Officer Su about seems to be similar to yours.
What's going on? How did you get your injuries?
I observed that they are all gunshot wounds, and they happened a long time ago.
Could it be that you participated in the war back then?
Lin Feng expressed his confusion.
Hey, Xiao Yulin has good eyesight.
Yes, Xiao Xiao's grandfather and I were in the same unit and in an infiltration battalion. He was the battalion commander and I was an infiltration soldier. During a battle, we were ordered to conduct reconnaissance and were ambushed. Of the 15 brothers together, 7 survived, 4 were disabled, and 8 died.
Several of us were injured by the enemy's booby traps.
The shrapnel was basically removed, but some were too close to the heart and could not be removed. We old people have been living like this all these years. If it weren't for Xiao Yulin that day, maybe I would have gone to meet those old brothers.
After listening to Long Jingxuan's narration, Lin Feng felt a sense of admiration. So that's how it is, Mr. Long.
As long as you get all the necessary medicinal herbs for your injury and use some other tricks, I guarantee there will be absolutely no problem, Lin Feng showed a confident expression. Under the leadership of Long Jingxuan, Lin Feng had dinner together, chatted for a while, and then returned to the manor. After Lin Feng left, Long Jingxuan called Hong Shan, the underground leader of South City, also known as Master Hong, and said, Hong Shan, I have something for you to do.
Master Long, if there is anything, you can just arrange it. Why did you call in person?
This matter is very important.
It's like this. Long Jingxuan told the story again. What?
This is outrageous, Master Long. I don't know the Su Daqiang, but don't worry, I will make him disappear immediately.
Okay, Oklahoma. The night passed peacefully. Chapter 12 Taishu Guiwanju. Early in the morning. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? The system's mechanical voice sounded again. Lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing Taishu Guiwanju. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing red feather golden crow. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning advanced body strengthening fluid.
Hey, Brother Tong, what are Taishu Guiyuanju and Chiyu Jinwu?
Ding, Taishu Guiyuanju was created by an ancient super powerful man who observed the wonders of the movement of the stars in the sky and realized the way of heaven and earth returning to their origin. It is a supreme method to improve physical fitness and soul. The whole article is divided into 9 levels, based on the 4 realms of refining the body, opening the meridians, transforming the spirit, asking for the way.
Each level corresponds to a different stage of practice, and ultimately points directly to the origin of the Tao.
After practicing to perfection, the physical body turns into Taishu pure air, and lives as long as the heaven and earth. A single thought gives rise to all laws, and every move is in accordance with the Tao. It can reverse the long river of time and space and rewrite the cycle of cause and effect. Beep, the red-feathered golden crow is a ray of fire spirit. After absorbing it, you can comprehend the great way of fire.
His Brother Tong, are you asking me to cultivate immortality? Beep. The universe will face a huge threat in the future.
From the moment the host binds to the system, he has been chosen by the avenue.
Will there be any loss if I don't practice? Beep, the system will unbind and select a new host. A Brother Tong, do I still have the right to refuse? Brother Tong, learn the Taishu Guiyuanju.
Boom, an ancient breath instantly exploded in Lin Feng's mind, and a voice that seemed to be there and not there echoed in his ears. The void is formless, its greatness has no outside, returning to the origin has a way, its smallness has no inside. Refining the body is the foundation, opening the meridians is the bridge, transforming the spirit is the boat, and asking for the way is the ferry. The 9-layer sky opens one after another, and one day returning to the origin will prove eternity.
The voice became clearer and clearer, and instantly merged with Lin Feng's memory.
At this time, a huge black stone tablet appeared in the system space.
Brother Tong, what is this black stone tablet?
Lin Feng looked at the stone tablet in the consciousness space and asked the system hurriedly.
Beep, this is the Taishu Guiyuan tablet.
Every time the host comprehends the Guiyuanju, the consciousness can enter the system space to proceed.
This stone tablet records all the mysteries of the Taishu Guiyuanju. Every time you comprehend a level, the stone tablet will automatically update the next level of mystery.
A red-feathered golden crow, a ray of flame appeared in front of Lin Feng. The shape of this golden flame was like an unopened lotus, the outer layer was like red gold scales, and the inner layer seemed to be flowing with a golden halo.
Brother Tong, use red feather golden crow.
The red-feathered golden crow instantly sank into the center of Lin Feng's brows.
Tiny sparks were steaming from the edge of the flames.
The temperature was strangely cool like mint, and turned into a burning mark when it touched the center of his brows. After the golden crow sank into the center of his brows, gilded lines appeared in Lin Feng's blood vessels. It was as if liquid sun was flowing in his blood vessels, casting flickering light and shadows on his bones. Golden runes flowed around his bones, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The surrounding air was attracted by this force, forming a swirling golden sea of clouds, and the flame was merging into his blood vessels at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a faint golden feather totem at the center of his brows. Beep, the host can check the property panel to understand his own properties.
The system's mechanical prompt sounded. There is also an attribute panel?
Brother Tong, open the panel, Lin Feng said hurriedly. Name, Lin Feng, 6th level of physical training.
Skill, Taishu Guiyuanju First Heaven. Skills, Martial Arts Mastery. Attribute, Fire. Constitution, 60. Agility, 60. Spirit, 70. Charisma, 60. Luck, 20. Brother Tong, what does a physical fitness of 60 mean?
Lin Feng looked at the panel with a confused look on his face. For a normal person, physique, agility 10, spirit 5, charm and luck depend on personal conditions, and generally do not exceed 5.
Why is the Taishu Guiyuanju the 6th level of the body refining stage? Doesn't it start from the 1st level? Beep.
The host was transformed by the body strengthening fluid, and after fusing with the red feather golden crow and learning the grand void return to origin technique, his realm directly broke through to the 6th level.
Host, please improve your strength as soon as possible. Once your strength improves, the system will automatically upgrade. The system can be upgraded? I wonder what the upgraded system will look like. Then how are the levels of strength divided?
Lin Feng continued to ask. Beep, realm division. The body refining stage and the chi refining stage are divided into the 1st to 10th levels: the foundation building stage, the golden elixir stage, the primordial infant stage, the spirit transformation stage, the void refining stage, the fusion stage, the Mahayana stage, and the tribulation stage are divided into the initial stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the perfect stage. This is the mortal stage. Please cultivate your realm to the tribulation stage as soon as possible. Okay, practice now, young man. I want to cultivate immortality. After swallowing the strengthening liquid directly, a lot of black mud came out of his body. Lin Feng rushed into the bathroom to clean himself up, walked out of the bathroom, sat cross-legged on the sofa in the bedroom, and began to slowly practice the Taishu Guiyuan Ju. A rough formula slowly reappeared in Lin Feng's mind: the great void has no form, its greatness has no outside, returning to the origin has a way, its smallness has no inside. Refining the body is the foundation, opening the meridians is the bridge, transforming the spirit is the boat, and asking for the way is the ferry. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the sofa in his bedroom like an old monk in meditation. At this moment, the purple mist around him suddenly trembled violently. The medicinal power and airflow of the strengthening liquid in Taishu Guiyuan Ju exploded deep in the bone marrow, and the bones made a fine sound of metal hitting stone, as if countless small gears were reorganizing and biting. As time passed, beads of sweat oozed from Lin Feng's brow bones, his shoulder blades gradually bulged, and faint golden lines appeared between the vertebrae. This was a sign that the bone density was about to break through the limit of mortals. A tearing and burning pain came from his chest and abdomen, and the originally well-proportioned muscles suddenly burst into dark blue veins. Lin Feng endured the severe pain and practiced the exercises. He saw that his pectoralis major muscles bulged like a steel shield, and the edges of his 8 abdominal muscles were as clear as if they were cut by a knife. Every muscle fiber was undergoing nano-level reorganization and optimization. When he unconsciously clenched his fist, tiny sparks burst out between his knuckles. This was a direct manifestation of the Akabane golden crow and the skeletal muscles reaching a new dimension of strength. A golden vortex appeared in the depths of his originally clear pupils, as if the Milky Way was flowing in his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 solid gazes swept across the wall, leaving faint burn marks on the surface. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes were like a killer returning from an ancient battlefield. His bones were as light as nothing but stronger than steel, destructive power flowed between his knotted muscles, and his deep eyes were filled with unpredictable mysteries like the sea of stars. Ha, I've reached the 7th level of body refining. Chapter 13, Ice Spirit Grass. At the moment when Lin Feng began to practice Taishu Guiyuan Ju, in the depths of the distant universe, in the hall of a floating palace, a white-haired old man in golden robes slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Ha?" Started practicing. Jing Yun, your junior brother has awakened in the desolate area, you go to protect him secretly, don't make any mistakes. The old man whispered to the void. Yes, master. A voice in the void answered respectfully. The void fluctuated, and a breath of air instantly disappeared in a corner of the hall. The old man continued to close his eyes, as if nothing had happened. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, a day and a night had passed. Beep, the host has 3 random lottery opportunities every day. Do you want to draw the lottery? The mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning advanced body strengthening fluid. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the divine sword Red Flame. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Patek Philippe watch A6500. Qian, Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, and clenched his hand in the air. A sword with a broad and slender blade appeared in his hand. He pulled hard, but Qian could not be pulled out of the scabbard. Hey, system, why can't I pull it out? Beep, host, please recognize the master first. How do I recognize the Lord? Ding. Blood. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and bit his finger. A drop of blood dripped into the red flame sword in his hand. The red flame seemed to smell the scent of blood and instantly sucked Lin Feng's palm. Blood continued to flow into the sword. Finally, the red flame stopped absorbing blood, and Lin Feng's face turned slightly pale. Beep, the sword Red Flame has recognized its master. Hearing the prompt tone, Lin Feng felt a mysterious connection with the red flame sword. With a thought, the red flame sword instantly appeared in Lin Feng's hand. At this time, the texture on the sword body was like jumping tongues of fire, and mysterious runes were looming on each texture. The hilt was made of an unknown flame crystal, warm to the touch, and engraved with ancient flame runes, as if absorbing the power of fire between heaven and earth. The sword body was heavy, but the blade was extremely sharp, flashing a cold light, forming a sharp contrast with the hot sword body. but perfectly integrated, exuding a powerful and frightening aura. Lin Feng came into the yard and gently waved the red flame. A sword energy mixed with air fluctuations instantly slashed out, and a thick tree in the yard was cut in half. Hiss, what a great red flame! Lin Feng began to look at the sword in his hand again. After playing with it for a while, Lin Feng put the red flame into the scabbard and put it into the system space. The phone suddenly rang, and the number indicated that it was Long Jingxuan calling.
Lin Feng picked up the phone. Mr. Long, have you found all the herbs? Friend Lin, I have good news to tell you.
The snow lotus has been found.
The adventurers who accepted the mission discovered the snow lotus in the mountains of southern Xinjiang and have successfully brought it back. In addition, there is news about the ice spirit grass.
According to the appearance and characteristics mentioned by friend Lin, several Chinese herbal medicine experts have inferred that it should have another name called Arctic icegrass. There will be an auction in Shanghai tomorrow, and Arctic icegrass is one of the auction items. I wonder if friend Lin has time to go with me.
On the one hand, I can help verify the authenticity. On the other hand, if there is anything that friend Lin likes, I will take it as a thank you gift this time.
Long Jingxuan's hearty voice came from the other end of the phone.
Okay, I also want to see an auction.
When Lin Feng heard about the auction, he readily agreed.
Friend Lin, the auction will be held in the morning, so let's set off this afternoon. Okay, Mr. Long, just come and pick me up. The group arrived in Shanghai in 2 hours on the afternoon flight.
They checked directly into the hotel that had been arranged in advance. After dinner, they returned to the rest area in their room at 7 o'clock. Lin Feng returned to the room, admired the view of the Huangpu River outside the window for a while, and sat cross-legged on the carpet of the hotel. As his breathing became longer and longer, a sudden coolness arose in his dantian, like morning dew falling into a deep pool, causing thousands of ripples. Lin Feng immediately controlled this wisp of energy to travel through the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body.
The void returns to its origin, all things return to one.
Lin Feng silently recited the general outline of the mental method. Lin Feng's pupils were gradually filled with silver light, reflecting the movement trajectory of the stars in the sky. In the early morning, Lin Feng finished his training and slowly opened his eyes.
His exposed skin was steaming with white mist.
Suddenly, a bright golden light rushed out from the top of his head, condensed into a mysterious rune in the air and dissipated in an instant. At this moment, his breathing was inaudible, and the rune pattern was faintly visible in his dantian.
Crack!
A crisp sound came from his body. Lin Feng's bones actually made a sound of metal and stone as they were being reshaped.
His whole body exuded an aura as warm as jade, and his every move could be heard sounding like the roars of dragons and tigers. This was the sign that the Taishu Guiyuanju had broken through the mysterious barrier. When I reached the 8th floor, I was covered in black mud again.
Lin Feng looked at the black mud he had created helplessly.
Beep, the host has 3 random lottery opportunities every day. Do you want to draw the lottery?
The mechanical voice of the system sounded again.
Lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the advanced body strengthening liquid. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the alchemy skill. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 3 billion dragon country coins. Lin Feng flipped his palm and a bottle of strengthening liquid appeared in his palm. That's great, I'll drink it before taking a shower to save trouble. Lin Feng drank it all in one gulp and practiced his skills to quickly absorb the strengthening liquid. After several strengthenings and the purification of the red feather golden crow, there were very few impurities in his body, but there was still a layer of sweat stains. Lin Feng immediately rushed into the bathroom and washed it carefully. Brother Ton, learn the art of alchemy. Boom, a golden vortex suddenly exploded in Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, and countless fragments of ancient books with the fragrance of medicine rushed to his face, turning into green light and drilling into his eyebrows. When the last fragment of spiritual consciousness merged into the sea of consciousness, Lin Feng had completely mastered the top alchemy skills in the world of cultivation. At this time, Long Jingxuan's voice came from outside the door. Little friend Lin, it's time to set off.
Okay, Mr. Long. Chapter 14 Auction. The auction was held in the Magic City building, a landmark building in Magic City. Due to the good publicity, this auction attracted many domestic bigwigs. It is said that the finale item was a large bronzeware that was once in Jinsuan and lost overseas. Countless bronzeware enthusiasts were paying attention to this auction. Mr. Lin, please come this way. Our box is number 1, on the 2nd floor.
Long Jingxuan led Lin Feng forward.
Hey, isn't this old man Long? He looks in good health and much more active than last time.
A group of people appeared at the side, and the old man in the lead said sarcastically, "I wondered who it was." It turned out to be the head of the Sima family. "My health is getting better and better, but I don't know how long you can hold on." Long Jingxuan looked at the old man who was speaking and did not give in at all. "Ha, I'm in very good health now, better than ever, right, Mr. Wang?" said the head of the Sima family, looking at the hook-nosed and thin old man next to him. "Ha, what the head of the Sima family said is right." The old man with the hooked nose immediately agreed. "Mr. Wang, you actually got involved with the Sima family. Don't forget the lesson from last time," Long Jingxuan said unhappily as he looked at the hooked nose. "Thank you for your concern, Patriarch Long Wang knows what's going on." Mr. Lin, please come this way." Long Jingxuan ignored them and took Lin Feng and the others behind him into box number 1. The head of the Sima family looked at Long Jingxuan with a gloomy expression as he left, and led everyone to box number 2. "Mr. Long, you and the one just now?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously when he entered the private room. "Oh, sorry to have laughed at you, little friend Lin. This is one of the more obscure secrets of our Long country. This man is called Sima Zhong. In the past, our Long country had a battle with a neighboring country in the south. The Sima family actually secretly assisted the enemy, but there is no evidence. They have also cooperated with foreign forces to assassinate domestic scientists many times. Once an international expert was assassinated by a killer when he returned to his hometown. According to the investigation, the Sima family was behind it, but there is no conclusive evidence. It is very likely that the Sima family was behind this poisoning of this old man. The car accident of Xiaoya's grandmother was also very strange. Oh. Long Jingxuan seemed to be lost in memories. Oh. It's so complicated. Mr. Long, don't be too sad. The most important thing right now is to get the ice spirit grass. Lin Feng began to persuade. Yes, once we get the ice spirit grass, I will continue to fight with them. Long Jingxuan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. The two looked through the glass window at the auction hall in front of them. A huge crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling of the auction hall, and a pale golden light enveloped the entire venue. When the third bell rang in the auction hall, the beautiful auctioneer in a black professional suit slowly walked in, her serpentine waist swaying gracefully. The crystal chandelier dyed her wavy curly hair amber, and her heels made crisp drum beats on the marble floor with every step. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 37th Global Luxury Auction. I am today's auctioneer, Zhao Linger. Now we are starting today's auction. First up is the first lot, a 100-acre plot of land located in the southern part of Magic City. The starting price is 1 billion, and each bid must not be less than 10 million. Please start bidding. As soon as the words fell. 1.1 billion. 1.2 billion. 2.5 billion. 2.7 billion. 2.72 billion. 2.75 billion. The bidding voices became fewer and fewer, and the final transaction price was 2.75 billion. The first lot obviously got off to a good start. The auction center's original expected price was 2.5 billion, but now it is still being auctioned off at 250 million. There were several items that appeared, but none of them were what Raymond Lam needed. Everyone, this is the 6th collection today. It is said to have great medicinal value, but there is no record of its specific effects, and our auction house does not guarantee any effects. Under the glass cover in front of Zhao Linger, the ice blue plant was slowly stretching its leaves, with a faint light flowing between the veins, like solidified moonlight. That's it. This is the ice spirit grass. Without waiting for Grandpa Long to speak, Lin Feng spoke directly. Its name is Arctic Spiritual Grass. The starting price is 1 million, and each bid is 100,000. Zhao Linger's voice was accurately transmitted to every corner through the directional microphone. Damn, a blade of grass costs 1 million. Does the auction house think we are fools? People in the hall shouted. That's right, I don't know if it will work. Dare to sell it for 1 million? Let's see which idiot will make the bid. This auction is now starting to cheat people. Sima Zhong also showed a look of contempt. Long Jingxuan tapped his fingers on the armrest in a rapid rhythm, 1,500,000. He quickly pressed the bidding button. Well, someone actually bids. How stupid. Sima Zhong couldn't help but laugh when he heard that someone actually went to bid. He thought that the person was stupid but had a lot of money. After one round, no matter how the auctioneer introduced it, no one else bid. Arctic spiritual herb 1.5 million for one time, 1.5 million for two times, 1.5 million for one time, deal.
Ka the auctioneer's hammer fell, good.
The Arctic spiritual herb is sold for 1.5 million. Congratulations to box number 1 for bidding on this item.
What? Is this what old man Long needs?
Damn it, if I had known I didn't need it I would have bargained for it anyway.
I'm so pissed.
Sima Zhong was so angry when he learned that it was Long Jingxuan who bid for this item that his beard stood on end.
After a while, the ice spirit grass was delivered to the box.
Lin Feng nodded slightly to Long Jingxuan, who quickly ordered someone to put it into the box.
The auction continued. This is a fragment of a map. According to tests, the map was drawn around 3,000 years ago. What secrets does it hide? What secrets do the patterns on the map lead to? I hope someone with a destiny can explore it.
Zhao Linger projected the map onto the big screen. Beep, a mysterious map has been detected, please obtain it. The system's prompt sounds suddenly sounded.
Chapter 15 Mysterious Map. Map.
Lin Feng then looked carefully at the map in front of him, but the map was only a fragment and he couldn't understand it clearly. Anyway, since the system has given a prompt, he might as well take a picture of it first.
Okay, everyone.
The reserve price for this map is 5 million Dragon Country coins, and each bid is 200,000 yuan.
Zhao Linger's voice sounded again. It's just a crappy map. You must have studied it 800 times, but you can't find anything useful. Are you going to sell it to us? Yes. That's right, we won't buy it and let it go unsold. Top. Seeing that no one had bid, the auctioneer was about to move on to the next item. 5,200,000. Lin Feng quickly pressed the bidding button. Oh my god, who is this? Hey, why don't I see anyone raising their hand? It should be the people in the upper box who made the bid. We can't see their bidding. It's really a lot of money to burn.
There was no one else bidding, so Lin Feng easily won the map.
Young friend Lin, are you interested in this?
We have already agreed before that anything that young friend Lin likes will belong to me.
Mr. Long is too polite.
I will be disrespectful if I refuse.
If you say that, little friend Lin, it would be embarrassing for me, huh? While the two were chatting, the map was immediately delivered to the box.
Lin Feng picked up the map, looked at it carefully for a while, and put it in the box, planning to go back to the hotel to take a closer look. The auction continued, and Long Jingxuan bought a few good items. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item that will be on the stage is the highlight of this auction, a charming small round tripod. This tripod is a bronzeware, simple and solemn.
The top cover is exquisitely designed. The body of the tripod is round and smooth, with natural and beautiful lines.
The surface of the vessel is cast with intricate and delicate patterns, with cloud and thunder patterns as the base and Kuelong patterns winding on it, lifelike, as if telling a 1,000-year story. Although the overall shape is small, it is still majestic. Every detail demonstrates the excellent skills and extraordinary wisdom of the ancient craftsman, making people fall in love with this artistic masterpiece that transcends time and space.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a rare collection in recent years.
The starting price is 50 million, and each bid is 2 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking,
55 million. 200 million.
In the end, the bronzeware was sold to a mysterious buyer for 200 million yuan.
Mr. Long, let's go back. Well, okay, little friend Lin, now that we have all the herbs, it's up to you.
Lin Feng and his party returned to the hotel. This time they successfully obtained the ice spirit grass in the sudden map, and Lin Feng was in a very good mood. However, they did not realize that danger was approaching quietly. Beep, the host is being followed, please be careful. The mechanical voice of the system sounded.
Ha? Tracking? Who would track? Could it be Sima Zhongda's people?
Lin Feng put the map into the system space and turned to walk towards Grandpa Long's room. At the door of the room, Lin Feng subconsciously looked back and indeed felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at them in the dark. But there was no one in the corridor and everything seemed calm.
Knock knock knock. Lin Feng knocked on Long Jingxuan's door. The door opened. It's Mr. Lin, please come in.
Long Jingxuan immediately invited Lin Feng into the room. As soon as he entered Mr. Long's room, Lin Feng felt more and more uneasy. Suddenly, a slight sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Lin Feng looked at the door vigilantly and made a gesture to keep quiet, indicating that Mr. Long should keep quiet. Suddenly, with a bang, the door was knocked open by a powerful force, and several men in black rushed in with sharp blades in hand. The leading man in black said coldly, "Hand over the Arctic spirit herb, otherwise you will all die." The people in the next room heard the noise and came out quickly, but were instantly killed by the two men in black. Lin Feng was not in a hurry and asked, "Who are you? Why do you want to steal the spiritual herbs?" The man in black did not answer, but just waved his hand, and his men rushed forward. Seeing the four men in black rushing towards him, Lin Feng took a deep breath, and the aura around him instantly condensed. The black-clad man was the first to attack with Bajiquan. Lin Feng grabbed the black-clad man's dagger with his left hand, and with his right fist, he punched the man's heart with a whistling wind. The force of this punch was like a surging tide, and the wind from the punch made the surrounding air buzz. The black-clad man was unable to dodge and was hit in the chest by this punch. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and hit the wall heavily, making a dull sound, and instantly lost his ability to fight. At the same time, the other two men in black attacked from both sides at the same time, one swinging his knife diagonally, the other punching directly. Lin Feng's eyes were like torches, and his body suddenly turned, exerting the winding force. His arms were like a flexible python, cleverly wrapping around the arms of the two attackers, and twisting them violently. With two cracks, the arms of the men in black broke, and the sharp blades and fists fell down powerlessly. The two men screamed and retreated with their arms folded, their faces full of pain and fear. There was only one man in black left. Although he was afraid, he had a mission to accomplish, so he rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouted and stomped on the ground, causing cracks on the tiles. With the elbow push of Bajiquan, Lin Feng's body shot out like a cannonball, and his elbow was like a steel hammer, hitting the man in black's abdomen heavily. The man in black opened his eyes wide, spurted blood from his mouth, and flew out with his body curled up, falling to the ground unconscious. In just a few breaths, the four men in black all fell to the ground. Lin Feng stood where he was, gently shaking his arms and looking at the embarrassed men in black on the ground. Chapter 16, the 9th level of the body refining stage. Friend Lin, I didn't expect your kung fu was so good. They must have been sent by the Sima family. It's impossible for others to know about the Arctic spirit grass, let alone come and commit crimes. It's really fortunate for friend Lin this time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Well, it seems that they should be Sima Zhong's people. My dear Lin, Demon City is the territory of the old thief Sima. I don't think we should stay here for long. They will arrange revenge immediately. I will arrange a car right away and we will leave immediately. Long Jingxuan thought of the scene just now and felt a little scared. Well, okay, let's go to the airport. Lin Feng went over to wake up the entourage and headed straight for the airport. In the Magic City, inside a secret manor. A bunch of trash. What's the point of keeping you? Hearing that the assassination attempt to snatch the Arctic spirit herb had failed, Sima Zhong was furious. His handsome face was twisted by extreme anger. Immediately, his eyes were like knives, and he fiercely swept towards the men in front of him who were shivering with their heads down. Tell me. What happened? Why did it fail? The voice seemed to come from the netherworld, with a chilling deterrent force echoing in the room, making everyone present feel as if a huge stone was weighing down their hearts, and they dared not even breathe. Master, it was the young man next to him who defeated several of us in an instant with just one encounter. The leading man in black replied tremblingly. You said he dealt with the four of you in an instant? Sima Zhong was a little surprised. In fact, he knew the strength of these people best. It was absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to defeat them in an instant. Only the legendary warriors could achieve that. Yes, Master. He attacked in an instant. We had no chance to fight back. We didn't even see his movements clearly. You guys go down. Yes, Master. Mr. Wang, is there any warrior protecting Long Jingxuan? Sima Zhong, in contrast to his previous sinister look, spoke calmly to the thin man sitting on the sofa. There is no fluctuation of true energy in that young man. Judging from his age, he is probably in his 20s. It is unlikely that he is a top master. He is probably an external master, Mr. Wang deduced. Then what should we do? Although we don't know what Long Jingxuan wants to use the Arctic spiritual herbs for, but considering how much importance he attaches to it and he made a personal trip there, it must be of great use. We just don't know what it is for. Sima Zhong looked puzzled. Since the Arctic spirit herb was discovered, it has been tested using various methods. It is neither medicinal nor toxic. This is indeed a mystery.
Could it be that Long Jingshuan knows how to use it? Mr. Wang, there is something very strange. Logically, Long Jingshuan was poisoned and should not live for many days. But how come he seems to be fine when we saw him this time? What's going on? Well, this matter is indeed strange.
How about this? My junior brother will go to Shinnan when he returns from South America next month to find out what is going on with these things.
That's great. I'll trouble you, Mr. Wang.
If Long Jingshuan fights me, I will make sure you die without a burial place.
Sima Zhong looked out the window with a grim expression. Deep south. Master Long, this Sima Zhong will not give up. I think the security forces around you need to be strengthened.
If we wait until they react this time, the spiritual herbs will definitely be taken away, and even your safety will be in big trouble.
Yes, I didn't expect Sima Zhong to be so unscrupulous. Don't worry, Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaodao's father has reselected 10 people from retired special forces and strengthened security. It's just that this time Lin Xiaoyu has been implicated. I'm afraid he will blame you for the failure, which will be troublesome.
Long Jingshuan said worriedly.
Don't worry, Mr. Long, you don't have to worry about my safety, Lin Feng said calmly.
By the way, the snow lotus has also been delivered.
I will prepare all these herbs tomorrow, and then I will have my friend Lao Lin. Okay, no problem. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when Lin Feng returned to the manor. He went to the small house next to the manor's artificial lake and sat cross-legged. After sensing it for the past few days, Lin Feng discovered that the spiritual energy was most abundant next to the artificial lake. Taking a deep breath and casting aside distracting thoughts, Lin Feng gradually entered a state of cultivation. As his cultivation deepened, he recited the formula faster and faster. Lin Feng's consciousness gradually immersed itself in a state of chaos. His senses became more and more acute. The spiritual power in his body flowed slowly through his meridians like a trickle. Each movement brought a trace of warmth, as if tempering his muscles, bones, blood and flesh. Lin Feng's breathing became deeper and more steady. Every breath seemed to resonate with the heaven and earth, absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world and integrating it into his own spiritual power cycle. Gradually, the originally weak spiritual power began to grow stronger, and the flow rate became faster and faster. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and guided this spiritual power with all his strength to attack the bottleneck of the 9th level of the body refining period. Chapter 17 Treatment. Crack, a faint roar sounded in Lin Feng's body. The bottleneck seemed to be broken by a powerful force in an instant, and an unprecedented powerful force burst out in his body. Lin Feng felt that his whole body was full of strength, as if he could smash a boulder with one punch. He slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I finally broke through to the 9th level. Beep, the host has 3 random lottery opportunities every day. Do you want to draw the lottery? The mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a small spiritual vein. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the formation mastery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 5 billion dragon country coins. Brother Tong, learn the formation to master it. Instantly, Lin Feng felt as if his head was hit by a heavy hammer. There seemed to be countless steel needles piercing his skull, each of which penetrated deeply into his nerves. Then, a wave of overwhelming pain came over him, and his brain seemed to be caught in an endless storm vortex, with fragments of his thoughts running wild in it. It seemed as if his entire head was about to explode, and a huge amount of knowledge about the formation poured in. In this tearing pain, Lin Feng's consciousness gradually wavered, but he had to force himself to accept this sudden gift. Finally, Lin Feng woke up from the painful gift. Brother Tong, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng 9th level of physical training. Skill, Taishu Goyuanju First Heaven. Attribute, Fire. Weapon, Red Flame. Skills, Alchemy, Mastery of Formations, Mastery of Martial Arts. Constitution, 90. Agility, 90. Spirit, 100. Charisma, 90. Luck, 20. Brother Tong, what is a spiritual vein? Lin Feng asked while looking at a wisp of silver gas in the system space. Beep. The spiritual energy vein can quickly gather the surrounding spiritual energy and provide spiritual energy for the host to break through. The spiritual vein can be placed underground. To prevent the spiritual energy from leaking, a small formation can be arranged. Oh, formation, what formation is suitable to be set up at the moment? Beep, I recommend the 5 elements isolation formation. Lin Feng quickly checked his memory and indeed found this 5 elements isolation formation. The 5 elements isolation array is a mysterious array based on the theory of the mutual generation and mutual restraint of the 5 elements. Its core is composed of spiritual objects of the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth as the center of the array, arranged in a specific direction. When the array is activated, the 5 spiritual objects respond to each other, and the power of the 5 elements circulates to build an indestructible barrier. Within the range of the array, the power of the 5 elements interweaves with each other to isolate all external interference. Whether it is a spell attack or spiritual peeping, it will be blocked and eliminated by this 5-element barrier. The atmosphere in the array is stable, like an independent small world, which can ensure that the cultivator is free from external disturbances and can retreat with peace of mind. At the same time, this array can also determine and reject the 5-element attributes of foreign objects entering the array. If the attributes are not compatible, they will be forcibly expelled by the power of the array. Its isolation effect is not only for entities, but also has a certain inhibitory effect on mysterious forces such as spatial fluctuations and the speed of time. It can be said to be a wonderful array to protect the peace of one side and resist the prying of foreign enemies. Great, this is exactly what I need now.
Lin Feng danced with joy.
Prepare items with 5 attributes immediately. These items can be found on a certain website.
Lin Feng recalled the items needed for setting up the formation. This formation requires 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth.
Gold can be made from metals such as gold and brass. Wood can be made from centenary trees.
There are crepe myrtle trees everywhere in the crepe myrtle community, so this is local material. Water, there is an artificial lake here. Fire can be made from volcanic rocks, and earth can be found everywhere. After seeing what was needed, Lin Feng immediately placed an order for 10 tons of brass, 10 tons of volcanic rock, and the rest using local materials.
After arranging these things, Lin Feng came to manor number 5. Mr. Lin, you're here.
I was just about to invite you. Long Jingxuan immediately stood up and greeted Lin Feng when he saw him coming.
Mr. Long, I have nothing to do at home, so I came here directly. Please find a casserole for boiling medicine, and we will start now.
Okay, the casserole has been prepared long ago, and the herbs you need are all here.
Yes, that's right, it's these things. Let's start now and prepare some firewood.
We can't use gas, we have to use solar fire.
Oh? Little friend Lin, is there anything special about this?
Yes, firewood is young fire, and other fuels such as gasoline fire. What they boil down to is not a tonic, but a poison. Lin Feng explained slowly. Taking the herbs outside and setting up the clay pot, Lin Feng began to boil the herbs. He slowly put more than a dozen herbs into the clay pot, making a slight rustling sound. Then, he picked up a few leaf-shaped herbs and shook them into the pot at a very fast speed. The movement was done in one go, as if with rhythm. In this fast and slow process, the herbs gradually filled the clay pot. Lin Feng leaned forward slightly and adjusted the fire under the casserole. As time went by, the aroma of the medicine in the pot became stronger. When all the herbs were almost cooked, Lin Feng carefully picked up the snow lotus and put it into the pot with its rhizome. The white petals of the snow lotus slowly stretched out in the medicine soup.
Then, the ice spirit grass was also accurately put into the pot. As soon as the glossy grass leaves entered the pot, a slight coolness instantly appeared in the pot.
Lin Feng continued to control the fire and boil until the medicine soup was thick and mellow in color.
This pot of medicine was finally boiled. Mr. Long, the medicine is ready.
After drinking this bowl, your symptoms will basically disappear. I will give you 2 acupuncture injections in a week, and then your old illness and poisoning will be completely cured.
This bowl of medicine is mainly for your detoxification.
Lin Feng put the medicine on the table next to him and explained to Long Jingxuan. My dear Lin, this medicine smells so good. I have never smelled such a strong medicinal fragrance. After saying this, Long Jingxuan picked up the medicine bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Lin Feng chatted with Long Jingxuan for a while, and suddenly, while Long Jingxuan spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. In an instant, he felt better than ever, and the dark spots on his face quickly disappeared.
Friend Lin, I feel more comfortable than ever before. Is the medicine taking effect? Yes, Elder Long, the toxins in your body have been basically eliminated this time. There is only one snow lotus left. Cook it with clean water tomorrow and you can drink the water. Thank you, my friend. My friend Lin has given me a new life.
Long Jingxuan said solemnly.
Don't be polite, Mr. Long.
I do charge you a fee, so please don't take it too seriously.
Chapter 18, Formation.
Long Jingxuan said excitedly, Friend Lin, you can cure my illness.
This little money is nothing.
Friend Lin is truly a god.
Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Long. If there's nothing else, I'll go back.
I have some things to take care of at home. Lin Feng said goodbye to Long Jingxuan and immediately returned to manor number 1.
As soon as I entered the door, the phone rang.
It was a service staff from a certain store confirming the time above.
This speed of this certain store is amazing. Are they afraid that I will return?
I placed the order in the morning, and they contacted Song to deliver the goods at noon. Practice hard and strive to enter the Qi refining stage as soon as possible. Lin Feng came to the tea room next to the artificial lake, sat cross-legged, and soon entered a state of cultivation. The Taishu Guiwanju was running faster and faster. Every time it was practiced, Lin Feng felt comfortable all over his body, as if a stream of air was invisibly expanding Lin Feng's tendons and veins.
He practiced like this until the next morning. How comfortable, Lin Feng was still unsatisfied, but the phone rang.
Lin Feng had no choice but to end his practice. It was the courier company calling. The things Lin Feng bought had arrived. Under Lin Feng's command, the brass and volcanic rock were unloaded in an inconspicuous location in the manor. After the driver and others left, Lin Feng put all these things into the system space. In the 5 elements isolation formation, Lin Feng followed the 5 elements directions. In the east, he used the crepe myrtle tree as the center of the formation. In the west, he placed brass and hammered it into the ground to borrow the sharpness of gold. In the south, he placed volcanic rocks to symbolize the fire element. In the north, he used 10% of his power to smash a deep well, and the water flowed well, showing the water image. He buried the spirit vein in the center to stabilize the earth element and form a cycle. In this way, the 5 elements isolation formation was completed, and the power of the formation was immediately activated. When the spiritual energy veins were buried underground, the 5 elements array was added, and the manor instantly underwent earth-shaking changes. The originally calm air began to surge, and the spiritual energy penetrated every inch of the land like a drizzle. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the manor suddenly surged. The spiritual energy that was originally like a trickle suddenly became like a river, surging. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately sat cross-legged, hoping to enter the Qi refining stage directly in one go. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and calming his mind, Lin Feng used all his strength to practice the Taishu Guiyuanju. In an instant, the spiritual energy around him seemed to be drawn and swarmed in. At first, the spiritual energy was like a trickle, gathering towards Lin Feng in strands, but as the speed of the technique increased, the speed of the spiritual energy gathering increased exponentially. Lin Feng felt that his whole body was surrounded by a vast spiritual energy, which could not wait to penetrate into his pores, as if it had found its home. In his body, the spiritual energy was like a wild horse running wild. At first, Lin Feng could barely control it, but as more and more spiritual energy poured in, even though Lin Feng used strengthening fluid to widen his meridians many times, he still felt a little overwhelmed. At this time, a huge spiritual energy vortex formed in the manor with Lin Feng as the center. The spiritual energy in the vortex collided and rubbed against each other, making crackling sounds, as if a fierce battle was taking place. The spiritual energy in Lin Feng's body gathered more and more, and was on the verge of bursting his meridians. Just when he was about to give up, a muffled sound suddenly came from his body, as if an invisible membrane was broken. In an instant, the spiritual energy that was originally rushing around seemed to have found its direction, and it obediently flowed in the meridians in an orderly manner, forming a stable cycle. The meridians were widened and transformed again. The meridians that were originally like a small path in the fields are now like highways, with spiritual energy flowing rapidly. Lin Feng opened his eyes and was delighted. Qi refining stage. I didn't expect this spiritual energy vein to be so overbearing. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day, with a total of 9 prizes.
Do you want to participate in the draw? It's been 3 days already, Brother Tong, let's draw the lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 3 bottles of advanced body strengthening liquid. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the martial art Tai Chi. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the stalactite of life. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the top Patek Philippe watch worth 600 million yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 40 billion Dragon Country coins.
His brother Tong, learn Tai Chi. Chapter 19 Tai Chi.
Lin Feng began to practice Tai Chi repeatedly in the courtyard of the manor. Each Tai Chi move is not based on strength alone, but is guided by the inner thoughts. The Chi runs in the body, driving the whole body's strength. Lin Feng immediately came to the courtyard. With the blessing of martial arts proficiency, he performed a set of Tai Chi Bagua palm. Lin Feng's palms turned and pushed, just like a smart fish playing in the water, without any hindrance. Lin Feng felt with his heart and constructed the trajectory of the palm technique in his brain.
He realized that the opening and closing of the palm technique is the transformation of yin and yang.
Opening is yang, showing strength, and outward release. Closing is yin, accumulating energy and restraint.
The two complement each other and are indispensable.
A set of palm techniques flowed smoothly. With a thought, red flame appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng shouted softly, Tai Chi sword. Lin Feng concentrated all his attention, and the spiritual energy was infused into the sword body. The sword moved with his body, and his body moved with the sword, and the sword and his heart became one. Tai Chi sword is not only an external move, but also a high degree of unity between the inner state of mind and the external action. Every time the sword is drawn and sheathed, the trajectory of the sword dancing is just like the fusion and flow of yin and yang between heaven and earth. A flash of sword energy passes by, and a hole is split in the artificial lake in front, and the lake water closes up instantly. As time went by, the profound meaning of Tai Chi was deeply imprinted in Lin Feng's brain, and the essence of boxing, palm techniques, swordsmanship, and other techniques also became integrated with his body and mind. Standing on the grass of the manor, Lin Feng seemed to be integrated with the surrounding natural environment, exuding a kind of calmness and composure from the inside out.
Brother Tong, what is life stalactite?
Beep, it improves the level of life genes, including physical strength, soul strength, etc. Lin Feng immediately took out a bottle of milky white liquid and drank it all. Instantly, a heat current exploded in Lin Feng's body, spreading rapidly from his limbs to his entire body. His body seemed to be repeatedly tempered by countless forces, and his bones made a cracking sound, as if they were rebuilding a more resilient structure. His muscles also began to swell and tighten, and every inch of fiber was cheering and absorbing the energy of the life stalactite, becoming stronger and stronger. At the same time, Lin Feng's soul also changed quietly. Lin Feng felt a sudden clarity in his mind, and the profound meaning of Tai Chi instantly became more thorough, as if a light illuminated every detail. His body's perception also increased significantly. With his eyes closed, he could clearly perceive the movement of the breeze blowing through the leaves around him, and even feel the frequency of insects flapping their wings in the distance.
After this transformation, Raymond Lam's temperament became even more extraordinary.
Every breath he took seemed to resonate with the energy between heaven and earth, blending perfectly with the surrounding environment.
Brother Tong, open the panel.
Name, Lin Feng, first level of Qi training.
Skill, Taishu Goyuanju, first heaven. Attribute, fire. Weapon, red flame. Martial arts, Tai Chi.
Skills, alchemy, martial arts proficiency, formation proficiency, and good luck. With the endless nourishment of the spiritual veins, Lin Feng's cultivation has been progressing rapidly in the past few days. He struggled to break free from the shackles of the body training period that had bound him for a long time, and successfully entered a new realm of the Qi training period. As soon as he completed the breakthrough, Lin Feng seemed to be in a brand new world. The air around him seemed to be surrendering to him, establishing a mysterious bond, as if he only needed a thought to make the air work for him. With curiosity and excitement, Lin Feng's mind moved slightly, and in an instant, a layer of crystal-clear spiritual shield, like a shining halo, instantly condensed around him, protecting him closely. However, this surprise did not last too long. Just a few minutes later, the spiritual shield collapsed and dissipated as if it had encountered a violent storm. At the same time, the spiritual energy in Lin Feng's body was like a flood that broke through the dam, rushing out and drying up in an instant. Lin Feng's breathing became rapid and heavy, and he gasped for air in big gulps, as if he was trying to quickly replenish the lost spiritual energy with every breath. The crux of the matter is that the spiritual energy reserves in the body are too weak. At the moment when the shield was broken, Lin Feng endured the discomfort of his body, and this key question flashed through his mind quickly. But before he could think about it, something strange happened. The spiritual energy in the body was like an activated spring, and began to gather and replenish itself at an astonishing speed. As the spiritual energy filled up, the spiritual energy shield that had just collapsed, like spring buds sprouting, slowly recondensed around him. Lin Feng suddenly realized, and muttered to himself, "It is the rich spiritual energy in the manor that is playing a role. The spiritual energy is replenished so quickly. I'd better stay in the manor if I have nothing to do in the future. After devoting himself to cultivation for many consecutive days, Lin Feng had accumulated a lot of mental and physical fatigue.
It seems that blindly practicing is not a solution. I must combine work and rest.
Reaching into the system space, he took out the Bugatti sports car rewarded by the system, with the license plate number Chenet 99999. Sitting in the car, feeling the comfortable touch of the leather seat against his body, Lin Feng started the engine and slowly drove out of the manor.
Chapter 20 Class Reunion. Raymond Lam drove his Bugatti on Shennan Avenue. Suddenly the phone rang. Hello?
Crazy guy, the voice of class monitor Zhou Ming came from the other end of the phone. Graduation party at Shennan Hotel at 5 p.m. Except for a few who are abroad and can't come back, almost all the class will come.
Class reunion? Lin Feng, I heard about you and Lu Huan. Don't take it to heart.
I tell you, this kind of woman is not something that ordinary people like us can afford to support. Even though you spent a lot of money on her mother's medical treatment, women like that will never be content. Lin Feng, listen to the squad leader's advice and leave early to get rid of it.
Everyone is coming tonight, so don't be late. Okay, teacher, I understand. Lu Huan is a thing of the past for me.
Lin Feng said easily, just to put an end to it. Okay, just think positively, there are plenty of good girls. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng recalled his classmates and best friends from his 4 years in college, and their faces flashed through his mind.
After a tour around Shennan, it was afternoon in a blink of an eye.
Lin Feng drove the Bugatti slowly into the Shennan Hotel and put on the Patek Philippe Supreme watch worth 360 million yuan in the space. Today, I'm going to slap Lu Huan's face hard.
Lin Feng parked the car and walked into the hotel lobby.
Raymond Lam is nearly 190 centimeters tall, with a slender and straight figure. With a confident and calm expression, Raymond Lam appeared in the private room, found a seat and sat down. In the private room, more than 30 familiar faces formed several circles, and Wu Mengmeng's exaggerated laughter was particularly harsh. Lin Feng glanced at the two of them, turned his head and didn't look at them anymore.
Lu Huan and Wu Mengmeng also saw Lin Feng. Lu Huan didn't dare to look at him, but Wu Mengmeng gave him a meaningful look. Hey, isn't this Lin Feng?
I heard that Lin Feng is rich now and doesn't even look at us classmates. Wu Mengmeng swayed in her seat with a glass of red wine, trying to isolate Lin Feng in the class. Wu Mengmeng lost her backer because her elder brother was arrested and suddenly disappeared. After confirming that Lin Feng had become a rich man, she also wanted to hook up with him. Wu Mengmeng, you'd better stay away from me.
It seems that the last lesson was not enough.
Lin Feng glanced at Wu Mengmeng.
Okay, Lin Feng is here too.
All of our class is here, except for the ones who are going abroad.
Class monitor Zhou Ming began his opening remarks.
Everyone toasted each other and talked about all kinds of interesting things during college. There was laughter all around, and Lin Feng also had a great time chatting with a few of his good friends.
Lin Feng, can't you give me a chance? Lu Huan also drank some wine and said loudly to Lin Feng.
The room fell silent instantly.
What's going on? Didn't Lu Huan dump Lin Feng? What's wrong with Lin Feng? What does Lu Huan mean by that? That's a lot of information. What's going on?
The students around were confused when they heard Lu Huan's words.
How did you treat me in the beginning? You'd better stay away from me.
Lin Feng said lightly. Lin Feng, you are too cruel.
What did Huan do wrong? You had no ambition at that time. Do you know how sad Huan was?
Wu Mengmeng looked at Lin Feng and said,
Get out.
Lin Feng gave Wu Mengmeng a cold look.
Lu Huan couldn't stand Lin Feng's ruthlessness and ran out of the private room. Wu Mengmeng watched Lu Huan run out but didn't follow her.
As soon as Lu Huan ran out of the private room, she ran into a man's arms.
Ouch! Lu Huan cried out and instinctively took a step back and looked at the person in front of her.
The man was tall and straight, wearing a well-tailored high-end suit, and he exuded an innate nobility.
The man was also looking at Lu Huan with a look of amazement, his eyes full of undisguised admiration.
Lu Huan was 172 centimeters tall, and had dressed up specially today in order to reunite with Raymond Lam. At the age of 20, she looked fresh and refined, and charming. Beauty, you are so beautiful, like a fairy from a painting. The man exclaimed in a low and magnetic voice.
Lu Huan was slightly stunned.
She had not yet recovered from the entanglement with Lin Feng. When she heard this, her face flushed. Yes. I'm sorry, I was too reckless just now, she said softly, with a hint of pity in her voice.
It's okay.
It's my honor to have such a wonderful encounter with such a beautiful lady. The man raised his lips and showed a charming smile. Let me introduce myself. I am the son of the Zhao group, Zhao Chen.
Lu Ruyan's heart was moved.
She had certainly heard of the Zhao group. It was a company that could shake the business community in Shinnan with just one stomp of its feet. She had never expected that she would run into such a big Buddha when she was in such a mess.
Mr. Zhao, I have long heard of your great name.
Lu Ruyan quickly regained her composure and put on a perfect smile.
It's just that I was a little out of control today. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Don't mind, beauty.
You just came out of the private room, and you looked hurried.
If you have any trouble, you might as well tell me, maybe I can help. Chapter 21 Lu Ruyan's Adventure.
Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment, a trace of grievance flashed in her eyes. To be honest, today is our university reunion, and I just had a quarrel with my boyfriend.
Oh, no, it should be said that my ex-boyfriend. He
was too much. I really didn't expect him to be such a heartless person. As she spoke, her eyes reddened slightly again.
Humph,
he has no taste to be so heartless to a beautiful woman. A trace of disdain flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. A beauty like you should be held in the palm of your hand and cared for.
Mr. Zhao, you are too kind.
Lu Ruyan lowered her head, looking shy, but she secretly thought in her heart that this might be a good opportunity to make a comeback.
May I know your name, beautiful lady? Zhao Chen asked. My name is Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, what a good name.
She is just like her name, as ethereal and beautiful as smoke, and hard to grasp.
Zhao Chen praised.
Lu Ruyan was amused and laughed softly. Mr. Zhao is really good at talking.
What I said is entirely true. Miss Ruyan, since you are single again now, I wonder if I could have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Zhao Chen made the invitation, his eyes full of anticipation. Lu Ruyan pretended to be reserved and hesitated for a moment. Will it be too much trouble for Master Zhao? It's not a trouble at all. It's my blessing to have dinner with Miss Ruyan. Zhao Chen said enthusiastically. Well, since Mr. Zhao is so kind, let's go together.
Lu Ruyan nodded slightly with a charming smile on her face. Zhao Chen stretched out his arm and let Lu Ruyan hold it like a gentleman, and the two walked towards the luxurious private room of the restaurant. Along the way, Zhao Chen kept talking about various interesting topics, making Lu Ruyan laugh continuously. Lu Ruyan also fully displayed her charm, chatting and laughing with Zhao Chen, secretly thinking in her heart that she had finally got on with someone else's thigh, and she must seize this opportunity to show Lin Feng that she could still live a prosperous life.
Entering the private room, Ruyan, can you tell me what happened just now?
Lu Ruyan portrayed herself as a victim, angrily scolding Lin Feng for using her beauty to achieve his own goals, but now dumping her. She cried beautifully. Zhao Chen took the opportunity to hug Lu Ruyan in his arms, comforting her while promising to make the unfaithful man pay the price. At this time, Lin Feng had no idea what had happened to Lu Ruyan, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care, because Lu Ruyan no longer had any meaning in his heart. After the party, the classmates went to sing together, only to find that Lu Ruyan had not come back. Wu Mengmeng called to ask, and Lu Ruyan told her that she had gone back first.
Wu Mengmeng didn't care and went to sing with her classmates.
Lin Feng felt it was boring and wanted to go back, but the squad leader and a few of his close friends insisted on dragging him along, so they had no choice but to go to the KTV upstairs together.
Shinnan Hotel has a total of 25 floors.
Below the 18th floor are restaurants and hotels, and above the 18th floor is the famous De Fu Hao KTV in Shinnan. In the luxurious rooms, the lights were dim and the music was deafening.
In each room, people were either singing loudly or laughing happily, enjoying the pleasure of nightlife.
Lin Feng and his group of more than a dozen people also came to the private room.
Everyone sang loudly, and some whispered.
Lin Feng sat in the corner and watched everyone singing and dancing, and quickly integrated himself into the fun. In a private room of KTV, Long Jingya was celebrating her birthday with a few friends. Long Jingya was 168 centimeters tall, wearing a white t-shirt and blue tight jeans that outlined a perfect waist-to-hip ratio. She had long hair, a delicate face, and a lively and innocent look in her eyes. The group sang and chatted happily, and the atmosphere was very harmonious.
However, a few hooligans in the next room broke this beauty.
These hooligans were idle and often caused trouble in this area. One of the hooligans with dyed yellow hair passed by the room where Long Jingya was on his way to the bathroom. The door of the room was half open. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of Long Jingya's beauty, and his eyes lit up immediately, revealing a malicious smile. Huang Mao returned to his private room and told his companions about a super beauty in the private room next to him, who had to score at least 9.7 points. The gangsters hit it off and decided to meet this beauty. They staggered to Long Jingya's private room and pushed the door open without any hesitation. The people in the private room were startled by this sudden action, and the singing stopped abruptly. They looked at these uninvited guests vigilantly. "Beauty, are you celebrating your birthday? Why don't you invite your brothers to join you? It will be so lively." The yellow-haired man smiled wickedly and reached out his hand to touch Long Jingya's face. Long Jingya hid back in fear and shouted, "Who are you? Get out! We don't know you." "Oh, you have quite a temper. We brothers just come here to make friends with you, don't be ungrateful." A green-haired guy behind the yellow-haired guy also joined in the fun. Chapter 22 Save Beauty. Seeing this, several boys stood up one after another. One of them said, "Stop messing around and leave quickly, or we'll call the police." "Call the police? Ha, who are you trying to scare? We have decided to deal with this beauty today." The yellow-haired man had no intention of leaving, but became even more arrogant. "Ah! Help! Jingya, run! Lingling, call the police quickly, they won't dare to do anything." Long Jingya picked up the phone and was about to make a call. "Hey, just make friends. Even if the police come, what can they do? Ha, you guppy, guard the door." The gangster who got to the end said to the yellow-haired guy next to him. "We have more people, let's rush out together." Several boys discussed it, picked up wine bottles and benches, and prepared to start fighting. "Hey, it's a bit bloody." After the yellow-haired man said this, a switchblade appeared in his hand. After all, they were students. They were frightened when they saw the knife and stood there in a daze. Suddenly, a boy shouted, "Smash it!" A wine bottle was thrown at the yellow-haired man, but he dodged and the bottle missed him. "Boy, you're looking for death." When the yellow-haired man saw that several students dared to throw wine bottles, he picked up a switchblade and rushed forward, stabbing it directly into the boy's thigh. "Ah! Someone's being killed, help!" The screams of several girls were very piercing. Lin Feng was bored in the private room and was about to leave. As he reached the door of the room, he heard a cry for help. Through the crack in the door, Lin Feng saw Long Jingya. "Ha!" Lin Feng was stunned. Seeing the yellow-haired man rushing towards Long Jingya with a dagger in his hand, Lin Feng walked into the private room and kicked the wine bottle on the ground. The yellow-haired man flew several meters away and stopped moving. This sudden change shocked everyone. "Help, call the police, someone is being murdered." Several classmates shouted. At this time, Long Jingya recognized Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, come and save me." At this time, Long Jingya seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. "Who are you? Mind your own business. Get out of here right now." Pa Lin Feng made a loud noise and the gangster became silent instantly. Lin Feng looked at the remaining two people, his eyes revealing a sense of majesty, and said, "I don't care who you are, get out of here immediately." "Ha, who do you think you are? Want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? I'm going to have this girl for my own today. Do you think you're great because you know a little kung fu? Just wait, my big brother will be here soon." The remaining thugs showed no fear at all and looked at Lin Feng provocatively. Lin Feng looked at the situation in front of him and said coldly, "It seems that you are not willing to accept my toast, so I will wait for your brother here." At this time, Long Jingya shouted anxiously, "Lin Feng, thank you, I have told my second uncle, he will be here soon, please be careful. Don't be afraid, don't worry, these pieces of material can't hurt me." Lin Feng looked at the birthday cake on the table. "Is it your birthday today?" "No, it's my classmate Lingling. I came to congratulate you." "Lin Feng, my classmate was injured. He was stabbed by this bad guy. It's okay, it's just some bleeding. You guys accompany him to the hospital." Lin Feng said, "Want to leave? You beat up my people on my territory, and you still want to leave like this?" At this time, the door was crowded with vicious men with machetes and tattoos all over their bodies. "Boss, it's him. He is the one who did it." The yellow-haired man limped to the leading big man. "Boy, you're fighting on my territory, Wen Chang. I think you're tired of living." Wen Chang, the notorious gangster in this neighborhood, rushed into the private room with a group of his followers. On his fleshy face, his eyes were fierce, and he glanced at the students in the private room viciously. At this moment, Wen Chang saw Long Jingya in the private room and froze suddenly. Long Jingya was tall, about 170 centimeters, with a white t-shirt wrapping her proud figure in tight jeans, which showed off her slender waist and perfect hip line, forming a fatal waist-to-hip ratio. Although Wen Chang was over 40 years old and had been in the love and martial arts world for many years, he had seen countless beauties, but the moment he saw Long Jingya, he was shocked. His arrogant words suddenly stopped, and his throat seemed to be choked by something. Only his eyes were staring at Long Jingya, as if he wanted to see through her. After recovering from his shock, Wen Chang subconsciously raised his hand to adjust his collar, trying to maintain some respectability in front of the beauty. "I'm sorry, beautiful lady. These servants are too rash in their work. Could you please go to the box next door so that I can accompany you properly?" Wen Chang said to Long Jingya in a literary tone, completely ignoring the people around him. The students watched He Lao fighting in fear and dared not say a word, but Long Jingya seemed unusually calm. "Take your dirty eyes away from her. If you think it's unnecessary, I can take them off for you." Lin Feng looked at Wen Chang's eyes and suddenly spoke. "Hey, there's another one with a high piss. Did you hurt my two brothers?" "Brother Chang, that's him. He's got a tough idea." The yellow-haired man quickly agreed. "What a disgrace, watch me." When Chang looked at the yellow-haired man with disdain, turned around and said to Lin Feng, "Boy, is this your girlfriend? Since you don't accept my toast, today I will kill her in front of you." "Pa!" Before Wen Chang could finish speaking, Lin Feng's figure flashed and slapped Wen Chang on the face. "Pa, another slap." "Who are you talking to?" Lin Feng looked at Wen Chang coldly, as if there was a dead person in front of him. Chapter 23 Long Jingya's Thanks. "What are you looking at? Come on, chop him to death." Wen Chang was slapped twice, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and he shouted hysterically to the younger brother behind him incoherently. In an instant, dozens of pairs of eyes focused fiercely on Lin Feng, and then like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey, they raised their machetes and chopped at Lin Feng and the students behind him frantically. Lin Feng looked calm. He blocked Long Jingya and several students behind him. He took a deep breath. The aura around him suddenly changed. He adopted the starting stance of Bajiquan. Lin Feng's stance was like a gust of wind that rolled up from the ground, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. A younger brother rushed to the front, wielding a long knife, with a whirring sound, and went straight for Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng's eyes were like lightning, and his left foot suddenly took a step forward, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly. At the same time, his right fist was wrapped with 1,000 pounds of force, and it hit the younger brother's arm with the knife. With a crisp click, the younger brother's arm was instantly broken, and the long knife fell to the ground with a clang. The whole person was also shaken by the powerful impact and flew backwards, hitting several people behind him heavily. At this time, the two men on both sides seized the opportunity and chopped at Lin Feng from the left and right. Lin Feng turned his body and spun quickly like a spinning top. His left elbow thrust backwards and hit the chest of the younger brother on the left. The elbow was powerful and carried the unique inch force of Bajiquan. The younger brother felt as if his chest was hit by a heavy hammer. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. The younger brother on the right saw Lin Feng turning around and thought he had an opportunity. He raised his machete high and chopped it with all his strength. Lin Feng reacted very quickly. He changed his right fist into a palm and lifted it upwards to meet the opponent's knife. Then he rotated his arm inward and cut the opponent's wrist with the edge of his palm like a knife. The younger brother's wrist was in great pain and the long knife fell out of his hand. Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and stepped forward and hit him with a mountain-sticking move. This move brought the close-fitting short fight of Bajiquan to its fullest. The younger brother was directly knocked out and knocked down a group of companions behind him. The battle became more and more intense. Wen Chang screamed wildly on the side, constantly urging his brothers to attack. A burly man, holding two hatchets, roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. His attack was powerful and heavy. Every time he swung the hatchet, it brought a gust of wind. Lin Feng rushed forward, bent his left knee and raised it, kicking the big man in the abdomen like a cannonball. The big man reacted quickly and crossed his arms to block, but he was still kicked back a few steps. Lin Feng took advantage of the victory and hit the big man's head with his right fist as his right foot landed. The big man hurriedly blocked with his hatchet, but Lin Feng's punch was too powerful and actually knocked the hatchet down, and the axe blade almost hit the big man's head. Then, Lin Feng followed up with his left fist, and a hanging punch swept towards the big man's side face. The big man couldn't avoid it and was hit in the cheek, and the whole person fell to the ground crookedly. Everything happened in a flash. Suddenly, the door of the private room was pushed open with great force, and a shout of "Stop!" made everyone's eardrums hurt. A group of people walked into the private room, led by a man in black. Second uncle. Long Jingya's eyes instantly turned red when she saw the person coming, and she shouted loudly. At this time, the whole private room was so quiet that it seemed as if one could hear the sound of a pin drop. Except for Lin Feng and the students, the other hooligans were lying on the ground in all directions, having long lost the power to resist. Master Hong? Why are you here? When Chang saw that it was Hong Shan, the underground boss of Nanchang, and was immediately panicked, his voice trembling. Then, he looked at the man Long Jingya called second uncle and stammered, "Long. Second Master Long, you." Hong Shan and Long Yeri's faces turned pale. Hong Shan spoke coldly, his words piercing Wen Chang like ice. "Wen Chang, you are really amazing, you were so bold, you dare to have thoughts about Long Ye's daughter. Second uncle, you are finally here. If it weren't for Lin Feng, they. Long Jingya walked to the side of the man in black, tears welling up in her eyes, and she couldn't help sobbing softly. Wen Chang's face turned pale as paper, his legs softened, and he sat on the ground with a plop, his eyes full of fear and regret. He could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary woman in front of him had such a powerful background. "Xiaoya, don't be afraid, second uncle is here." Second Master Long Guanyao gently patted Long Jingya on the back and comforted her softly. Then he changed the subject and said with a hint of blame, "Child, I always tell you not to go out alone, but you just don't listen. Besides, a place like this is not for a decent girl to come to. No matter what, you have to ask a few people to follow you when you go out. If it weren't for Lin Feng this time. Have you ever thought about the consequences?" After saying this, Long Guanyao turned to look at Lin Feng, his eyes full of gratitude, and said solemnly, "This must be Mr. Lin, right?" "Hello, I am Long Guanyao. Last time you saved my father, I was abroad at the time and was unable to come to thank you right away. I just took a flight back to Xinnan this afternoon, and I didn't expect Xiaoya to run into this kind of thing again, and to trouble Mr. Lin to help. This is also a coincidence. I really don't know how to thank you. Mr. Long, you're too polite. I was attending a class reunion today and felt bored here, so I was planning to go home. I didn't expect to run into Jingya by chance, so I helped her out. Please don't take it to heart." Lin Feng responded with a smile, his tone humble and gentle. "Hong Shan, get rid of these eyesores." Long Guanyao turned around and told Hong Shan. "Yes, second master." Hong Shan responded and ordered the people behind him, drag them away. At this time, several classmates walked forward, looked at Lin Feng with admiration, and nodded to Long Guanyao and Hong Shan to express their gratitude. "Lin Feng, you were so awesome, thank you so much for saving us. Thank you also to Mr. Long Air and Mr. Hong. We came here to celebrate my birthday, but it's getting late now, so we'll go back first." After that, everyone left the private room in an orderly manner under the leadership of Lin Feng. Chapter 24. It's the men who are wrong. The group arrived at the parking lot, and several students waved goodbye and took taxis back to school. Long Jingya followed Lin Feng with her eyes and asked, "Lin Feng, how are you going back?" "I drove here. Do I need to take you back with me?" "Then take me back with you, and I'll go back to the manor too." Long Jingya made the request. Seeing this, Long Guanyao looked at her with some concern and quickly interrupted, "Xiaoya, don't bother Mr. Lin all the time. I'll take you back." "Oh, second uncle, you live in the south of the city, it's not on the way. Lin Feng and I live in the same community, he lives at number 1. Long Jingya pouted, her tone full of coquettishness. "Oh? Mr. Lin turns out to be the owner of Manor number 1. It is said that the owner of Manor number 1 is extremely mysterious. I didn't expect it to be Mr. Lin." A hint of surprise flashed in Long Guanyao's eyes. "Uncle, I will go back with Lin Feng. There will be no problem with safety. At least these people of yours are no match for Lin Feng." As Long Jingya spoke, she gently twisted her uncle's arm and continued to act coquettishly. "Okay, if Mr. Lin agrees, you can come along." Long Guanyao couldn't resist and nodded in agreement. He turned to look at Lin Feng and asked, "Mr. Lin, is this convenient?" "Okay, it's on the way." Driving a sports car and taking along a stunning beauty like Long Jingya, that feeling is absolutely wonderful. Lin Feng walked towards the parking area, and soon, a cool black Bugatti slowly drove in front of Long Jingya and the others. Long Jingya's eyes lit up and she got into the car excitedly. Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator, and the Bugatti sped out like an arrow from a bow, and the roar of the engine echoed in the parking lot. Wow, Lin Feng didn't expect you to drive such a cool car. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Long Jingya couldn't help asking. We have only met twice. Last time, I went to Shanghai with Mr. Long, and I went to your house to make medicine, but I didn't see you. Lin Feng continued chatting with Long Jingya. Oh, I had classes at school, otherwise I would have wanted to go to the auction. Lin Feng, today is all thanks to you, otherwise I don't know what I would have done. By the way, how did you learn such powerful kung fu? And your medical skills are also so amazing. Lin Feng glanced sideways and spoke slowly. When I was a child, by chance, I followed a Taoist priest to learn for a period of time. Yes, but I think you should not go out dressed like this in the future. It is easy to get into trouble. Today is an example. Is there anything wrong with the way I dress? It's those disgusting men who are too dirty. Lin Feng, do you have a girlfriend? Long Jingya looked at Lin Feng and asked. There was when I was in college, but it's all in the past now. Lin Feng looked calm. Long Jingya tactfully did not continue to ask, and instead adjusted the seat. Lin Feng, why do you adjust this seat back? It feels a bit too forward. By the way, has any girl sat in this passenger seat before? No, this is my first time driving this car. Look at the buttons on the door, it should be able to be adjusted. Lin Feng responded patiently. Oh. Long Jingya responded, and quickly found the adjustment button and adjusted herself to a sitting position that allowed her legs to stretch. At this time, the ambient light in the car emitted a soft light, which made Long Jingya's legs look even more slender and charming. Lin Feng glanced at her inadvertently, and his mind was shocked. He quickly concentrated his attention, gripped the steering wheel, and focused on driving. Long Jingya keenly noticed Lin Feng's gaze, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident and slightly playful smile, and the atmosphere in the car became a little subtle. After a 20-minute drive, the two had a brief exchange and finally arrived at Ziwei Manor. Lin Feng first sent Long Jingya to the gate of Manor number 5. After Long Jingya got off the car, she returned to her own Manor number 1. After parking the car, Raymond Lam came to the tea house next to the artificial lake. It was called a tea house, but now it has become Raymond Lam's practice room. Entering the training room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and quickly entered the state of practice. Chapter 25 Practice, Continuous Breakthroughs. Lin Feng quickly entered the state and practiced the Taishu Guiyuan Ju. At this time, a faint glow appeared around Lin Feng, which was the appearance of the rich overflow of spiritual energy. Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly, his mind immersed in the wonderful world inside his body, and his consciousness closely followed the flow of spiritual energy. Every cycle of spiritual energy was like a dialogue with the rules of heaven and earth. The body desperately absorbed the spiritual energy from the outside world, integrated it into its own veins, and continuously strengthened this torrent of energy. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, Lin Feng's bones made a slight cracking sound, which was a signal that the bones were strengthening and transforming. The muscle fibers also became tougher and more elastic under the cleansing of spiritual energy, as if every inch of skin was greedily absorbing this mysterious power. His breathing became deeper and more stable, and every time he exhaled, a faint white mist came out, which was a sign that the impurities in the body were expelled from the body by the spiritual energy. As the speed of the spiritual energy reached its peak, Lin Feng felt as if he was in a chaos. He used all his strength to operate the Taishu Guiyuan Ju, trying to find a trace of order in this chaotic spiritual energy storm. At this time, the spiritual energy in his body seemed to have its own consciousness, and began to collide and blend with each other, erupting with bursts of roars. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out from Lin Feng's dantian, like a bomb exploding in his body. This force quickly spread throughout his body, and Lin Feng felt that his whole body was filled with endless power, as if he could smash a mountain with one punch. This was the sign of Taishu Guiyuan Ju breaking through the small realm. The spiritual energy condensed and turned into substantial power. Lin Feng was not satisfied with this, and continued to guide this condensed spiritual energy to circulate along a specific route in his body. With each rotation, the spiritual energy became more condensed and the light became more dazzling. Gradually, Lin Feng felt that he had a wonderful resonance with the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth around him, and the spiritual energy from the outside world continued to gather towards him as if it was summoned. Time passed quietly during Lin Feng's cultivation. The outside world alternated between day and night, but Lin Feng was immersed in this wonderful world of cultivation and could not extricate himself. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. At this time, Lin Feng's strength had far surpassed that of before. The spiritual energy in his body was like a surging river, surging endlessly. Lin Feng gently clenched his fists, feeling this powerful force. I'm at the 5th level of Qi refining stage. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day, with a total of 12 prizes.
Do you want to participate in the draw?
For days have passed, Brother Tong, it's time to draw the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 5 pieces of stalactite of life. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the martial arts sky slash. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 100% of the shares of Shenlong Group. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Pacific Island. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the AG-800 seaplane. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 300 billion Dragon Country coins.
Brother Tong is awesome. He won so many good things, including a yacht and a plane.
Brother Tong, learn the sky-splitting slash. In an instant, a vast and profound flow of information rushed into Lin Feng's sea of consciousness like a surging tide. Countless tips on how to practice sky-splitting slash, its routes, and the essentials of how to perform it unfolded in Lin Feng's mind like vivid paintings. Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly, immersing himself in this flow of information.
Sky-splitting slash is an extremely domineering martial art.
Its essence lies in highly condensing one's own strength, and then bursting out instantly at a tricky and swift angle, striving to tear apart the space and destroy all obstacles in one blow. As his understanding of sky-splitting slash gradually deepened, Lin Feng couldn't wait to try it out. Taking a deep breath, the red flame appeared in Lin Feng's right hand. Lin Feng circulated the spiritual power in his body and, according to the sky-splitting slash's mental method, gathered all the spiritual power on the red flame.
For a moment, the red flame shone brightly, and the powerful power fluctuations caused the surrounding air to vibrate. Sky-splitting slash.
Lin Feng shouted, and swung his right arm violently.
A dazzling sword energy flew out instantly, carrying an unstoppable momentum, whistling towards the boulder in front.
Wherever the sword energy passed, the air seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, making a sharp whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy hit the boulder heavily. With a loud boom, the originally extremely solid boulder was instantly cut in half like fragile tofu, and the cut was smooth and flat, as if it had been carefully polished. Feeling the powerful power of sky-splitting slash, Lin Yu was filled with shock and joy.
Brother Tong, open the panel.
Name, Lin Feng 5th level of Qi refining stage.
Skill, Taishu Goyuan Ju First Heaven. Attribute, Fire. Weapon, Red Flame.
Martial Arts, Tai Chi, Sky Slash, Bajiquan. Skills, Alchemy, Martial Arts Proficiency, Formation Proficiency, and Good Luck.
Chapter 26, Master of Qi Control Needles.
Brother Tong, I want airplanes and yachts, but I don't know how to drive them.
Do I have to learn how to drive them? That's too much trouble.
Beep, the reward of mechanical driving mastery has been drawn for the host.
The host can learn it immediately. What?
Lin Feng was surprised and checked carefully.
Hey, there was indeed a mechanical driving proficiency in the reward. System, learn mechanical driving mastery.
In an instant, with a boom, a huge amount of information beyond imagination exploded in Lin Feng's brain like a heavy bomb. Cars, motorcycles, airplanes, ships, excavators, armored vehicles. All the types of machinery known in the world, along with the corresponding driving techniques, were like a surging tide, forcibly poured into the depths of Lin Feng's memory. The impact of this massive amount of information made Lin Feng's head swell, but in the blink of an eye, those complex mechanical structures and driving skills were clearly imprinted in his mind like his innate instincts.
That's it. But it's not enough to just know how to open the door, I have to find a way to get a certificate.
Lin Feng rubbed his still swollen head, thinking about how to get the certificate. At this moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Chairman, I'm Xin Yuxuan, the secretary of the group office. Many key matters of the group still need you to deal with personally.
When would it be convenient for you to come to the group?
Xin Yuxuan's clear and pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone, with a bit of professionalism, competence, and respect.
Oh, that's how it is, Secretary Shen. Please prepare a company report first and send it to my house tomorrow. I have some personal matters to deal with these days, so I have to finish them first. The company's matters will be temporarily handed over to the board of directors.
If there is an emergency, please contact me in time. Lin Feng instructed in a steady and unhurried tone.
Okay, Chairman, I will make sure to make proper arrangements. By the way, I still need to get some documents. Does the company have any channels that can help me get them? Chairman, please tell me. I will do my best to help you.
Lin Feng quickly typed out the detailed information of the required documents on his mobile phone, sent it to Shen Yushuan, and then hung up the phone.
Just after hanging up the phone, before Lin Feng could catch his breath, Long Jingya called.
As soon as he saw the caller ID, Long Jingya's seductive figure and pure face instantly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. His heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. He quickly picked up the phone and said with a smile, "Hello, Jingya, what do you want to talk to me about?"
Lin Feng, have you forgotten? It's time to treat my grandfather today. There was a hint of anger in Long Jingya's voice.
Oh. A week has passed so quickly, I really forgot about it.
Don't worry, I'll be there soon. It is said that everyone loves beauty.
Lin Feng dared not delay. He rushed into the bathroom, took a shower, changed into a set of clean and tidy clothes, put on a Patek Philippe Supreme watch, hurried out, and drove towards Manor number 5 at lightning speed.
The residential complex covers a large area. Lin Feng drove very fast all the way.
Fortunately, he had good driving skills and soon parked the car steadily in the courtyard of Manor number 5. Long Jingya seemed to have been paying attention to the movement. When she heard the car sound, she immediately stepped forward and opened the door. When she walked into the hall, she saw Long Jingshuan waiting there. Long Jingshuan was wearing a black coat, with an upright posture, and exuded an extraordinary and immortal temperament. Looking at Long Jingya again, she was wearing a simple camisole top on the upper body and a pair of denim shorts on the lower body. Her slender and straight thighs were exposed without reservation, which instantly made Lin Feng's heart warm.
My dear Lin, I haven't seen you for a while. Look how radiant you are.
Long Jingshuan was smiling and was the first to greet him.
Ha, old Master Long is still in good health and still has the same charm. Let's not delay any longer and get started.
My medical skills have improved recently, and I will try my best to cure your illness completely this time. Lin Feng responded with a smile and skillfully took out the bag of silver needles he carried with him from his arms.
Mr. Long, please take off your shirt and sit upright.
Long Jingshuan took off his shirt neatly, exposing his upper body to the air with a calm expression. Lin Feng opened the silver needle bag, and inside, 13 silver needles were neatly arranged, with a cold metallic luster. With a slight movement of his mind, the 13 silver needles seemed to be given life, and flew out of the bag lightly, and neatly floated in the air in front of Long Jingshuan. Then, Lin Feng quickly raised one hand, and pointed his fingertips in the air. The suspended silver needles instantly shot out like arrows, with the sound of breaking through the wind, and accurately pierced into the 13 key acupoints of Long Jingshuan's body. This series of actions was done in one go, and Long Jingya, who was standing by, was stunned. As soon as the silver needles entered the body, a strange scene appeared. From the acupuncture points where the silver needles were inserted, wisps of gray mist slowly seeped out. The mist seemed to have life, swirling in the air, emitting a faint, mysterious breath. Lin Feng focused his eyes on the seeping mist, and when the mist completely seeped out and no more escaped, he moved his mind again, and the silver needles were like obedient elves, whoosh, and instantly pulled out of Long Jingshuan's body and returned to the silver needle bag in an orderly manner.
Mr. Long, it's done.
You don't need any more treatment from now on, your injuries have been completely healed. Lin Feng put away the bag of silver needles, put a confident smile on his face, looked at Long Jingshuan and said, "My dear Lin, you just..." Long Jingshuan was so excited that his voice was trembling. His eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief. The words came to his lips, but he was too shocked to finish them.
Chapter 27, Martial Arts Division. Mr. Long, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?
Lin Feng asked with concern upon seeing this. What you just performed was the use of qi to control the needles.
My dear Lin, you are actually a master.
Long Jingshuan's face was filled with shock, his tone full of awe and disbelief. Long Jingya was completely confused as she listened. She had no idea what her grandfather meant by powerful grandmaster.
She could only blink and look at the two of them in bewilderment. Mr. Long, what exactly do you mean by the master? I don't quite understand.
Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked sincerely.
My dear Lin, are you unaware that you have reached the grandmaster level?
Long Jingshuan asked with a puzzled look on his face.
To be honest, I really don't understand the ins and outs of this.
I hope Elder Long can teach me. Lin Feng said modestly. In our dragon country, martial artists are roughly divided into two categories. One is the external martial artist, who mainly relies on tempering their own strength and speed day after day, and defeats the enemy with a strong physique and swift attacks in actual combat. The other is like you, little friend Lin. If an external martial artist can cultivate his own strength to the pinnacle, there is a very small probability that he will break through the shackles and advance to become an internal martial artist. This internal martial artist is 1 in 10,000, and it is difficult to find one in a million people. And the external emission of true energy is the most obvious and iconic feature of an internal martial artist. Long Jingxuan paused and continued. My dear Lin, you not only released your true qi just now, but you also controlled the needles with qi and manipulated the silver needles to perform the technique so accurately. This has already reached the extremely high and extraordinary realm of the internal martial arts masters. I have been in this world for many years and have seen countless masters, but I have never had the honor of witnessing such shocking methods as yours.
Today is really an eye-opener. It's a great honor.
Long Jingxuan spoke slowly, shaking his head and sighing, and his eyes were full of admiration and praise when he looked at Lin Feng.
Master Long, is there a higher realm above the Grand Master? Lin Feng asked, his eyes flickering with curiosity about the unknown. What? Grand Master or above? Probably not, but not necessarily.
From what I know now, Grandmaster is already the pinnacle of martial arts. As for higher realms, they are just some vague legends. However, from ancient times to the present, no one has ever truly reached that realm. It only exists in some ancient books and stories passed down by word of mouth. Grandmasters are the backbone of our dragon country and the most important weapon of the country.
My dear Lin, I would like to make a wild guess. Could it be that you were born into some mysterious aristocratic family, or a hidden sect?
Otherwise, such astonishing talent and strength are really hard to explain. As Long Jingxuan spoke, he looked at Lin Feng carefully, trying to find some clues from his expression.
Master Long, to be honest, I have been practicing entirely on my own.
I don't have a master, nor do I come from a noble family.
I'd like to trouble you to keep today's events a secret, and never let anyone else know.
Lin Feng said solemnly with a sincere look on his face.
Don't worry, little friend Lin. I always keep my word and will keep it a secret.
Long Jingxuan nodded heavily, then turned to Long Jingya beside him and said, Xiaoya, don't tell anyone what you saw and heard today, not even your father and second uncle.
Remember? Okay, Grandpa, I'll remember it. Long Jingya nodded obediently.
Although she was extremely curious, seeing that her grandfather and Lin Feng both had serious faces, she knew that this matter was very serious and did not dare to ask any more questions.
My dear Lin, you look so young. I would like to ask you, how old are you this year? Long Jingxuan asked curiously.
Mr. Long, I am 22 years old this year. Lin Feng answered truthfully. Hiss. Long Jingxuan took a breath, his face full of shock and disbelief.
A 22-year-old master?
At first, I thought that you, Lin, had changed your appearance through special means and deliberately concealed your real age.
Oh? What does Mr. Long mean by that?
Lin Feng asked puzzledly. Generally speaking, most external martial artists reach their limit when they are around 40 years old, and even those with excellent talents need to be 30 years old to achieve that. But if one wants to break through to the internal realm of emitting true qi, one usually has to be over 50 years old. As for someone like you, Lin, who can control the needle with qi and perform such exquisite internal methods, looking at the entire history of Dragon Country as martial arts, I'm afraid that you have to be 70 years old or older.
This is why I answered that I didn't know when Lin asked if there was a higher realm above the Grandmaster.
Because the strong people who have reached the Grandmaster realm are basically 80 to 90 years old, and their body functions have entered the twilight years. Unless they can break through the lifespan limit that is like a natural chasm, it will be difficult to make another breakthrough. It is said that in the history of Dragon Country, there were extraordinary people who lived to be 800 years old, but this was too bizarre and could not be confirmed after all. Long Jingxuan explained patiently, looking at Lin Feng with eyes full of amazement and admiration.
So that's how it is. Then, Elder Long, are there many masters in our Dragon Country now? Lin Feng asked, full of curiosity about the current martial arts landscape in Dragon Country.
As far as I know, there are about 10 masters in the whole Dragon Country, but no one knows the exact number. They are the treasures of each major sect and the super foundation of Dragon Country.
They will not show up in the secular world easily. I am fortunate enough to have the treatment from Master Lin this time. It is truly a blessing that I have cultivated for several lifetimes.
Long Jingxuan was filled with emotion, and his words were full of gratitude and respect for Lin Feng.
Chapter 28 Obsessed. I wonder if Mr. Lin has ever been ranked on the dragon list of Dragon Country? Long Jingxuan suddenly asked. Oh? What is the dragon list?
Lin Feng looked confused. Long Jingxuan patiently explained, Little friend Lin, the dragon list is the authoritative ranking list of the Dragon Country's martial arts community. As long as one has reached the warrior level, one can go for martial arts appraisal and then obtain the corresponding ranking. Every person who tops the dragon list is a popular commodity that all the major families compete for. After all, in the practice of martial arts, resources are consumed enormously, and people who practice martial arts are often so focused on studying martial arts that they have no time to worry about resource acquisition. At this time, if you can join a certain family or clan, they can provide you with resource support. Correspondingly, when a family encounters a crisis, warriors need to lend a hand, which is also the general situation in the current martial arts world.
In addition, the Dragon State government will also recruit some warriors to deal with emergencies created by foreign forces. Long Jingxuan explained.
As for resources, I don't really need them.
As for the dragon ranking, I think I should just forget about it.
Lin Feng thought to himself that it is better to have less trouble than more. After all, he has the golden finger of the system, which is many times stronger than those of the aristocratic families.
That's right. Young Master Lin is a master and also specializes in medicine.
Such talents are absolutely rare in Dragon Country.
This is really a blessing for Dragon Country.
Long Jingxuan was filled with emotion, and then changed the subject. By the way, Lin Xiaoyu, I have an old comrade named Su Jinsong, who I mentioned to you last time.
His injury is similar to mine.
I wonder if Lin Xiaoyu can help him relieve his pain. He is the grandfather of the policewoman Su Xiaoxiao from last time. Mr. Lin, take a look. Long Jingxuan was full of expectation, with a questioning look in his eyes.
Lin Feng didn't say anything for a while. Seeing this, Long Jingya's eyes instantly became moist.
Lin Feng just saved Grandpa Su. His pitiful appearance made people feel sorry for him. Lin Feng looked at Long Jingya's pleading eyes, and finally softened his heart and agreed, okay, I'll go and try.
Lin Feng, thank you. Long Jingya looked at Lin Feng with gratitude. Okay, Mr. Lin, I thank you on behalf of an old friend.
I will arrange it immediately.
You don't have to worry about the compensation.
After Long Jingxuan finished speaking, he immediately took out his mobile phone, walked quickly to the next room, and started contacting relevant matters. After a while, Long Jingxuan hurried to the living room. My dear Lin, old Su suddenly fell into a coma yesterday, and we can't find out the cause. The situation is urgent.
Why don't we set off now? Long Jingxuan walked over in a panic. Well, okay, I wonder where Mr. Su is now. Lin Feng asked. He's in the Magic City. Let's book the fastest flight. Jingya, book your ticket quickly. Okay, Grandpa.
Long Jingya immediately took out her cell phone and operated it.
Let's go directly to the airport. There are many flights from Shannan to Shanghai.
We can board the plane directly.
By the way, Lin Xiaoyu, is there anything you need to bring?
No, just bring the silver needles, nothing else is needed.
If you need any herbs, let's talk about it when we get there. Jingya, wait for us at home. Long Jingxuan glanced at Long Jingya and said. Hey, Grandpa, I want to go and see him too.
I haven't seen Grandpa Su for a long time. And Xiao Xiao has gone to the Magic City, and I miss her a lot. Long Jingya glanced at Lin Feng and suggested to her grandfather.
Well, let's get going without further delay.
So, the three of them hurried towards Shenzhen Nan Airport.
In the Magic City, inside a hospital ward. The atmosphere was depressing and suffocating.
The pale light hung on the ceiling, illuminating every corner of the ward, but there was not a trace of warmth. On the wall, the clock was ticking mechanically, and each beat of the monotonous sound struck heavily on everyone's heart. An old man about 70 years old was lying quietly on the hospital bed.
This man was Su Xiaoxiao's grandfather Su Jinsong.
At this moment, the old man's face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. His forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat, and a few strands of white hair were soaked with sweat. His lips trembled slightly, and he uttered incoherent mumblings from time to time. His hands subconsciously clutched the corners of the quilt tightly, and his knuckles turned white due to the force, revealing endless pain and struggle. The medical instruments beside the bed flashed all kinds of complex data, but these jumping numbers did not bring even a glimmer of hope to the anxious people. Several doctors had serious expressions and tightly knit brows. they gathered around the bed and discussed in low voices. The medical records in their hands were flipped through repeatedly, and the treatment plans they had written were densely recorded on them. However, faced with this difficult disease, he was ultimately helpless and his eyes were filled with deep helplessness and fatigue.
Dad, how is Grandpa?
Su Xiaoxiao asked the middle-aged man beside her with a worried look on her face. Xiaoxiao, Dad has contacted several doctors and they are on the way. In addition, your Grandpa Long has also brought a miracle doctor with him. It is said that all of his illnesses were cured by this doctor.
Don't worry too much.
After the middle-aged man said this, his frown did not relax at all.
Time passed by every second. Chapter 29 Treatment.
At this moment, the old man in white in the room suddenly felt that Su Jinsong's breath was weakening, and hurriedly walked to the bedside. Old Su, you have to hold on, there will always be a way.
Mr. Li, is there really no way to cure my father's illness?
Su Jingyue looked at the solemn old man in front of him and finally couldn't help but ask, his voice full of anxiety and despair.
Jingyue, there must be a way.
I have temporarily used my true qi to protect Lao Su's heart meridian, and his life will not be in danger in the short term. But the treatment method still needs long-term consideration. It's a pity that the only Grandmaster-level doctor in our dragon country was assassinated by those hateful guys from the island country.
If he were still alive, Lao Su's illness would definitely not be a problem.
Old Li sighed, his eyes full of grief and regret. Su Jingyue's expression became more and more solemn, his brows knitted tightly into the shape of a character, and he subconsciously raised his hand and kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. The entire ward was shrouded in this suffocating heavy mood, making it almost impossible to breathe. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes had already turned red, tears welled up in them, and they might burst out at any time. She bit her lower lip tightly, her lips were bitten to a slightly white color, her hands unconsciously tugged at the corners of her clothes, her nails almost sunk into her palms. Her eyes never left Grandpa, as if as long as she kept staring at him, Grandpa would get better. The door of the ward suddenly creaked open, and Lin Feng and his group appeared at the door. Long Jingxuan caught a glimpse of Su Jinsong lying on the bed, and was so anxious that he didn't bother to greet the people around him. He hurriedly ran towards the bed. Lao Su. The old man on the bed felt something and slowly raised one hand with great effort to hold the hand that Long Jingxuan extended. His throat trembled slightly, as if he had thousands of words to say, but he was so weak that he couldn't make a sound.
Lao Su, what happened to you?
Long Jingxuan's eyes were red, and his voice was choked with sobs. He quickly turned his head to look at Lin Feng and said anxiously, Little friend Lin, come and take a look, what happened to Lao Su?
Uncle Long, who is this? Su Jingyu looked puzzled and looked at Lin Feng. Jingyu, this is Lin Feng.
He cured my illness, Long Jingxuan introduced Lin Feng to Su Jingyu. His eyes were attracted by the old man in white again.
Oh, so Brother Li is here too. I'm so sorry.
The old man in white nodded slightly.
Grandpa Su, is this a doctor? Hey, why does he look so familiar? Su Xiaoxiao also looked at Lin Feng.
Some images flashed through her mind and she recognized him.
Are you a doctor?
Su Xiaoxiao recognized the man in front of her.
Beautiful policewoman, we meet again. Yes, I am a doctor.
Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and responded with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao is tall, with an impressive height of 166 centimeters. At this moment, she is wearing a simple sportswear.
Although the style is loose, it still can't hide her exquisite figure.
However, due to her grandfather's illness, her face is full of haggardness. Her originally bright eyes are full of worry and fatigue, and her originally neat short hair is also a little messy, which makes people feel pity.
Can you do it?
Su Xiaoxiao was full of doubts. After all, Lin Feng looked too young, and it was hard to associate him with a skilled doctor.
Please, don't ask in front of a man, okay?
Lin Feng teased Su Xiaoxiao half-jokingly, trying to ease the depressing atmosphere in the ward.
Since you are a doctor, please take a look at my grandfather. Also, don't do anything rash.
Su Xiaoxiao was desperate at this moment and wanted to try any possible means. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she didn't want to give it up. The man in front of her who claimed to be a doctor was like a life-saving straw in her heart.
My dear brother, my father has been in this condition for a week. Almost all the domestic experts have come here. Are you sure you can do it?
Su Jingyu looked confused, with a hint of doubt in his tone.
Since you have promised Mr. Long, why don't you give it a try and know?
Lin Feng looked at Su Jingyu with a steady gaze, then set his sights on the old man on the hospital bed.
Lin Feng, please.
Long Jingya stood aside, looking at Lin Feng expectantly, her eyes full of trust.
Xiao Xiao, Jingya.
The two girls hugged each other excitedly. Long Jingya gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Su Xiaoxiao's eyes and comforted her softly. Lin Feng's medical skills are amazing.
He cured my grandfather's illness. He must have a way to cure Grandpa Su. Yeah.
Su Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, a glimmer of hope in her eyes.
Chapter 30 Awakening.
Lin Feng walked steadily towards the bed and carefully looked at the old man on the bed. Huh?
His aura is so chaotic, could it be that he is possessed by a demon? This, young gentleman, do you really know medicine?
The old man in white, Mr. Li, heard Lin Feng's words and looked at him in shock. Lin Feng did not answer, and quietly injected a stream of spiritual energy into Su Jinsong's body. In an instant, Su Jinsong, who was still twitching slightly, immediately disappeared.
Your true chi is exposed, you are. Mr. Lin is right, old Su is possessed.
The old man looked at Lin Feng in astonishment, not expecting that this young man could see through the symptoms at a glance. Seeing that Mr. Li was so excited, everyone couldn't help but have more expectations for Lin Feng's medical skills. At least he could accurately determine the cause of the disease.
Well, the aura is chaotic.
It should be that the unstable foundation caused by forcibly breaking through the realm has led to this result. Lin Feng said slowly with a calm expression. Then, he showed a confident smile on his face and said easily, "It's a small matter, it can be cured."
What? You?
Mr. Li looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief, his heart filled with shock.
Lin Feng, can you really save my grandpa?
Su Xiaoxiao widened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng with shock.
Yes, you don't believe it?
Lin Feng looked at Su Xiaoxiao in front of him with ease.
Don't talk nonsense. Many experts have tried it and it doesn't work. What if I cure your grandfather?
Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman in front of him jokingly.
If you can cure you, why are you so unruly? If you can cure my grandfather, I will listen to you. Su Xiaoxiao didn't know how to answer for a moment. Okay, don't regret it.
Lin Feng continued to tease Su Xiaoxiao.
Lin Feng, are you really sure? Long Jingya asked in surprise. You will know in a moment.
Lin Feng pretended to be mysterious.
Xiaoya, have you trained this guy well? Is he reliable?
Su Xiaoxiao said to Long Jingya in a low voice.
Hey, what are you talking about? Pay attention.
Long Jingya glared at Su Xiaoxiao.
You all go out first, I don't want to be disturbed.
Lin Feng didn't want to expose his methods too much in front of everyone.
Everyone go out, let Mr. Lin take action. Mr. Li said to everyone excitedly. Uncle Li, it's true.
Su Jingyu's voice was trembling with excitement, and his eyes were full of anticipation as he looked at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng, I want to stay and take a look.
Long Jingya looked at Lin Feng with a hint of pleading in her eyes.
Xiaoya, stop messing around. What if you disturb little friend Lin?
Long Jingxuan said with a stern face. Lin Feng thought for a moment and did not object.
Oh, then I'll stay too.
Su Xiaoxiao said quickly.
These two kids. Mr. Lin, will this? Long Jingxuan asked.
Lin Feng looked at the two girls, nodded, and said nothing, agreeing that they should stay. At this time, everyone else left the ward one by one, leaving the space for Lin Feng and Su Jinsong on the bed. Lin Feng slowly raised his right hand, and a faint spiritual energy quietly gathered in his palm.
As Lin Feng's mind moved slightly, the spiritual energy drilled into Su Jinsong's Baihui acupoint, and disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Just as the old man in white said, Su Jinsong's condition at the moment was a disorder of his true qi, commonly known as being possessed by a demon. The true qi in his body was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, running wild and rushing around, causing chaos in his meridians and causing him unbearable pain. For Lin Feng, it was not difficult to resolve this crisis. Lin Feng sent a strand of his own pure spiritual energy into Su Jinsong's body. With the guidance of this strand of true energy, he put the chaotic and disordered true energy back in place one by one, bringing it back on track. But the most critical and difficult part is the repair of tendons and veins. In the current martial arts and medical system of Dragon Country, it is almost impossible to repair damaged tendons and veins, and countless masters and famous doctors are daunted.
But Lin Feng is like an alien in this world. The Taishu Guiyuan Ju he practiced is a unique skill.
The powerful power contained in this skill traveled through Su Jinsong's body with the spiritual energy. Wherever the spiritual energy passed, the damaged tendons and veins healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like the land that had been drought for a long time and met with rain. Not only that, the Taishu Guiyuanju also showed amazing magical effects. While repairing the tendons and veins, it actually widened them. Under the action of this magical power, the originally narrow and fragile tendons and veins gradually became wide and tough, as if they had transformed from thin streams into a rushing river, leaving a lot of benefits for Su Jinsong's future martial arts.
Ahem. Su Weijinsong woke up slowly on the hospital bed.
Looking at Lin Feng in front of him, he asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Young man, who are you?"
Hey, my injury. Grandpa. Grandpa Su. Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly filled with tears of surprise, and they rushed to the bedside. Su Xiaoxiao held her grandfather's hand tightly, and said anxiously and happily, "Grandpa, you are awake.
It was this Lin Feng who saved you.
You have been in a coma for a whole week."
Really?
Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. I'm an old man, and I thought there was no way to escape this time.
Su Jinsong was deeply moved, his eyes full of gratitude to Lin Feng.
Grandpa, don't say that. You're fine now.
Lin Feng has cured you. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were slightly red, and her tone still contained the relief of surviving a disaster.
You two go aside first. The treatment isn't over yet. I won't be responsible if anything unexpected happens.
Lin Feng pretended to be serious and deliberately frightened the two girls.
Ah. Why didn't you tell me earlier, you?
Su Xiaoxiao widened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng in shock and anger.
It was you who insisted on staying, can you blame me?
Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and continued to tease the straightforward little beauty in front of him.
Chapter 31. Thanks. Don't disturb Mr. Lin, go to the side. Su Jinsong recovered some strength and spoke. Su Xiaoxiao was unwilling but did not dare to disobey.
She stood aside nervously, staring at Lin Feng's every move. Seeing that her grandfather's complexion was gradually returning to normal, Su Xiaoxiao felt relieved.
As she relaxed, she couldn't help but tease Long Jingya. "Xiaoya, did he abuse you?" Long Jingya didn't react for a moment and replied subconsciously, "No." As soon as the words came out, Long Jingya instantly understood the ambiguity and scolded with a smile. "What are you talking about, you little bitch? I'm going to scratch you." As she said that, she pretended to grab Su Xiaoxiao, and the two girls laughed and made a mess. Lin Feng no longer paid attention to the two women. "Mr. Su, I have already dealt with the problem of your disordered true qi, and you have turned a disaster into a blessing and gained a lot of benefits. Now take off your shirt, and I will help you heal your old injuries. In this way, my mission will be successfully completed." Lin Feng glanced at Long Jingya and said in a steady tone. When Long Jingya heard Lin Feng say this, she felt an inexplicable shyness and sweetness in her heart. Lin Feng's medical skills are miraculous, and Grandpa Su can be completely saved this time. Looking at Lin Feng's focused profile, Long Jingya's eyes softened unconsciously. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at the two of them and started to playful again. She gently bumped Long Jingya's shoulder, winked and laughed softly. "Xiaoya, don't you think Lin Feng's serious look is very charming? I can see that the eye contact between you two is full of stories. Tell the truth, did you two slap each other?" Long Jingya was stunned for a moment, then understood instantly. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she glared at Su Xiaoxiao in pretended anger. "Don't guess blindly, it's not like what you said." Su Xiaoxiao was relentless and continued to ask with a smile, "You still don't admit it? The way you looked at him just now was almost tearing. Where did you learn that? I'm going to teach you a lesson." The ward was suddenly filled with the laughter of the two girls, and the tense and depressing atmosphere was swept away. "Oh? Has my problem of being possessed been cured? By the way, little friend Lin, why do I feel that my meridians have become much wider than before, and the speed of the internal energy running is also much faster?" Su Jinsong's face was full of doubts, and his eyes were full of desire for answers. "Well, let's talk about this in detail later." Lin Feng did not explain further, but quickly took out the silver needles. As soon as he moved his mind, 13 silver needles flew out as if they were cast by magic, and accurately pierced into the acupuncture points all over Su Jinsong's body. The silver needles trembled slightly, emitting a faint light. Not long after, Su Jinsong's old injury was completely healed. 13 Ghost Gate Needles. Su Jinsong slowly uttered these 5 words, and then, as if he remembered something crucial, his eyes were full of shock, and he continued, "You are releasing your true energy, my dear Lin, are you a master? The 13 Ghost Gate Needles have been lost for hundreds of years, my dear Lin, you..." Feeling the true energy released by Lin Feng when he performed the spell,
Su Jinsong was so excited that he sat up from the bed at once, his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. It's all coincidence, Mr. Su, I hope you won't make this public. Lin Feng looked at Su Jinsong calmly.
Okay, I will keep it a secret.
Su Jinsong nodded solemnly, then turned to Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao and said, You two girls, everything you see and hear here today must be kept secret, remember.
I know, Grandpa. If I tell anyone, someone will have a lot of competitors.
Su Xiaoxiao responded to Su Jinsong's words while giving Long Jingya a playful glance with a hint of cunning in her eyes.
Ah. You're asking for a beating.
Long Jingya's cheeks turned red, and she pretended to chase and beat Su Xiaoxiao. The two girls immediately started laughing and playing together again.
By the way, Mr. Lin, as a master, why are you not ranked on the dragon list? Su Jinsong asked curiously. It's like this, Mr. Su. I've always been used to being idle.
I don't care much about these false names, and I don't plan to rank on the dragon list. Lin Feng explained frankly.
Well, if there is no ranking, then there is no ranking.
There are indeed some masters like you who are indifferent to fame and fortune and do not want to be on the dragon list.
Being an idle person and living a free and easy life is not bad.
But if Dragon Country encounters a crisis in the future and needs little friend Lin's help, I hope you will not refuse. Dragon Country originally had only one master-level doctor, but he was assassinated by the island country. This has always been a great loss to the martial arts world of Dragon Country. Su Jinsong sighed slightly, his eyes full of worry.
Sure, if there's anything I can really help you with, just contact me directly.
Lin Feng agreed readily.
Okay. Young friend Lin is a quick-witted person, which suits my taste. Ha ha ha. By the way, I'm well now, so let's go home now.
Lin Feng, if you don't mind, please come to my humble abode and have a seat. Su Jinsong said in high spirits, getting rid of his previous sick look. At this time, the people outside the ward heard the laughter coming from inside, and couldn't suppress their curiosity and worry, so they pushed the door open and walked in. They saw Su Jinsong sitting on the bed, his face was rosy, and he didn't look seriously ill at all, and he was talking happily with Lin Feng.
Chapter 32 Shock. Dad, Mr. Su, old Su.
Long Jingxuan, Su Jingyu, and the old man in white walked into the ward and saw Su Jinsong's miraculous recovery. They couldn't help but shout in unison, their faces full of surprise and astonishment.
You're here, Lao Li, Lao Long. I'm sorry to have worried you.
Su Jinsong said with a smile, his eyes full of gratitude.
Oh, Mr. Lin, you are really a miracle doctor.
I didn't expect that you could cure old Su's illness with just one treatment.
Thank you so much.
Long Jingxuan excitedly held Lin Feng's hands and shook them vigorously, his eyes full of admiration and gratitude.
Young friend Lin has such amazing skills, I admire you so much.
The old man in white, Lao Li, also looked admiring and bowed to Lin Feng.
Everyone, please keep today's events confidential, and do not publicize Mr. Lin's identity too much.
After all, master-level doctors are too precious to cause any more trouble. Su Jinsong had a solemn expression on his face, his tone carrying an unquestionable firmness.
What Lao Su said makes sense. Several people nodded in agreement. Xiao, come here quickly. Su Jingyu waved at Su Xiao. Mr. Lin, thank you for your kindness. Please accept our father and daughter's greetings.
Su Jingyu said, and then he took Su Xiao to kneel down to thank Lin Feng.
Hey, Mr. Su, you are too polite. I have been entrusted by someone, so there is no need to do this. Lin Feng was quick to support the two of them. Mr. Lin, there are 5 million in this card. I don't know if it's enough for the medical fee. If it's not, I'll think of a way.
Su Jingyu immediately took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the bank card handed over and said, Mr. Su has done a lot of great things for the country and the people.
It is my honor to treat Mr. Su. Moreover, this time I am entrusted by Mr. Long, so let's forget about the medical fee.
Lin Feng showed a look that could not be refused.
Okay, then let's listen to little friend Lin. Let's go home.
I'm going to host a banquet for little friend Lin.
Lao Li, Lao Long, come back with me. Su Jinsong said excitedly. Old Su, I won't go. Things in the West haven't been dealt with yet. I have to rush over there immediately.
The old man in white, Old Li, looked hurried and apologetic.
Well, that's good, Lao Li. I'll take care of the things in the West. Su Jinsong nodded in understanding. The old man in white, Lowly, turned around and quickly left the ward, his figure quickly disappearing into the vast night.
Lin Feng, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I don't know how much suffering Grandpa Su would have suffered.
Long Jingya walked to Lin Feng and said in a low voice. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Long Jingya's attitude towards Lin Feng and rarely spoke.
The group arrived at the compound where Su Jinson lived.
It was a mountain villa located in the suburbs of the Magic City. The security was extremely tight and there were many sentries, which showed the extraordinary and important of this place. During the conversation with Su Jinsong, Lin Feng learned a lot of little-known information in the martial arts world. He really did not expect that the current world situation would be so turbulent. Martial arts practitioners and genetically modified people from various countries actually had such strong hostility towards Longwa, and deliberately tried to drag Longwa back to the humiliating state of being at the mercy of others more than 100 years ago. After a sumptuous dinner, Su Jinsong went back to his room early to rest because he had just recovered from a serious illness and needed to recuperate. Lin Feng chatted with Su Jingyu for a while. Seeing that it was getting late at night, everyone settled down in the guest rooms of the villa. As soon as Lin Feng entered the guest room, he quickly adjusted his state, sat cross-legged, and entered the practice mode. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that the spiritual energy in this villa was even more dense than that in Ziwei Manor before the spiritual vein was used. Strands of spiritual energy were like cheerful elves, constantly flowing towards him to help his cultivation. Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao live in the same room. It was late at night, and Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao couldn't fall asleep thinking about what happened today. Su Xiaoxiao stretched out her hand and pinched Long Jingya's softness, with a smile on her lips, and asked in a low voice, "Jingya, did you too do that?" Long Jingya was trembling all over by this sudden action in question, and said coquettishly, "Ah, you bad girl, what are you talking about? You still don't admit it. Didn't you see the way Lin Feng looked at you? If there was no one else in the room, he would probably have pounced on you." Su Xiaoxiao continued to ask. "Really? Why didn't I feel it?" Long Jingya looked confused. "So what do you think of him?" Su Xiaoxiao pressed on. "I can't explain it clearly." Long Jingya's cheeks turned slightly red and her voice became a little lower. "I'm asking the end." Su Xiaoxiao deliberately dragged out the tone and smiled evilly. "You bad girl, how dare you make such a joke? I'll teach you a lesson." Long Jingya was embarrassed and annoyed. She reached out to grab Su Xiaoxiao, and the two girls immediately started fighting on the bed. Lin Feng has been immersed in the state of cultivation. The Taishu Gui Wanju has been constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of the villa. After a while, Lin Feng feels that the speed of operation is getting slower and slower. The spiritual energy is still too thin. I have to hurry back to Shannan. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 33 Taishu Golden Eyes. The children were playing next door and making a lot of noise. Lin Feng noticed the unusual noise and his heart tightened. Oh no, could it be? Before he could think about it, Lin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared in his room in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already rushed from the window to Long Jingya's room. "Jingya, are you okay?" Lin Feng shouted anxiously and then turned on the light in the room. Instantly, a sexy scene came into Lin Feng's eyes. On the bed, Su Xiaoxiao and Long Jingya were only wearing simple underwear, playing around so much that the quilt had been kicked to the ground, revealing their graceful and seductive figures without reservation. "Ah!" The two girls first screamed, then covered their mouths with their hands in panic, stared at Lin Feng, who suddenly broke in with wide eyes and blushing faces. "What are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping so late at night? I thought you were attacked." Lin Feng was embarrassed and angry. He quickly bent down to pick up the quilt on the ground and threw it at the two girls. Then, as if he had been electrocuted, his figure flashed and quickly disappeared outside the bedroom window. "Ah! Hooligan! Xiaoya, yours, he saw me naked." Su Xiaoxiao was embarrassed and anxious, her face as red as a ripe tomato. This bastard took advantage and ran away. Long Jingya was also angry and ashamed. She bit her lower lip tightly, her cheeks flushed, and her heart was annoyed and confused. The two girls stopped fighting and slowly fell asleep. Lin Feng returned to the room and recalled the scene of the two girls. He felt a sudden impulse and quickly calmed his mind and circulated his spiritual energy to disperse some of the blood. Lin Feng recalled the erotic scene just now, smiled slightly, calmed his mind again, took out a portion of a stalactite of life and swallowed it, and immediately immersed himself in the practice of Taishu Gui Wanju. After a night of training, his realm progressed slowly.
The spiritual energy here was far less dense than that in the manor, so Lin Feng ended his training early. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Brother Tong, lucky draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the pupil technique Tai Chi Golden Pupil. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a villa in the Magic City. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a 10,000-ton gold mine in Australia.
Brother Tong, use Tai Chi Golden Eye.
Lin Feng felt his head banging. In an instant, countless information rushed into his sea of consciousness and eyes like a surging tide. Golden runes flashed in his eyes, flickering and interweaving. As the runes moved, Lin Feng's vision seemed to be opened to a new dimension. His acuity increased exponentially, and all the details around him were instantly magnified infinitely. Lin Feng's mind moved slightly, and he decisively used the Tai Chi Golden Eye. In an instant, with a swish sound, the familiar world suddenly became unusually clear. The seemingly ordinary stone in the distance, Lin Feng could clearly see the intricate texture inside, like a mysterious texture map of heaven and earth.
Not only that, Lin Feng could easily sense the flow of spiritual power in the air.
Those spiritual power threads were like light living things, shuttling freely between heaven and earth. In the distant mountains and forests, whether it was the flapping of birds' wings or the sneaking of beasts, every move was accurately captured, and even with the help of the divine pupil, he could clearly perceive the subtle fluctuations of spiritual power in their bodies. Lin Feng was immersed in this surprise when suddenly his eyes were dizzy and the world in front of him returned to its previous appearance.
Brother Tong, why did my eyes feel dizzy just now?
Beep, the host's realm is too low, and he cannot use this pupil technique for a long time.
Please improve your strength. So what exactly is this pupil technique?
Tick, Tai Chi Golden Pupil was born from the condensation of Tai Chi mysterious light when chaos was first divided. When this pupil opens and closes, it can burn away all false illusions. Normal state, the pupils transform into a gaseous golden vortex with golden Sanskrit words appearing on the surface. When activated, both eyes emit golden light, everything within the field of vision loses its appearance, and the illusion collapses instantly. Ultimate state, the chaos star map appears in the pupil, and the past and future can be viewed.
Hi, awesome. Brother Tong is so mighty.
Lin Feng gradually adapted to the Tai Chi Golden Eyes.
Just as he walked out of the room, he happened to meet the 2 girls walking out of the room. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and went downstairs quickly.
The 2 girls blushed at this time. Lin Feng walked downstairs quickly, trying to get rid of the embarrassment. In the restaurant, Su Jinson and Long Jingxuan were already sitting at the dining table. Seeing Lin Feng coming down, Su smiled and called out, "Little friend Lin, come and have breakfast." Lin Feng forced a smile and sat down at the dining table. In the room upstairs, after blushing briefly, the 2 girls changed their clothes, simply fixed their makeup, took a deep breath, and slowly went downstairs hand in hand. At this time, Lin Feng was drinking porridge with his head down. He looked up subconsciously when he heard footsteps and happened to meet the gazes of the 2 girls. Lin Feng saw that the air seemed to be still at this moment.
Xiaoya, Xiao, come and have dinner.
Old Su said when he saw the 2 of them.
Okay, Grandpa Su, okay, Grandpa, the 2 girls agreed at the same time.
Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao walked down the stairs slowly side by side. Long Jingya, at the age of 21, has a tall figure of 169 centimeters. The white tight t-shirt on her upper body perfectly outlines her beautiful figure. The blue jeans on her lower body perfectly show the straight and slender lines of her legs. The white sneakers on her feet add a bit of youthful agility to the overall outfit. Her black hair is scattered behind her, swaying gently with her steps. On her fair face, a faint blush flashes at this moment, adding a bit of shy charm to her. The whole person exudes a quiet and elegant temperament. Su Xiaoxiao, 21 years old, is about 167 centimeters tall. Standing next to Long Jingya, her figure is quite comparable. She wears a white t-shirt on her upper body and short hair, which gives people a refreshing feeling. She wears a denim skirt on her lower body, which is playful and dynamic, and fully releases her youthful vitality. The 2 walked together. Long Jingya's quiet and reserved manner contrasted sharply with Su Xiaoxiao's lively and active manner. Lin Feng instantly remembered the springtime scene last night and felt embarrassed.
Chapter 34, Tan Palace.
My dear Lin, I haven't seen Lao Su for many years.
Lao Su was saved by you this time.
I plan to stay here for a while so that we can have a good chat.
We didn't have a good time in the Magic City last time we came. I think we should let Xiaoxiao take you and Xiaoya to visit the Magic City. Well, since Elder Long wants to stay here for a while longer, I will go back directly. I am a little uncomfortable leaving Shinnan.
Lin Feng was thinking about returning to the manor to practice as soon as possible. After all, the spiritual energy outside was too thin.
Since you are here, Mr. Lin, why don't you go out for a walk? A day or two won't be a big deal. Just stay at my place. It's a blessing for this old man that you can live in my house. Mr. Su, you're too polite.
I also have a property in Shanghai.
Okay, then I'll go around Shanghai and take a look. Xiaoya, you and Xiao Xiao should accompany Mr. Lin around and don't be afraid to spend money, okay?
Long Jingxuan was about to say something else when he was interrupted by Lin Feng. Mr. Long, I can go out and take a look by myself.
I won't trouble you too.
Lin Feng looked at these two little devils and immediately refused. Lin Feng was really afraid that he would fall into some vortex, which would be troublesome.
Now he only wanted to improve his strength.
When Long Jingya heard Lin Feng say this, she was immediately deflated and looked unhappy. Su Xiaoxiao saw the change in Long Jingya and immediately said, Lin Feng, you have never been to the Magic City, and you are not familiar with many places.
Xiaoya and I are most familiar with the Magic City. We will take you around and take a look at your mansion. Besides, Xiaoya hasn't been to the Magic City for a while. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to Xiaoya? Mr. Long, will Sima Zhong, whom I met at the last auction, this time?
Lin Feng thought of Sima Zhong, who had taken revenge on Long Jingxuan before.
Don't worry, my friend Lin. The Magic City is not ruled by old Sima alone. I have already warned the Sima family about the last incident. I believe he will not dare to cause any trouble again. Su Jinsong said lightly. Well, okay then, you two come with me.
Lin Feng thought for a moment and said to the two girls.
The two girls' expressions suddenly relaxed. Then let's go after dinner. By the way, Lin Feng, where is your house? Su Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Tan Palace, Qingxi Road. What? Isn't that a super luxury house?
Lin Feng is too rich to be a doctor, I must go and see it. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng in shock and whispered to Long Jingya with a playful look, Xiaoya, let's go to your house and take a look, you shouldn't refuse.
You. Hateful.
After they finished their meal, Lin Feng drove Su Xiaoxiao's Toyota sedan straight to Qingxi Road in Shanghai. Along the way, the two girls kept asking Lin Feng questions. Lin Feng also felt a lot more relaxed with the two girls. They were of the same age and had a lot of common topics. After a while, Lin Feng and the other two arrived at the gate of the community. Lin Feng took out the property ownership certificate, and the property staff checked it and immediately invited the owner in. Several people entered the community and came to Lin Feng's villa, which was a 4-story French-style villa with a white facade and exquisitely carved columns. The well-arranged dormer windows on the roof, the tall arched doors and carved railings, every detail showed the exquisite craftsmanship of French architecture. The villa is surrounded by lush green plants and tall trees that block out the sun, bringing a touch of coolness to the courtyard.
Open the door and walk into the villa.
The first floor lobby is tall and spacious.
The high ceiling design and the dazzling giant crystal chandelier make the whole space sparkle.
The ground is paved with marble floors that are produced from unknown sources.
Its texture is natural and unique.
It is not only warm to the touch, but also exudes an innate luxurious temperament. In the hall, there is a complete set of customized French classical style furniture. The sofa is made of top-grade cowhide, which is soft, comfortable and tough, and has exquisite carving craftsmanship. The matching coffee table is made of precious walnut, with a smooth surface like a mirror, and the details show ingenuity. After looking around, Lin Feng felt it was a good place to rest. However, the spiritual energy here was not very strong, so he definitely could not live there for a long time.
It's okay, how about we go shopping?
Lin Feng looked at the villa in front of him and there was no need to continue looking at it. Lin Feng, this is too luxurious and cozy.
You don't live in Shanghai, so why did you think of buying a house here? Long Jingya asked in confusion. Nothing, I bought it because it looked nice. I also have an island, I'll take you two there when you have time. What? Island?
The two girls widened their eyes.
How rich is Lin Feng? I'll take you out to play and go shopping if I have the chance. As expected, the woman became excited the moment she heard about shopping. Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao said excitedly, let's go. Let's go and see what cars are in the garage.
Lin Feng came to the garage. Opening the garage, 3 sports cars are quietly waiting for their owners: Koenigsegg 1 Ferrari LaFerrari, and a Lamborghini Veneno. Whichever one you like, just drive it. Wow, so many sports cars, Lin Feng, these are all 2-seaters, how can the 3 of us drive them? I won't drive my car. Can either of you drive? Yes, but I'm afraid to drive this car, me too. How about I drive and you two sit in the passenger seat? Okay. No problem. From the outside, the design of the Lamborghini Veneno is like a fighting machine from the future, which is very aggressive and visually impactful. The front bumper is like a sharp shovel, which not only brings perfect downforce to the vehicle, but also makes the whole vehicle seem ready to tear through the air at any time. On the side of the body, the concave lines are combined with the convex wheel arches to create a very powerful posture. The scissor door design is one of the souls of the Veneno. When opened, it is like a pair of wings, making the vehicle instantly take off like an aircraft, which is unique and eye-catching. In the gray body, the shiny black carbon fiber structure can be faintly seen, and red lines surround the entire car. After finding the car key of poison, Lin Feng entered the driving seat. Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao were both thinner, so it was not too crowded to sit in the passenger seat. Long Jingya sat sideways in Su Xiaoxiao's arms. Lin Feng's visual effect was maximized. He glanced at the 2 women's slender legs. Lin Feng didn't dare to look at them anymore. He looked straight ahead and stepped on the accelerator. The unique sound of poison's airwaves sounded, and it roared like a beast and sped along the road of the Magic City, with a 100% turning back rate. Chapter 35: Jealousy. Amidst a deafening roar, the Lamborghini Venom slowly stopped. As soon as it entered the parking area of the mall, poison instantly attracted the attention of everyone around it. The scissor doors slowly rose, and Lin Feng walked out of the driver's seat. He was nearly 190 centimeters tall and dressed in casual clothes, looking like a super rich young man. Then, the passenger door slowly opened, and Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao got out of the car. At this moment, the crowd instantly became agitated. Long Jingya was fresh and refined, and Su Xiaoxiao was playful and cute. Lin Feng and the other 2 became the most eye-catching focus on this street. What's going on? Are rich people so blatant now? Hugging 2 beauties on both sides? My God, the looks and figures of these 2 beauties are simply amazing. What ability does this man have to make 2 women live in harmony? Nonsense, it must be based on money. What kind of world is this? We bachelors are still single, but other people are already hugging women everywhere. Is there no way we can survive? Some women nowadays are corrupting social morals. Hey, uncle, what you said is not right. Why don't you say that the rich people nowadays are too bad, really? Everyone was talking at once, their eyes seemed to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Lin Feng noticed the unfriendly looks around him and hurriedly said, "Let's go in quickly." Okay, I'm starving. What should we eat? Su Xiaoxiao asked. I'll take you 2 to a big meal. After Lin Feng said that, he took the 2 girls straight into the building. Michelin-starred restaurant Tianmen. Hello, 3 customers, what would you like to order? Here is the menu, please order. A waiter came up to serve them politely. Su Xiaoxiao opened the menu and couldn't help but exclaimed, I want. Lin Feng, this dish is too expensive. I have been in Shanghai for so long and have never eaten such expensive dishes. Long Jingya looked at Su Xiaoxiao's appearance and couldn't help but smile. Lin Feng glanced at the menu and said, bring all the special dishes in your restaurant. Take a look and see if there is anything else you want to eat. After Lin Feng ordered with the waiter, he said to the 2 girls. Lin Feng, can you finish all this? Long Jingya asked while flipping through the menu. It's okay, don't save money for me. That's too much. I won't order any more. Su Xiaoxiao whispered beside Long Jingya, this person in your family is such a spendthrift, you have to take good care of him in the future. Go to hell. Long Jingya blushed instantly. What are you 2 talking about? Lin Feng's keen perception had actually already told him what Su Xiaoxiao had said, so he teased the 2 of them. Nothing. The 2 girls said in unison, looking embarrassed. After a while, the dishes were served one after another, and the table was filled with bluefin tuna sashimi, caviar, lobster omelette, foil butterfly fish head, Australian lobster, and other delicacies. The 3 of them immediately began to feast on the food, and even Long Jingya, who was usually elegant, couldn't help but wolf it down in front of her. After the meal, Lin Feng spent 360,000 yuan on his credit card. Lin Feng, this meal actually cost so much money, isn't it a bit? Su Xiaoxiao looked at the shocking number on the bill, her face full of shock.
It's okay. If you like it, we can come back to eat.
It tastes really good. Lin Feng said nonchalantly. At this time, a young and beautiful manager in a professional suit came forward and said with a smile, "Hello, ladies and gentlemen, I am Xin Qing, the manager of our store. Our store also has membership services. If you apply for a membership card, you can enjoy discounts in Michelin restaurants around the world." After listening to this, Lin Feng asked with great interest, "Well, how do you apply for a card specifically?" Michelin is a global chain with businesses covering catering, accommodation, golf courses, hot springs, and other business projects. There are more than 1,000 chain stores worldwide. There are 5 types of membership cards. Ordinary membership cards can be applied for with an annual consumption of 500,000 and enjoy a 5% discount. Gold membership cards can be applied for with an annual consumption of 1 million and enjoy a 10% discount. Platinum membership cards can be applied for with an annual consumption of 2 million and enjoy a 15% discount. Diamond membership cards can be applied for with an annual consumption of 5 million and enjoy a 20% discount. Black gold membership cards can be applied for with an annual consumption of 10 million and above and enjoy a 30% discount. Supreme membership cards can be applied for with an annual consumption of 20 million and above and enjoy a 40% discount.
Go ahead and apply for 3 Supreme cards,
Lin Feng said, and took out the bank card and handed it to Xin Cheng.
What did you say? Sir, you mean to apply for 3 cards? Hotel manager Xin Cheng was shocked and confirmed in disbelief. Yes, 1 for each of the 3 of us. Lin Feng, we don't need it. We don't come here often. You can just get 1. Long Jingya said. Yes, Lin Feng, I'm just following you 2 to take advantage of you, and the amount is too high. Su Xiaoxiao also quickly declined. Xiaoxiao likes the food here, doesn't she? Just think of this as a cafeteria, it's no big deal.
Lin Feng said, and then said to the hotel manager Xin Cheng, "Manager Xin, go ahead and do it."
Okay, sir, I'll do it right away.
Xin Cheng immediately ran to the counter and processed 3 Supreme membership cards as quickly as possible.
Chapter 36 Kyoto Royal Family. After leaving the restaurant, the 3 continued shopping.
Lin Feng, the card you issued to us is too expensive.
We really can't accept it. Long Jingya looked embarrassed and spoke sincerely. Don't refuse, both of you.
I apologize for offending you last night, but this is just. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand.
Last night? Ah. You bad guy, we almost forgot about it if you didn't tell us.
Su Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows slightly, pretending to be angry, and pretended to chase and hit Lin Feng. At this moment, a group of people passed by. The leading man saw Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao at a glance. The nearly perfect figure and beautiful face made Wang Mingyuan instantly infatuated, and his eyes were fixed on his children.
2 beauties, nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Mingyuan, the son of the head of the Wang family in Kyoto. It is a great honor to meet you too.
Wang Mingyuan, with a smile on his face, brought a group of people and stood in front of Lin Feng and the other 2.
Su Xiaoxiao glanced at the dandy boy in front of her, her eyes full of disdain, and said coldly, "Kyoto Wang family? I've never heard of it, and we don't want to know you either. How could Wang Mingyuan miss such a great opportunity?"
Over the years, he has played with countless celebrities, models, and internet celebrities, but he has never seen pure beauties like Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao. They are nearly 170 centimeters tall, with a perfect waist-to-hip ratio and a beauty score of more than 97 points.
Wang Mingyuan made up his mind and secretly planned to take them away tonight even if he had to tie them up. It's okay, we can get to know each other slowly. I hope you 2 will give me another chance.
As Wang Mingyuan said this, he looked at the 2 women with his naked eyes. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Wang Mingyuan's disgusting appearance and refused again decisively, "We are not interested."
After that, she turned to look at Lin Feng and Long Jingya, "Let's go." Wait. Wang Mingyuan's face suddenly darkened, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Want to leave? Is my reputation so easily trampled upon? If you offend me, you and your family will be finished. If you don't obey, don't blame me for being rude.
Don't you understand what people are saying? Long Jingya frowned, a cold look suddenly appeared on her face.
Okay, stop talking.
Lin Feng interrupted hurriedly, and then whispered in Long Jingya's ear, "I told you last time that going out dressed like this will definitely cause trouble." When Long Jingya heard this, she instantly remembered what happened in the KTV last time, and her face turned red.
Lin Feng looked at the group of people in front of him. This is boring, right? If you want to pursue a girl, she has to be willing. No matter what your style was before, take your people away now.
I can pretend that nothing happened. Lin Feng's eyes swept across Wang Mingyuan and fell on the old man in black at the end of the team.
Boy, are you in cahoots with them? Do you know who you are talking to?
Wang Mingyuan's eyes were wide open, staring at Lin Feng viciously.
You two, get behind me.
Lin Feng turned around and said to the two girls.
Du Feng, get this guy away. Wang Mingyuan ordered the big man in black beside him. Yes, Mr. Wang.
The man called Du Feng responded and grabbed Lin Feng with one hand like an eagle's claw.
There was a dull bang.
Lin Feng stood firmly in the same place without moving, while Du Feng had already flown more than 10 meters away and fell into the bushes without any movement. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes.
You, what did you do to him? Someone asked in a trembling voice. It's okay, I won't die.
Lin Feng looked indifferent and his tone was calm as if nothing had just happened.
How did you do it? Someone else couldn't help but ask. Get out of here before I lose my temper.
Lin Feng frowned impatiently, his voice becoming a little colder.
Asshole.
Wang Mingyuan was furious when he saw that Lin Feng didn't take him seriously at all.
Pa!
Lin Feng raised his hand and slapped Wang Mingyuan directly on the face.
Watch your mouth. Get out of here right now. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?
My strength is beyond your imagination, I want you to die. Wang Mingyuan covered his face, his expression so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out.
Second uncle, cripple him.
As soon as Wang Mingyuan finished speaking, the thin man in black behind him flashed in front of Lin Feng like a ghost.
Boy, you have some skills. You have practiced martial arts well and you have decent talent at a young age. Unfortunately, you met someone you can't afford to offend today.
The man in black looked at Lin Feng coldly, with a hint of contempt in his tone.
Uncle, don't kill him.
Tonight, I will have a good communication with these two beauties in front of him and make his life worse than death.
Wang Mingyuan added, gritting his teeth. Snap.
There was another crisp sound, and Wang Mingyuan disappeared from the spot in an instant.
I'm in a good mood today because I have a beautiful woman to accompany me. Otherwise, you would be dead now.
Lin Feng said coldly, looking at Wang Mingyuan who was more than 10 meters away.
How did you make that move?
There is no fluctuation of true qi, so you're definitely not a master. But even if a master makes a move, it wouldn't escape my eyes. The man in black had a puzzled look on his face, his brows twisted into the shape of a character.
Kid, watch out.
The man in black shouted, and his clothes moved without wind, and a strong airflow instantly surrounded his body. He suddenly flew forward and punched Lin Feng fiercely with a whirring sound. Seeing this, Lin Feng snorted coldly and threw out a straight punch with great force, whistling away with the force of breaking the wind.
Bang!
The man in black was so shocked by the huge force that his arm went numb, and his face was full of disbelief.
You are actually a master? But why is there no fluctuation of true energy in your body? What is your ranking on the dragon list?
The man in black looked at Lin Feng in horror, his voice trembling a little.
You talk too much nonsense.
Lin Feng turned sideways, his body as fast as lightning, and quickly approached the man in black. He suddenly exerted force with his elbow and hit the man's chest hard.
Puff!
The man in black spurted out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards, and fell heavily to the ground, without any reaction.
Mr. Wang! Mr. Wang!
Seeing this, the others rushed over.
Let's go shopping.
Lin Feng turned around and looked at the two girls behind him with a smile.
Oh! The two girls responded, their eyes full of admiration and surprise.
Lin Feng, thank you. These nasty guys are really annoying. I have already told Grandpa that although the Kyoto Wong family is also a big family, they will definitely suffer if Grandpa takes action. Su Xiaoxiao said with gratitude.
Lin Feng, your move just now was so cool.
Su Xiaoxiao praised excitedly from the side. I still suggest that you dress more conservatively when you go out in the future, otherwise it will be too easy to get into trouble. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly.
Don't think that everyone is so bad. Most people are good. Long Jingyao retorted. Don't think too highly of others. There aren't many bad people like this, but it's enough to run into one. Miss, I'm almost your full-time bodyguard. Humph. I just like to dress like this.
Long Jingya pouted, looking unconvinced.
Okay, stop talking. Don't let these people ruin our mood. Let's go shopping.
Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly tried to smooth things over and pulled the two of them into the mall.
Chapter 37 Taishu Xuanqi. They strolled around for the whole afternoon and had dinner together.
Then Lin Feng returned to Tan Palace, while Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao returned to the suburban manor. Lin Feng returned to the bedroom, took a good bath, sat on the carpet in the bedroom, calmed his mind, and began to practice the Taishu Guiyuan Ju. Lin Feng felt a sense of tranquility in his body, as if it were a bottomless pool. As the formula was circulated, a faint sense of warmth quietly grew from his dantian. This warmth, like a spark, instantly ignited the hidden energy in his body. Then, the true energy slowly flowed out from his dantian like a trickle, and began to flow in an orderly manner along the established meridian route. As time went by, the true energy became stronger and stronger. It was no longer a trickle, but a raging river, pouring into his limbs and bones. Lin Feng's body trembled slightly, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Every muscle and every bone was bearing the baptism and impact of the spiritual energy, as if he was undergoing a rebirth. Lin Feng's consciousness was struggling in chaos. On the one hand, he had to endure the severe pain in his body, and on the other hand, he had to stay awake at all times and accurately guide the flow of his true energy. The surrounding air seemed to be affected as well and began to fluctuate slightly, as if cheering for this difficult breakthrough. Finally, under a strong energy impact, Lin Feng broke through the invisible shackles. An unprecedented power instantly filled his body, his senses became more acute, and he could even clearly hear the rustling of leaves in the distance.
I've broken through to the 6th level. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Brother Ton, lucky draw.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a strand of Taishu Xuanqi. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a small spiritual vein. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 30 billion Dragon Country coins.
Brother Ton, open the panel.
Name, Lin Feng 6th level of Qi refining stage.
Skill, Taishu Guiyuan Ju First Heaven. Attribute, Fire. Weapon, Red Flame.
Martial Arts, Tai Chi, Sky Splitting Slash.
Skills, Alchemy, Martial Arts, Formation. Talents, Taishu Golden Eyes, Luck. I actually got another spiritual vein.
With a thought, Lin Feng held the reward he had just received, the spiritual vein. The spiritual vein exuded a soft and mysterious halo, as if it contained endless power of heaven and earth. Lin Feng's eyes were full of surprise and expectation, and he shouted without hesitation, "Go!" The spiritual vein instantly turned into a stream of light and drilled into the ground like lightning. The spiritual veins seemed to have intelligence. According to the size of the formation, they quickly concentrated the vast spiritual energy contained in them into the small area of 3,000 square meters.
In an instant, the originally quiet courtyard underwent earth-shaking changes.
Lin Feng felt that the air in front of him seemed to become thicker. The concentration of spiritual energy in the courtyard increased exponentially, as if it was about to liquefy. The strands of spiritual energy seemed to be materialized mist, surging and flowing in the air. Such a rich spiritual energy is undoubtedly a great opportunity for those who practice. Lin Feng did not dare to delay for a moment, and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, quickly practicing the Taishu Guiyuan Ju. At this time, Lin Feng's body was like a ferocious beast, opening its invisible mouth and began to madly swallow the surrounding spiritual energy. For a moment, a spiritual energy vortex was formed with Lin Feng as the center, and all the spiritual energy seemed to be pulled by a powerful force and poured into the body continuously. During this crazy process of absorbing spiritual energy, Lin Feng's body trembled slightly, and every pore seemed to be cheering and enjoying the nourishment of spiritual energy. Time passed by minute, and after 2 hours, Lin Feng felt that the density of spiritual energy around him finally decreased. At this time, he slowly ended the absorption of spiritual energy, slowly opened his eyes, and a touch of satisfaction and joy flashed in his eyes.
Brother Ton, what is Taishu Xuanqi?
Beep, Taishu Xuanqi is a very rare and precious resource in the world that can improve cultivation. It was born at the beginning of chaos, and after countless years of precipitation and condensation, it was bred by the chaotic spiritual energy of Taishu land under the catalysis of special rules of heaven and earth and mysterious power. After use, it can increase the speed of cultivation and improve one's own life genes. It is very beneficial to the host at this stage. Please use it as soon as possible.
Oh my god, this is so powerful. Brother Ton, when should I use it? Beep, 9th floor in use. This is the 6th time, and I'm still 3 levels away.
Lin Feng sat cross-legged and continued to consolidate his realm.
Chapter 38 Beautiful Secretary Shin Yuxuan. Time passes slowly in silence. Early morning.
Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes from a deep state of cultivation, ending a night of cultivation. He breathed a sigh of relief, and there seemed to be a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy around him. The originally rich spiritual energy around him became extremely thin after Lin Feng's night of cultivation. The spiritual energy consumption is so great, and the rich spiritual energy has become so thin. However, the speed of cultivation is indeed much faster. I should be able to enter the 7th level soon. Lin Feng felt the spiritual energy filling his body, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw?
The familiar mechanical sound of the system sounded in Lin Feng's mind.
Brother Tong, let's draw the lottery.
Lin Feng responded without hesitation, secretly looking forward to this unknown surprise. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a copy of Stalactite of Life. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a medium-sized spiritual vein. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 20 billion Dragon Country coins.
Brother Tong, how do we arrange the medium-sized spiritual vein? Medium-sized spiritual veins are essential items for hosts in the foundation building stage. Currently, the spiritual energy on Earth is extremely thin and cannot meet the needs of hosts in the foundation building stage. However, medium-sized spiritual veins require a large area. Currently, the only suitable place for hosts to be placed is an island. Okay, what you wish for will come true.
Lin Feng was originally thinking that the small spiritual vein could not supply his spiritual energy needs, but he did not expect the system to directly send him a medium-sized spiritual vein. Looking at the time, it was already late. Lin Feng knew it was time to set off. At this moment, Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang, and the crisp ringtone echoed in the silent space.
Hello.
Lin Feng answered the phone with a clear voice.
Chairman, my name is Shin Yuxuan. I'm already at your doorstep.
A gentle and capable female voice came from the other end of the line, with a bit of the rigor of a professional.
Okay, come in.
After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he couldn't help but wonder what the new secretary looked like. After a while, the door of the villa slowly opened, and a young woman in a professional suit walked in with an elegant pace. Shin Yuxuan, about 25 years old, had long black hair draped over her shoulders. As she walked, her hair swayed gently, exuding a faint fragrance. Her cheeks were as white as jade and as delicate as a blow. Her eyes were bright and her facial features were exquisite to the extreme. She had a high nose bridge, just the right lips, and a slightly upturned corner of her mouth with a professional smile. With a height of nearly 170 centimeters and slender legs wrapped in black stockings, every step she took exuded the unique charm of a capable and mature woman in the workplace.
Beauty, absolutely beauty. This was Lin Feng's first impression of Shin Yuxuan.
He thought to himself that Shin Yuxuan was about 168 centimeters tall and thin, but her proportions were almost perfect, like a work of art carefully carved by God. Especially the professional suit, which outlined her figure to the fullest, showing both professionalism in the workplace and feminine beauty.
Chairman, this is the document you need to sign. It has been confirmed by the board of directors. Here is the confirmation document. Please have a look.
Shin Yuxuan walked to the side of the helmsman of the Shanlong Group, who was worth hundreds of billions, with a little trepidation. She lowered her head slightly, held the document in both hands, and handed it to Lin Feng. When she looked up and saw Lin Feng's young and handsome face, a ripple appeared in her heart. She originally thought that the person who could control such a huge business empire must be a middle-aged man who had experienced vicissitudes of life, but Lin Feng in front of her was so young, and his eyes were calm and profound, which was rare among his peers.
Shin Yuxuan couldn't help but secretly look at him.
She saw that Lin Feng had sword eyebrows, star eyes, a high nose bridge, and clear lips. The serious and focused expression added a bit of masculine charm. Lin Feng reached out to take the document, and accidentally, his fingers touched Shin Yuxuan's hand.
Shin Yuxuan trembled slightly as if she had received an electric shock, and a blush appeared on her face. However, Lin Feng seemed to be unaware of it. He picked up the pen on the table and quickly browsed the document. The densely packed clauses on the document were just a piece of cake in his eyes. With his spiritual perception far beyond that of ordinary people, he quickly understood the contents of the document. All of these are fine,
Lin Feng said as he signed his name on the document.
His handwriting was elegant, vigorous, and powerful. Chairman, you signed so quickly. Are you confident about the contents of the document? Shin Yuxuan asked bravely.
She was really curious why Lin Feng signed this important document so quickly. Lin Feng raised his head, his eyes met Shin Yuxuan's, and he smiled. Since I have chosen to trust the board of directors, I naturally believe that there will be no problems with the confirmed documents.
Moreover, I have already learned about these contents last night.
His voice was low and magnetic, which made Shin Yuxuan's heart beat faster.
Chairman, you are really young and promising.
I never thought that you were so young, and yet you are in control of such a huge business empire as Shinlong Group. Lin Feng smiled gently and said, opportunity plus hard work, as long as you can seize the opportunity, you will always gain something. His answer seemed simple, but it contained endless profound meaning. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Shin Yuxuan admired Lin Feng even more. The man in front of her not only had wealth and status, but also had a unique charm.
Okay.
Lin Feng handed the signed document to Shin Yuxuan. Shin Yuxuan immediately returned to the Hong Kong headquarters with the documents, while Lin Feng boarded a plane to Australia.
The plane took off on time.
It took 10 hours to fly from Shanghai to Australia. Raymond Lam sat in his seat and closed his eyes to rest.
Everyone, stop moving. A loud shout broke the silence in the cabin.
Several men in black clothes and masked faces rushed out from different corners with guns in hand and instantly took control of the situation. The passengers screamed in fear, and the originally quiet and peaceful luxury cabin fell into chaos in an instant. The leading terrorist was tall and had a fierce look in his eyes.
He waved his gun in the air and shouted, "Be quiet. This plane is under our control now. No one can play any tricks. I tell you, we were the ones who did the MH back then."
His voice echoed in the cabin, drowning out the exclamations of the crowd.
Chapter 39 Hijacking. What are you doing? The flight attendant asked, pretending to be calm. The terrorist leader sneered, "Humph, it's very simple. We want this plane to fly to a deserted island in the South Pacific. Then, each person must prepare a ransom of 10 million. Otherwise, everyone on the plane will die," he said, raising the remote control in his hand. "See this? We have installed explosives on the plane. As long as I press the button, everyone will go to see God." When the passengers heard this, they burst into tears and cursed. "How could you do this, you devils?" A middle-aged man shouted angrily, but was soon pointed at his head by the terrorists, so he dared not say a word. According to what the terrorists said, Lin Feng's mind instantly enveloped the entire plane. There were indeed 2 bombs in the engine compartment. Lin Feng didn't dare to take risks. There were at least 200 people on the plane, and he was thinking about how to deal with it. At this time, a shorter terrorist glanced at the crowd and suddenly saw a girl with a pretty figure. His eyes lit up, and he touched the leader with his elbow and whispered, "Brother, look at that girl, she is really iconic, look at her skin, and her figure is simply superb, hee." "Dulong, can't you do something serious? When you have money, what kind of?"
The leader looked in the direction Dulong pointed, and his voice suddenly stopped. He was stunned for a moment, and then he showed a greedy smile, "Hee, this trip really gained a lot. When we get the ransom, this woman will belong to us. Brother, stop talking nonsense with them and ask the captain to change the route immediately," another terrorist urged. The leader nodded and said to his men, "You, go to the cockpit and tell the captain to change the route immediately and fly to the deserted island in Indonesia. If he dares to play tricks, blow his head off."
The subordinate took the order and walked towards the cockpit with a gun.
After a while, the plane began to turn slowly and flew in the direction designated by the terrorists. Inside the cabin, the terrorists began to search the passengers' belongings one by one, looting their wallets, jewelry and other valuables, and beating any resistance.
"You bastards, give it back to me."
A young lady tried to take back her necklace, but was slapped to the ground by the terrorist. The leader laughed disapprovingly, "Ah, I am the boss on this plane, and I have the final say.
You'd better obey me, maybe you can suffer less."
At this moment, the plane suddenly shook violently. It turned out that the captain tried to interfere with the terrorists by changing the flight attitude, but this action made the situation on the plane even more critical. The passengers screamed and the terrorists were also a little panicked. "Bastards, kill the 2 flight attendants first and make the captain behave himself," the leader shouted to his men. Bang, bang, 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 crew members fell in a pool of blood. The captain had no choice but to stabilize the plane again. There are more than a dozen terrorists and 2 bombs.
We cannot fight them head-on.
If we fight them head-on, we will definitely be fine, but it is hard to say about our compatriots on the plane.
If the terrorists are too cruel, there will definitely be many casualties. Lin Feng was thinking about a solution.
Suddenly, a wisp of true energy quietly flew to the remote control of the terrorist leader. Lin Feng's mind moved. Click, the circuit board inside the remote control shattered. At this time, the cabin was noisy, and the terrorists were still unaware. After Lin Feng reached the 6th level of Qi refining, he was able to control the spiritual energy more easily and for longer periods of time. More than a dozen strands of spiritual energy instantly flew out of Lin Feng's body and hit the terrorists' temples at the same time. More than a dozen people fell to the ground instantly. Ah! What happened? Why did they all fall down? Everyone noticed something. One of them stood up and felt the terrorist's breath, then said in shock, "He's dead.
Captain, the terrorists are all dead. Captain, make an emergency landing. There is a bomb on the plane." Everyone was in a commotion. "Don't panic, we will make an emergency landing at the nearest airport soon, everyone sit down."
The remaining crew members shouted loudly.
The plane made an emergency landing at an official airport in Indonesia.
The fuselage was shaking violently, and the passengers in the cabin screamed in fear.
Fortunately, it landed successfully in the end.
Except for 2 crew members, the rest of the passengers were not injured. The airline immediately stated that it would compensate the passengers 10 times the standard for their losses. As soon as the plane landed, the system's mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Feng's mind. "Beep, chaotic energy detected, host, please obtain it."
"Brother Tong? What's going on?" Lin Feng was shocked and asked silently in his heart.
Chaotic energy fluctuations appear 5 kilometers to the south. This energy can bring great help to the host.
The system responded quickly. "Huge help?
It seems that I have to thank these robbers." Lin Feng thought to himself, if the plane had not made an emergency landing here, he would not have discovered this mysterious chaotic energy.
Chapter 40, Showdown.
Lin Feng then called Xin Yuxuan. Not long after, a brand new Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped steadily in front of Lin Feng and his friends. Lin Feng drove skillfully and sped towards the location indicated by the system. When he arrived at the destination, Lin Feng found that it was an auction. Lin Feng couldn't help wondering what on earth contained the chaotic energy.
Night falls over Jakarta. Hilton International Hotel.
After dinner at the hotel restaurant, Lin Feng returned to the guest room. After taking a bottle of strengthening liquid and life stalactite, Lin Feng immediately entered the state of cultivation. After a night of cultivation, Lin Feng could clearly feel that his realm had improved and the power in his body had become more mellow. However, there was still a certain distance to break through to the 7th level. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a copy of Stalactite of Life. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a fragment of the mysterious map. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 35 billion Dragon Country coins.
After breakfast, Lin Feng drove off immediately.
On the top floor of the 130-story iconic building, a high-end auction kicked off. The interior of the auction hall was decorated with extreme luxury. The crystal chandelier emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the entire hall like daylight. On the walls were hung priceless art paintings, each of which was created by a famous artist. The soft carpet was spread on the ground, and the footsteps were almost inaudible when stepped on. The auction was packed with wealthy people.
Suharto Widodo, the richest man in Indonesia, wore a custom-made Italian suit, and his straight posture showed his extraordinary demeanor.
Surrounded by a group of bodyguards and assistants, his eyes revealed his determination to win the auction. In the shadows of the corner, there were several old men in black robes, with cold faces and a mysterious and strange aura. In addition, there were bigwigs from various walks of life from nearby countries, some talking in low voices, and some looking solemnly at the list of items to be auctioned.
Lin Feng showed the invitation letter and walked into the venue. Their appearance did not attract much attention.
Lin Feng's eyes were sharp and he quickly scanned the people around him. After a while, the beautiful host walked up to the auction stage with a professional smile on her face and gave her opening remarks to everyone present in fluent English with clear pronunciation.
Dear distinguished guests, welcome to this top auction.
I am today's host, Riisa Aya, and I am honored to host this grand event for you. He scanned the audience and continued, the guests here today come from different countries.
To facilitate bidding, bidders can directly use their own currencies. The large screen behind us will convert the price into US dollars in real time and accurately to ensure that the bidding process is fair, just and transparent. After speaking, the host bowed slightly, made an elegant invitation gesture, and announced loudly, "Now, the auction officially begins." Precious items were auctioned one by one, and the atmosphere on the scene gradually became heated. Bidding sounds came one after another, and the prices kept rising. However, Lin Feng's mind was not on these items at all. He was waiting for the appearance of the bronze tripod with chaotic energy. Finally, the host announced loudly, "Next, the finale of this auction is going to be auctioned a mysterious bronze tripod. According to experts, this tripod is very old and its origin is unknown, but one thing is certain, the tripod contains a special energy. The starting price is 10 billion. As the host finished speaking, the venue instantly became lively. Beep, mysterious energy detected, host, please obtain it. Brother Tone, I understand. Chapter 41 Crazy Bidding. Lin Feng's eyes instantly became sharp, staring closely at the small tripod on the stage. He could clearly feel the fluctuation of that energy. The appearance of the small tripod caused a commotion at the scene. The old men who had originally closed their eyes to rest suddenly opened their eyes and stared at the small tripod in front of them. Lin Feng looked at the commotion of the crowd around him and said, "It seems like they are all here for Showdown." Indonesia's richest man Suharto Widodo was the first to bid, 12 billion. His voice was steady and powerful, showing his wealth. 15 billion. A big shot from Malaysia was not willing to be outdone and immediately raised the price. 20 billion. An evil wizard from Nanyang spoke in a sinister voice. His voice seemed to come from the netherworld, making people shudder. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said calmly, 30 billion. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard throughout the venue. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to him, full of curiosity about this sudden bidder. Suharto Widodo frowned slightly and looked at Lin Feng, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "Young man, this little tripod is not something you can get your hands on. I advise you to give up as soon as possible." Lin Feng smiled slightly and responded in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "In the auction, everything is possible. Now that I'm here, I won't give up easily. Let's see if you have the ability." Suharto Widodo snorted coldly and offered again, 40 billion. The price soared all the way and soon exceeded 60 billion. At this time, the number of bidders gradually decreased, and only Lin Feng, Suharto Widodo, and the Nanyang wizards were still holding on. 65 billion. An old man among the evil wizards of Southeast Asia said in a hoarse voice, with a strange light flashing in his eyes, as if he was determined to get this small tripod. 68 billion. Suharto Widodo gritted his teeth and raised the price again. His face was a little gloomy. This small tripod was beyond his original budget, but he couldn't swallow this breath. He must not let Lin Feng, an unknown person, snatch it away. Lin Feng's eyes were extremely firm, 70 billion. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by this astronomical figure. Suharto Widodo's face instantly became extremely ugly. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that this young man was so crazy. "Boy, do you know where this is?" Victor said with a gloomy face. Young man, Victor, I am the Nanyang wizard Inshan. Could you please give me a favor? This small tripod will be of great use to my wizard clan." The thin old man in the corner also spoke at this time. "Inshan Patriarch? You are the Inshan old man." "Yes, it is me. I didn't expect that there are people in the secular world who know my name. My name is Suharto Widodo, and I have heard of your great name for a long time. Since Mr. Inshan also needs this thing, I will withdraw from the competition." Suharto Widodo knew that the cruelty of the old man Inshan was well known in Southeast Asia. It would definitely not be a wise move to make enemies with the old man Inshan because of this matter. Maybe there will be a need for help from the old man Inshan in the future. 75 billion. The Nanyang wizard continued to bid. 80 billion. Lin Feng spoke slowly. Young man, you shouldn't refuse a toast. 75 billion is already the upper limit price of the Nanyang wizard, and I no longer have that much financial support. Young man, are you really not going to give the Nanyang wizarding world some respect? Old man Inshan, I will lend you a helping hand. Wei Duo decided to establish a good relationship with the old man Inshan. Okay, thank you. The old man from Inshan smiled at Wei Duo and continued, 90 billion. 100 billion. Lin Feng continued to quote calmly. Boy, how much money do you have to dare to offer such a price? If you can't come up with the money later, you will be in big trouble, and the women around you will be in big trouble too. Wei Duo said with a sinister look. 110 billion. The Nanyang wizard stopped talking. 130 billion.
Lin Feng continued bidding.
At this time, the people around were talking about it. Is this guy here to cause trouble? Does he have so much money? Or is he just here to join in the fun?
Everyone who comes here has gone through a capital verification process. We definitely have the money, but I don't know what secrets this little tripod has.
Is it worth it to go against the old ghost of Yinshan for this little tripod? Well, let's keep watching. 150 billion. The Nanyang wizard's face was gloomy, and a strong murderous intent emerged. 160 billion. Boom.
The auction room was eerily quiet.
For a long time, no one bid. 160 billion at a time.
The host shouted excitedly.
160 billion twice.
The conference hall was silent, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the final result.
160 billion 3 times. Deal.
As the auction hammer in the host's hand fell heavily, Lin Feng finally succeeded in bidding for the small bronze tripod.
Chapter 42, Conflict resurfaces.
Lin Feng looked at the small tripod he had just bought, and a satisfied smile inadvertently appeared on his lips. In that smile, there was a bit of joy of getting what he wanted. In the lively auction scene, Lin Feng suddenly felt a bad atmosphere around him, like a thorn in his back. At this time, Suharto Widodo's face, which was originally high-spirited, turned livid, like the sky covered with dark clouds and gloomy before a storm. The several evil Nanyang wizards beside him all had cold expressions and eyes full of unwillingness. They stared at Lin Feng fiercely, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Not long after, the staff walked into the private room respectfully, holding a delicate box containing a small bronze tripod in both hands. Lin Feng and Long Jingya had been waiting in the private room for a long time. After receiving the box, the two carefully checked it, from the texture of the tripod to the color, not missing any details, to confirm that there was no problem with the small tripod. While the waiter turned around and left, Lin Feng had an idea and put the small tripod into the mysterious system space, leaving only an empty box in his hand. Then, he lightly tapped his fingertips, and a wisp of spiritual energy instantly sealed the box tightly. Then he stood up calmly and walked out of the private room. But just after they took a few steps, Suharto Widodo and a group of burly bodyguards stood in front of them like a wall, blocking their way. Suharto Widodo smiled grimly and said in a veiled tone, "Hey, kid, you are really brave. But you'd better think clearly. In this land of Nanyang, if you offend me, Suharto Widodo, you will be courting death, not to mention that you have offended the old man in Yinshan. He can wipe out your body with just a flick of his finger." Lin Feng's face darkened instantly, with a chill in his eyes, and he responded coldly, "I want to see how capable he is." At the same time, the spiritual power in Lin Feng's body was like an ignited volcano, surging in his meridians, ready to meet the impending conflict at any time. At this time, the old man Yinshan's eyes flashed with strange light, he muttered something, and quickly formed seals with his hands. In the blink of an eye, a faint black true energy, like a black lightning, quietly but with endless killing intent, rushed towards Lin Feng. Wherever this true energy passed, the air seemed to be frozen by frost in an instant, making a subtle and creepy sizzling sound. With his keen perception, Lin Feng instantly caught the dangerous aura. Just when the black true chi was about to touch his body, Lin Feng did not hesitate to activate the Taishu Guiyuan Ju. In an instant, a powerful aura centered on him quickly spread out to the surroundings like a turbulent tsunami. The originally gloomy and terrifying black true chi instantly collapsed and dissipated in front of this powerful force. The old man at Yinshan felt a powerful force rushing towards him, completely enveloping him out of control. His face turned pale in an instant, and he widened his eyes in horror. He wanted to withdraw his attack, but it was too late. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the blood mist filled the air, staining the ground in front of him red. He staggered back a few steps, almost falling down, his eyes full of fear and disbelief, staring at Lin Feng, who looked young but had terrifying strength, not far away. He could never have imagined that the young man in front of him possessed such incredible strength. With just a wave of his hand, his carefully prepared attack backfired on him. "Humph, if you want to snatch the small tripod, then show us some real skills." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, but his tone revealed unquestionable majesty. The aura around him suddenly rose, and the powerful spiritual power fluctuations were like layers of ripples caused by a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, which quickly spread to the surroundings, causing the surrounding air to tremble.
Mid-level Grandmaster. How is this possible?
The old man in Inshan blurted out in shock, his voice full of disbelief. However, he soon calmed down, snorted coldly, and said, "Humph, even if you are a grandmaster, don't think of doing whatever you want in my Nanyang territory." Black Crow, quickly informed the third elder, "And I found a top-grade furnace tripod, hurry."
"Yes, seventh elder." The subordinate named Black Crow quickly responded and hurried away. Just as the two sides were on the verge of a fight, the security guards at the venue keenly noticed something was wrong and quickly assembled, rushing over here like a well-trained army. When Suharto Widodo and the Nanyang wizards saw the security guards, their expressions froze.
Although they were furious, they had to suppress their impulses.
Chapter 43: Absorbing Chaos Energy. Everyone, this is my auction site, and we don't want anything unpleasant to happen.
This gentleman is a distinguished guest of our auction house, so please be careful. The person in charge of the auction house, a beautiful middle-aged woman in her 30s, came over with a stern look and spoke coldly to everyone.
It turns out to be Manager Mayway. We just want to make friends with this young man. Is there anything wrong with that?
When Suharto Widodo saw the person in charge of the auction house appear, although he did not dare to openly offend the auction house, his pride as the richest man still forced him to say this.
Suharto Widodo gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Boy, we'll see what happens to this."
After that, he hurriedly left with his men in shame.
"Old man Inshan, what do you want?"
The beautiful middle-aged woman Lu Mayway turned her head to look at the Nanyang wizard and asked sternly.
The Nanyang wizard's face turned pale and red, and he was gloomy.
He glared at Lin Feng fiercely, then looked at Lu Mayway, snorted coldly, and led his men to hide in the dark corner like a ghost, disappearing in an instant. "Mr. Lin, I advise you to leave Indonesia as soon as possible. Widodo is just a businessman and there is no need to be afraid of him, but the Inshan old man is by no means an ordinary person.
They are well organized and their methods are sinister and vicious. If you can avoid conflicts with them, you should try to avoid them. Fortunately, he doesn't dare to be too presumptuous in our auction house's territory." Lu Mayway looked at Lin Feng with concern and said sincerely, "Thank you, Manager Mayway, for your help. I will be careful and nothing will happen." Lin Feng thanked Lu Mayway with a sincere look.
Lu Mayway smiled, her eyes turned to Lin Feng, and she said softly, "Mr. Lin, you are too polite.
If you don't mind, just call me Sister Mayway from now on. Calling me manager is too distant."
Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth. "Okay, thank you Sister Mayway for your care." Lu Mayway covered her mouth and chuckled, her voice as sweet as a silver bell. My brother is really good at talking." The system sent a prompt, "Beep, host, please absorb the chaos energy as quickly as possible."
I heard the system prompt again, "Sister Mayway, I'll go back first. See you later. Brother, see you later."
This young man is so mysterious.
He is a master-level expert at such a young age. Who is he?
Looking at Lin Feng's departing back, Lu Mayway was full of doubts and thought to herself. The hotel room was so quiet that it was a bit depressing, and Lin Feng immediately sat cross-legged.
"System, what is the secret of this little tripod?"
Lin Feng took out the little tripod and looked at it carefully. The little tripod was slightly cool to the touch, and its surface was engraved with ancient and mysterious patterns. Under the dim light in the room, it seemed to emit a faint light, as if telling an ancient story.
"Beep, this item is a chaos treasure, and it contains chaos energy.
The host can absorb it directly, and after absorbing it, it can try to recognize the master." The mechanical and cold voice of the system sounded in Lin Feng's mind. When Lin Feng heard it, a hint of surprise and expectation flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng immediately activated the Taishu Gui Wanju, and the spiritual energy instantly poured into the small tripod. In an instant, the small tripod was like an ancient artifact that had been activated, and the whole body was shining brightly. A huge and vast energy was like a surging torrent, instantly pouring into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng only felt a hot current pouring in from the palm of his hand, quickly spreading throughout his body. Every meridian seemed to be washed by a powerful force, bringing a numb and slightly tingling feeling. His body began to tremble slightly, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he clenched his teeth tightly, trying his best to withstand the impact of this energy. As the chaotic energy continued to merge, the spiritual power in Lin Feng's body circulated faster and faster. The originally solid spiritual power barrier began to loosen under the impact of this energy. In his sea of consciousness, the originally calm sea of consciousness was now also in turmoil. Wherever the chaotic energy passed, it seemed to be reshaping his body structure. Every cell was cheering and greedily absorbing this powerful force. However, just when Lin Feng was immersed in absorbing energy, there was a sudden noise of footsteps outside the hotel.
Suharto Widodo did not give up.
After learning that Lin Feng had returned to the hotel, he rushed over with his men. They ran rampant in the hotel lobby, scaring the hotel staff to avoid them. The receptionist turned pale and trembled as she picked up the phone to call the police, but it was snatched away by Suharto Widodo's men.
Tell me quickly, which room does that guy live in?
Suharto Widodo blared at the receptionist fiercely and shouted loudly.
The receptionist was so scared that she trembled and dared not speak.
Suharto Widodo saw this and slapped the front desk and shouted angrily, "If you don't tell me, I will make sure that your hotel will not be able to operate tomorrow." Under his coercion, the receptionist had to tremble and tell Lin Feng's room number. At the same time, in the dark corner of the hotel, the evil Nanyang wizards also quietly appeared. There was a strange light in their eyes, and they were muttering something, as if they were casting some evil spell. The third elder in the lead was holding a black compass in his hand, and the needle on the compass was spinning wildly, pointing to the direction of Lin Feng's room. "Humph, this kid absorbs energy and makes such a big noise, which is convenient for us to track him." The third elder snorted coldly and led the other wizards to the inside of the hotel. At this time, Lin Feng was completely immersed in the state of absorbing chaotic energy, and was completely unaware of the dangers from the outside world. The chaotic energy in his body became more and more turbulent, and had begun to attack his spiritual roots. The spiritual roots were the foundation of a cultivator. Once they were reshaped by the chaotic energy, Lin Feng's cultivation talent would be qualitatively improved, but this process was also full of risks. If he was not careful, his spiritual roots would be blown up by the powerful energy, causing his meridians to be broken and his cultivation to be destroyed.
Chapter 44 Leaving.
Lin Feng felt as if he was being roasted on fire.
A powerful spiritual vortex instantly formed around his body, and the objects in the room were drawn into it.
Tables, chairs, curtains, and even the decorative paintings on the walls were torn into pieces by this powerful force.
Outside the hotel, Suharto Widodo and his men had already arrived at the door of Lin Feng's room.
He kicked the door open, but was bounced back by the powerful spiritual power in the room and fell to the ground.
"What the hell is this?"
Suharto Widodo got up in a panic, looking at the dazzling spiritual vortex in the room, and a sense of fear surged in his heart.
Suharto Widodo gritted his teeth and shouted to his men, "Go in and catch that guy." Although the men were afraid, they still rushed into the room under the pressure of Suharto Widodo.
The moment they stepped into the room, they were sucked into the vortex of spiritual energy. Their bodies felt like they were being cut by countless sharp blades and they let out screams.
Suharto Widodo's face turned pale when he saw this. He wanted to turn around and run away, but he found that his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground and he couldn't move. He looked at the spiritual vortex that was getting closer and closer in horror and closed his eyes in despair. In another dark corner of the hotel, the Nanyang wizards quietly appeared.
The third elder felt the powerful energy fluctuations in the room, and a greedy smile suddenly appeared on his face. He said viciously, "This energy must be emitted by the small tripod."
That kid actually used the small tripod. Ah! Damn, the power of the small tripod was wasted by this thief.
As soon as the voice fell, he quickly took out a bag of pink powder from his arms, sprinkled it into the air, and then quickly formed seals with his hands, preparing to cast an evil spell, trying to forcibly seize the energy in Lin Feng's body. At that time, the chaotic energy in Lin Feng's body was about to complete the reshaping of his body. Under the baptism of chaotic energy, his body became crystal clear and radiated colorful light. Just when he was about to complete the task, the third elder's spell had been cast. A black light shot towards Lin Feng like lightning, instantly penetrating the powerful spiritual power vortex and hitting his body. Lin Feng felt an evil force suddenly invade his body, and it instantly clashed violently with the chaotic energy. He groaned, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The process of absorbing chaotic energy was seriously disturbed. However, Lin Feng did not give up. A strong anger surged in his heart. He quickly activated the Taishu Guiwanju and tried his best to resist the evil magic attack of the Nanyang wizard. Under the guidance of the Taishu Guiwanju, the chaotic energy purified the evil force and quickly devoured it. The third elder realized that his spell was dissolved by Lin Feng, and was horrified. He hurriedly increased the power of the spell, and the black light became stronger. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not stop the chaotic energy from swallowing his spell. Finally, the black light gradually dissipated, and the third elder's face turned pale as paper, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The third elder looked at Lin Feng in the room in disbelief, his heart filled with fear, and muttered to himself, "How could this kid be so powerful? Then, several wizards chanted something. In an instant, a large number of black beetles emerged from the ground, rushing towards Lin Feng like a surging tide.
At this moment, Lin Feng finally completed the absorption of the chaotic energy.
He slowly opened his eyes, and his aura was rising steadily, reaching the 7th and 8th levels of the Qi refining stage, and then slowly stopped at the 9th level. Lin Feng stood up and waved his hand gently.
The powerful vortex of spiritual energy dissipated instantly and the room returned to calm.
Lin Feng looked at the black beetles swarming around, and then a stream of spiritual energy spread out in all directions. Under the pressure of this spiritual energy, the black bugs instantly turned into powder, and a powerful spiritual energy emanated from Lin Feng's body. Boom! Everyone at the scene flew backwards and lay on the ground, their life or death unknown, and Lin Feng instantly disappeared from the spot. A beautiful island is like a duckweed on the sea, floating leisurely on the endless sea. The white and fine sandy beach sparkles charmingly under the sunshine, like a golden ribbon surrounding the coast. In the south of the island, there is a magnificent manor. The manor is surrounded by green trees and colorful flowers, as if it is a paradise hidden in the world. In the exquisite garden, rare flowers compete for beauty and exude charming fragrance. Surrounded by green trees, the tall buildings look particularly solemn and elegant. The southern part of the island stretches from the manor to the silver beach dozens of kilometers away. The island has completely preserved its original appearance, with endless flat land and vast virgin forests. Various rare animals and plants thrive on this mysterious land, forming a complex and wonderful ecosystem. Deep in the forest, a volcano stands quietly, like a silent giant. Although it has not erupted for a long time, its majestic momentum is still awe-inspiring. Occasionally, wisps of smoke rise from the crater, as if telling the ancient and mysterious story of this island. Lin Feng was suspended in the sky above the island, taking in the entire scenery of the island. He came to the ground of the island. He took out a Bugatti from the space and drove all the way to the manor. The island covers an area of 500,000 square kilometers, and this manor covers an area of tens of thousands of acres. Looking around, a magnificent large-scale building complex came into view.
Chapter 45 Island.
Lin Feng buried the small and medium-sized spiritual veins rewarded by the system underground. After the spiritual veins were buried, the originally quiet island seemed to wake up from its slumber and glowed with vitality. The originally light clouds in the sky gradually became thick and dense. The sunlight penetrated the clouds, and the light became colorful, as if it was dyed with colors by the spiritual energy. The ground of the island began to shake slightly, and a series of faint spiritual patterns spread out from the ground, like the veins of the earth, spreading to the surroundings. Wherever these spiritual patterns went, the flowers, plants and trees seemed to be injected with vitality, growing and blooming at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flowers became more beautiful, and the petals sparkled with a crystal luster, which was the trace of the condensation of spiritual energy. As the power of the spiritual veins continued to be released, the spiritual energy in the air became more and more dense, gradually reaching a saturated state. The originally invisible spiritual energy began to undergo magical changes and gradually liquefied. I saw fine spiritual mist floating in the air. These spiritual mists were not ordinary mists, but were formed by the liquefaction of spiritual energy. Each drop of spiritual mist was shining with warm light. The spiritual mist gathered more and more, and finally gathered into streams of spiritual liquid, winding in the air. These spiritual liquid streams intertwined with each other, forming a beautiful picture, as if it was the Milky Way flowing in the sky. The spiritual liquid streams flowed down the mountain and gathered in the valley, forming spiritual liquid pools. The spiritual liquid in the spiritual liquid pools was clear and transparent, exuding a rich spiritual energy. Feeling such a rich spiritual energy, it was like a physical spiritual mist, with a hint of colorful light in the milky white, surging wantonly in this world. Every surge of spiritual mist seemed to contain a great power, gently brushing Lin Feng's skin, bringing a tingling feeling. Lin Feng was in it, pleasantly surprised, thinking to himself that this must be a great opportunity for a breakthrough. Not daring to slack off, Lin Feng immediately took out that wisp of Taishu Xuanqi, sat cross-legged, and fully operated the Taishu Guiyuanju. As the exercises were running, spiritual energy roared around Lin Feng and continued to flow into his body. At the dantian, the originally liquid spiritual fluid began to slowly condense under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. The body was also undergoing the tempering of the spiritual energy. Every meridian and every inch of skin was washed and widened by the spiritual energy. Lin Feng felt as if his whole body was pierced by countless fine needles at the same time. The pain was unbearable but also brought a trace of comfort. At this moment, a wisp of mysterious gas began to travel in the body. The meridians that had already solidified began to continue to widen under the impact of this mysterious force. Each expansion was accompanied by a dull sound coming from deep in the bones, until it widened to 5 times its original size and slowly stopped. Then the meridians gradually became tougher, as if they were reborn. Time passed quietly, and Lin Feng was immersed in the state of cultivation. Finally, a light sound came from his body, like the low sound of an ancient bell, echoing in the depths of Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. The spiritual power in his dantian completely solidified, forming a foundation-building pill that emitted dazzling golden light. The light was like a rising sun, illuminating every corner of Lin Feng's body. Looking inward at his own changes, looking at the glittering golden pill, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement, and his hands trembled slightly unconsciously. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the weapon Lu Huan Tianshu Tower. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Panama port. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 100 billion Dragon Country coins. Lin Feng moved his mind, and a small black tower instantly appeared in his palm. The small tower had 9 floors, and was shrouded in grey mist, faintly emitting a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. Lin Feng immediately sat cross-legged, placed the Tianshu Tower in front of him, slowly closed his eyes, circulated the spiritual power in his body, and carefully directed his mind towards the Tianshu Tower. As soon as his mind touched the tower, a powerful and ancient consciousness instantly counterattacked, trying to devour his mind. Lin Feng was startled, clenched his teeth, and mobilized the spiritual power in his body with all his strength to strengthen his mind and fight against it. As time went by, the resistance of the consciousness gradually weakened. Seeing this, Lin Feng struck while the iron was hot, increased the output of his thoughts, and slowly penetrated into the interior of the Tianshu Tower. Entering the tower, Lin Feng seemed to be in a chaotic space, surrounded by endless darkness, with only some flickering runes looming. These runes were the key to refining the Tianshu Tower. Lin Feng concentrated his mind and began to interpret the meaning of these runes. Every time he interpreted a rune, his understanding of the Tianshu Tower deepened. At the same time, a mysterious power would surge out of the tower, merge into Lin Feng's body, and transform his meridians and body. During the refining process, the first floor of the Tianshu Tower gradually lit up. A powerful repressive force came from it. Lin Feng stretched out his palm and gently pressed a huge rock in front of him. The repressive force of the first floor of the Tianshu Tower instantly erupted. The space around the huge rock seemed to solidify. The huge rock slowly sank into the ground until it completely disappeared. Lin Feng was overjoyed. The function of this suppression was indeed extremely powerful and could suppress everything. Lin Feng continued to refine the Tianshu Tower. The spiritual power in his body was like a surging wave, constantly blending with the mysterious power in the tower. Just as he was looking forward to refining the second layer of the secret, a sharp and powerful soul force like a sharp blade suddenly attacked from the depths of the endless void. This power brought an ancient and domineering aura, instantly enveloping Lin Feng, causing his consciousness to suddenly become dazed. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a trace of astonishment and solemnity flashed in his eyes. The soul power contained in this second layer is so strong that I can't control it at all with my current strength. If I continue forcibly, I'm afraid I will suffer heavy damage. It seems that I will have a chance to try to refine this second layer again only after my strength improves. Lin Feng slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, gradually restrained the spiritual power released, and stopped the attempt to refine the second layer. At this moment, the grey mist of the Tianshu Tower surged again, as if sighing for Lin Feng's wise decision. Lin Feng took a deep breath, calmed the waves in his heart, and carefully put away the Tianshu Tower. The Tianshu Tower instantly flew into Lin Feng's dantian and turned into a phantom of a small tower. Lin Feng couldn't hold back his excitement and shouted anxiously in his heart, "Brother Tong, open the panel." Name, Lin Feng, middle stage of foundation building. Skill, Taishu Goyuanju second heaven. Attribute, fire. Weapons, red flame, Lu Huan Tianshu Tower. Martial arts, Tai Chi, sky-splitting slash, and golden crow's destruction. Skills, alchemy, martial arts, formation, weapon refining, soul searching. Talent, Taishu golden eyes. Chapter 46, Great Perfection of Foundation Establishment. Seeing the huge changes on the attribute panel, Lin Feng's curiosity was completely aroused, and he quickly asked, "Brother Tong, what are the benefits of the foundation building period?" Beep. The essential difference between entering the foundation building stage and the Qi training stage is that the gaseous spiritual energy in the Dantian changes from gas to solid to form a foundation building pill. The cultivator's control over spiritual power has reached a new level, and he can better store and use spiritual energy. Improvement of body functions. Practitioners in the foundation building stage no longer need to eat ordinary food to maintain their lives, but rely on absorbing the energy contained in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, elixirs, etc. to nourish their bodies. This is because the body has been transformed to a certain extent after the foundation building, and the way of absorbing and converting energy has changed, which can make more efficient use of external spiritual energy resources. Enhanced spiritual awareness. After entering the foundation building stage, the spiritual power and perception will be doubled. You can more keenly perceive the surrounding environment and spiritual fluctuations, and can more accurately control the operation of spiritual power and cast spells. You can also perform spiritual awareness detection within a certain range to detect dangers or discover hidden treasures in advance. Extended lifespan. The lifespan of a cultivator in the foundation building stage can reach over 200 years. This is because the foundation building process strengthens and transforms the body's cells and meridians, slowing down the body's aging process. At the same time, the cultivator constantly absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which also nourishes the body to a certain extent and maintains the vitality of life. Possess the ability to fly. Practitioners in the foundation building period can master the ability to fly with a sword, and can fly for a long time. The host already has Tian high wings, and the flying speed is stronger than the flying ability of the foundation building period. Then, an unprecedented warmth surged from the Dantian and quickly spread to the whole body. Under the skin, it seemed as if countless tiny spirit snakes were moving around, which was the spirit power reshaping the body. Brother Ton, the island is so large, won't it be discovered by passing ships? Beep, the system rewards the island with a built-in secret concealment function. It cannot be discovered or located by any technological means known on Earth. It's amazing. It's really a paradise on Earth. The island has all the necessary water and electricity facilities, which does not hinder Lin Feng's daily life. Since reaching the middle stage of the foundation building period, Lin Feng has entered the stage of fasting, and does not need to solve the problem of eating, which allows him to devote himself to practice. Lin Feng used local materials to build a simple wooden house by the sea. The furnishings in the house were simple, with a wooden bed, a table, and a chair, but they were enough for daily needs. Standing in front of the wooden house, looking out, the blue sea was endless, and the waves hit the beach, making a pleasant sound, as if they were singing softly for his spiritual path. Every morning, when the first ray of sunlight shines on the island, Lin Feng sits cross-legged on the beach and begins to practice the Taishu Guiyuan Ju. At this time, he is surrounded by spiritual energy, like a small spiritual vortex, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. As the technique is practiced, he can clearly feel the spiritual energy flowing through his meridians, nourishing every inch of his body. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun dyes the entire island orange-red. Lin Feng is still immersed in practice, unaware of the passage of time. In the cycle of sunrise and sunset, Lin Feng spent a comfortable and fulfilling life on the island. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed quietly. Fenger, where have you been? You haven't sent any news for such a long time. Mom is so worried. Lin Feng raised his lips. Mom, I'm fine. I'm just on vacation. Guess what? I recently found a place with picturesque scenery and fresh air that can make people drunk. I feel refreshed every day. Father Lin couldn't help but interrupt. Son, don't just talk nonsense. Be careful outside and don't work too hard. Lin Feng quickly responded. Dad, don't worry. I'm in good health and I enjoy everything I eat. By the way, I just transferred 500,000 yuan to you. You and Mom should eat and have fun. Don't be reluctant to spend money. When the mother heard this, her voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. Why are you transferring so much money? You don't need the money yourself, take it back quickly. Lin Feng explained with a smile. Mom, just keep it. Your son has started to make money now. You can use the money to buy things you like. If you want to travel, pick a good place and relax. If you have a good time, I will feel more at ease outside. The father also advised, let's accept the child's kindness. Fenger has grown up and has his own abilities. Lin Feng gave a few more instructions. Okay, you two should take care of your health. If anything happens, call me immediately. Everything is fine here, don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng's face was still filled with a happy smile. Lin Feng called his sister again, and when the call was connected, his sister's carefree voice came. Hey, brother, why did you think of calling me today? Lin Feng teased. Sister, look at what you said. I'm just afraid that you'll miss me so much that you won't be able to eat. My sister snorted. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, what do you want from me? Lin Feng pretended to be mysterious. Sister, I have a surprise for you. Check your phone quickly. Did you receive a huge sum of money? The sister could be heard operating her phone, and then she asked in surprise, Lin Feng, what fortune did you get? Transfer 500,000 to me. Where did you get this money? Did you do anything bad? Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister, you have such a rich imagination. When I started my own business successfully in college, I thought of you first. My sister hesitated and said, this money is too much. I can't take it. Keep it for yourself. Lin Feng said coquettishly, Sister, please accept it. I really don't need money now. If you don't accept it, you are not giving me face as your younger brother. I will ignore you in the future. Besides, this little money is nothing. I can make hundreds of thousands of dollars a second now. My sister smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll take it. You're alone out there, take good care of yourself, don't be reluctant to spend money. If you need money, tell me. Lin Feng responded obediently. I know, sister, don't worry. Don't be stingy with your money. I will have a large sum of money in my account in a few days. Don't treat yourself badly. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng smiled. Perhaps this was the meaning of his practice. In terms of cultivation, the surprises this island brought him were far more than that. The medium-sized spiritual veins on the island were like a huge spiritual power treasure house, constantly gathering rich spiritual energy for him, and the size of the spiritual treasures was constantly expanding. Compared with the small spiritual veins he had used before, the spiritual energy supply of the medium-sized spiritual veins was more stable and abundant. With the nourishment of this abundant spiritual energy, Lin Feng's cultivation path was smooth sailing. His realm also advanced rapidly, from the middle stage of the foundation building period to the late stage of the foundation building period, and then to the great perfection of the foundation building period. Each breakthrough was accompanied by the transformation of the body and the sublimation of spiritual power. Lin Feng clearly felt that his meridians became more and more resilient, the spiritual power circulated more smoothly in his body, and his strength was greatly improved. Lin Feng stood on the high point of the island, overlooking the entire island and the surrounding sea. His eyes revealed confidence and determination. After 2 months of practice, not only did he have a qualitative leap in his realm, but his mind also became more mature. Chapter 47 Return. There has been no progress in my cultivation over the past few days. It seems that I can no longer make any breakthroughs by meditating on the island. Lin Feng muttered to himself while looking at the sea. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day, and has accumulated 36 prizes. Do you want to draw? Brother Tong, lucky draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a portion of Hun Yuan spiritual fluid. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a large spiritual vein. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Unimog U6006 by 6 off-road vehicle. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 9 dragon ring. I listened to the constant reminder sounds and looked at the talents and skills rewarded by the system. Brother Tong, use them all. Instantly, a large amount of information and muscle memory were quickly transmitted to Lin Feng's brain and body, but he did not feel any dizziness or discomfort. This had a lot to do with Lin Feng's current realm. After all, after many transformations, his realm had also been raised to the great perfection realm of the foundation building period. Brother Tong, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng Great Perfection of Foundation Establishment Stage. Skill, Taishu Goyuanju Second Heaven. Attribute, Fire. Weapons, Red Flame, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower. Martial Arts, Tai Chi, Sky-Splitting Slash, Golden Crow Destroying the World, Flowing Light Wings Flying, Soul Searching, Invisibility. Skills, Alchemy, Martial Arts, Array Formation, Refining, Writing, Language, Geography, Cooking. Talent, Taishu Golden Eyes. Looking at the huge changes in the attribute panel, Lin Feng was planning to try out the several new skills he had acquired. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng picked up the phone and heard Long Jingshuan on the other end of the phone shouting with obvious anxiety, "Friend Lin, Xiaoya may be possessed by evil spirits." Jingya is possessed? What happened? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Xiaoya went to school today, and when she came home her eyes were red, and she looked very scary. We had to tie her hands. The doctors in the hospital are helpless at the moment.
Lin, what do you think we should do? Mr. Long, I'll be back right away.
As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy surged around Lin Feng, and the spiritual energy was injected into the flowing light wings. In an instant, the flowing light wings were like an activated machine, and Lin Feng's figure disappeared from the island in an instant. The surrounding scenery changed, and time passed quickly. When Lin Feng appeared again, he had already arrived at Ziwei Manor number 1.
Ha!
Lin Feng looked at the pair of crystal clear, glittering, transparent wings behind him, and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. The distance of nearly 10,000 kilometers, relying on this pair of magical wings, it took only 4 hours to reach. Lin Feng took out a Bugatti from the manor and went straight to Xinnan Hospital. After arriving at the hospital, he successfully found the ward where Long Jingyao was. As soon as he pushed open the door of the ward, a repressive atmosphere hit him. Long Jingyao was tied tightly to the bed, her eyes were closed, her face was as pale as paper, but her lips were a strange purple. Her body twitched from time to time, and beads of sweat kept rolling down her forehead, soaking a large area of the pillow. Various instruments beside her were also dripping rapidly. When Long Jingxuan saw Lin Feng opening the door, hope instantly ignited in his eyes. He quickly walked forward, his face full of deep worry, and said anxiously, "Little friend Lin, I have to trouble you again." As he spoke, he turned sideways to the man next to him and introduced, "This is Jingyao's father and my eldest son, Long Mingyao. Mingyao, this is Mr. Lin Feng, who has saved our family from danger many times." When Long Mingyao heard this, his eyes reddened slightly. He took a step forward and said earnestly, "Mr. Lin, thank you very much. I have been abroad, and as soon as I returned to China, I heard that Xiaoya was in trouble. Please go and see Xiaoya soon." At this moment, his eyes were full of haggardness and anxiety, showing his concern for his daughter. Long Guangyao also quickly turned around, locked his eyes on Lin Feng, and hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, please take a look at Jingya.
The current situation is terrible.
Several senior doctors in the medical field have just left, and they haven't even determined the specific symptoms." The atmosphere in the ward was depressing and solemn, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng with expectation.
Mr. Long, I am a friend of Jingya. How can I just stand by and watch when she gets into trouble? Take me to see her."
Lin Feng said to Long Jingxuan and his son with a serious expression. Several people hurried to the bedside. At this moment, Long Jingya's eyes were wide open, her eyeballs almost bulging out of her eye sockets, her bloodshot eyes were full of madness and emptiness, her eyes were unfocused, as if she was staring into a terrifying abyss that ordinary people could not reach. Her eyelids twitched uncontrollably, causing the surrounding skin to tremble slightly, her cheeks sunken, her cheekbones protruding abruptly, and her skin as tight as a piece of thin paper. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and placed it on top of Long Jingya's head. A stream of spiritual power penetrated into her head. Suddenly, a cold and chaotic breath came instantly. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "This is a goo poison, an extremely rare kind."
"Friend Lin, it's poison? What should we do?"
Long Jingxuan's face was full of shock, and his voice was trembling a little. Lin Feng did not respond immediately, and began to circulate his spiritual energy, trying to sense the source of the poison in Long Jingya's body. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and said, "This poison has already corroded Jingya's internal organs.
It must be controlled as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous."
Lin Feng took a deep breath, and a stream of spiritual energy flowed out from his palm, slowly covering Long Jingya's body. Lin Feng carefully controlled the spiritual energy, as if groping for a dangerous path in the dark, trying to find the nest of the poisonous insect. As the spiritual energy continued to be injected, Long Jingya's body began to tremble slightly, and her expression became more and more painful, as if she was fighting fiercely against the poison in her body. Suddenly, her body trembled violently, and a low roar came out of her mouth, and then a black breath spurted out of her nose.
"Found it! Ha!" Just as Lin Feng was rejoicing at having found the poisonous insect in Long Jingya's body attacked again. "What's the matter, Mr. Lin?"
Long Jingxuan and his two sons had been holding their breath, and when they heard Lin Feng talking, they immediately opened their mouths and asked,
"It's the mother-child goo. Who on earth could have done such a vicious thing?"
Lin Feng's face was solemn.
"What is the mother-child goo?"
The characteristic of the mother-child goo is that the child goo parasitizes the victim's body, while the mother goo is controlled by the goo caster. As long as the mother goo is not removed, the child goo will continue to erode the host. Even if the child goo is temporarily suppressed, the mother goo can instantly stimulate its stronger toxicity, which is very tricky. Lin Feng explained slowly.
What? Who on earth did this? It's so vicious. Is there no way, Mr. Lin?
Long Jingxuan and his son looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Long Jingxuan and his son and said, Mr. Long, you two should go out first.
I will try it. The perception of the sub-goo is extremely sharp.
If you are here, you may disturb the goo insect. Long Jingxuan looked solemn and nodded slowly. Little friend Lin, I'll leave it to you.
Only Lin Feng and Long Jingya were left in the room. Lin Feng looked at Long Jingya lying on the bed.
Her beautiful face had turned pale due to the poisonous insect, but it had a kind of desolate beauty.
Brother Tong, what should we do? Beep, the Taishu Xuanqi can block any detection. Oh? The Taishu Xuanqi actually has such a wonderful effect.
Lin Feng stopped distracting himself, and his eyes turned golden in an instant, and the Taishu golden pupil was activated, scanning Long Jingya's body again. At the position of Long Jingya's heart, a thumb-sized black beetle was like a greedy demon, constantly devouring her vitality, and there was a faint black thread connecting it and the mother goo, which was the bridge for their communication. Lin Feng circulated the spiritual energy in his body, transforming the Taishu Xuanqi into a soft and deceptive light, and slowly injected it into Long Jingya's body. This light surrounded the child goo, and the child goo found such pure energy and began to devour it desperately. Lin Feng immediately controlled the Taishu Xuanqi to wrap around the child goo, and slowly lured the child goo out of Long Jingya's body.
Chapter 48 Mother-in-Law Goo.
As soon as the sub-goo flew out of Long Jingya's body, it immediately reacted and was about to return to the body.
Lin Feng was quick-witted and the Taishu Xuanqi quickly wrapped Long Jingya's body.
No matter how powerful the poisonous insect was, it was impossible to break through the Taishu Xuanqi. Lin Feng immediately injected a wisp of spiritual energy into Long Jingya's body, and at the same time, a stream of spiritual energy wrapped around the sub-goo worm. At the same time, in a cave 100 miles away from here, an old man in black was sensing the changes in the baby goo with surprise, muttering to himself, "What's going on?
How could the baby goo lose contact with the mother goo? What's going on?"
Thinking of this, the goo master continued to control the mother goo, but the mother goo and the baby goo lost any contact, as if the mother goo had never had a baby goo. Lin Feng activated the Taishu golden eyes and immediately followed the direction of the silk thread with his powerful soul power, and found that the mother goo was 100 miles away. He immediately attached a wisp of his spiritual consciousness to the silk thread and moved closer to the mother goo along the silk thread.
Who on earth is that?
Lin Feng's face showed a fierce look and he disappeared in the ward in an instant. At the entrance of a hidden cave 100 miles away in the south, the spiritual energy in the air fluctuated slightly, and a young figure appeared.
It was Lin Feng. Lin Feng hovered in the air and exclaimed softly, "Huh? Formation."
It turned out that the goo caster had set up a defensive formation to ensure safety. These formations were like a series of iron walls, trying to block any external forces. Lin Feng's mind moved, and the red flame sword appeared in his hand. As soon as the red flame sword appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air instantly rose several degrees.
Lin Feng shouted, "Who is in there? Come out and die."
Lin Feng chopped forward with all his strength. Boom, the formation was shattered instantly.
Who is it? How could someone outside find me?
At this time, Xi Lian was studying why the connection between the sun goo and the mother goo was suddenly severed, and heard someone shouting outside.
Who is so bold?
Xi Lian relied on his witchcraft skills and was not afraid of others. He slowly walked out of the cave. As soon as he came out, Xi Lian saw the most terrifying scene in his life. A person was hovering in the air, holding a sword in one hand.
Who are you?
Xi Lian looked at the man hovering in the air in shock.
Was it you who cast the poison?
Lin Feng's expression was as if he was looking at a corpse.
Who are you? Your aura, you. Could it be that the loss of contact with the goo worm has something to do with you? Is this your treasure?
Lin Feng took out a black beetle.
Ah. Zigu, how did you do that? Give it back to me now. Give it back to you?
Okay, I'll give it to you. Lin Feng's spiritual energy condensed instantly, and he crushed the insect in his hand into powder. At the moment when the goo worm was crushed into powder, the mother goo on Xi Lian died instantly.
No, little thief, ah.
Poof! Xi Lian spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground, and his face turned pale instantly.
Who are you? Have you already broken through to the Grandmaster level?
Seeing the poisonous insects that he had carefully cultivated destroyed, Lian felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. But looking at the strength of the young man in front of him, he regained some clarity of mind.
Tell me, why did you put a curse on Long Jingya? You may not tell me, but I have a way to find out.
Lin Feng did not answer Lian's words. Impossible, it is impossible for anyone in this world to break through the Grandmaster level, but why can you fly directly into the air without relying on treasures? Lian continued to question Lin Feng.
Humph, you talk too much nonsense. Lin Feng's aura surged, and he came to Lian in an instant.
Lian was unable to move, and Lin Feng's spiritual energy instantly entered Lian's brain, searched the soul. In an instant, Lin Feng completely understood the cause and effect of the matter.
It turns out to be you, Wong Mingyuan.
Lin Feng murmured in a low voice. Lin Feng's gaze fell coldly on Lian, who had become demented. With murderous intent surging in his heart, he uttered a word coldly, die. In an instant, a wisp of extremely compressed spiritual energy shot towards Lian like a black lightning, carrying the power to destroy the world.
Bang! A dull sound was heard, like a thunderclap between heaven and earth.
Under the impact of this terrifying spiritual energy, Lian's body was instantly annihilated like a fragile bubble, turning into a wisp of green smoke and dissipating in the air, leaving no trace. Lin Feng slowly retracted his gaze and looked at the cave in front of him, the den of sin. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a dazzling golden crow light burst out from his fingertips. The red-feathered golden crow contained endless high temperature and holy power, and wherever it went, the space was distorted.
The light instantly sank into the cave. In the blink of an eye, a violent roar came from the cave.
Then, the whole cave seemed to have encountered a terrible earthquake, and the rocks collapsed one after another, and the cave wall quickly disintegrated. In just a few seconds, the cave was turned into dust under the ravages of the golden crow light, and it drifted away with the wind, as if there had never been a cave here.
Liu Guang Wings, start. Lin Feng activated the Liu Guang Wings and instantly returned to Ziwei Manor.
After returning to Ziwei Manor, Lin Feng immediately contacted Long Jingxuan. The person who cast the poison had been eliminated and he could take Long Jingya home.
In addition, the person behind the scenes was also found out.
Long Jingxuan and Lin Feng were very happy to hear that the poisonous insect had been removed. They also found out who was behind the incident and immediately took Long Jingya back to Ziwei Manor.
Chapter 49 Investigation. After not returning to the manor for 2 months, the spiritual energy in the manor was abundant again.
The spiritual energy was like liquefied spiritual energy, which made Lin Feng's body tremble. However, Lin Feng has now reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage. His body can no longer absorb spiritual energy unless he breaks through the foundation building stage. However, Lin Feng has no signs of a breakthrough.
What is the opportunity for a breakthrough?
Lin Feng felt the rich spiritual energy in his body, but he couldn't get the point.
The system didn't give any guidance either. It seemed that he had to figure it out on his own. Should I bring my parents over to live with me?
This manor is totally too big for me to live in, and my parents still live in a very small house. Lin Feng was thinking.
Friend Lin.
At this time, Long Jingxuan had returned to the manor and went to Lin Feng's manor number 1 as soon as possible. As soon as he entered the manor, Long Jingxuan immediately felt that Lin Feng's manor was different from his own. My dear Lin, why do I feel that the air in your yard is much fresher than in mine, and the old man's spirit has also improved? Long Jingxuan said when he saw Lin Feng.
Mr. Long, this may be related to the different positions. Have you brought Jingya back?
Lin Feng quickly changed the subject.
Yes, they are all back.
Zheng Xiang is taking care of us.
My dear Lin, you said you know the mastermind behind this. Who is that person who dares to attack our Long family?
Long Jingxuan exuded the aura of a superior.
You know this man, Mr. Long. This matter is related to me. Oh? Who? It's in the underground parking lot in Magic City. The royal family of Kyoto. I see. Long Jingxuan's eyes showed viciousness.
Mr. Long, after all, it was me who took action in this matter.
I guess this person has a grudge against me and traced it to Jingya.
I should take action to solve the problem once and for all. I guess this person will cause trouble for me sooner or later. I was soft-hearted at the time and did not cut the grass and root it out. I didn't expect to cause trouble.
Friend Lin, the Wong family in Kyoto is different from others.
I will discuss this with old Su first to see how to deal with it.
No need. I'll just do it. Don't tell anyone about this. Mr. Long, please send me the address of the Wong family.
I don't think it's necessary for the Wong family to exist.
After all, I have a family too. I can't leave such a disaster behind. Little friend Lin, are you sure?
The Wang family also has a master-level expert, and there is more than one.
They are one of the big families in Dragon Country. It's okay, just leave it to me. This time we must completely eliminate this hidden danger. Then when are you leaving? I will go with you. Even if it costs me my life, I will ask the Wong family for an explanation. Mr. Long, I will leave tomorrow. Just wait for my news at home. If you go, you might end up making things worse.
Then, why don't I let Lao Su come forward?
Last time, Old Su also warned the Wang family.
It seems that the Wang family is not going to accept the toast.
Yes, that's right. The Wang family actually agreed on the surface but used shady tactics in secret. No matter what, we must teach them a lesson. Mr. Long, I think the Wang family has already investigated the backgrounds of the three of us.
Jingya was just the first to take action. Then you must be careful, little friend Lin.
The Wang family has a deep foundation. Don't underestimate the enemy. This old man will support you even if he risks his life.
Lin Feng smiled confidently. Don't worry, Mr. Long.
I know what to do. After Long Jingshuan left.
I don't know whether Wang Mingyuan has found me.
If he has, my parents and sister will be in danger.
This hidden danger must be resolved immediately. After a while, Lin Feng received a text message from Long Jingshuan saying that Wang Mingyuan was currently at his home in Kyoto.
So you're here. Boy, I don't think you can escape this time.
Lin Feng took a look at the message. Lin Feng called his mother and briefly told her that he was going to invite them to live with him. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng activated the flowing light wings and instantly appeared in a courtyard in Kyoto. The courtyard was obtained as a system reward. Lin Feng had no intention of admiring it. He opened his mobile phone and instantly found the Wang family's mansion, the Tianshu Tower. Lin Feng's mind moved, and the Chaos Tianshu Tower instantly turned into a stream of light and flew away.
Why hasn't Master Qilian replied? Please contact him as soon as possible. I want Long Jingya to kneel in front of me, quickly. Ever since Wang Mingyuan was taught a lesson by Lin Feng and then received a warning from his family, he has been holding a grudge. He contacted the Gu Master himself and wanted Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao to pay the price, as well as that young man. However, Lin Feng's appearance was too mysterious, and he had no connection with Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao, so the investigation was still ongoing. Master, I found out.
At this moment, a middle-aged man walked hurriedly towards Wang Mingyuan.
What? That bastard's background was checked?
Yes, this person's name is Lin Feng. He is 22 years old, graduated from Shenzhen University, lives in number 1 Ziwei Manor, Shenzhen City, and is a neighbor of Long Jingshuan. His father Lin Yong and mother Zhou Huiman live in Anju Community, Guangnan City, and his sister Lin Yuning currently works in Shanghai.
Here are their detailed information.
The middle-aged man briefly introduced Lin Feng's situation and placed a stack of information next to Wang Mingyuan.
Wang Mingyuan glanced at the information and said, "Get rid of his parents." It turns out that Lin Yuning is also a great beauty. Bring her here with Long Jingya. Also, contact the family's master. I have a private job and would like to ask him for help. Money is not a problem, but don't let my family know, otherwise I'll be finished. After all, Old Man Su is not someone you can easily mess with. Yes, young master. The middle-aged man agreed respectfully. Chapter 50, Wrath, the Wang family is destroyed. Wang Mingyuan, you won't cry until you see the coffin. It seems that the lesson you have received is too light. A strange voice sounded in the room. Who? Who is it? Wang Mingyuan's hair suddenly stood on end. Oh? You forgot so quickly, Lin Feng. How did you get in? Wang Mingyuan instantly regained his composure. After all, this was his territory. Catch him. Several people in the distance quickly took out their pistols and pointed them at Lin Feng. Kill him quickly. Wang Mingyuan immediately ordered the people around him. Bang bang bang, as he counted the gunshots, Wang Mingyuan's expression relaxed a lot. Do you think having a gun is enough? Lin Feng's voice continued. Several bullets were lying motionless about 1 meter away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng clenched his fists, and a stream of spiritual energy instantly rushed out in all directions.
The bullets returned to their original path, and several people fell down.
You, don't come over here, I won't dare to do it again.
Wang Mingyuan looked at several people being killed by the rebounding bullets and instantly knelt on the ground. Forgive me, please forgive me, I have money, and the Wang family will not let you go if you kill me, please forgive me. Wang Mingyuan was scared when he saw Lin Feng's murderous eyes. At this time, people outside heard the gunshot and ran over immediately.
Wang Mingyuan's face lit up with joy.
Reinforcements had come and his life was saved.
He no longer looked at Lin Feng with fear.
Lin Feng instantly came to Wang Mingyuan and shouted, "Search the soul."
After obtaining all the memories about Wang Mingyuan, destroy,
Lin Feng said softly.
Wang Mingyuan was hit by a compressed spiritual energy and his body was instantly annihilated.
Lin Feng took the information on the table, and the flowing light wings activated instantly, and Lin Feng flew into the air. Lin Feng's eyes widened with anger, and the spiritual energy around him surged wildly, like a volcano about to erupt. He muttered something, and quickly formed seals with his hands. A blazing light burst out from his palms and quickly condensed into a huge and dazzling golden crow in mid-air. Golden crow destroys the world, go! The golden crow was burning with flames, and every feather exuded a destructive aura. Its sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate everything. With Lin Feng's loud shout, the golden crow flapped its wings and flew high, instantly turning into an energy storm, carrying a high temperature that was enough to burn everything in the world, and swept towards the villa where Wang Mingyuan lived. Wherever the energy storm passed, the air was compressed violently, making a sharp whistling sound. The sand and rocks on the ground were instantly swept up into the sky and turned into powder. In the face of this terrifying force, the villa was as fragile as a paper toy. The flames of the golden crow instantly engulfed the villa, and the raging fire spread rapidly. In just a moment, the entire villa was completely annihilated by the power of the golden crow, leaving only a burning ruin and a pungent burnt smell in the air. Lin Feng looked at the masterpiece in front of him.
According to Wang Mingyuan's memory, he activated the flowing light wings and instantly arrived above a luxurious courtyard in Kyoto.
There was a powerful spiritual power fluctuation deep in the courtyard.
Ha! Is this the Grand Master of the Wang family? No one can protect the Wang family today.
A ruthless look appeared on Lin Feng's face. From Wang Mingyuan's memory, we learned that at this time, except for Wang Mingyuan's mother, no one else knew about it. The Tianshu Tower turned into a grain of dust and slowly entered the courtyard.
Hey, Dad, what did you say? Master Qi Lian has lost contact? Is he in seclusion?
That's possible, but he shouldn't have just gone into seclusion without telling me.
Dad, Master Qi Lian's cultivation will be fine, you don't have to worry. Well, has the trouble Mingyuan encountered a few days ago been resolved? Don't worry, Dad.
They are just a group of ordinary people.
It's okay to kill a few people.
It's just that the Su family will be a little troublesome. But they will pay the price slowly.
Well, okay, whoever dares to offend my grandson will pay the price. I know, Dad. That's it.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng completely understood the whole story. It turned out that a loving mother often spoils her child.
Are you Wang Mingyuan's mother?
A strange man's voice suddenly came from the quiet room.
Who? Who is it?
Lu Meifen was panicked.
I'm the person your son is looking for.
Lin Feng slowly walked up to Lu Meifen.
How did you get in? You think the death of a few people is not a big deal. Let me tell you that your son just died. How do you feel about that? What did you say? What did you do?
Lu Meifen showed a horrified expression and immediately wanted to pick up the phone, but she could no longer move.
Feeling that she could not move, Lu Meifen showed a shocked expression in her eyes. Are you a master?
This is impossible, don't mess around, we also have a master in our family, you can't run away.
You don't understand who you've offended. Go down and keep him company.
By the way, educate your children well in your next life. Soul search. Lin Feng immediately started a soul search, and in an instant Lu Meifen's memories flooded into Lin Feng's brain like a tide.
Just be a good person to the end. A family should stay together.
Lin Feng looked at the demented Lu Meifen, a compressed spiritual energy flashed by, bang, Lu Meifen turned into ashes.
Who is it? Just as Lu Meifen disappeared, an old man in black suddenly appeared in Lu Meifen's yard deep in the courtyard. The noise also alarmed other people in the courtyard. Who are you? What are you doing in my Wang residence?
At this time, Wang Mingyuan's father, Wang Tianming, also heard the noise and came to the room. After looking around, Wang Tianming said, "Where is my wife? Who are you?" The old man in black suddenly had a surge of energy, releasing his true energy, a true master. "Here to kill people." Lin Feng instantly cast a domain, and everyone in Wang's residence was instantly unable to move. "You? What kind of magical power is this? This is not the method that a grandmaster should have." The old man in black said in horror, feeling that his body was out of control. "Oh? Then I don't care. Are you Wang Tianming's father? The Su family has already warned you about what happened a few days ago. Why did you arrange for a Gu master to take action? What did you say? Ming Yuan? What on earth is going on? Really? It doesn't matter anymore. You dare to do something to my family. There's nothing I can do. Master Wang, please save my Wang family." Wang Tianming shouted hurriedly. "You are so arrogant, kid." The old man in black was instantly furious. "Destroy!" Bang! The old man in black turned into blood mist. "You? Your strength. Please spare me, I really didn't know about this. I received a warning from Elder Su before, and I have strictly ordered Mingyuan not to cause trouble again. I really didn't know. I will kill this beast myself. Please spare my Wang family." "No need. He and Lu Meiwei have already gone down to report. The reason I stayed here is to send your family along." Lin Feng looked at Wang Tianming coldly and said, "Soul search." Lin Feng instantly performed a soul search and confirmed that the matter was indeed known only to Wang Mingyuan and his mother, and to Wang Tianming, who had gone crazy and had dementia. Lin Feng flew into the air in an instant. Golden Crow destroys the world. Lin Feng shouted softly. Suddenly, a dazzling golden energy storm burst out from Lin Feng's palm. Wherever the energy storm covered, the ground was instantly torn into huge gullies, deep and bottomless. The surrounding buildings were like fragile building blocks, collapsing under the impact of the storm and turning into ruins. The walls of the courtyard softened and melted rapidly under the high temperature, and the steel bars twisted and deformed in an instant, turning into puddles of molten iron. The roof was blown away by the powerful impact and thrown high into the sky, and then turned into ashes under the burning flames. In just a few seconds, the entire courtyard was completely destroyed by the power of the Golden Crow, leaving only a burning ruin and a pungent smell of burning in the air that lingered for a long time. Chapter 51 Immortal Puppet. Lin Feng entered the Tianshu Tower and flew towards his hometown in Guangnan. In a blink of an eye, Lin Feng appeared in the sky above Guangnan City. Using his perception, he realized that his parents were safe and sound, and his heart finally settled down. He thought to himself that if he had arrived at Wang's house a little later, Wang Mingyuan would have sent someone to kill his parents. It was late at night, and Lin Feng was in the Tianshu Tower, immersed in the practice of Taishu Guiwanju. Early morning. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw now? The system's mechanical prompt sound suddenly sounded. Pump. Lin Feng responded without hesitation. Beep, congratulations to the host for drawing the talent soul sensing. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a fairy-level puppet. Beep, congratulations to the host for winning 60 billion Dragon Country coins. Brother Tong, what kind of talent is soul sensing? Lin Feng asked with confusion. Beep, the host will know after learning. The system replied concisely. Learn the talent soul sensing. Shua, a dazzling light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and then a huge and unfamiliar flow of information, like a surging wave, instantly exploded in the depths of Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. This stream of information forcefully merged into Lin Feng's consciousness, and a memory that did not belong to him suddenly appeared in his brain. It was about the application and mysteries of the soul-sensing talent. Lin Feng took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his state, and tried to use this newly acquired magical talent. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, frowned, and concentrated his mind with his whole body, using his own consciousness as an origin to lock his own existence. Then, with a thought, he used his soul power to sense. In an instant, Lin Feng felt his consciousness break free from its restraints and turned into countless thin and invisible threads, spreading and diffusing in all directions in an imperceptible manner. As these invisible threads extended, various wonderful sensations came one after another. Among all the sensations, the most clear and strong ones were those of his parents and sister. It was as if there was an invisible emotional bond that closely connected him with his loved ones. Their every move, every breath, and even the most subtle emotional fluctuations in their hearts could be keenly captured by Lin Feng. Soon after, information about his uncle, aunt, and other relatives also emerged one after another in this sensory world like stars. Although not as clear as that of his closest relatives, it also brought a unique sense of familiarity and connection, allowing Lin Feng to sense their existence. Ah! Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a low cry. The soul power induction was instantly cut off, and his brain was sweating. It seems that my soul power is still not enough to meet the requirements of the display. I have to break through to the golden core stage as soon as possible. Lin Feng thought to himself. Ha! Brother Tong, what's going on with this puppet? Lin Feng suddenly remembered the immortal level puppet he had just drawn, and asked the system. Ding, after the soul recognizes its master, the puppet can exert 90% of the host's strength and can be upgraded as the host's strength increases. The system explained. After hearing the introduction of the system, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up and he said excitedly, Brother Tong, 90% of the strength is amazing. I was just worried that no one would protect the people around me, and now it's delivered. Lin Feng was really grateful to this system. Almost every time, the system would send him what he needed, as if there was a pair of eyes watching him all the time, sending gifts in time according to his needs. Lin Feng couldn't wait to take out the immortal puppet, quickly made its soul recognize its master, and then put the immortal puppet into the space and placed it properly. We should quickly bring our parents over to avoid any more trouble. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately took out his cell phone and called home. Hey, Mom, I'll pick you up this afternoon. I bought a manor in Shinnan, you and Dad can come and enjoy the good life. I'll be home this afternoon. Oh, okay, your dad and I will clean it up. The mother responded gently on the other end of the phone. Chapter 52 Soul Sensing. He had to go home to pick up his parents. Lin Feng seldom went home during his college years, and he hadn't visited his relatives since he graduated. This time he came to pick up his parents and visit them as well. Lin Feng went to the mall, filled the trunk of Cullinan, and went straight to the Unju community. At 10 a.m., Cullinan slowly drove into this old residential area, instantly setting the entire community on fire. There were quite a lot of people in the community, and they immediately started talking. What kind of car is this? Why is it so rare? A slightly older man looked at the Cullinan and talked to the neighbors around him. Let me see. Oh my god, is that Cullinan? Let me see, really, are you looking for someone? Who would come here to look for someone in this old neighborhood? Maybe they came to the wrong place. Maybe they are visiting relatives. Look, it's parked at Building 6. Who are you looking for? Lin Feng parked his car downstairs of a residential building. He got out of the car and saw everyone chatting. He greeted them and went straight upstairs. Isn't that old Lin's son Lin Feng? He just greeted us. What? Let me see, it's true, the Lin family has made a fortune. This car is worth over 10 million yuan. Even if you become rich, you wouldn't just buy this car. Could it be the driver? As soon as he got home, Raymond Lam saw his parents busy at work. His father, Lin Yong, is 46 years old, 180 centimeters tall and has a straight figure. He has been busy for half his life and has been supporting the family. His mother, Zhou Huiman, is 44 years old and has a gentle face. The years have left maturity and kindness on her face. Raymond Lam also has an older sister, Lin Yuning, who is 25 years old this year and has been working for 3 years. She rarely goes home. Dad, Mom, I'm here to pick you up. The parents looked up, their eyes full of surprise. Xiaofeng, why are you here so fast? Come into the house quickly. Xiaofeng, have you grown taller again? Lin's mother said happily. It's 190 now, Mom, how are you packing your things? Really? You've grown a lot taller. When I graduated from high school, I was 180 centimeters taller. I've grown 10 centimeters taller. Mother Lin looked at the luggage on the ground. It's almost done. There's nothing to pack. Just take some clothes. Mom, just bring some simple things with you. We can buy more when we get there. Father Lin also came over. Xiaofeng, are you tired after driving back? Take a rest. We are not in a hurry to leave tomorrow. Dad, I'm not tired. Let's set off tomorrow morning. I bought some gifts. Let's go to my uncle's house this afternoon. I haven't been there for a long time.
Okay, kid, let's go change clothes this afternoon.
Your uncle and uncle have helped us a lot in the past 2 years. Mother Lin said with satisfaction.
Xiaofeng, what kind of car are you driving? Why is it so big? It seems to be called something. Father Lin looked down at the balcony. Dad, you can drive this car from now on. I have a few more.
This one is called Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which costs more than 10 million.
I have a few more in the garage of my house in Xinnan.
After saying that, Lin Feng gave his father a cocky and confident expression.
Mom, are you done packing? Just pack it up briefly, and then buy something else when we get there. My house is too big. Brat, is your car really worth over 10 million? Father Lin recovered from his shock.
The cars in our community are not even a fraction of the number of cars we have. I miss these old neighbors a little today.
I'm going out for a walk. Father Lin left the house excitedly. Hey, come back to me.
Lin's mother said hurriedly.
Mom, don't worry about it. Let my dad have his fun. Besides, we have the ability to do so.
Lin Feng stopped his mother.
Hey, Mom, where's my sister? Has she come back recently? I want to take her over too.
Lin Feng said.
Hey, your sister works in a financial company. If you have time, you can go and see her.
She is in Shanghai.
She just went there last week. Lin's mother said. Magic City? I'll go there in the next few days. By the way, why did my sister change jobs again? Oh, it's hard to explain. You can go and have a look when you have time.
In the afternoon, Lin Feng and his father went to visit his uncle and aunt's house.
In the evening, the family sat together for dinner.
After dinner, Lin Feng returned to the room he had not visited for a long time. The air was filled with a faint old smell, which was the unique smell of home. The furnishings in the room had not changed at all. It carried Lin Feng's complete childhood memories. Lin Feng rarely practiced tonight. He lay on the bed and recalled every bit of his childhood, and his mood changed accordingly.
Early morning. Beep, the host has 3 random lottery opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? The system's mechanical voice sounded. Smoke.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a wisp of ancient mystical energy. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a villa in Hong Kong Island. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 50 billion Dragon Country currency.
Brother Tong, what is the ancient mysterious energy?
Beep, this mysterious energy from before the formation of the universe has uses beyond imagination. It has the functions of improving the gene level of the soul and enhancing the strength of the body. The specific functions need to be studied by the host himself.
Chapter 53 Hometown. Xiaofeng, it's time to have breakfast. Are you up? Father Lin said at the door. Dad, wake up.
Lin's mother prepared breakfast and the family had breakfast.
Mom and Dad, everything is packed in the car, let's go. Yeah, okay. Lin's mother glanced at the community.
Under the watchful eyes of the neighbors, the family drove straight to Xinnan Ziwei Manor. Along the way, Lin Feng told his parents about the manor. His parents were shocked. However, Lin Feng still told them about his Bitcoin trading in high school and how he started a business with his classmates during college. His parents believed what Lin Feng said.
Halfway through the journey, Lin's father felt itchy and drove the second half of the journey.
After a simple lunch in Jeju, Cullinan drove to the gate of Ziwei Manor at 12 noon and slowly drove into Manor number 1. Under Lin Feng's command, the vehicle slowly drove into the manor, and what appeared before their eyes was a magnificent and luxurious manor.
This is a manor that is like a paradise on earth.
The overall architectural style has a strong European style. The main building facade is mainly marble, matched with the orange-red roof, which looks solemn and elegant. The well-arranged architectural layout has both the grand main house and the exquisite ancillary small buildings, each of which shows the designer's intentions.
The greenery in the manor is unique.
The large, neatly trimmed lawn is like a green carpet, dotted with various shrubs and flowers, with different views in each season. The clear blue swimming pool in the center is not only a good place to cool off and have fun, but also a beautiful landscape of the manor. Surrounded by dense forests, the manor adds a sense of tranquility and mystery. In the distance, there is a sparkling lake, which contrasts with the manor and forms a beautiful landscape painting. Here, you can enjoy modern comfort facilities, get close to nature, and stay away from the hustle and bustle of the city. It seems that time can slow down. It is a dream place where people can relax their body and mind to the extreme.
Father Lin was surprised and said, Xiaofeng, is this the place you were talking about? Oh my god, what a huge piece of land this must be.
This manor is the largest one in Ziwei Manor, with a total area of 300 acres and a construction area of 20,000 square meters.
Fomer, this is so grand.
Lin's mother was also shocked. I've heard people say that the manor was very big, but I didn't expect it to be this big. I wonder how much it would cost.
Dad, leave the money making to me in the future.
Anyway, your son's current money is more than our family can spend in a lifetime.
The current value of this house is more than 4 billion Dragon Country currency. What? Son, it's so expensive.
We have to spend money frugally, because we have to get married in the future.
Mom, I know what I'm going to do.
I plan to have my sister come over as well. We're not short of money now, so you can all stay here.
You can discuss it with your sister. I have no objection.
Mother Lin said to her son. Several people slowly walked towards the main building of the manor. As soon as they opened the door, the luxurious atmosphere hit them. The hall has a very high ceiling, with crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, the floor is made of mirror-smooth marble, and the walls are covered with paintings.
It's obvious that this renovation cost a lot of money.
Dad, this will be our home from now on, so live here peacefully.
Fomer, this is more luxurious than I imagined. This sofa is more comfortable than the one in our hometown.
Lin's mother sat on the soft leather sofa. The style of the sofa was simple yet elegant, and the patterns on it were exquisite and delicate.
Mom, this is our home, be casual about it. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we can just tear it down and rebuild it. You kid, you only know how to make your mother happy.
Lin's mother said with a smile. Further in is the spacious dining room with a huge solid wood dining table in the center and dining chairs around it.
Fomer, how many bedrooms does this house have? I can't even count them. Lin's mother asked curiously.
There seem to be more than 30 rooms.
I haven't counted them. The property management came to introduce them once.
When we have time, bring your sister over and we can live together as a family.
Let your sister work here as well. Mother Lin said as she looked at the many rooms. I'll arrange it this afternoon.
I'll be relieved that my sister will take care of you. I'll also arrange a few babysitters, so you don't have to worry about cooking and cleaning in the future. Mom, I'll take care of my sister's affairs this afternoon.
You two can just stay here and get familiar with the environment.
There are several courts and swimming pools over there. The green lawns in the yard are all managed by the property management company.
There's a lake in the back.
Dad, take Mom around more often.
Good.
The family paced slowly inside the main building, completing a tour of the manor's rooms in the afternoon. Dad, Mom, it's almost 6 o'clock.
Let's go out for dinner and then go to the supermarket to buy something.
Lin Feng looked at the time and said to his parents. You young people, your family doesn't prepare food, so I'll cook for you in the future.
Try to eat out less often. Okay, Mom. Lin Feng agreed. Lin Feng drove his parents to the Hilton Hotel and walked into the restaurant.
When the manager saw Lin Feng, he immediately came up to him with a smile on his face and said respectfully, Mr. Lin, welcome.
Please come in.
After dinner, I went to the mall, bought some daily necessities, some oil, salt, rice, noodles and vegetables, and drove back to the manor.
Chapter 54, Moving into the Manor.
At night, Lin Feng chatted with his parents for a while before returning to his room.
Suddenly, the phone rang. Hello, Mr. Lin, the Wong family in Kyoto was uprooted overnight. Could this be?
On the other end of the phone, Long Jingshuan's voice was full of shock. Lin Feng said calmly, Mr. Long, this is what they deserve.
Please don't ask any more questions. By the way, how is Jingya's recovery going? Jingya is basically recovered. Tomorrow our whole family will go to thank you, Mr. Lin.
Long Jingshuan was very emotional and spoke sincerely.
Lin Feng quickly responded, Mr. Long, you are too polite. We are all friends.
It would be awkward to say such things.
I have already taken my parents to the manor.
When you are free in the future, please come to our house anytime.
Oh? Mr. Lin's parents are here? Then I will definitely pay a visit to them tomorrow. Long Jingshuan was very interested when he heard this.
Lin Feng quickly added, Mr. Long, my parents are ordinary people, please don't be too formal.
Don't worry, Mr. Lin, the old man knows what's going on. Long Jingxuan responded with a smile.
After hanging up the phone with Long Jingxuan, Lin Feng called Lin Yuning again and told her that her parents had been taken to Shinnan. Lin Yuning was overjoyed to know that her parents were with Lin Feng. However, she had not yet decided to go to Shinnan. Lin Feng returned to the bedroom, sat cross-legged on the floor, and gently flipped his right hand. The ancient mystical energy rewarded by the system appeared in his palm. This mystical energy seemed to be real, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura, and flickering with a faint light. Lin Feng took a deep breath, concentrated his mind on this, and immediately started to practice the Taishu Guiyuan Ju with all his strength. In an instant, the ancient mysterious energy seemed to have spirituality, spreading rapidly along the palm of his hand and merging into the meridians. A faint halo began to appear around his body. As the technique was running, the halo kept flickering and changing, and Lin Feng was immersed in the process of absorbing this powerful energy, devoting himself wholeheartedly, as if he wanted to merge with this ancient mysterious energy. As the ancient mysterious energy rushed freely in Lin Feng's meridians, the energy in his body became more and more surging. Every time he practiced the Taishu Guiyuan Ju, it was like setting off a storm of energy, constantly impacting the limits of his body. The majestic power contained in the mysterious energy was like the great power of the creation of the world, gradually reshaping Lin Feng's body structure, as if there was a big problem with Lin Feng's original body structure. Lin Feng only felt his bones creaking, as if undergoing a complete remodeling. Muscle fibers were also growing and interweaving frantically, and every inch of skin exuded a tough luster. At the same time, a mysterious power was awakening deep in his soul. The soul, which was already quite powerful in the foundation building period, began to shine brightly under the nourishment of the ancient mysterious energy. The power of the soul surged like a tide, constantly impacting the boundaries of the sea of consciousness, making the sea of consciousness more vast and profound. Driven by this powerful force, Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to the threshold of the Golden Core realm. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Feng felt a radical change taking place inside his body. A new energy core slowly condensed in the Dantian, and a golden core slowly appeared. As time went by, the golden core became more and more solid, and mysterious patterns began to emerge on the surface, emitting a heart-pounding aura. Lin Feng successfully broke through to the early stage of Jindan realm. However, the surprises brought by the breakthrough did not stop there. Lin Feng clearly felt that his physical strength had reached an extremely high level. At this moment, even if he faced hard black iron, he could smash it with one punch. The strength of his soul was even stronger than he could imagine. Now, with just a thought, he could easily perceive everything within a few miles around him. Just as Lin Feng was immersed in the joy of the breakthrough, the sky suddenly became gloomy. Thick dark clouds gathered quickly, covering the entire sky in an instant. Purple lightning flashed and wandered in the dark clouds, making a deafening roar. This was the calamity cloud caused by the breakthrough of the foundation building stage. Its power was strong enough to scare any cultivator. Seeing the faint lightning in front of him that was carrying endless energy, Lin Feng was slightly startled, and then he spoke softly with a bit of confusion and curiosity in his tone. "Brother Tong, what is this?" The mechanical voice of the system sounded, "Beep, this is a thunder tribulation. The host has broken through to the Jindan stage and needs to face the thunder tribulation head-on. This thunder tribulation is of great benefit to the host. Do not try to resist it with magic weapons. The destructive power of the thunder tribulation is amazing. The host is advised to go to an uninhabited area to resist." Lin Feng nodded slightly thoughtfully and turned his gaze back to the constantly rolling thunder clouds. Since this thunder tribulation is a necessary test for breakthrough and contains special opportunities, it will surely not be easily dealt with. Lin Feng didn't think anymore, and used his flowing light wings to instantly arrive at the sea hundreds of kilometers to the east. The calamity cloud found that the person who was supposed to be calamity disappeared, and instantly appeared above Lin Feng's position. The thunderclouds gathered thicker and thicker, and the lightning became more and more dazzling. Suddenly, a purple lightning as thick as a bucket came down from the clouds, and the target was exactly where Lin Feng was. Lin Feng felt this strong pressure, but he did not retreat at all. The Jindan realm's spiritual power around him was running wildly, forming a solid spiritual power shield in front of him. The lightning struck the shield fiercely, and instantly a burst of strong light and a huge sound broke out. The surrounding air trembled, and the powerful force of the sea instantly raised a wave of tens of meters. However, after a brief shake, Lin Feng's shield successfully withstood the attack. But the calamity cloud did not stop there, and several more lightning bolts struck down one after another. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and constantly adjusted the output of his spiritual power to cope with the waves of attacks. Every impact of the lightning bolt caused Lin Feng's body to suffer great pain. Under the tempering of the calamity thunder, Lin Feng's strength in the golden core realm became more and more stable, and his body and soul also became more resilient and powerful as they continued to withstand the impact. As the last lightning bolt dissipated, the calamity cloud gradually dissipated, the sky became clear again, and Lin Feng's realm was successfully stabilized in the early stage of the golden core realm.
Chapter 55 System Upgrade.
After successfully surviving the thunderstorm, Lin Feng returned to the manor, but his parents had not yet gotten up. Beep, the host's cultivation has broken through to the golden core stage, and the super godly system has begun to upgrade.
20%, 40%, 80%, 100%, the upgrade of Super Rich System 2.0 is complete. Beep, the system has completed the upgrade. The system will randomly draw lots for the host 3 times a day, and will also issue tasks for the host at any time. After completing the tasks, the host will receive a large amount of rewards. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Brother Ton, lucky draw.
Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a portion of Hun Yuan spiritual fluid. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a space element gem. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 200 billion top-grade crystals.
Hiss, Brother Ton, what is the task issued by the system? Beep.
The system will issue tasks to the host from time to time. The rewards for these tasks are extremely generous.
What are the space element gems?
Looking at the gems in the space, Lin Feng asked again. When the universe was first created, the world was in chaos and there was a hazy silence. In this chaos, 12 elements were quietly conceived. They are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, space, time, and soul. These 12 elements intertwined, collided, and merged with each other.
After countless years of tempering, they gave birth to today's vast universe. Because the system was successfully upgraded, the host was given a space element gem. The host can use this gem to comprehend space capabilities. After listening to the introduction of the system, Lin Feng stood there in a daze.
This space gem was actually related to the elements that formed the universe. Thinking of Tianshu Tower, Lin Feng no longer considered the matter of the space gem. The second floor of the Tianshu Tower should be ready for refining. Lin Feng instantly entered the Tianshu Tower. With a long sigh, Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the center of the second floor of Tianshu Tower, ready to start this crucial refining process. The Taishu Guiyuanju was fully activated, and the runes around Lin Feng instantly lit up, flowing and flickering. These runes were not static, but intertwined and collided with each other, making a subtle humming sound, as if resonating with Lin Feng's soul. As the refining progressed, the second floor of the Tianshu Tower was like an ancient giant beast that was activated, continuously releasing tremendous energy. This energy rushed towards Lin Feng like a surging tide, and quickly traveled through his body along the meridians. Lin Feng only felt warm all over, and every cell was cheering and absorbing this energy greedily. His own cultivation progress was like being pushed by a pair of invisible big hands, climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the effect of the rune flashing became more and more obvious. Lin Feng felt that his mind became extremely active. Many of the problems in his mind during cultivation were solved at this moment like ice and snow melting. At the same time, his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth was constantly improving. Those obscure laws of power that were usually difficult to understand were now like a layer of gauze gently unveiled, revealing part of their mysterious true appearance. It was as if he was in a brand new world, where everything was closely related to cultivation. With every breath, he could feel the rhythm of the power of the laws. Finally, the energy in the Tianshu Tower was completely absorbed by Lin Feng. A low boom sound was heard, and Lin Feng completely mastered the second level of the Hun Yuan Tianshu Tower. The function of the second floor of Tianshu Tower is gathering, which speeds up the progress of cultivation, increases the chance of breakthrough, provides a constant supply of energy, and improves comprehension. The second floor is too amazing, and Tianshu Tower is too mysterious.
Brother Ton, who built the Tianshu Tower? Why is its function so amazing? Beep.
In the ancient times, the world was in chaos, and a powerful person was born here. He was going to refine a super magic weapon, and he searched for rare materials everywhere. After countless years, he finally gathered the cores of the 12 elements and began to refine the magic weapon. The powerful person was in a mysterious place where spiritual power gathered. While refining the magic weapon, he integrated his understanding of the laws into it. In the end, the magic weapon was successfully refined.
This is the origin of the Hun Yuan Tianshu Tower.
The Tianshu Tower has 9 floors, and each floor has incredible abilities, but the host needs to slowly master each floor.
Inside the Tianshu Tower, Lin Feng's mind moved, and a yellow gem appeared in his palm. Is this the space gem?
After carefully examining it for a while, the gem was surrounded by mysterious spatial fluctuations, as if it contained the power to open up a new world. Lin Feng took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and probed his mind into the spatial gem. A powerful and chaotic spatial force instantly surged out, like a wild horse running away, wantonly attacking Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his head, as if countless sharp needles were piercing him at the same time. His face turned pale in an instant, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like rain. Lin Feng did not retreat, clenched his teeth, and used all his strength to operate the spiritual power in his body, building a solid line of defense in his sea of consciousness, trying to resist this violent spatial force.
Chapter 56, Master the Space Gem and gain the magical skill of teleportation.
As time went by, the impact of the force of space became more and more intense. Under this powerful impact, cracks gradually appeared in Lin Feng's spiritual defense line. His consciousness also began to become blurred, as if he would be swallowed by this force at any time. Just when Lin Feng was about to collapse, the Taishu Guiyuanju slowly operated automatically. Every time it was operated, it would reduce Lin Feng's pain a little. Lin Feng immediately accelerated the operation of the Guiyuanju, trying to find a rhythm that matched the force of space. I don't know how much time passed. Finally, after countless attempts and failures, Lin Feng caught a subtle rhythm. Following this rhythm, he guided the Taishu Guiyuanju and the power of space to slowly blend. Lin Feng's body trembled slightly because he could not bear this powerful force, and even tiny bloodstains appeared on his skin. As the fusion deepened, the light of the space gem gradually became softer, and the space force it emitted was no longer so violent. Lin Feng felt that the connection between himself and the gem was getting closer and closer, and gradually the two merged into one. Finally, after a flash of dazzling yellow light, Lin Feng successfully refined the space gem.
Boom! An unprecedented force surged in his body, and a keen sense of space arose spontaneously. Lin Feng's mind moved, and he disappeared instantly.
The next second, he appeared several miles away.
Is this the ability of teleportation?
Lin Feng looked around in shock. Teleport. Lin Feng used teleportation again and instantly appeared on an uninhabited island, as if space was no longer an obstacle in front of him. Then, Lin Feng tried his spatial ability. He stretched out his palm and gently squeezed the empty space in front of him. The space was instantly distorted, and the air was rapidly compressed, making a buzzing sound. The originally flat ground now had a deep depression, and the surrounding rocks were crushed.
Hiss, system, what kind of skill is this? Beep.
The host has successfully refined the space gemstone and gained the talent of teleportation and the skill of space compression.
Brother Ton, open the panel.
Name, Lin Feng Early Jindan Stage.
Skill, Taishu Guiyuanju Second Heaven. Attributes, Fire, Space. Weapons, Red Flame, Hun Yuan Tianshu Tower.
Martial Arts, Sky Splitting Slash, Golden Crow Destroying the World, Space Squeeze.
Talents, Taishu Golden Eyes, Teleport.
Brother Ton, the system interface has been simplified again.
Automatically optimized for the host.
If you need to display all, you can rechange the actual content.
No need to change it, it's fine this way.
Lin Feng looked at the panel in front of him and said, finally I broke through to the Golden Core stage.
He glanced at the island and it was still so beautiful. Lin Feng teleported back to Ziwei Manor. Immortal Puppet. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he shouted softly. In an instant, the void seemed to be filled with invisible ripples, and 2 figures appeared out of thin air without any warning, standing quietly in front of Lin Feng. The figures were surrounded by a mysterious aura, with a stern face and absolute obedience in their eyes. Master.
The immortal puppet knelt on one knee, his voice low but clear, as if it came from the 9 nether hell, without a trace of emotional fluctuation.
Lin Feng looked solemn, staring at the immortal puppet, and solemnly instructed, "It seems that you have also comprehended a little bit of the ability of space." "Yes, Master." "Yes, Master has been recognized by the space element, so I have also gained a little space ability." "Well, good. From today on, the 2 of you will hide in the void and be responsible for protecting the safety of my parents and sister. This is their soul breath." As he spoke, a breath of breath entered the immortal puppet's brain.
If you encounter general danger, just stop it in time. If you encounter someone with malicious intentions, don't show mercy, just deal with them directly. But one thing is, you must not let my parents know of your existence. If you encounter any problems, send a message to me as soon as possible. Do you understand?
Yes, master.
Go ahead. After saying this, the immortal puppet's body flashed and instantly merged into the void, disappearing without a trace, leaving only slightly rippling space fluctuations in the original place, proving that it had appeared.
At 8 o'clock, Lin Feng came to the hall.
His mother prepared breakfast and Lin Feng had breakfast with his parents. Mom, I have arranged a few servants to be responsible for cooking and simple cleaning every day.
You can take a look and keep any that you like. If you don't like them, you can change them.
Xiaofeng, my parents are still young, so we don't need to hire anyone for these things.
Mom, the house is too big for you to handle. Why don't you let them help out while you cook?
We still need to find someone to do the cleaning and other things.
Well, okay, let's take a look first.
Mother Lin said after thinking for a while.
At this time, a hearty voice came from outside. Little friend Lin, I'm here to visit you.
Just then, Long Zhengshuan's loud and respectful voice came from outside the courtyard. Lin Feng was slightly startled, then put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and said to his parents, Mom and Dad, it's the neighbor who's here to visit.
I'll go and greet him.
After that, Lin Feng stood up and walked quickly towards the gate. When Lin Feng's parents heard that the neighbor was coming, they followed Lin Feng and walked outside. When the door was opened, Long Zhengshuan, Long Mingyao, Long Guanyao, and Long Jingyao were standing outside. Long Zhengshuan was smiling, with sincere gratitude in his eyes. Long Mingyao and Long Guanyao looked respectful and bowed slightly. Long Jingyao stood aside, her cheeks slightly red, and her eyes looked at Lin Feng from time to time.
Chapter 57 Marriage. Mr. Long, please come in. Lin Feng greeted the four people enthusiastically. Mr. Lin, sorry to bother you. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Sorry to bother you, Lin Feng, thank you. Don't be polite, please come in first. Lin Feng quickly invited everyone to go inside. Long Jingxuan and his group filed in and walked into the yard.
Lin Feng introduced to his parents, Mom and Dad, this is Mr. Long's family, living in manor number 5.
Long Jingxuan smiled and bowed to Lin Feng's parents, saying, You two are the parents of Mr. Lin.
I am Long Jingxuan, this is my eldest son Long Mingyao, this is my second son Long Guanyao, and this is my granddaughter Long Jingya.
I hope you don't mind me for disturbing you today. These are some gifts for brother Lin and sister Lin. I hope you will accept them. Lin Feng's parents hurriedly thanked them and welcomed everyone into the hall.
After everyone sat down, Long Jingxuan said with emotion, Friend Lin, I came here today to thank you again for your kindness to our Long family.
If you hadn't treated me several times, I'm afraid I would have passed away. In addition, you saved Jingya, a girl. We in the Long family will never forget this kindness.
As he spoke, Long Jingxuan stood up and bowed solemnly to Lin Feng. Seeing this, Long Mingyao, Long Guanyao and Long Jingyao also stood up and bowed to Lin Feng to express their gratitude. Lin Feng quickly helped Long Jingxuan up and said, Grandpa Long, you can't do this.
Saving the dying and the wounded is what I should do as a medical school graduate.
Besides, it is normal for us neighbors to help each other.
Lin Feng's parents watched the scene from the side, full of surprise and relief.
They were surprised that their son could make such a respected old man so grateful, and they were relieved that their son had such a kind and helpful character. After Long Jingxuan sat down, he turned his gaze to Lin Feng's parents and said, Brother Lin, Sister Lin, you have a good son. Little friend Lin Feng is not only a superb doctor, but also kind-hearted. He is indeed a rare young talent in the world. Lin Feng's parents smiled humbly and responded, Mr. Long, you are too kind. This child has been naughty since he was young. It is his blessing to receive your praise. Please don't call us brother and sister-in-law.
It is really a disgrace to him. After some greetings, Long Jingxuan's expression became serious.
He looked at Long Jingya, then at Lin Feng, and said, Little friend Lin, to be honest, I have something else to discuss with you today. Jingya has been spoiled by us since she was a child. Although she is a little willful, she is kind-hearted and straightforward. I saw that you and Jingya are of similar age and are a good match, so I had an idea in my mind. I don't know what brother Lin and sister Lin think. If we can approve this marriage and let Jingya and Lin Feng get married, it will be a closer relationship. As soon as these words came out, the hall fell silent.
Lin Feng's parents looked surprised.
Long Jingya lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and her hands unconsciously tugged at the corners of her clothes. Lin Feng, after hearing what Long Jingxuan said, was also flustered. He did have a good impression of Long Jingya, but Lin Feng had never considered marriage. After a moment, Lin Feng came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and said, Mr. Long, thank you and the Long family for your kindness to me.
Miss Jingya is indeed very outstanding. It's just that I have never considered it. I think I should wait until Jingya graduates from university.
Long Jingxuan was slightly startled, but soon recovered and said with a smile, Little friend Lin, marriage is indeed a matter that should be treated with caution.
I was abrupt, and I am very pleased that you can be honest with me.
Long Mingyao and Long Guanyao also hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying, Yes, brother Lin Feng is still young, and marriage is indeed not something that can be rushed.
Long Jingya felt a little disappointed. Seeing Long Jingya pretending to be strong, Lin Feng couldn't help feeling a little guilty and didn't know how to deal with it.
Long Jingya forced a smile and pretended to be strong and said, Mr. Lin has great ambitions, so he should put his career first. It was obvious that Long Jingya did not give full marks to Lin Feng's answer. At this time, Lin Feng's parents looked at each other. Father Lin was the first to say, Girl, don't take it to heart.
This kid is ignorant and does whatever he wants. He can't make the decision on this matter.
Mother Lin then smiled, took Long Jingya's hand and patted it gently. Girl, I was so happy when I saw you for the first time.
Look at this brat, help your aunt to take good care of him, and your aunt will make the decision on this matter. I agree.
Mother Lin turned to look at Lin Feng, her face stern, her tone harsh. Lin Feng, what's wrong with Miss Long?
What do you want? You don't consider marriage, what do you consider? Are you too independent? Father Lin also agreed, yes, don't be busy all day long, your mother and I agree. Mom, Dad, I didn't say anything, and Jingya is still a senior student.
Lin Feng looked embarrassed. Seeing that Long Jingya's expression had eased, Lin's mother's tone was as gentle as the warm spring sun. Girl, don't take Lin Feng's words to heart.
If you have time, come to our house and sit down. This is like your home. I like you from the bottom of my heart.
Long Jingya's eyes reddened slightly, and she nodded with emotion. Thank you, uncle and aunt, I will come often. Lin Feng looked at this scene, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a while, and Long Jingxuan and his group stood up to say goodbye. Lin Feng sent them to the door, and Long Jingxuan said to Lin Feng again, Little friend Lin, no matter what, we will never forget your kindness to our Long family. If you need anything in the future, just ask, and our Long family will definitely do its best to help you.
Don't be polite, Mr. Long. If you need my help in the future, just ask.
Long Jingya glared at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng quickly dodged her gaze.
Finally, they left. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 58, Rage. It is said that the Wang family was destroyed overnight. The Wang family ancestral home and Wang Mingyuan's villa were directly annihilated, and this incident alarmed the Longwa Special Operations Group.
A group of 4 people appeared in the Wang family courtyard, which had been closed off at this time to prevent panic or some people from taking photos and uploading them to the internet. These 4 people are the leader of the Qinglong group and 3 members. The leader Qinglong is 45 years old and has the cultivation level of a high-level master. The deputy leader Zulong is 48 years old and has the cultivation level of a mid-level master. The other member Lanlong is 30 years old, and the other female member Linglong is 22 years old.
Both of them are high-level warriors. Boss, it looks like a master-level expert has taken action, and his cultivation is extremely high. Who did the Wang family offend to deserve this catastrophic disaster?
Deputy team leader Zhu Long frowned as he looked at the scene. The Wang family, relying on the fact that they are a big family and backed by the Lu family, have been bullying the country.
This time they must have hit a wall. This person's strength is unfathomable. Even I can't do that. And why didn't the Wang family's priest take action? Did he run away? There is no news at all.
Team leader Qinglong said with a serious expression.
2 houses were destroyed.
It must be that Wang Mingyuan caused trouble outside, and then implicated the entire family. Female team member Linglong analyzed while looking at the scene.
Well, Linglong's analysis makes sense, but I don't know who did it. I guess he's a mid-level grandmaster. With Wang Mingyuan, can he offend a high-level grandmaster? I guess it would be difficult for my father to even meet him. Too mysterious. Let's first check who Wang Mingyuan has had a conflict with recently.
Linglong, please contact them and find out the latest dragon rankings to see if there are any clues.
Okay, team leader, I'll do it right away. Now that something like this has happened to the Wang family, let's see how the Lu family will deal with it. Doesn't Wang Mingyuan's grandfather love Wang Mingyuan the most?
Look at his expression if he knew that his good grandson had died.
Zhulong said, looking at the scene. Let's go. Yes. Team leader. In the mountains of southern Xinjiang. Then what did you say? The Wang family was destroyed? There was no one alive in the courtyard? Lu Huan, who couldn't contact Lu Meifan, sent people to Wang Tianming's courtyard in Kyoto and got back the news. Yes, master, these are photos taken at the scene.
He took out several photos of the destroyed houses at the scene.
Where's Mr. Wang? Whereabouts unknown. Hurry, book a flight. I need to go there right away. By the way, where's Ming Yuan? Young Master Wang's villa was also destroyed and its whereabouts are unknown, just like the Wang family's ancestral home. Who dared to attack my grandson? Check it out for me. Oh, let's start with the Su family.
A few days ago, Ming Yuan had a conflict with the Su family's daughter in Shanghai. A young man who was present at the time was very skilled.
Check it out for me. Yes. No matter who you are, I will make you live a life worse than death.
It seems that I have been away from this world for a long time, and many people have become unfamiliar with my name, Lu Huan. After saying this, a sinister expression appeared in Lu Huan's eyes.
Magic City, Su's house. What? The Wang family in Kyoto was destroyed last night? No one survived. After listening to Su Jingyu's report, Su Jinsong was shocked. Who has such strength? I don't know. It is said that the leader of the dragon team, Xinglong, has investigated, but there is no clue. It is estimated that the person who took action is even stronger than Xinglong. What? Is it a high-level master? Who did the Wang family offend? Long Jinsong was no longer calm.
Dad, you said that last time in the underground parking lot, Xiao Xiaoya and Wang Mingyuan had a conflict.
It was Lin Feng who took action.
A few days ago, I heard Xiao say that Xiaoya was retaliated against and cured by Lin Feng.
Then the Wang family had this incident. Do you think it was Lin Feng who took action? What you said makes sense. I will contact Lao Long right away and ask him what is going on.
However, no matter how powerful Lin Feng is, he shouldn't be a high-level master.
This is too impossible. Lin Feng may not be a high-level grandmaster, but doesn't he have a master? Do you think such a young grandmaster would suddenly appear? Jingyu, what you said makes sense. Su Jinsong immediately took out his phone and called Long Jingxuan. After learning the whole story, Su Jinsong hung up the phone. Dad, how is it? What's going on? The Wang family is a bunch of beasts.
They actually put a mother-child gu on Xiaoya.
Xiaoya was almost killed.
It was Lin Feng who broke the mother-child gu. Then Lin Feng disappeared.
That night, the Wang family was destroyed. Hiss, could it really be Lin Feng? What is his strength? Let's take people to Shinnan right away. I think Lu Huan will definitely find out about this matter.
Lin Feng has done our family a favor, and we absolutely cannot stand idly by.
Dad, Lu Huan was very cruel back then.
He has not been around for so many years, so his witchcraft skills are probably even more powerful.
You listen to me and leave now. Okay, Dad, I'll listen to you.
Su Jinsong and his son set off immediately, contacted several Dragon List masters who had been helped by the Su family in the past, and rushed to Shenzhen.
Chapter 59 Gathering.
My dear Lin, something terrible has happened.
Long Jingxuan called Lin Feng. Mr. Long, what's wrong? What happened? Old Su said that Wang Mingyuan's grandfather Lu Huan has already investigated the conflict in the parking lot.
He will probably know about this matter soon, and he has arranged for dozens of gu masters to go to the Magic City.
Currently, the Dragon Group has come forward, but Lu Huan has completely ignored the official warnings. It is estimated that he will find out about us soon. Oh? There is such a thing.
Don't worry, Mr. Long. If they dare to come, I can just deal with them all at once. My dear Lin, you must not underestimate this man. 30 years ago, he was very famous in the witchcraft world of Long Kingdom, and no one dared to provoke him easily. Later, it was the 5 high-level masters of Long Kingdom who joined forces to put pressure on him and paid a heavy price to force him to retreat to southern Xinjiang. This time he comes back with great force. Long Jingxuan knew how powerful Lu Huan was and hurriedly reminded Lin Feng. But don't worry, my dear Lin. I have already contacted 4 masters urgently, and they will arrive in Xinnan this afternoon. And old Su, after hearing the news, immediately brought Jingyu and 5 other masters and rushed here, and they are almost arriving in Xinnan. My dear Lin, no matter what the situation is, I and old Su will fight alongside you and overcome the difficulties together. Long Jingxuan said firmly. I appreciate the kindness of Elder Long and Elder Su, but don't worry, I can handle it. What did you say, Mr. Lin? Lu Huan is here for us. If it weren't for Mr. Lin, Jingya and Xiaoxiao would be in trouble. This time, we will face it together. Long Jingxuan's voice became more and more firm, with an unquestionable determination. Lu Huan brought dozens of Gu masters with him this time. He is ruthless and will never give up. Moreover, he has been dormant in southern Xinjiang for many years, and his Gu skills may have improved a lot. The more strength we have, the better our chances of winning. Lin Feng sighed slightly, knowing that what Long Jingxuan said was true. Old Long, since you have made up your mind, let's join hands to fight the enemy. But this battle is dangerous, you must pay attention to your own safety. When the masters gather, we will discuss a comprehensive response plan. Okay. Long Jingxuan responded, once the masters arrive, we will gather at the Long family mansion. I will also arrange people to keep a close eye on the movements of Lu Huan and his group, and report immediately when there is any news. Little friend Lin, you should also be more careful during this period, especially your family members must be well protected. This person is best at attacking people around him, so avoid him if you can, and don't act rashly. Don't worry, Mr. Long. He can't touch the people around me, otherwise he will regret it very much. But you have to be more vigilant on your side. Lin Feng warned. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng looked solemn. I didn't expect there would be so much trouble. My sister and parents are protected by the immortal puppets, so nothing will happen. Since he dares to come, it's just right. I can solve this trouble once and for all, so as to avoid any trouble in the future. Lin Feng looked into the distance and muttered to himself. Compared to Raymond Lam's calmness, Long Jingxuan and Su Jinsong were much more nervous. After all, they were influential figures 30 years ago. In southern Xinjiang, in an ancient mansion hidden in the misty mountains, the atmosphere is so depressing that it makes people feel breathless. Master, we have investigated thoroughly. More than 2 months ago, the young master had a conflict with a young man named Lin Feng in the Magic City. Although Lin Feng is young, he is extremely powerful. He subdued a bodyguard beside the young master with just one move. And then, a subordinate with a hunched back and a respectful look reported carefully, his voice trembling slightly with nervousness. Lu Huan sat upright on the armchair, half closed his eyes, and patiently listened to his subordinate's reports. He suddenly opened his eyes, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and said gloomily, Long family, Su family, humph, do you really think I'm afraid of them? Where is this Lin Feng now? My lord, this person currently lives at number 1 Ziwei Manor in Xinnan City, and is in the manor at the moment. Moreover, Long Jingxuan and Su Jinsong have contacted 9 masters, all of whom are in Ziwei Manor to help. It seems that they are determined to fight us to the death. The subordinate reported all the information he had learned. Hee, Lu Huan sneered a few times, and the laughter was like the cry of a night owl, revealing a chilling chill. This group of people is nothing to be afraid of. But this Lin Feng is definitely not as simple as he seems. He can easily break Qilian's mother-child Gu, and can also quietly destroy the Wang family. He must have extraordinary qualities, and we must not take it lightly. Have you investigated clearly what this person's background is? Where did he learn all these skills? Master, this is really strange. Before graduating from university, this person was an ordinary person and his family background was extremely simple. I don't know why, but after graduation, he suddenly had such amazing skills. The subordinate reported the matter truthfully with a puzzled look on his face. Does this person have any living relatives? Lu Huan asked, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. His immediate family members include his parents and an older sister. His sister is currently in the Magic City. The subordinate replied quickly. Catch him here alive. Lu Huan slammed the armrest, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yes, master. We have already arranged for someone to go there. However, his parents live with him in Ziwei Manor. The subordinate added. Okay. Let's set off immediately. I want to meet this Lin Feng in person. I want to see how capable he is. Lu Huan stood up, emitting a frightening aura. Master, the Dragon Group just sent us a message, strictly ordering us not to take action in the secular world at will. You see. The subordinate looked embarrassed and reminded carefully.
Don't pay any attention to them. Lu Huan's eyes widened as he roared, my grandson and daughter are both dead, and they still want to control me? If they really piss me off, I'll just let them all be buried with me. Gather your men now and act quickly. Yes, master. The subordinate dared not say anything more and retreated in a hurry. Lu Huan stared at the rolling mountains in the distance, his eyes gradually filled with blood-red murderous intent, and he whispered with gritted teeth, I don't care who you are, I will train you into a human pig that everyone can bully, and make you wish you were neither alive nor dead. After that, he shook his sleeves and strode out the door. A bloody storm seemed to be about to sweep in. Chapter 60, Yin-Yang Micro-Dust Array.
Lin Feng is a skilled and courageous person, but he has to be prepared. After all, his parents are still ordinary people. Although Lu Huan is not enough to be relied upon, if he is playing dirty tricks, he has to think of a foolproof plan. At least he has to rearrange a powerful formation in his home.
Liangyi Microdust Formation, this formation is not bad.
Lin Feng searched through his memory. The Yin-Yang dust formation originated in ancient times and was created by a great man who had insight into the principles of heaven and earth. After comprehending the mysteries of Yin-Yang and the dust of the universe, this great man condensed them into a magical formation. This formation uses the Tai Chi diagram or the Chi of Hunyuan as the core of the formation, and uses Yin and Yang to perform chaos, which can reverse Yin and Yang, disorder the 5 elements, and form a powerful defense field. Enemies entering the formation will face repeated birth and death of the world, as if they are in endless chaos. Any attack will be greatly weakened or even eliminated in the face of this chaotic power. Even if a saint enters the formation, if he cannot find the core of the formation, he cannot break it with brute force. It can be called the first defense formation. This formation also has clever means of trapping the enemy. The formation is divided into 6 gates: life, death, illusion, destruction, obscurity, and brightness. If the person entering the formation does not fall into the 2 gates of illusion and destruction, although life and death depend on one thought, he will also be trapped in the formation and find it difficult to find a way out. The dust in the formation contains the laws of space and illusion, which can construct an illusory and blurred space, making the enemy lose their way, fall into an endless illusion, and be disturbed and tortured by various illusions. The terrifying counterattack power of this formation is also the highlight of this formation. The 2 Yin and Yang dust formation can use the power of the 2 poles of Yin and Yang and the characteristics of the dust to counterattack. When the enemy attacks in the formation, its attack power will be absorbed and transformed by the formation, and then rebounded with double or even several times the power. At the same time, the various forces in the formation will also invade the enemy's body, interfering with the operation of its spiritual power, so that the enemy's own power will be suppressed while being counterattacked. After reading the introduction of the formation, Lin Feng was very satisfied. This is it. Lin Feng immediately set up the formation. A wisp of chaotic energy instantly appeared in Lin Feng's hand, and the chaotic energy quickly sank into the ground of the manor. The center of the formation was completed. Lin Feng took out a Yin-Yang 5 elements bell and placed it at the bottom of the artificial lake. He silently recited the formula, and the spiritual energy around Lin Feng gathered and instantly injected into the center of the formation and various nodes around the manor. Suddenly, Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, "Start the formation!" The formation was immediately activated, and the spiritual energy circulated in the formation. From the outside, the area where the manor is located is shrouded in a soft halo, which presents a pattern of Yin and Yang fish, with black and white colors flowing endlessly, symbolizing the balance and integration of Yin and Yang. Countless dust particles in the array are gleaming, as bright as stars. They flow in a mysterious and orderly trajectory, forming complex lines and patterns. These dust particles form an illusory and blurred space, making it impossible to see the real scene in the array. Inside the formation, the forces of the Yin and Yang poles echo each other, forming a powerful field energy. The extreme Yang emits blazing light and high temperature, while the extreme Yin releases a cold breath and dim light. The 2 interweave and restrict each other, so that the energy in the formation reaches a delicate balance. In the microdust fantasy domain, the space is distorted and changed, and various illusions continue to emerge, including mountains, rivers, sun, moon, stars, rare animals, immortals, demons, and monsters, as if containing all the phenomena in the universe. At the same time, the spiritual patterns in the formation emit mysterious light. They are like veins, closely connecting the Yin and Yang poles in the microdust fantasy domain, guiding the energy flow of the formation, enabling it to operate efficiently and exert a powerful power of defense and counterattack. The only flaw of this formation is that it consumes too much energy, but... Lin Feng raised his lips and chuckled. He then took out a high-level crystal and placed it at the center of the formation. This crystal can keep the formation running for hundreds of years. Lin Feng teleported to the Tan Palace in the demonic capital, set up the yin-yang microdust array in the same way, and left with satisfaction. Immortal puppet Lin Feng called softly,
"Master." The space fluctuated, and 3 thin old men appeared in front of Lin Feng. "Go to my sister immediately. If you find any hostile people, drag them directly into the space crack. Be clean and do not disturb my sister." "Yes, master. This is a magic weapon for defense. Take it with you. If it's an emergency, take my sister back to the Tan Palace Villa immediately." A turquoise bracelet fell into the hands of an immortal puppet. "Just hand this thing to my sister in person and see her put it on." "Go." "Yes, master." The space fluctuated and the figure disappeared. The war is imminent. Lin Feng is not worried about himself, but he has to be on guard against his relatives. Lu Huan will definitely take action against the people around him. It is easy to deal with his parents. If they encounter danger, they can just go directly to the Tianshu Tower, but his sister is in the Demon City, so he has to make arrangements. For fairy puppets plus a 7-colored glazed bracelet will definitely be foolproof. Lin Feng's phone rang. It was his sister Lin Yuning calling. "Sister, did you get it?" "Brother, a courier just said there's a jade bracelet for me. I think it was sent by you." "Yes, sister, put it on quickly. This jade bracelet is very good for people. I got it specially for you. Don't take it off easily in the future." "Oh, thank you, brother. I'll put it on." "Sister, I have a house in Shanghai, but I don't go there often. You can go there to help me increase my popularity." "I stayed there for a few days. I sent the password to the gate to your phone. There are also a few cars in the garage. You can drive them usually." "Really? Bro, you are rich now." "Huh, sister, it's better than getting rich, just live peacefully." "Well, okay, I happen to be on vacation these 2 days, so I'll move in tonight." "Yeah, okay." Chapter 61 The War is Coming. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuning played with the bracelet in her hand for a while, and then put it directly on her left hand. In an instant, a breath quietly sank into the jade bracelet, and the jade bracelet immediately established a special connection with Lin Yuning, and the colorful glass bracelet successfully recognized its master. Lin Yuning looked closely at the bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet was crystal clear and emitted a soft and warm light. "The more I look at this jade bracelet, the more extraordinary it seems." Lin Yuning thought of what Lin Feng had said, and she liked the bracelet even more. In fact, she herself did not realize that this love was largely due to the wonderful feeling she had with the bracelet after it recognized her as its owner. This colorful colored glass bracelet is a top-secret treasure born from chaos. The bracelet is clear and flawless, absorbing the purest essence between heaven and earth, and is carefully carved from the purest colored glass. Once the bracelet recognizes its owner, many magical effects will appear. When the holder is in danger, the 7 attributes of power hidden in the bracelet can instantly sense the crisis, spontaneously gather and condense into an indestructible colorful shield. This shield combines the power of 7 attributes. Not only can it resist and resolve any form of attack, but also has a magical transformation and absorption ability, which can cleverly transform the enemy's attack power into its own use, and then counterattack with the same power. The 7 attributes of the colorful glass bracelet are both good at attack and defense. When activated, they can gather into a terrifying offensive that destroys the world, and wherever they go, the wind and clouds change color. They can also be transformed into an impregnable defense barrier to protect the holder and enhance the holder's soul strength. What's even more amazing is that this bracelet will always purify the body of the bound person, continuously discharge impurities in the body, strengthen the meridians and bones, and allow the holder's physique to be comprehensively improved. After arranging all the things at home, Lin Feng told his parents that if there was nothing important in the next 2 days, they should stay at home. If they had to go out, they must tell him in advance. After that, he went straight to Manor number 5 where Mr. Long was. "Mr. Long, Mr. Su, I'm here." As soon as Lin Feng stepped into the gate, he saw Long Jingxuan and Su Jinsong huddled together, discussing something with serious expressions. There were also several older men standing around them. "Ah, Mr. Lin, you are finally here. Let me introduce you." When Long Jingxuan saw Lin Feng coming, he hurriedly walked up to him. After introducing each other, "Mr. Long, let Jingya and Xiao Xiao go to Manor number 1 first. I have arranged some means in the manor, and I believe they can't break through easily.
Lin Feng lowered his voice and said to Long Jingxuan.
Oh. That's great. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to take care of them. I'll notify them right away.
At this time, there were slight footsteps coming from upstairs. Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao heard the sound and came down from upstairs. The two wore blue tight jeans and refreshing t-shirts. They were slender and graceful, just like a pair of pure and moving sisters. Their similar body proportions exuded youthful vitality, which made Lin Feng's eyes pause slightly. The moment Long Jingya raised her eyes, she happened to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Instantly, she remembered the previous engagement, and a touch of shyness quietly climbed up her cheeks, and her heart beat uncontrollably faster. She lowered her head in panic, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and she dared not look directly at Lin Feng again. Her shy look, like a fluttering deer, made her even more charming. On the other hand, Su Xiaoxiao, who had a cheerful personality, raised her hand carelessly and greeted Lin Feng enthusiastically. "Lin Feng, we meet again." Her voice was crisp and loud, breaking the delicate atmosphere at the moment. Seeing this, Long Jingxuan solemnly explained the current crisis to the two girls. "Jingya, Xiaoxiao, the opponent this time is extremely difficult. Lin Feng has arranged defense measures in manner number 1. You should go there first and take shelter. Be sure to pay attention to safety." When the two girls heard this, Long Jingya nodded slightly and responded softly, "Okay, Grandpa, we got it." The two girls greeted Lin Feng and went straight to manner number 1. Watching the two women leave, "My dear Lin, Lu Huan is coming with great force this time. According to informants, Lu Huan has gathered more than 20 wizards from southern Xinjiang and more than a dozen evil cultivators, a total of more than 30 people. Now these people are collectively missing, and they are probably heading straight to Shinnan. This time, it will definitely be a tough battle. Several elders of the dragon group are already on their way." Long Jingxuan looked solemn, his tone full of worry. "Oh." Lin Feng glanced at everyone and said, "Dear friends, thank you all for coming here to support us today. Lin Feng is very grateful. But Lu Huan is too fierce this time. If you have any concerns, you can withdraw. We will remember your friendship in our hearts." At this time, 5 of the 8 people present were embarrassed. On the one hand, these people were relatively weak, and their friendship with the two elders, Long and Su, was not close. On the other hand, they originally came for the high appearance fee, but now they were in a dilemma because of Su Jinsong's face. After all, they were facing the ruthless southern Xinjiang wizards and evil cultivators. When they thought of this, they immediately backed off. Moreover, they each had a family to protect. If they really offended the southern Xinjiang wizards, if they couldn't defeat them, then their families would definitely be implicated. Lin Feng saw what they were thinking, but they were too embarrassed to speak directly. So he spoke again, "Everyone, this is not the time to step out for the sake of face, or to risk your life for money. If you leave now, it won't be a wasted trip, so you have to think it through." Chapter 62 Evacuation. "Friend Lin, this." Long Jingxuan looked anxious and quickly looked at Lin Feng, his eyes full of questions. "Master Long, this matter cannot be forced. After all, the opponent is too powerful. We must be fully prepared mentally." Mr. Long, Mr. Su, there is really no need for me to offend a force like Lu Huan for this little money. I thought I was just here to lend a hand, but I didn't expect that you two have such a deep grudge against each other. I'm taking my leave now." A thin old man spoke first, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Old Su, I have a large family to protect. If we offend the wizards of southern border, it may bring disaster to our family. What do you think? Lao Su, I'm really sorry." For a moment, everyone at the scene, except for the two of them, bowed and said goodbye to Long Jingxuan and Su Jinsong. Seeing that things had developed to this point, Long Jingxuan hurriedly said, "Everyone, the agreed reward can be doubled, please be sure to stay." "Mr. Long, this is really not about money, it's really. You guys, have you forgotten who risked his life to save you? You are a bunch of ungrateful things." At this time, a thin man with a face full of anger shouted loudly. "Brother Zhang, you can't say that. Back then. Everyone, stop arguing. We are all here to help today, but the opponent is too powerful. It is normal to feel worried because you are worried about the family behind you being implicated. After all, everyone has the responsibility of the family and does not live only for themselves. Once targeted by the other party, the entire family may fall into an irretrievable situation, which will indeed cause endless troubles. Since everyone has this idea, then if you want to leave, you can leave. I will pay half of the fee agreed before as a reward. Long Jingxuan had a complicated expression. Although he was unhappy, he still suppressed his emotions and tried to keep his tone steady.
Everyone, if you want to leave, please go ahead. Su Jinsong, standing aside, also echoed helplessly.
As soon as he finished speaking, the hall, which was originally filled with many people, suddenly became deserted.
In a blink of an eye, only 2 old men were left, and the rest left one after another.
In the huge hall, there were only 5 people left: Long Jingxuan, Su Jinsong, Lin Feng, and 2 old men named Zhang and Li. The scene suddenly became quiet, and the silence was a bit depressing.
Lao Xiang, Lao Li, Yu Long Jingxuan looked at the 2 old friends in front of him, his eyes slightly red, and said excitedly, "Old Long, don't think too much."
It's natural for those people to consider their family when facing a life and death test. The old man surnamed Zhang, that is, Zhang Yufeng, patted Long Jingxuan on the shoulder and comforted him softly.
"Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, let me introduce you to someone." After calming down a little, Long Jingxuan immediately walked in front of Lin Feng.
"Friend Lin, these 2 are Zhang Yufeng and Li Yuan, both of whom are close friends of Lao Su and I." After introducing them, he turned to Zhang and Li and continued, "Lao Zhang, this is Lin Feng. He cured all of Lao Su and I's illnesses. Last time in the Magic City, Lao Su's condition was so critical, and it was because of friend Lin's help that he was able to turn the danger into safety."
"Oh my! Could he be a master-level doctor? This is so rare."
"Old Long, the elders of the dragon team must take action this time.
We must not let anything happen to little friend Lin."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yufeng looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes, full of shock and admiration.
"Ah, Mr. Lin, we meet again. We were in a hurry last time and didn't have time to have a good chat. Nice to meet you." Li Yuan also smiled and walked forward, greeting Lin Feng enthusiastically. "Nice to meet you both."
Lin Feng responded politely and bowed slightly to the 2 elderly people. "Everyone, the manor has started to evacuate the owners.
What should we do?"
Just then, Long Jingxuan received a call and said to several people with a worried look,
"Oh,
it seems that the mediation of the dragon team has failed."
Zhang Yufeng frowned and said in a deep voice.
Several people had solemn expressions on their faces. Everyone, the 7 elders of the dragon group went together to stop Lu Huan, but ended up with 5 people seriously injured and 2 people slightly injured. Long Jingxuan hung up the phone, his voice trembling as he spoke of this shocking news.
"What? Lu Huan's strength is so strong."
Su Jinsong stood up from the sofa suddenly, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a snap. The faces of the 2 masters Zhang and Li also changed suddenly, and their originally ruddy faces turned pale in an instant. Their hands unconsciously grasped the armrests of the sofa, and their knuckles turned white due to the force. Time passed quietly in the extremely tense atmosphere, and every minute and every second seemed to be torture. In the blink of an eye, it was 12 o'clock in the evening, and the entire Ziwei Manor seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dead silence. The wind stopped, the trees stopped swaying, and even the chirping of insects disappeared without a trace.
"Hey, why is it so unusually quiet outside?" Long Jingxuan's brows were twisted into a deep shape.
His many years of experience in the martial arts world made him keenly aware of an unusual sense of danger. This silence seemed like a terrible omen before the storm.
"They are coming,"
Lin Feng said in a low voice, slowly stood up, and the aura around him surged slightly.
Chapter 63 Gu Master.
Just as he finished speaking, a sinister laugh suddenly came from outside the manor.
The laugh seemed to come from the netherworld, making people shudder.
Then, the heavy gate of the manor was blown away by an invisible force with a loud bang, and wood chips flew everywhere. Lu Huan, dressed in a black robe, with a face as gloomy as if water could drip out of it, walked into the manor with heavy and slow steps. Behind him, more than 30 people were neatly lined up. These people were dressed in strange clothes, exuding a disgusting evil spirit, and their eyes were full of cruelty and madness. Beep, the system has issued a task: eradication of the evil Gu Master, reward, talent, skill, space confinement, 30 billion top-grade crystals.
Brother Tong, accept the mission.
Beep, the host accepts the mission: eliminate the evil Gu Master, mission completion, reward, talent, skill, space confinement, 30 billion top-grade crystals.
Lin Feng.
So you were hiding here, Lu Huan shouted with gritted teeth, his voice filled with endless hatred. Today, I will turn you and your 2 girls into human pigs. I will avenge my daughter and grandson, and make you pay with blood. His eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at Lin Feng, as if he wanted to eat Lin Feng alive.
Lin Feng met Lu Huan's gaze with a stern look and a calm but firm tone. Lu Huan, it was me, Lin Feng, who did it. I want to see what methods you have. In addition, I want to tell you that your daughter and grandson are insidious and vicious. They deserve to die. But don't worry, I will go find them soon. Humph, you're just a sharp-tongued kid. Lu Huan snorted coldly and waved his hand.
The Gu Master behind him immediately took action. The Gu Master muttered something in his mouth, and his hands quickly formed strange seals. In an instant, the originally peaceful and picturesque manor seemed to be cursed by the devil, and the weather changed instantly. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, pressing down darkly, as if they were going to swallow up the entire manor.
Countless poisonous insects poured out from all directions, like a black tide, rushing towards the manor.
Wherever these poisonous insects went, the flowers, plants and trees withered instantly, and the land was corroded and riddled with holes, making a sizzling sound.
At the same time, various poisonous insects also appeared, including centipedes covered with spikes, huge spiders, and poisonous snakes spitting out their tongues, baring their fangs and claws, and biting everything in the manor crazily. Protect Elder Long and Elder Su.
A transparent shield appeared instantly, and no matter how hoarse the poisonous insects and the poisonous insects screamed, they could not move forward an inch.
Zhang Yufeng and Li Yuan also acted quickly.
Their moves were fierce and powerful. In a short time, many poisonous insects were killed and turned into pools of green liquid.
Ha! High-level Grandmaster, continue. Lu Huan looked fierce.
A Gu Master waved his hands quickly, and a huge Gu beast emerged from his palms. The Gu beast looked like a tiger, but had 3 eyes. It was surrounded by black mist and pounced on Zhang Yufeng. Zhang Yufeng was hit by the claws of the Gu beast before he could dodge. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood, and fell unconscious. Li Yuan was extremely anxious when he saw this, and rushed forward to rescue him, but was entangled by several evil cultivators. The attacks of these evil cultivators were strange and unpredictable, and their moves were fierce. Li Yuan soon fell into trouble, and was eventually knocked away by the evil cultivators and lost consciousness. Old Zhang. Old Li. Long Jingxuan shouted in grief and wanted to rush over to check on the 2 people, but was stopped by Lin Feng. Mr. Long, you and Mr. Su go to Manor Number 1, leave this place to me. Lin Feng's expression was stern, and a soft ball of light enveloped the few people and slowly flew into Manor Number 1. The poisonous insects watched their prey fly away and immediately chased after it. When the poisonous insects and venomous insects approached Manor Number 1, they seemed to encounter an invisible wall. As long as they touched the boundary of Manor Number 1, they would be vaporized in an instant and disappeared without a trace as a wisp of green smoke. No matter how frantically they attacked, they could not enter the courtyard of Manor Number 1. When the Gu Masters saw this scene, they were furious. They kept increasing the power of their spells, muttering to themselves, trying to break through this invisible obstacle, but everything was in vain. Damn it! What the hell is this? A Gu Master shouted in frustration, the muscles on his face twisted with anger. It must be this guy's doing. Another Gu Master gnashed his teeth and said. Lu Huan watched this scene, and the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Lin Feng, do you think you can stop me with this small formation? Today, even if I risk my life, I will raze this manor to the ground and cut you into pieces. He roared madly, and then took action himself. A powerful evil spirit rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the pressure and took a deep breath. Unorthodox practices. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Lin Feng shouted, and the red flame sword instantly appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lu Huan snorted coldly, then he waved his hands, and more poisonous insects rushed towards Lin Feng. Looking at the poisonous insects swarming around him, a ray of golden flame appeared in Lin Feng's palm. Chapter 64 Battle. Red-feathered golden crow. As Lin Feng's voice rang out, a wisp of golden flame appeared out of thin air. The breath emitted by the red-feathered golden crow seemed to be the natural nemesis of all the dark and evil breaths in the world. The poisonous insects that had been rushing in frantically and baring their fangs and claws, when they felt this breath, they began to panic as if they had seen their natural enemy. Their originally neat and orderly attack formation suddenly became chaotic. Some poisonous insects flew around in the air in a daze, some tried to turn around and flee, and some curled up in place, trembling. Golden Crow destroys the world. Lin Feng shouted softly, and the red-feathered golden crow suddenly shone brightly and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an incomparably huge golden feather, covering the sky above the entire manor. The golden crow was burning with blazing golden flames, and the flames carried the power to destroy the world and swept around with a roar. Under the cover of the golden crow, countless poisonous insects were instantly vaporized. Without even a chance to struggle, they turned into wisps of green smoke in the high temperature and disappeared without a trace. The air was filled with a pungent smell of burning, which was the smell left by the burning poisonous insects. The originally dense army of poisonous insects was now almost gone, and only patches of burnt marks were left on the ground. The goo masters saw the poisonous insects they had cultivated die instantly, their eyes instantly turned red, and they became crazy. They closed their eyes, muttered something, and quickly formed various strange seals with their hands to summon more and more powerful goo insects. Lin Feng glanced at these goo masters who were resisting stubbornly.
Space cutting!
Lin Feng shouted, and saw more than a dozen strange space blades appear around the goo masters in an instant. These space blades flashed with a cold light, as if they were the sickles of the god of death from another mysterious space. Before the goo masters could react, the space blade flashed across like lightning. They didn't even have time to scream in pain before they fell to the ground one after another, their lives unknown. The spell that was still trying to summon the goo worms suddenly stopped, and the entire manor fell into a brief silence.
Lu Huan looked at the goo masters lying on the ground, their lives unknown, in disbelief.
His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost.
With fear and panic, he blurted out to Lin Feng, "What kind of evil method did you use?" Lin Feng looked stern, his eyes swept over Lu Huan. "What else do you have? Use it."
Seeing Lin Feng's attitude, Lu Huan turned around abruptly and shouted to the evil cultivators behind him, "Quick! Everyone, use the forbidden technique together immediately." The dozen or so evil cultivators on the field saw the goo masters fall one after another, and a trace of panic appeared on their faces. But soon, they calmed down, looked at each other, and began to chant the ancient and mysterious spell. As they chanted, the air around them began to become heavy, and a repressive and dangerous atmosphere spread. The ground beneath the feet of the evil cultivators slowly lit up with strange runes. These runes emitted a dark red light, intertwined with each other, and gradually formed a huge killing array. In the killing array, the roar of evil spirits could be heard faintly, which made people shudder. Seeing this, Lu Huan showed a hideous smile on his face. He muttered something in his mouth, and then offered the soul refining banner. As soon as the soul refining banner appeared, it emitted a thick black mist, mixed with the cries of countless wronged souls. Lin Feng felt a strong tightening force coming, as if his body was bound by an invisible force. His movements became slow, and the spiritual power in his body was also suppressed to a certain extent. But Lu Huan never thought that Lin Feng had already mastered the space skills. In this space, Lin Feng was the master.
"Ha!
The power of confinement," Lin Feng said softly.
Lin Feng immediately mobilized the spatial force in his body.
A yellow light flashed across his eyes, and then circles of strange spatial ripples appeared around Lin Feng's body.
Interesting.
Feeling the forbidden technique released by the evil cultivators, Lin Feng muttered to himself, "It turns out to be a devouring method, and it even has a hint of space." Lin Feng's hands danced quickly, and the force of space gathered and formed in his hands.
The force of space instantly turned into countless sharp blades and shot towards the evil cultivators and Lu Huan. The evil cultivators showed horror on their faces when they saw Lin Feng's attack.
They tried to dodge, but the sharp blade in space seemed to have its own consciousness and locked onto them tightly. The blade passed through, cutting the bodies of the evil cultivators one after another, and blood gushed out.
Screams echoed in the manor.
Seeing this, Lu Huan was shocked. He quickly waved the soul refining banner, trying to resist Lin Feng's attack. The black mist on the soul refining banner became thicker, forming a solid barrier.
But Lin Feng's spatial power was not so easy to resist.
The spatial blade pierced the black mist, making a sizzling sound. The black mist kept rolling and twisting, and was finally pierced by the spatial blade. Lin Feng took advantage of the victory and took a step forward, appearing in front of Lu Huan in an instant. Lu Huan looked at Lin Feng in horror and wanted to escape, but found that his body was bound by a powerful spiritual force and could not move. Lin Feng looked at Lu Huan coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes.
"Your sins will end today."
Lu Huan's eyes widened as he watched the force of space coming towards him. He wanted to call for help, but his throat seemed to be blocked by something and he couldn't make a sound. The force of space hit Lu Huan, and his body was instantly torn into pieces and disappeared in this space. Chapter 65 Crisis Resolved. As Lu Huan fell to the ground and died, the evil cultivators instantly lost all their fighting spirit like a deflated ball. The fear in their hearts completely devoured their will to resist, and they all looked desperate.
Space cutting.
Lin Feng's eyes were like torches, and he uttered these 4 words coldly. In an instant, more than a dozen invisible but extremely sharp space blades flew towards the remaining evil cultivators like lightning. In just a blink of an eye, these dozen evil cultivators were hit one after another, and their bodies were accurately cut by the space blades. They lost their life signs in an instant and fell straight to the ground without a sound. Lin Feng looked around at the scene that was devastated by the battle. Red feather golden crow, burn. A wisp of golden flame instantly swooped down towards the corpses of the Gu Master and the evil cultivator on the ground. Under the incomparably hot burning power of the red feather golden crow, the corpses on the ground instantly turned into wisps of green smoke and dissipated in the air, as if they had never existed. Beep, the host has completed the mission. Eliminate the evil Gu Master. Reward, talent skilled space confinement, 30 billion top-grade crystals. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng cast his eyes towards the destroyed manor. This beautiful manor was now full of broken walls, withered flowers, and fallen trees. Lin Feng opened the manor's ban, and in an instant, a strong and majestic spiritual energy surged out. Wherever this powerful spiritual vein power reached, the flowers and plants in the manor that had been destroyed grew rapidly at a crazy speed visible to the naked eye. The tender green buds broke through the ground and grew into beautiful flowers in an instant. The broken trees also straightened up again, and tender green branches and leaves quickly emerged from the dry branches. After a while, the destroyed vegetation in the entire manor was completely renewed, becoming lush and full of vitality, as if the previous tragic battle was just an illusory nightmare. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then reopened the ban and turned to head towards Manor Number 1. At this time, Manor Number 1 was quiet and peaceful, and everyone had no idea what kind of thrilling life and death battle had happened outside. Lin Feng's parents had already fallen asleep peacefully, and Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao were also sleeping soundly in the bedroom next to Lin's mother. The disturbances in the outside world did not disturb them at all. Long Jingxuan, Su Jinsong, and two other old men were waiting anxiously for news in the tea house next to the artificial lake. Suddenly, Long Jingxuan saw Lin Feng appear in the yard, and they immediately stood up and hurried to greet him.
My dear Lin, are they gone?
Long Jingxuan looked at Lin Feng, his eyes full of surprise and expectation, and asked anxiously. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, his face calm, and said calmly, Old Long, the matter is resolved. From now on, there will be no such person as Lu Huan in the world. Little friend Lin, you mean could it be? Su Jinsong was shocked to hear Lin Feng's affirmative answer. He looked at Lin Feng with admiration and praise. Little friend Lin, your strength is really eye-opening for us. Everyone, it's getting late, let's go to bed early. Just don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. If outsiders ask, just say they received a message and left suddenly. That's all. Lin Feng reminded everyone with concern. Okay, Mr. Lin, you have thought it through very carefully. Elders, you all know what to say, right? Long Jingxuan turned around and said to the three people behind him. I see. Let's say that Lu Huan arrived with his men, but then left in a hurry for some reason. Ha ha ha. Old Li laughed heartily as he looked at the scene that had come back to life in front of him. Yes. Ha ha ha. Everyone responded, and the laughter echoed in the manor, as if dispelling the last trace of haze brought by the battle and heralding the arrival of a new peace. Everyone, the crisis has been resolved. Little friend Lin is tired. Go back and rest tonight. We will discuss the remaining matters tomorrow. Long Jingxuan slowly swept his eyes over the crowd. At this moment, although his face was exhausted from surviving a disaster, he could not hide his relief. Well, we really need to take a good rest. Little friend Lin, we haven't had the chance to thank you properly. With your help just now, we both broke through and entered the ranks of high-level masters. I, Li Yuan, will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. From now on, as long as little friend Lin needs my help, just let me know and I will do my best. Li Yuan's face was full of excitement. He took a step forward, held Lin Feng's hand tightly, his eyes full of gratitude and admiration. My dear Lin, I, Zhang Yufeng, feel the same way. I will never forget your kindness. If you have any request, I will definitely go through fire and water. Zhang Yufeng also walked forward quickly and said earnestly. You too, stop saying that. You too have a solid foundation and have been accumulating strength for a long time. I just happened to be there and did you a favor. You don't have to take it too seriously. Lin Feng looked at the two of them with a smile. Young friend Lin has just experienced a great battle and suffered huge losses. He needs to take a good rest. So go to bed early. We old guys will take our leave first and won't disturb you anymore. Long Jingxuan looked at Lin Feng with concern in his eyes. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said,
Lin Feng smiled and nodded in thanks, watching them leave. After their figures disappeared into the night, Lin Feng turned around and walked into the house. At this time, it was late at night, and there was silence all around, only the breeze gently blew, as if telling the thrill and difficulty of this battle. Chapter 66, Space Confinement. Teleport, Lin Feng appeared in the island manor. Brother Tong learned spatial confinement. A huge amount of information poured into Lin Feng's brain like a surging tide. Lin Feng only felt a roar in his mind, as if countless stars were exploding. Various complex and mysterious spatial patterns, laws and methods of application kept flashing and interweaving in the depths of his consciousness. Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly, trying his best to bear the impact of this information. As time went by, his consciousness gradually immersed in it, and he began to sort out and understand this knowledge about spatial confinement. Gradually, Lin Feng seemed to be in a vast and boundless space, and everything around him was under his control. When he opened his eyes again, a strange light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He waved his hand gently, and the air in front of him instantly twisted. An invisible space cage quietly formed, covering the surrounding debris. In the cage, the flow rate of time and space seemed to have changed, and the debris stood still, unable to move at all. This space confinement is really powerful. If I had learned it before this battle, I believe it would have been easier to win. Lin Feng murmured to himself, his heart full of surprise. Lin Feng began to practice repeatedly in the open space of the manor, constantly adjusting the range, intensity, and duration of the space confinement. With repeated attempts, Lin Feng's control over the space confinement became more and more handy. The skill that originally required full concentration to perform can now be activated instantly with just a thought. Just when Lin Feng was immersed in the practice of space confinement, Immortal Puppet. At this time, the Immortal Puppet fed back information that two Gu Masters had just ambushed Lin Yuning and were directly dragged into the space crack by the Immortal Puppet and dealt with. Luckily I made preparations in advance. Lin Feng continued to issue orders to the Fairy Puppet and continued to protect Lin Yuning's safety. Early morning. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Brother Tong, lucky draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a portion of Chaos Spirit Fluid. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the weapon Heavenly Punishment Bow. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 50 billion top-grade crystals. Heavenly Punishment? Lin Feng repeated these 2 words, with a hint of shock and curiosity in his eyes. In an instant, a golden longbow appeared out of thin air in his hand. The longbow was simple and gorgeous in shape, with mysterious runes engraved on the bow. These runes seemed to come from the beginning of chaos, and seemed to contain endless mysteries in the void, faintly echoing the name Heavenly Punishment that Lin Feng had just obtained. A wisp of soul breath slowly sank into the longbow from Lin Feng's fingertips. At the moment when this wisp of soul breath came into contact with the longbow vibrated violently, emitting bursts of humming sounds, which were melodious and full of power, as if they had traveled through endless time and space. The runes that originally emitted a faint light now shone brightly, like bright stars flickering and jumping on the bow. Lin Feng only felt a powerful force establishing a wonderful connection with his soul, and felt the surging power contained in the longbow, a power that could dominate life and death and judge everything in the world. As this power flowed through his body, Lin Feng's eyes became more and more determined, as if he was no longer a simple cultivator, but had become the executor of the power of heavenly punishment in the chaotic world. Gently pulling the bowstring, a sharp whistling sound came from the air, as if countless sharp blades were slashing through. The space in front of the longbow was distorted, forming a small black hole. The black hole exuded a palpitating breath, as if it could swallow everything. Looking at the black hole in front of him, Lin Feng immediately released the bowstring, and a golden light shot out from the black hole like lightning, instantly hitting the top of the mountain in the distance. With a loud bang, the top of the mountain was instantly turned into powder under the impact of this light and dissipated in the air. How can it be so powerful? Is this the power of heavenly punishment? Lin Feng whispered to himself, with shock written all over his face. The crisis was resolved, and Lin Feng felt extremely relaxed. His tense nerves finally relaxed. He simply retreated on this quiet island to digest the many insights he had gained from this war. Entering the 2nd floor of Tianshu Tower, the space here is quiet and mysterious, and the rich spiritual energy flows freely in the air like a gurgling stream. Lin Feng sat cross-legged, absorbed a wisp of Hunyuan Qi, slowly closed his eyes, and immediately immersed himself in a state of emptiness. As time passed, Lin Feng's consciousness gradually became introverted, and the Taishu Guiwanju was running rapidly, and the spiritual power in his body began to surge.
Coupled with the actual use of this battle, it was like a spark. Lin Feng began to guide the spiritual power in his body and circulate it along a specific meridian route.
Lin Feng's mind was completely immersed in the flow of spiritual power in his body.
Every time the spiritual power ran along the meridians, he could feel that the meridians became more and more tenacious under the impact of the spiritual power. The experience accumulated in actual combat and the unique understanding of spiritual power control are constantly innovating in practice. The primordial energy merges with the spiritual power in the body, producing a wonderful reaction, and the quality and quantity of spiritual power are increasing at an astonishing speed. After an unknown amount of time, the spiritual energy surging in the Tianshu Tower calmed down. The spiritual energy reserve in Lin Feng's body had reached a critical point. The golden elixir in his dantian became more round and solid, emitting a brilliant light, like a star about to explode. Lin Feng's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes, which was like lightning that cut through the darkness, full of sharpness and surprise. Feeling the spiritual power filling his body, he couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart, and gently clenched his fist. In an instant, a slight explosion sounded in the air, which was the proof of the powerful spiritual power leaping at his fingertips. The early stage of the golden core stage is almost complete, Lin Feng muttered to himself, feeling the spiritual energy filling his body, with uncontrollable excitement in his voice. He could clearly feel that the spiritual power in his body was surging and the golden core was shaking wildly in his dantian, as if it was about to break through some kind of shackles. At this moment, he was only one step away from breaking through the barrier of the middle stage of the golden core stage. As long as he found that key opportunity, he could achieve a qualitative leap and enter a new realm.
Chapter 67 Lin Yuning. Feeling the solid golden elixir in his body, Lin Feng was extremely excited.
Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day, and has accumulated 15 items.
Do you want to draw? Brother Tong, lucky draw.
Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a mysterious map. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 3 immortal level puppets. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 200 billion top grade crystals.
Bite.
It turns out that 5 days have passed, teleportation.
Lin Feng instantly appeared in Z-Wei Manor.
I opened my phone and saw several missed calls, including from Lin Yuning, Long Jingxuan, Long Jingya, my mom, and my dad. Lin Feng called Long Jingxuan back and told him about his seclusion for a few days.
He called Lin Yuning again. Hello, sister, I've made several phone calls. What's going on? Lin Feng, why is your house so luxurious? It's the famous Tan Palace in Magic City. How did you make such a fortune?
Tell the truth. Sister, I will arrive in Shanghai this morning.
When we meet, you can live in that house peacefully. I bought it with my own money. I have so many houses like this that I can't even live in all of them.
Okay, I'll go to work first. This house is really comfortable, and I'll drive the car in your garage.
Open it as you like. If you don't like it, change it. You kid, I'll wait for you to come over.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng walked from the bedroom to the hall and saw his mother watching TV.
Mom, I plan to go to the Magic City and pick up my sister. Oh, Xiaofeng, where have you been these days? You didn't even say hello.
Jingya and Xiao Xiao have come to see you several times.
Tell Mom the truth, what's going on with these 2 girls? What's going on? Don't overthink it, Mom. We're just ordinary friends. You can't coax your mother, me, no matter who you try to coax. Don't you see how much these 2 girls care about you?
I'm telling you, be careful and don't play with 2 girls at the same time, okay?
Oh, Mom. What are you thinking about? Oh, where's my dad? Your father went to Long's home this morning and said he went to see the flowers he grew. Mom, I'm going to pick up my sister. By the way, Mom, please keep the jade pendant I gave you last time. I have it with me, isn't this it?
Mother Lin said as she took out a round jade pendant with a pair of fish engraved on it from her neck.
Oh, you must wear it all the time.
It is very beneficial to wear it for a long time.
Mom, if I tell you that my son is super rich now, would you believe it? You little brat, you only know how to make your mother happy. Mom, actually this manor is just one of your son's many properties. Ah? Are you serious, son?
Well, of course it's true.
I got it, little brat.
Go pick up your sister.
Yes, sir.
Lin Feng ran away quickly. Lin Feng had nothing to do and was not in a hurry, so he bought a plane ticket and flew directly to Shanghai. As soon as he arrived in Shanghai, Lin Feng immediately called Lin Yuning.
My sister is there. I'm in the Magic City. Brother, I'm at work. Why don't you go home first?
I'll be back after work.
Oh, okay, I'll wait for you at home.
Lin Feng found a deserted place, took out the Lamborghini Venom which he hadn't driven for a long time, and drove towards Tan Palace. In Shanghai, inside a modern office building, a tense atmosphere permeates every corner.
Director Zhou Yanmei walked to Lin Yuning's office in a menacing manner, and slammed a contract on the table with a bang. Lin Yuning, the client I asked you to meet yesterday had a very good cooperation with the company before. Why did you suddenly cancel the contract? How did you negotiate yesterday?
The director's sharp questioning instantly attracted the attention of colleagues around her, but everyone just looked up quietly, then quickly lowered their heads and continued to pretend to be busy.
Director Zhou, Mr. Wang is just an old pervert.
I cannot accept the demands he made. As for him canceling the contract, that is his freedom. Lin Yuning's tone was filled with a hint of anger.
Zhou Yanmei interrupted her impatiently. Miss, may I ask what you are doing here? The company is not a place to keep idle people.
Colleagues at their respective workstations dared not speak out, and could only silently worry for Lin Yuning. When Lin Yuning heard this, she became furious and responded without showing any weakness, I'm here to work, not to socialize with those messy people.
If you think I'm not doing a good enough job, you can just go and deal with that kind of people yourself. In fact, Lin Yuning knew in her heart that this Mr. Wong was forced upon her by Zhou Yanmei on purpose. She had already been targeted by Zhou Yanmei several times since she started working at Yonghua Finance for only a week. Today she really couldn't stand it anymore. Just wait for me. You've lost customers for the company, and I'm going to make you pay the price. Zhou Yanmei was furious.
After saying these harsh words, she turned around and walked away with her high heels clicking.
It's over. Yuning has been completely targeted by Zhou Lappy this time. A colleague whispered to the person next to him. Hey, after all, he's the boss's, that.
Damn it, all the young girls coming to the company have been squeezed out by Zhou Lappy one after another, and now it's almost like a monk camp. Another colleague was hesitant to speak, his eyes full of helplessness.
There's nothing we can do. Yuning's life will be hard in the future. After all, it's because Yuning is prettier than her, so she's jealous. That's right. Didn't you see the way the boss looks at Yuning every time he comes? He's such a pervert.
A female colleague curled her lips with a look of disgust.
Shoo! Don't talk nonsense, or you'll get into trouble. Someone quickly reminded.
Yun Ning has been here for a week and has only endured this kind of humiliation. If it were me, I would have slapped her in the face a long time ago. A straightforward male colleague said indignantly.
Then don't you have to pack up and leave right away? The person next to him joked. TSK, I'm not afraid of her. I'd rather not do this crappy job. Okay, you are noble.
But then again, I see Yuning drives a sports car to work, I really don't understand why she's still here and suffering like this.
Hey, do you think Yun Ning will? What are you talking about? If it's really that, who would be here to suffer? Oh, that's right. Chapter 68 Angry.
Lin Yuning returned to Tan Palace.
Lin Feng had already prepared dinner.
After all, he had never used the cooking proficiency rewarded by the system, so he might as well show off his skills to his elder sister today. Hearing the door open, Lin Feng hurried out of the kitchen. Sister, you're back.
I cooked. You can try my cooking later. Brother, when did you learn to cook?
Lin Yuning said with a forced smile. Lin Feng instantly noticed Lin Yuning's mood change. Sister.
What happened? Why are you unhappy? Lin Feng, Lin Yuning hesitated to speak. Wash your hands first, and tell me later so I can bring out the food, okay?
While Lin Yuning was washing her hands, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he whispered, Xian Gui.
An invisible aura instantly gathered around him, and the voice of Xian Gui sounded in his sea of consciousness. Master, what do you want? Lin Feng frowned and said in a deep voice, what happened to my sister today?
Xian Gui quickly transmitted everything that Lin Yuning had encountered in the company today into Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. After listening, a hint of coldness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he said coldly, is there such a thing? If someone like this appears next to my sister again, there is no need to say anything, just make him disappear.
Yes, master.
This time, the young lady was not under any substantial threat, so I did not act on my own. The immortal puppet responded respectfully.
Well, it's not your fault.
Lin Feng nodded slightly, his tone softened. After a while, Lin Yuning came out after washing her hands. The brother and sister sat opposite each other at the dining table. While eating, Lin Yuning told Lin Feng everything that happened in the company today. After listening to his sister's story, Lin Feng put down his bowl and chopsticks, looked at Lin Yuning firmly, and said, "Sister, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I'll go and help you deal with this matter tomorrow, and you can sleep well tonight." Lin Yuning looked at her brother's confident look, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She nodded gently, "Okay." At night, it was quiet and silent. Lin Yuning lay on the bed, tossing and turning, her heart full of resentment and grievance. Suddenly, a soft breath flashed from the colorful glass bracelet. This breath was like the warm spring sun, gently soothing Lin Yuning's nerves. Her tense body gradually relaxed and she slowly fell asleep. Sensing that his sister was sleeping peacefully, Lin Feng stood up, picked up his phone, and called Xin Yuxuan. Xin Yuxuan's respectful voice soon came from the other end of the phone. "Chairman, hello, why are you calling so late? Is there something urgent? Check the information of the two companies immediately." Lin Feng said briefly and sent the relevant information of Lin Yuning's company and Mr. Wong's company to Xin Yuxuan via his mobile phone. After just a few minutes, Xin Yuxuan replied, "Chairman, I found out. These are two very small companies with very limited size. They have cooperative dealings with the branch of the group's second-level subsidiary in Shanghai. 90% of their business comes from the branch of the group. You must arrange for the bosses of these two companies, as well as the wife of this man surnamed Wang, to arrive at Yonghua Financial Company at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The person in charge of the group there must also be present. No one is allowed to be late. Arrange for the group to sort out all the information about these people tonight and bring them over together tomorrow." "Okay, I'll notify you right away." Xin Yuxuan asked. "Has the group followed up on the property rights of the ports and mineral resources that I sent you a few days ago?" "Yes, Chairman. The group has taken over these major ports and more than a dozen mining and oil field projects. Currently, all work is being carried out steadily and progressing smoothly." "Chairman, are you going there in person tomorrow?" "Yes." Lin Feng responded briefly and forcefully. "Oh, then I'll go with you. I'll wait for you at the company at 9 o'clock on time," Xin Yuxuan said. "Okay." Lin Feng hung up the phone. He didn't think any more about it, stepped into the Tianshu Tower, sat cross-legged, and immersed himself in the practice of Taishu Guiyuanju. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Brother Ton, lucky draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 100% equity of Lockheed Martin. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a South American mine. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 50 billion top-grade crystals. Ignoring the lottery items from the system, Lin Feng immediately ran to the kitchen to make breakfast for Lin Yuning. Lin Feng felt that cooking was actually very interesting. There is a saying that goes governing a big country is like cooking a small fish, which seems to make sense. After getting ready, Lin Feng came to Lin Yuning's door and knocked gently. "Sister, it's time to eat." Inside the house, Lin Yuning was dressing in front of the mirror. She had a good sleep last night, and the colorful glass bracelet continued to nourish her body, which made her look radiant and refreshed. When she heard her brother's voice, she smiled and said briskly, "Okay, I'll be right there." At the dining table, the brother and sister sat opposite each other. While Lin Feng was serving porridge to his sister, he said firmly, "Sister, eat. When we get to your company later, I want to see how capable those blind guys are. I have to teach them a lesson today and let them know the consequences of bullying my sister." Lin Yuning smiled, but didn't say anything, just looked at her brother quietly. She knew that Lin Feng now had huge assets and extensive connections. Since her brother dared to say that, he must be very sure. Chapter 69, Super Sister Protector I. "Old Su, this is Lin Feng." Lin Feng called Su Jinsong with a steady tone. On the other end of the phone, Su Jinsong's cheerful voice instantly came, "Hey, little friend Lin, why did you suddenly think of me? I haven't thanked you properly for what happened last time. Old Long said that you were in seclusion. This time, I have to thank you properly no matter what." Lin Feng didn't bother with the pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Mr. Su, let's put this matter aside for now. This is what I mean. Can you contact the police in Shanghai and send a few people to Yonghua Financial Company immediately? I want them to handle a case on the spot." Then, Lin Feng briefly told Su Jinsong about his sister's experience in the company.
What? Lin Xiaoyu's sister suffered such injustice in the Magic City?
Lin Xiaoyu saved me many times, but I didn't expect that my sister would suffer such injustice in the Magic City.
This is my responsibility.
Su Jinsong's voice was full of self-blame and anger, and he immediately said firmly, Lin Xiaoyu, I will go there and deal with it myself immediately.
I will definitely give you and my sister a satisfactory explanation. Okay, Mr. Su, see you later.
Lin Feng responded.
Wait, Mr. Lin, you are in the Magic City now? Su Jinsong asked with a little surprise.
Yes, I am with my sister at the villa in Tan Palace right now. Lin Feng told the truth.
My dear Lin, I'll make arrangements right away. See you later. Su Jinsong said and hung up the phone.
Lin Feng put down his phone, looked at Lin Yuning, with a mysterious smile on his face, and said, Sister, the scene may be a bit big in a while.
Lin Yuning pretended to be angry and scolded, Don't mess around, little bastard.
But she knew in her heart that since her brother said that, he must have made proper arrangements.
Yonghua Financial Corporation.
Last night, Gao Jin, the general manager of Yonghua Financial Company, had just finished a busy day and was about to have a good rest when his cell phone suddenly rang. He frowned and picked up his phone. It turned out to be a call from his superior company. He pressed the answer button, and the voice on the other end of the phone instantly woke him up. Gao Jin, you must arrive at Yonghua Financial Company on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
You can't be late. Gao Jin was full of doubts.
Before he could ask more questions, the call was hung up.
He sat on the sofa with his phone in his hand, thinking to himself, what is going on? Why are they calling us in such a hurry? Is there something major wrong with the company? Please don't let it affect the company's performance. 95% of Yonghua Finance's performance depends on the branch of Shunlong Group.
If there is no business support from the Shanghai branch of Shunlong Group, the company will probably fall into trouble immediately, or even close down. Thinking of this, Gao Jin felt his scalp tingling. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that this was just a false alarm and nothing would go wrong. On the other side, Wang Gang, the CEO of E2 Company, also fell into extreme anxiety after receiving a call from his superior company. His face was still wrapped in gauze, which was caused by a college student who was splashed with boiling water when he molested her. At this moment, he has not fully recovered.
What? I have to go to Yonghua Financial Company at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I have to bring my wife with me? Wang Gang asked the person on the other end of the phone anxiously, what happened?
However, the response he got was just a cold be on time, don't ask so many questions. Wang Gang put down the phone helplessly, his heart full of anxiety. He knew in his heart that the survival of his company almost entirely depended on the business of the Shanghai branch of the Shunlong Group. This sudden call made him smell a hint of danger.
Did our company make some mistakes in the business and annoyed the Shunlong Group? But everything has been normal recently.
Wang Gang became more and more scared the more he thought about it. He turned to look at his wife who was watching TV on the side. After hesitating for a while, he still told her about it.
After hearing this, Wang Gang's wife was also confused and worried. Husband, what should we do? Is there going to be a big problem in our company?
Otherwise, I will dress up well tomorrow, maybe I can leave a good impression on others, and if something really happens, I can also beg for mercy. Wang Gang smiled bitterly and nodded, this is the only way, I hope everything goes well. So, Wang Gang's wife made careful preparations all night, choosing the most decent clothes and putting on exquisite makeup. She was looking forward to gaining some vitality for her husband's company through her own efforts.
Wang Gang lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep.
Various crises that the company might face kept emerging in his mind. He secretly vowed in his heart that he would find a way to keep the company's business tomorrow no matter what. The next morning, Gao Jin hurried to Yonghua Company.
He paced back and forth in the office. Zhou Yanmei saw the boss coming and asked him about it, but was kicked out of the office.
Wang Gang also arrived early with his wife who had dressed up carefully.
Several people came to the conference room and sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was depressing and solemn. Everyone's face was full of anxiety. Zhou Yanmei looked at the scene in front of her and was confused. Chapter 70, Super Sister Protector Part 2.
In the conference room, time passed quietly, and every second seemed to be tense for everyone.
At 8:30, several police cars slowly drove into the gate of Yonghua Financial Company. When the company employees saw the police cars, they immediately panicked. The police cars came yesterday, why did they appear again today? Could it be that something big had happened to the company?
In the police car, 2 leaders in white shirts got out first, followed by more than a dozen capable policemen, and walked straight to the office area of Lu Huan Finance. Then, several artists slowly drove into the company gate. Seeing this, the 2 policemen in white shirts immediately stepped forward to greet them. Several people exchanged greetings. The atmosphere seemed warm, but there was a hint of tension.
At 8:50, a luxury convoy of 5 Mercedes-Benz Maybachs drove into the gate of Lu Huan Finance.
Lu Yati, head of the financial sector of Shenlong Group, Li Lingyu, general manager of the Shanghai branch, Zhang Ziqiang, general manager of the subsidiary, and Xin Yuxuan, secretary of the chairman of the Hong Kong headquarters office, got off the luxury car and walked into the gate of Lu Huan Company. In the hall, although everyone did not know each other, they all nodded and greeted each other out of courtesy. At this time, a police inspector in white police uniform suddenly brightened up and recognized Lu Yati of Shenlong Group. It was at a meeting of Hong Kong businessmen when Shenlong Group inspected the business environment in Shanghai and met at a private party organized by Shanghai No. 1. The police inspector hurriedly stepped forward and enthusiastically extended his hand to shake hands with Lu Yati. Lu Yati also reacted quickly and recognized that the person in front of him was the director of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau, and the political commissar was next to him. Several people immediately greeted each other warmly. At the same time, Wang Gang and Gao Jin also found Zhang Ziqiang, the head of the Magic City subsidiary, and hurried forward to greet him. However, Zhang Ziqiang just followed behind the crowd silently, ignoring their greetings.
Wang Gang and Gao Jin instantly felt that something was wrong.
On weekdays, their boss had a strong aura, but today he was at the end of the team, and the unfamiliar faces in front of them all had extraordinary momentum.
They couldn't help but wonder who these people were.
They just felt that the person walking in front seemed to have been seen in some news, but they couldn't remember it for a while. At 9 o'clock, a Hongqi L5, like a black giant, slowly drove into the gate of Lu Huan Finance, followed closely by a coaster bus. Before the car completely stopped, Xin Yuxuan quickly walked towards the direction of the Hongqi car. Lu Yati and Li Lingyu saw the chairman's secretary act like this, and immediately understood that it must be the chairman, and hurriedly followed. For a moment, everyone's eyes were cast outside the car. The car door opened and 3 people got out of the car.
The leader was Su Jinsong, who was a well-known No. 1 figure in the Magic City security district.
The other 2 were young people, one of whom was Lin Yuning, who was taken away by the police yesterday, and the other was talking and laughing with Lin Yuning. Except for Xin Yuxuan, no one present knew this person. Xin Yuxuan hurried forward and said respectfully, "Good morning, Chairman."
"Well, is everyone here?"
Lin Feng's voice was steady and powerful.
"Everyone is here. This is Lu Yati, the head of the group's financial sector. This is Li Lingyu, the general manager of Madu.
This is Zhang Ziqiang, the head of the branch."
Xin Yuxuan introduced them quickly.
At this moment, Lin Yuning's eyes fell directly on her brother. Her eyes were full of incredible shock. The people around her became a blurred background in her eyes. Only Zhang Ziqiang's figure was particularly clear.
She knew very well that Zhang Ziqiang was a superboss in Lu Huan Finance. If he was unhappy, the company would have to close down in an instant.
Although she had not been in the company for a long time, she still knew this key information. More importantly, the parent company behind Lu Huan Finance, Shenlong Group, was a supergiant that could change the world in a dramatic way. If Shenlong Group was included in the corporate rankings, it would definitely be a top 3 in the Fortune 500. Lin Yuning was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Her eyes moved back and forth between her younger brother and Zhang Ziqiang. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar younger brother in front of her, an astonishing thought crazily grew in her heart. Could it be that the chairman of Shenlong Group is actually this ordinary-looking younger brother of hers? This thought was so shocking that she stood there in a daze for a moment. Her mind went blank, and she was completely unable to recover from this sudden shock.
Raymond Lam took Lin Yuning to shake hands with the company executives one by one, showing his style. "My dear Lin, let's go in and let me see what is going on," Su Jinsong said.
Lin Feng turned to Xin Yuxuan and said, "Go in and take a look at those people." At this moment, 2 people got off the bus. One of them was a middle-aged man with a big smile on his face. He said politely, "Hello, Mr. Lin Feng." Seeing this, Su Jinsong quickly introduced, "Little friend Lin, let me introduce you. This is Magic City No. 1 Wen Jindong, and this is Mayor Lu Qi." "Oh, it turns out to be the 2 leaders. I came here to deal with some internal issues of the company, but I didn't expect to alarm the 2 leaders." Lin Feng nodded slightly and said. When Shindong's face was full of smiles, his eyes full of enthusiasm, he said, "Mr. Lin Feng came to Shanghai in person, and Mayor Lu and I didn't know about it.
It was really inappropriate.
I heard that Mr. Lin's sister was wronged in Shanghai. As leaders, we must come forward to inquire about it. After all, we can't let Shenlong Group leave a bad impression on Shanghai.
Chapter 71, Hands Off Shopkeeper. Tan Palace. Brother, what is going on?
Lin Yuning stared at Lin Feng, as if trying to find an answer from his face that would convince her.
Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. Sister, you are now the real chairman. By the way, do you plan to work here in Shenzhen South, or go to the headquarters in Hong Kong Island?
Lin Yuning had no intention of thinking about the office location and asked, Tell me first, how did you become the chairman of Shenlong Group?
This is too outrageous.
She frowned, full of suspicion, and her eyes were full of inquiry. After a brief pause, Lin Feng said, Sister, this is a long story.
These are all the assets left by our master.
As soon as he said this, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. He could only pray inwardly that his sister would not delve into this illusory master's sect.
Master? Lin Yuning repeated, a hint of doubt in her eyes. What master? When did you become a disciple? How come I don't know anything about it?
There was a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone, as if she felt that her brother had hidden too much from her. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and continued to make up a story. It's like this. 3 years ago, I met a master by chance, and was accepted as his apprentice.
I have been practicing with him ever since.
My master has only one disciple, and now before he went on a journey, he handed over this huge Shenlong Group to me.
I have no choice but to take over.
As he spoke, he secretly observed Lin Yuning's expression, silently praying that this story could fool her.
Fortunately, Lin Yuning just frowned slightly, thought for a moment and said, Well, will your master?
She hesitated, revealing a hint of worry in her eyes. Lin Feng interrupted her quickly, No, sister.
The master is a fairy.
Even if he knew about these mundane matters, he would not interfere.
Besides, I am his only disciple. You can be assured and be the chairman. I am here for you.
Lin Feng patted his chest and made the assurance, trying to reassure Lin Yuning. Shenlong Group's headquarters is in Hong Kong Island, and it also has several properties there. If you go to Hong Kong Island for work, you can live there, and it will be very convenient for travel. Lin Feng went on to introduce, trying to divert Lin Yuning's attention. Lin Yuning nodded, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. Then what did you learn from your master?
You can't have learned how to manage a group.
She looked at Lin Feng curiously, with a gleam of curiosity in her eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. Lin Yuning widened her eyes, subconsciously took a step forward, and waved her hands in the air, as if trying to grab something. Just as she was filled with astonishment, Lin Feng instantly appeared in the original position with a smug smile on his face.
Brother, how did you do that? Lin Yuning was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth.
She pointed at Lin Feng, her voice trembling. Lin Feng smiled and explained, Sister, this is just a small magical power.
By the way, the bracelet on your hand is a magical tool. Don't take it off at any time. It can save your life at the critical moment.
A ring appeared in Lin Feng's hand. This is the 9-dragon ring, a magical storage ring.
Any non-living thing can be stored in it. In addition, storage is only one of its functions. Its specific uses are very wide. Sister, you can study it slowly.
After speaking, a soul power flashed, and the ring in Lin Yuning completed the recognition of master.
9-dragon ring.
Lin Yuning looked at the ring in front of her, reached out to take it and put it on the index finger of her left hand. The ring was instantly bound to Lin Yuning's soul.
In addition, Lin Feng's expression suddenly straightened, and he said loudly to the void, Immortal puppet.
As his voice fell, ripples appeared in the void, and 4 puppets with strange shapes instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng. These puppets exuded a metallic luster, with smooth lines and a cold mechanical look in their eyes.
Ah! Lin Yuning screamed in fear and instinctively hid behind Lin Feng, looking at the 4 weirdos who suddenly appeared. Brother, what is this? What is this? Sister, don't be afraid. These are 4 puppets, and they have been protecting you in secret. So when you go out in the future, you don't have to be afraid of anything.
Lin Feng explained immediately. Lin Yuning was behind Lin Feng, carefully looking at the puppets and asked, Where did they come from?
I didn't notice anything at all.
They have been hiding in the void, without emotions, life, or gender, and their appearance can change at will. He turned to the 4 puppets and ordered, Immortal puppets, from today on, you will change your appearance. Protect my sister closely, and if you encounter someone with ill intentions, you will know what to do.
Yes, master.
The 4 puppets answered in unison, their voices cold and mechanical, echoing in the empty room. Sister, after they change their appearance, they will stay by your side.
Current technology cannot detect any abnormalities.
When you need them, you only need to communicate with them through thoughts.
If it is inconvenient, just let them disappear into the void.
Lin Feng turned to Lin Yuning and said. Lin Yuning took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, looked at the 4 people in front of her and said, then turn into women and stay with me.
Lin Yuning calmed down.
One of the puppets flashed with light and instantly transformed into a cold and thin young woman, about 160 centimeters tall. She had a pretty face and a distant look in her eyes. The space fluctuated again, and the other 3 instantly disappeared into the void, leaving only faint ripples to prove that they had appeared. Sister, this information is the current specific situation of the group, as well as some information about the situation in Dragon Country and the world. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a piece of information instantly entered Lin Yuning's sea of consciousness.
Lin Yuning felt this huge amount of information and was shocked.
Seeing that everything had been arranged, Chairman Lin, I'll go cook. Lin Feng clapped his hands and turned to walk towards the kitchen.
Boy, are you kidding me? I think you want to be a hands-off boss?
Lin Yuning glared at Lin Feng and said in a pretended angry tone. At this moment, her mood had gradually calmed down and she began to accept this series of incredible things. Lin Feng chuckled and stopped talking. Lin Yuning sat in the hall and sorted out her thoughts, while the immortal puppet followed her quietly.
Chapter 72 Solution.
Secretary 1, you are too polite.
The group's arrangements will not be affected by this small setback. This time we are just dealing with some internal trivial matters.
Lin Feng responded calmly and in an unhurried tone. When Shindong turned his gaze to Lin Yuning, smiling more cordially, and took the initiative to greet her, this must be Mr. Lin Feng's sister. Hello, I am Magic City Wen Shindong.
Lu Qi followed closely behind and said politely, hello, I am Lu Qi.
Lin Yuning's face instantly broke into a smile, her eyes bright. Hello, leaders.
I'm Lin Yuning.
I'm really sorry to bother you 2 leaders to come all the way here for such a small matter. When Shindong glanced at Lin Feng and said sternly, we are the ones who should apologize. The elder sister of the chairman of Shenlong Group was offended in Shanghai. If we don't show up, Brother Lin will probably blame us for not knowing etiquette in the future.
The consequences will be serious.
Hearing this, Lin Yuning smiled lightly with her hands covering her mouth, her eyes moving between Wen Shindong and Lu Qi. Secretary 1, you are too polite.
How could my brother think that?
You 2 are very busy, and you came here specially for this matter.
We feel bad for you too.
As she spoke, Lin Yuning turned her head to look at Lin Feng beside her, gently pinched Lin Feng's arm, and said softly, isn't it, Lin Feng?
This seemingly unintentional little action made the whole atmosphere even more relaxed and harmonious.
Yes. Lin Feng cooperated with his sister and had a gentle smile on his face. At this time, Shen Yuxuan stepped forward, looking respectful and capable, and said, Chairman, the ins and outs of the matter have been investigated clearly.
Ms. Lin Yuning was completely framed.
The specific situation is this, it was Wang Gang and Zhou Yanmei of Yamoa Finance. Shen Yuxuan clearly stated the cause and effect of the matter in detail in front of everyone. After listening to it, Lin Feng nodded slightly, his expression was calm, and he said in a firm tone, well, in this case, let's leave the follow-up matters to the police.
Shenlong Group will immediately and permanently terminate all cooperation with the 2 companies involved. Chairman, I'll arrange it right away. Shen Yuxuan took the order and subconsciously looked at Lu Yadi, the head of the financial sector. Lu Yadi immediately understood what he meant and said, Chairman, I will implement it right away.
After hearing the bosses directly sentence their company to death, several people collapsed to the ground, without even a chance to defend themselves.
Su Jinsong frowned, looking angry.
He turned to the police inspector in a white shirt behind him and said, you let these people off so easily.
That's because Mr. Lin is kind-hearted.
Go back and thoroughly investigate the background of these people.
Don't let go of any details.
The white-shirt police inspector looked serious and responded in a sonorous and powerful tone, okay, Mr. Su. We will never tolerate this kind of pest and will deal with it strictly according to the law. Mr. Su, now that the matter has been resolved, let's go back. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Lin Feng said to Su Jinsong beside him. Gao Liang, when you go back, you must thoroughly investigate this matter. When facing a police report in the future, you must investigate it thoroughly and be cautious with anyone.
Do you understand?
Wen Jindong said to the white-clad police inspector beside him. Secretary Wen, I will convey your instructions to all police stations in the city after I return. The Municipal Bureau has set up a special investigation team for this matter. I will be the team leader and Director Li Qi will be the deputy team leader. We will conduct a comprehensive investigation and give Mr. Lin and the Municipal Party Committee a satisfactory result. Two leaders, I am truly grateful for your help for my sister's matter today.
Lin Feng's face was full of sincere gratitude. Chairman Lin, you don't have to be so polite.
We are here because we have an extremely important matter to discuss with you.
Li Qi said seriously. Oh? What on earth is it that requires the two leaders to make such a trip in person?
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of curiosity rising in his heart.
Mr. Lin Feng, I think we should all move to building number 1 of our guest house.
There are some things we need to discuss with Chairman Lin. When Jindong and Li Qi were standing aside, talking to Lin Feng in a friendly manner. Lin Feng, Su Jinsong, and Lin Yuning came to the guest house accompanied by Wen Jindong and Li Qi. After the host and guests sat down, Wen Jindong spoke first. Mr. Lin, to be honest, the Magic City government has learned that several ports in the Panama Canal are assets of the Shunlong Group. Now, if Magic City's routes want to pass through the Panama Canal, the fees of some ports are too high, and there are also restrictions on the number of trading ships from Dragon Country that can pass through each time. This has seriously restricted the development of Magic City and even Dragon Country's foreign trade, and it can be said that it has strangled the neck of Magic City's foreign trade. Therefore, we came here this time to discuss with the Shunlong Group about the use of ports. After listening to this, Lin Feng nodded slightly, thought for a moment and said, Two leaders, to be honest, I don't know much about the specific matters of these businesses. Now the new chairman of the group is my sister Lin Yuning.
I have signed the authorization.
She knows these matters better than me and has more decision-making power. It is most appropriate to let her handle it.
When Zhendong and Li Qi looked at Lin Yuning with a hint of expectation.
Lin Yuning nodded slightly and said with a smile, Two leaders, I have also paid attention to the issue of the Panama Canal port in the news.
The group has just handed it over to me. Please allow me to understand it. I will definitely reply to you as soon as possible.
I can guarantee that as long as the group can do it, I will do my best to promote it. When Jindong quickly replied, Chairman Lin, if you are willing to consider it, this will really be a timely relief for the foreign trade of Shanghai. Xin Yuxuan, who was standing next to him, saw Lin Feng's eyes and immediately reported to Lin Yuning about the port's management and operation methods. After listening to Xin Yuxuan's report, Lin Yuning said, Two leaders, this matter also involves the Panamanian government. We will communicate with the relevant departments to optimize the dispatch process and increase the passage of Dragon Country trade ships while ensuring safety. At this time, Su Jinsong also spoke up, Secretary Wen, Mayor Li, Shunlong Group's global business layout is very advanced, and Lin Xiaoyu has been of great help to Longhua.
I believe there will definitely be a reasonable solution.
When Jindong and Li Qi were delighted after hearing what Su Jinsong said.
Li Qi smiled and said, What Mr. Su said is true.
Mr. Lin and Ms. Lin Yuning are really young and promising. They are much better than us old guys. After everyone had lunch at the guest house, Lin Feng and Lin Yuning said goodbye to Su Jinsong and returned to Tan Palace.
Chapter 73 Star Map.
Soon, Lin Feng prepared a table of dinner. The brother and sister sat around the table, eating and chatting.
Brother, I have to go to Hong Kong Island. After all, the company's headquarters is there. As the chairman, I can't stay away all the time. If I do that, many decisions can't be implemented immediately. It's up to you to decide.
Repulse Bay Estate number 9 in Hong Kong Island is our family's property, so you can just live there. I'll go over and make the arrangements later, and then bring my parents over as well. Lin Feng responded slowly.
Okay, let mom and dad go with me. By the way, what else are you going to arrange? Lin Yuning asked curiously.
I have set up powerful formations in these manners. Lin Feng then told Lin Yuning everything about his encounter with the Gu Master and the evil cultivator a few days ago.
What? There is such a thing?
Lin Yuning was so surprised that the chopsticks in her hand stopped unconsciously.
It's okay, everything has been solved.
In fact, these are nothing at all, and can be easily solved with an immortal puppet. Lin Feng looked calm, and his tone was full of confidence.
Oh, is that formation called Liangyi Microdust Formation really that powerful?
Lin Yuning's eyes were full of doubts.
That's right, I'll take you to set it up later.
Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. After finishing the meal, Lin Feng reached out and held Lin Yuning's hand. In the blink of an eye, the two of them appeared in Manor Number 9, Repulse Bay, Hong Kong Island.
Lin Feng, what are you doing? Lin Yuning was shocked. It's just a small trick to travel through space. Don't be surprised.
Lin Yuning stopped thinking about it and turned to look at the beautiful scenery below the mountain. She couldn't help but exclaimed, Lin Feng, look, it's so beautiful.
Is that Victoria Harbor? That should be the case. The scenery here is indeed much better than Shinnan.
Lin Feng was also attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of him.
Brother, this villa is much bigger than Tan Palace.
Lin Yuning sighed as he looked around. The area here is equivalent to the size of 10 football fields, with a construction area of 30,000 square meters. It is known as the #1 luxury residence in Hong Kong Island. Lin Feng introduced in detail. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out several spiritual treasures from the space and began to set up the Liang Yi microdust formation. Lin Feng's movements were skillful, and soon the formation was set up. Lin Feng told Lin Yuning how to open and close the formation, and then buried a medium-sized spiritual vein underground. After everything was ready, the brother and sister decided to stay overnight in Hong Kong Island to rest.
Early morning. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Brother Ton, lucky draw.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the Heaven/Sword. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a mysterious map. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 300 billion top-grade crystals. Beep, the host has drawn enough maps to combine into a complete map.
Would the host like to combine them? Brother Ton, group.
Beep, the system generates a star map for the host, and the host can absorb this map.
Absorb.
Wow, a huge amount of information rushed into Lin Feng's brain like a surging tide. Lin Feng felt as if his head was being squeezed by an invisible force, as if it was about to burst. His whole body trembled violently and uncontrollably. Under this impact, his body was like a candle in a strong wind, swaying. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes abruptly, and the Taishu golden pupil was instantly activated, with mysterious and strange starlight blooming in his pupil. The light seemed to include the miniature of the endless stars in the vast universe, deep and dazzling.
Lin Feng raised his hand and waved it casually.
In an instant, a huge map projection appeared in the bedroom. As soon as the map appeared, it faintly resonated with some dormant power in Lin Feng's body and responded to each other. Mysterious patterns such as the sky, the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the river kept emerging on it, as if depicting the most primitive order between heaven and earth. At the same time, red, yellow, green and other colorful light spots flowed and flickered on the map, as if containing runes of some mysterious power. Lin Feng immediately gathered his soul power and input it into the map. Instantly, a colorful light spot quickly appeared at Lin Feng's location, and then, next to the map, a blue light spot slowly emerged. Then, at a distance from the star map, multiple white light spots flickered and appeared one by one, as if they were awakened.
This is... Could it be that the star map shows the location of someone related to me?
Lin Feng looked at the flickering lights in front of him, muttering to himself in shock, his voice full of disbelief. Lin Feng quickly withdrew his soul power, and those light spots instantly dissipated like bubbles, leaving only an empty map projection, as if everything just now was just an illusory dream.
Brother Ton, what were those light spots just now?
Lin Feng calmed down and asked the system. Beep, the star map just now showed the location of people who are related to the host by blood. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Lin Feng's mind.
Really?
Lin Feng looked at the dim star map in front of him in surprise again, muttering to himself, it will be much more convenient to find people and things in the future. Lin Feng no longer worried about the star map. He turned around and took Lin Yuning with him and set off on the journey back to Shinnan. A Lamborghini Veneno slowly drove into Ziwei Manor like a ghost. Dad, Mom, look who's back. Before Lin Feng even stepped into the house, the voice could be heard from afar, with a bit of joy and excitement. Chapter 74 Late Jindan Realm. Dad, Mom, I'm back. As soon as Lin Yuning stepped into the house, her eyes were moistened instantly. She took a few steps forward and threw herself into the warm embrace of Lin's mother. Lin's mother hugged her daughter tightly, gently stroking Lin Yuning's back with her palm, and her voice was slightly choked with sobs. My good daughter, you miss me so much.
Lin Feng's family finally reunited at Ziwei Manor.
Lin Yuning told her parents that she was going to work in Hong Kong Island, and the company arranged housing for them. The family decided to live in Hong Kong Island.
A few days later, after the formalities were completed, the family arrived at the Repulse Bay Manor on Hong Kong Island.
Standing at the gate of the manor, Lin's father and mother looked at the spacious house, surrounded by green trees and with a panoramic view of the sea. Their faces were full of surprise. Lin's father said with emotion, "Fonger, Yuning, this place is really not small.
Hong Kong Island is very expensive. Is there a bay under the mountain?"
Lin Feng smiled and hugged his parents. "Dad, that is the famous Victoria Harbor.
The night view is so beautiful at night. From now on, our family will always be together."
The family smiled at each other, and a warm atmosphere filled the entire manor. Lin Feng and his parents settled down in Hong Kong Island.
3 months passed in a blink of an eye.
His parents also adapted to the life in Hong Kong Island and got along well with the neighbors. Lin Yuning also took control of all matters of the Shenlong Group. Lin Feng also handed over 100% of the shares to Lin Yuning. At this time, Lin Yuning was already the boss and chairman of the Shenlong Group. With the recent addition of dozens of ports, oil fields, minerals and other assets around the world, it has firmly sat on the throne of the top 2 in the world.
Brother Ton, open the panel.
Name, Lin Feng Late Jindan Stage.
Skill, Taishu Goyuan Ju Second Heaven. Attributes, Fire, Space. Weapons, Red Flame, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower, Heavenly Punishment Bow.
Martial Arts, Sky-Splitting Slash, Golden Crow Destroying the World, Space Cutting, Space Confinement.
Talents, Taishu Golden Eyes, Teleport.
I can't make any further progress in the Late Jindan realm.
It seems I need to go out and gain some experience.
Lin Feng felt that his cultivation could no longer be improved, and he came up with the idea of going out for a walk. At this moment, Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng picked up the phone and heard Long Jingshuan's cheerful voice on the other end of the phone. "Little friend Lin, how are you these days?" "Oh, Mr. Long, I've been accompanying my parents in Hong Kong Island recently."
"Is there anything I can do for you, Mr. Long?" "My dear Lin, I have an unwelcome request. I want to hear what you think." "Mr. Long, just tell me. Why are you being so polite to me?" "It's like this.
Jingya has been absent-minded recently.
The school has been very uneasy recently. Suddenly, many children from big families came and often harassed Jingya.
This child has only one friend, Xiao Xiao. No one knows where Xiao Xiao has gone recently.
She hasn't been home for a week."
When the old man asked her about it, she always avoided the question. "If you have time, please help Jingya to enlighten her."
"Oh? There is such a thing. Okay, I understand, Mr. Long."
After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng called Su Xiao Xiao, but no one answered the call. After saying hello to his parents, Lin Feng returned to his bedroom and teleported directly back to Shenzhen South.
1 month ago. Shenzhen University. Long Jingya was holding a few books.
She was wearing a simple blue dress with her soft long hair draped over her shoulders, exuding a gentle temperament.
"Hey, isn't this Long Jingya?"
A sharp and teasing voice came from behind. Long Jingya paused, and a bad premonition surged in her heart. Looking back, she saw a group of students dressed fashionably and behaved flamboyantly walking towards her, led by Wang Yuxuan, the eldest son of the Wang family.
The Wang family has a huge influence in Longhua, involving real estate, finance, IT and other businesses. The business territory is spread across all fields. On weekdays, they rely on the family power to be domineering. After a few years abroad, they transferred to Shinnan University.
They have always looked down on medium-sized families like the Long family.
Wang Yuxuan put his hands in his pockets and walked in front of Long Jingya with exaggerated steps. He had a malicious smile on his face and looked at her unscrupulously. "Beautiful Long, you are alone? Where are you going in such a hurry?"
Long Jingya frowned, took a step back, and responded coldly, "Wang Yuxuan, get out of the way, don't block my way."
"Blocking the way? I want to have a good chat with you."
Wang Yuxuan deliberately moved forward, and the smell of perfume on his body mixed with the disgusting breath hit his face. "You said that your Long family has been losing ground in the business world recently.
Do you still want to let you live freely in this school?"
Long Jingya's face changed slightly, but she still pretended to be calm. "It's none of your business to interfere in my family's affairs."
"Oh, you're quite stubborn."
A red-haired henchman behind Wang Yuxuan said sarcastically, "The Long family is in trouble now. Master Wang can do whatever he wants. Long Jingya, you'd better obey." Several followers around also laughed, their eyes full of contempt and ill will. Long Jingya was so angry that she clenched the book in her hand, her nails digging into her palms. "Don't go too far.
If you mess around in school, the school will not sit idly by." "School?" Wang Yuxuan raised his head and laughed. "Long Jingya, you are too naive.
The school leaders have to bow and scrape when they see my dad.
Do you think they will go against me for a girl from the Long family like you?
As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Long Jingya's face. As long as you play with me today, maybe I can ask my dad to let the Long family go in business.
How about it? Consider it.
Long Jingya slapped his hand away, stepped back a few steps, and shouted, Wong Yuxuan, don't mess around. I warn you, if you dare to do anything to me, I won't let you go.
You won't let me go? Haha, what can you do to me?
The smile on Wong Yuxuan's face disappeared, replaced by a fierce look. In Long country, my Wang family is the king, your Long family has lost power, and you still think you are a high and mighty daughter?
Don't think that you can escape the disaster just because your family is a family friend of the Su family in the Magic City. It's useless.
He waved his hand, and the followers behind him surrounded him, blocking Long Jingya in the middle. Long Jingya looked around and found that the students passing by were all afraid, and no one dared to help. She was full of despair, but the stubbornness in her bones made her unwilling to give in. Wang Yuxuan, if you dare to touch me, even if the Long family goes bankrupt, we will fight your Wang family to the end. Long Jingya stared at Wang Yuxuan and spoke word by word.
Fight to the end? With your Long family's current strength?
Don't be ridiculous, your family will soon have to move out of Ziwei Manor.
Wang Yuxuan sneered disdainfully.
Today I will not only touch you, but also let you know what will happen if you offend my Wang family.
I will completely ruin your reputation and make you lose all your reputation in this school, ha!
As he said that, he stretched out his hand again and grabbed Long Jingya. Long Jingya closed her eyes, her heart full of anger and unwillingness. At this moment, a sharp shout suddenly came from a distance.
Chapter 75, A Hero Saves the Beauty? Wang Yuxuan, what are you doing?
A stern shout came from a distance, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man in white casual clothes walking quickly. He was tall and straight, handsome, gentle as jade, and his eyes were filled with unquestionable majesty.
This man was Li Yichen, the son of the famous Li family of Xinnan University.
The Li family was also very powerful in the business world. Its business territory firmly suppressed the Wang family, and it also had the support of the mountain gate behind it.
It can be said that it was completely different from these pure business families. When Wang Yuxuan saw Li Yichen, the arrogant look on his face froze for a moment, but he quickly returned to his cynical look and snorted, "Who did I think it was?" It turned out to be young Master Li. "Why do you want to meddle in my Wang family's affairs?"
Li Yichen frowned slightly, walked quickly to Long Jingya, protected her behind him, and glanced coldly at Wang Yuxuan and his followers. "In broad daylight, you bullied a girl in school.
If it gets out, where will your Wang family put their face? How about I help you spread the word?"
Long Jingya was originally full of despair, but when she saw Li Yichen step forward, a glimmer of hope surged in her heart. She nervously tugged at the corner of her clothes, looking at Li Yichen's back, her eyes full of gratitude. Her Long family and the Su family joined forces to offend my Wang family. Naturally, I have to teach them a lesson.
Wang Yuxuan curled his lips, looking indifferent. It's better to show mercy when you can. Why does young Master Wang have to go to such extremes?
Li Yichen's tone was calm, but there was a sense of oppression in it.
Although Wang Yuxuan was unwilling in his heart, he was afraid of the power of the Li family and did not want to be too presumptuous.
He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, for Mr. Li's sake, let's let this matter go for now."
After saying that, he left unwillingly with his followers. Li Yichen then turned around, put on a gentle smile, and asked with concern, "Classmate, are you okay?"
Long Jingya quickly shook her head and said with a trembling voice, "Thank you, Mr. Li.
If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do." "You're welcome. I just wanted to help someone who was in trouble." Li Yichen smiled gently, with a hint of subtle cunning in his eyes. "You're alone in school, so you better be careful next time. Wang Yuxuan is a vindictive person, and he might come to cause trouble for you."
"I understand, Mr. Li." Long Jingya lowered her head, her heart full of worry.
"How about this, if you run into any trouble in the future, just come find me."
Li Yichen took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Long Jingya. "Here is my contact information, I can help you a little." Long Jingya hesitated for a moment, took the business card, and said gratefully, "Thank you so much, Mr. Li." Long Jingya turned around and left with the book in her arms.
Li Yichen looked at Long Jingya's back with a cunning look. In the evening, Wang Yuxuan and Li Yichen met in a high-end club.
Wang Yuxuan smiled proudly and said, "Brother Li, this time it's all thanks to your plan. Long Jingya is avoiding me now and has a good impression of you, Brother Li." Our plan started very smoothly.
Li Yichen picked up the wineglass and took a sip of red wine.
After all, Long Jingya is the daughter of the Long family.
Isn't it a bit too much for us to plot against her like this?
Brotherly, why are you so soft-hearted all of a sudden? Wang Yuxuan sneered. The Long family was against us in the business field, causing our Wang family to suffer heavy losses.
Naturally, we have to get this back from Long Jingya.
Moreover, as long as we can get what we want from her, the Long family will have to listen to us obediently. Li Yichen was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. I hope everything will be as we expected.
Time passes quietly day by day.
Although Li Yichen frequently created encounters with Long Jingya always kept her distance from him.
Deep in Long Jingya's heart, she always kept an unshakable position for Lin Feng.
That day, Li Yichen ran into Long Jingya at the entrance of the library as usual. He was wearing a light blue shirt and off-white casual pants, looking fresh and handsome.
When he saw Long Jingya, a gentle smile immediately appeared on his face. He took a few steps forward and said softly, Jingya, tomorrow is my birthday.
I plan to invite a few classmates to celebrate together.
Can you come?
As he spoke, his eyes were full of anticipation. Long Jingya was slightly startled, and a hint of hesitation flashed through her mind. Ever since the last accident, she really didn't like attending such gatherings, not to mention that she also understood Li Yichen's thoughts, and she was a little at a loss at this moment. However, looking at Li Yichen's sincere eyes, thinking of the many help he had given her during this period, the words of refusal were swallowed back when they came to her lips. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded gently and said, Okay, happy birthday to you, Mr. Li. A hint of barely perceptible excitement flashed in Li Yichen's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a brilliant smile. That's great, Jingya. I'll wait for you at the Emperor Hotel at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. After that, he chatted with Long Jingya for a few more words, then turned and left.
Chapter 76 Success. The next afternoon, Long Jingya went to the Emperor Hotel with several classmates.
When I stepped into the luxurious private room of the hotel, some classmates had already gathered inside. Everyone was laughing and talking, and the atmosphere was very warm. When Li Yichen saw Long Jingya, he immediately came forward, his eyes full of surprise. Jingya, you are here, come and sit down. As he said that, he arranged a seat for Long Jingya next to him. Mr. Li, happy birthday, Jingya, I'm so glad you can come, thank you. After the party started, everyone sent birthday wishes to Li Yichen, and the atmosphere became more lively as they toasted and exchanged cups.
Li Yichen greeted everyone and chatted with Long Jingya from time to time.
Long Jingya also responded politely, but she was still a little reserved in her heart. However, she did not notice that when Li Yichen poured her a drink, he quietly put some powder in it. It was a colorless and tasteless drug. Not long after, Long Jingya felt her head was a little dizzy and her body was getting weaker and weaker.
She was startled and realized that something was wrong.
She wanted to get up and leave, but found that her legs were weak and she couldn't stand at all.
Jingya, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Li Yichen asked with hypocritical concern.
Long Jingya wanted to speak, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked and she couldn't make a sound. The scene in front of her became more and more blurred, and finally, her eyes went black and she fainted on the seat.
Ha, I finally succeeded.
Seeing Long Jingya faint, the smile on Li Yichen's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold and proud look. He winked at the corner of the private room, and several burly men immediately came out and carried Long Jingya out. At the same time, Wang Yuxuan walked in from another room and said with a sarcastic smile, Brotherly, this trick of yours is really brilliant. That Long Jingya is really stupid, ha ha ha. The two looked at each other and showed evil smiles on their faces.
At this time, Long Jingya was taken to a luxury suite.
After a while, Long Jingya slowly opened her eyes and found herself in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by several cameras, with her hands tied tightly with ropes and her mouth blocked by a piece of rag. She wanted to stand up, but she was powerless at this time, like a lamb being slaughtered. Long Jingya looked around in horror, endless fears surging in her heart like a raging tide. Her eyes fell on the cameras, and she instantly saw through Li Yichen's sinister intentions. At this moment, a strange heat flowed quietly in her body, her cheeks quickly flushed, and her breathing became rapid.
A terrible guess came to her mind. Was she drugged? This thought made Long Jingya's despair even stronger.
Li Yichen and Wang Yuxuan stepped into the room and saw Long Jingya struggling hard. Their laughter became more and more crazy.
Long Jingya, if you are obedient, maybe we can be gentle with you.
Li Yichen approached slowly with a cruel smile on his face. Seeing the two approaching step by step, Long Jingya's eyes became hot and tears slid down her cheeks. She shook her head desperately, her eyes full of anger and resistance, and kicked hard with her feet, trying to stop the two from getting closer. As the drug continued to take effect, Long Jingya's consciousness gradually blurred, and the scene in front of her became distorted. In the haze, she seemed to see Lin Feng's figure. In an instant, her eyes became soft, and she made an unclear sound, as if calling Lin Feng's name. Her struggle gradually became weak, and was replaced by a kind of obedience in a dazed state. At the same time, in the Long family mansion, Long Jingshuan found that he could not contact Long Jingya, and he had an ominous premonition in his heart. Lin Feng, Jingya is missing, the phone can't be reached, and she can't be found.
Do you think it could be? Long Jingshuan's voice was full of anxiety.
When Lin Feng heard this, his heart suddenly sank, and he used the teleportation technique to instantly arrive at Ziwei Manor.
Little friend Lin, what do you think we should do?
Seeing Lin Feng rushing over, Long Jingshuan immediately stood up and asked. Don't worry, Mr. Long. Lin Feng quickly walked to Long Jingshuan, held one of his arms, and immediately used his soul power to sense him. He closed his eyes, and the powerful soul power quickly spread across the city like invisible tentacles. Time passed by, and suddenly, Lin Feng caught a familiar smell.
Found it. What? Found it? Where is it? There are some situations.
Don't worry, Mr. Long, I will go save her right away.
Lin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant.
In the hotel suite, Li Yichen and Wang Yuxuan had already turned on the camera, picked up the unknown liquid next to them, and continued to drip it on Long Jingya. At this time, Long Jingya's eyes were blurred and her breathing was rapid.
This appearance made Li Yichen and Wang Yuxuan's hearts palpitate.
Just when the two were about to touch Long Jingya, Lin Feng appeared in the room like a black lightning.
You two bastards, you deserve to die.
Lin Feng roared, and his powerful soul power burst out instantly, shaking the whole room violently. Li Yichen and Wang Yuxuan were frightened by this sudden change and their faces turned pale as paper. They never thought that Lin Feng could find this place.
You? Who are you? How did you find this place? Wang Yuxuan asked in a trembling voice. Chapter 77, Long Family Crisis.
Lin Feng ignored them, a soul power flashed, and the two men fainted immediately. Lin Feng looked at the camera in front of him, and a thought of punishment came to his mind. Lin Feng walked to the disheveled Long Jingya, took a few steps forward, gently picked her up, used his soul power to dispel the drug effect in her body, and untied the ropes that bound her.
Long Jingya was still in a semi-comatose state under the effect of the drug. Lin Feng then took Long Jingya into the Tianshu Tower.
Then, Lin Feng walked to the camera, turned on the machine and set it to wireless transmission mode. He turned around and looked coldly at the unconscious Li Yichen and Wang Yuxuan, and whispered, I will let you taste the consequences. Two special auras were transmitted into the bodies of the two people respectively. Humph, I hope you can survive tomorrow.
After doing all this, Lin Feng teleported away.
Inside the room, an unbearable live broadcast began, and the ugly images of the two men instantly spread across Dragon Country. Because they were children of a large family in Dragon Country, this incident instantly overshadowed similar incidents of the year, and quickly caused an uproar on the internet. When the men of the two found the images on the internet, it was too late. The doors and windows of the room were sealed by Lin Feng with spiritual energy before he left, and they could not be opened no matter what. At this time, as long as the two were still breathing, the live broadcast would not stop. After watching the video, the patriarchs of the two families fainted in anger. These two people were the successors that the family had focused on training, but they had caused such a shameful incident.
For a time, the two families were under tremendous pressure from public opinion. Hurry up and release a statement saying this is an AI-generated video, quick.
Sir, this is a live webcast. The person next to him said tremblingly.
Get lost. Who is targeting our Wang family? Find out for me, I will make him pay a heavy price. Wang Yuxuan's father shouted angrily with veins bulging.
After a night passed, the battle at the Emperor Hotel finally came to an end. Li Yichen and Wang Yuxuan had experienced a crazy communication that could be described as a unity of heaven and man. At this moment, the two had become demented, collapsed in the room, with empty eyes and unclear mumbling from time to time.
The door was finally opened.
Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill, with expressions of horror and disbelief on their faces. What's going on?
Where did Long Jingya go?
At this time, Wang Yuxuan's father Wang Badian and Li Yichen's father Li Jinxiao arrived at the scene almost at the same time.
Seeing their son's miserable state, Wang Badian and Li Jinxiao's eyes instantly turned red, like a mad beast, and they kicked over the chair next to them.
Their mothers hugged their sons and cried bitterly.
Wang Badian roared, "Tell me what happened, tell me everything without leaving out a word." The sound made the whole room buzz. Li Zhenxiao's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. There was a fierce look in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell is going on?" Li Zhenxiao clenched his fists tightly, his joints turned white due to the force, and his whole body exuded a terrifying aura. The younger brother at the scene was already trembling with fear, and explained everything in detail. From how to plot against Long Jingya to today's birthday party, he just didn't know why Long Jingya disappeared strangely and such a thing happened to the two of them. Wang Badian listened to his younger brother's report, his facial muscles twisted, anger surged in his heart like a surging tide. "Well, Long family, how dare you do this to my son?" He punched the table hard, and a deep dent was smashed on the solid wood table in front of him. Li Zhenxiao snorted coldly, and the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. "Long Jinshuan, no one can protect you this time," I said. Wang and Li quickly reached an agreement and began to suppress the Long family frantically. More than a dozen shopping malls, foreign trade companies, real estate, etc. under the Long family were maliciously targeted. Partners broke their contracts one after another, and banks suddenly tightened their loans, and the already problematic capital chain was instantly broken. Finally, the Su family stepped in urgently to prevent the Long family from going bankrupt. Su Jinsong was also checked and controlled by his political opponents, who accused the Su family of abusing their power for personal gain, seeking benefits for their family and friends, suppressing other corporate capital, and tarnishing the Su family's political image. In the Long family mansion, everyone in the Long family looked solemn. Long Mingyao and Long Guanyao paced back and forth in the hall. "What should we do now? Why did Dad and Jingya disappear, and the family business?" "Brother, now we can only think of a way to stabilize the situation. It is important to find Dad and Jingya's whereabouts immediately. However, the Long family's decline is irreversible. Overnight, the Long family's business almost completely collapsed. The once prosperous Long Group headquarters building is now deserted. The Long family's assets were frozen, and the real estate was confiscated by the bank devil, and the family members were in trouble. Some small families that once depended on the Long family, seeing the bad situation, turned against them and showed goodwill to the Wang and Li families." Chapter 67-2 Slander Missed Chapter. Lin Yuning, based on your performance in the company, the Human Resources Department has received a notice that you have been fired, and you have caused irreparable losses to the company. The company will hold you accountable and require you to compensate the company for losses of 200,000. A Human Resources staff member placed a notice on Lin Yuning's desk. "What did you say? How did I cause losses to the company?" "It's like this. I just received a notice from the head office saying that Mr. Wang, the person you were negotiating with, terminated the contract, and you scalded him with hot water. Mr. Wang has called the police, and the company has decided to hold you responsible." "What? Is this unreasonable? Does the company want me to sleep with them?" Lin Yuning was so angry that her body trembled. "I sympathize with your situation. Our HR department just received a notice from the company, and I heard that the company has already called the police." "What?" Lin Yuning looked at the notice in front of her in shock, feeling dizzy, and the anger and grievance in her heart surged like a flood. She never thought that things would develop to such an absurd level. Before Lin Yuning could recover, there was a sudden noise outside the office. "Where is Lin Yuning? Get out!" A sharp and angry female voice sounded like thunder, instantly breaking the tension and silence in the office. Then, a slightly fat middle-aged woman rushed in, her face full of anger and unwillingness, her eyes like a wolf, frantically scanning the office, and finally locked on Lin Yuning. "Are you Lin Yuning?" The middle-aged woman stepped forward, pointed her finger at Lin Yuning's nose, and asked loudly, "You shameless vixen, you actually seduced my husband and asked for 2 million from him. My husband is an upright man, and he didn't agree to you, but you threw hot water on him. Is there any law?" As soon as these words came out, the whole office went wild. Colleagues stopped their work and looked at her in astonishment. Some people whispered, "What on earth is going on? How could Yuning do such a thing? No way, Yuning doesn't look like that kind of person." Some people showed sympathy and secretly worried for Lin Yuning. Lin Yuning felt a surge of blood rushing to her head. She was so angry that she trembled all over and retorted loudly, "You are talking nonsense. I never did these things. That Mr. Wang is a pervert. He touched me when we were negotiating the contract. I rejected him, so he held a grudge against me. He must have made up these lies with you to slander me." However, the middle-aged woman did not believe Lin Yuning's words at all.
She sat down on the ground and started to throw a tantrum, crying and shouting, "Everyone, come and judge for yourself.
This woman destroyed my family and now she refuses to admit it.
My poor husband, he was scalded all over by her, and he can't live like this anymore." Her crying and shouting intertwined together, making the whole office a mess. At this time, the company's security guards rushed over and tried to pull the middle-aged woman away. But the middle-aged woman struggled desperately like crazy, and kept cursing.
"Your company must give me an explanation, otherwise I will not leave. I want you all to know what kind of bad woman your company hired."
Zhou Yanmei, who was far away, watched all this with a triumphant look on her face. At the same time, the police also received the call and rushed to the scene. 2 policemen walked into the office and saw the chaotic scene, and their brows frowned.
One of the young policemen asked, "Who is responsible? What is going on?" Zhou Yanmei stepped forward and said with a big smile on her face, "Police comrade, this is what happened.
This lady's husband, Mr. Wang, an important client of our company, negotiated a contract with our employee Lin Yuning yesterday. Not only did Lin Yuning mess up the contract, but she also scalded Mr. Wang with hot water because Mr. Wang rejected her unreasonable request. Mr. Wang is now receiving treatment in the hospital, and this lady was very emotional, so she came to our company to seek justice." Lin Yuning was furious when she heard Zhou Yanmei's words that turned black into white. She hurriedly said, "Police comrade, don't listen to their nonsense. It was Mr. Wang who did something bad to me.
I didn't burn him at all. They are framing me and trying to put all the blame on me."
When the middle-aged woman heard what Lin Yuning said, she started crying again, "Comrade police, you must make the decision for me. This woman is so mean, she just wants to destroy my family and blackmail us for money."
The policeman frowned slightly, looked at Lin Yuning, then looked at the middle-aged woman and the people in the company, and said, "Everyone, don't get excited. We will definitely investigate the truth of the matter. Now, please ask the relevant personnel to come back to the police station with us to take a statement." Lin Yuning took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down.
She knew that she couldn't panic at this moment and had to believe that the police would find out the truth. She straightened her back and followed the police out of the office. When she passed by Zhou Yanmei, she saw a hint of smugness in Zhou Yanmei's eyes, and she immediately understood that all this was probably a trap set by Zhou Yanmei and Mr. Wang. Arriving at the police station, Lin Yuning told the police what had happened in detail. She told them everything from the excessive demands made by Mr. Wang during the contract negotiations, to his anger after she refused, to the false accusations she had suffered. On the other side, the middle-aged woman and Zhou Yanmei were also taking statements. The middle-aged woman still insisted that Lin Yuning seduced her husband and committed acts of harm, while Zhou Yanmei exaggerated the matter and tried to convince the police that Lin Yuning was at fault. After completing the record, Lin Yuning was allowed to go home temporarily to wait for the results of the investigation.
Chapter 78, Destruction of the Family. Inside Manor Number 1. The medicinal power in Long Jingya's body was completely eliminated by Lin Feng.
At this moment, Long Jingya turned on her cell phone, and it suddenly rang. "Dad, Lin Feng rescued me and now I'm at Lin Feng's home at number 1 Ziwei Manor."
"What, Grandpa is missing?"
Long Jingya called her father and found out that something happened to the Long family overnight. "Lin Feng, something happened to my grandfather." Long Jingya cried and briefly told Lin Feng what happened.
"Don't be afraid, I'll find it."
Lin Feng knew that the situation was serious and time was life, so he immediately used his soul power to sense. In a dim basement, Long Jingxuan was imprisoned in a dungeon, surrounded by a nauseating stench. On the wall, a few weak oil lamps flickered, casting swaying shadows on the wet ground. At this time, the door of the basement was roughly pushed open with a creak, and 2 figures strode in.
Wang Badian walked in front, with a burly figure and a face full of flesh.
A hideous scar on his face extended from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, looking particularly fierce. Li Zhenxiao, who followed behind him, looked relatively thin, but his eyes revealed a sinister look, like a venomous snake ready to attack at any time.
"Long Jingxuan, you're finally awake."
Wang Badian grinned and said with a sneer. Long Jingxuan raised his head with great effort and glanced at them with disdain in his eyes. After a cold snort, he closed his eyes again.
"Humph, you're still so stubborn even at this time."
Li Zhenxiao stepped forward and kicked the iron bars of the dungeon, making a harsh sound. "You'd better cooperate with us and tell us where Long Jingya is and who rescued her." Long Jingxuan slowly opened his eyes and stared at them firmly. "Don't even think about getting any information from me.
Even if my Long family dies, we will never bow to despicable people like you." The smile on Wang Badian's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a look of anger.
He suddenly stretched out his hand, passed through the iron bars, grabbed Long Jingshuan's collar, pulled his face close, and said viciously, "Die?
Old man, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. Do you know your current situation?
As long as we want, we can make you disappear from this dark place at any time."
Li Shenxiao laughed sinisterly at the side. "Brother Wong, why waste your time talking to him? I want to see how long this dragon thing can hold out. Teach him a lesson."
As he said that, Wang Badian pulled out a spiked leather whip from his waist and swung it hard in his hand. The whip made a swish sound as it rubbed against the air.
"Long Jingshuan, you asked for this."
Wang Badian raised the whip and lashed at Long Jingshuan. The whip landed on Long Jingshuan's back, instantly leaving a bloody mark, and his clothes were torn, with blood seeping out. Long Jingshuan groaned, his body trembling slightly, but he still said nothing.
"How is it? It feels bad, right?"
"As long as you tell us what we want to know, the pain will end." Li Shenxiao squatted down, approached Long Jingshuan, and said in an almost seductive tone.
Long Jingshuan gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Bah! You bastards, dream on. My granddaughter will be fine, you all have to pay the price."
Upon hearing this, Wang Badian raised the whip again and whipped Long Jingshuan continuously. Li Shenxiao beat him and cursed, "Old man, I wonder how long you can last.
Your 2 sons will be here to accompany you soon. If you don't tell me the whereabouts of Long Jingya today, I will beat you to death. There is one more thing I have to tell you.
All the businesses under your Long family are now ruined."
Ha ha ha.
Li Shenxiao looked at Long Jingshuan viciously. "Old man, I wish I could peel off your skin and pull out your tendons."
Wang Badian beat him and cursed, "You old man, you are still stubborn. I wonder how long you can hold out. If you don't tell me Long Jingya's whereabouts today, I will beat you to death."
Long Jingshuan's back was covered with bloodstains and his body was twitching in pain. At this time, Lin Feng determined the location where Long Jingshuan was being held.
Space confinement. A mysterious force instantly confined everyone in the basement.
Wang Badian and Li Shenxiao stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with fear, but their bodies could not move at all. Lin Feng appeared in the basement in an instant like a flash of black lightning. When he saw the wounded Long Jingshuan curled up in the cell, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes.
Seeing the stranger suddenly appear, Wang Badian was frightened in his heart, but he still said toughly, "Who are you? How dare you ruin our good thing? Don't you want to live?"
Lin Feng sneered, "You are not worthy of knowing who I am.
Today, you will pay the price for everything you did to the Long family."
As he spoke, a golden light shot out from Lin Feng's palm and hit the iron lock of the cell directly.
With a click, the iron lock broke. A gentle spiritual power slowly poured into Long Jingshuan's body. "It seems that the lesson I gave you is not enough."
Lin Feng's eyes were cold. Without waiting for the two to respond, Lin Feng quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted coldly, "Search the soul." 2 spiritual energies penetrated into the bodies of the 2 people like lightning. Lin Feng closed his eyes tightly and read the memories of the 2 people. After a moment, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes full of disgust. "The dirty things you have done over the years are too numerous to list." After that, he threw the 2 demented people aside, and they collapsed to the ground like rags. Such a sinful family will surely be a big problem in the future. Lin Feng looked solemn, with a surge of aura around him. He whispered, "Soul power sensing."
A strange and murderous aura quickly spread out from the 2 of them.
In an instant, all the people who were related to the 2 were accurately locked by this aura.
"Destroy."
Lin Feng uttered a word, as if it came from the judgment of the netherworld. With this order, the life of all those who were locked by the aura was instantly extinguished like a candle in the wind, leaving only a dead silence. At this moment, a powerful aura flew over from a distance. Lin Feng had already left the scene with the unconscious Long Jingshuan. When that breath arrived, Lin Feng had already left, and all the people at the scene were killed.
Who is so cruel? It seems I have to report to the ancestor immediately.
The man in black muttered to himself as he looked at the mess at the scene.
Chapter 79 The Imperial Seal. Long Jingya was waiting anxiously in courtyard 1 of Ziwei Manor, and time passed by every second.
Suddenly, the space fluctuated, and Lin Feng appeared in the manor with Long Jingshuan.
"Grandpa."
Long Jingya saw the unconscious Long Jingshuan at a glance, exclaimed, and immediately ran over.
"Grandpa, what's wrong with you?"
Lin Feng gently placed Long Jingshuan on the recliner beside him and comforted him. "Don't worry, Grandpa is fine." Lin Feng injected a stream of spiritual energy into Long Jingshuan's forehead. Long Jingshuan slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Long Jingya standing beside him, and Lin Feng standing not far away. A trace of surprise flashed in Long Jingxuan's eyes, and Long Jingya quickly supported him. "Grandpa, don't move, lie down well." Long Jingxuan looked at Long Jingya, then at Lin Feng, and asked, "Xiaoya, you, Lin Xiaoyu, thank you." Lin Feng briefly told Long Jingxuan about the rescue of Long Jingya and his own rescue. "Old Long, the Wang and Li families have completely collapsed, and this matter will spread immediately. You can arrange people to immediately swallow up their industries." Long Jingxuan thought for a while and said, "Jingya, call your father quickly and tell him that I have been rescued and am recuperating now. Tell him not to worry. Tell him that the family will fight back immediately." Long Jingya quickly dialed her father, Long Mingyao. On the phone, Long Mingyao learned that the old man was safe and sound, and his heart was relieved. However, if the family fought back, it would be powerless. Hearing what Long Guangyao said, Long Jingxuan took the phone and said, "Mingyao, let me tell you, the Wang and Li families have collapsed. You should seize the opportunity to annex their industries immediately. I will support you from behind. The power of the family will be handed over to you first. You should manage it well and lead the family through these difficulties." Long Mingyao hesitated for a moment on the other end of the phone and said, "Dad, I." Long Jingxuan felt Long Mingyao's words and continued, "You have been by my side for so many years, don't I know you? You are capable and responsible. Just go for it, Dad believes in you." Only then did Long Mingyao say firmly, "Okay, Dad, Guangyao and I will never let you down." After hanging up the phone, Long Jingxuan called Su Jinsong again and told him about his situation. Long Jingxuan looked at Long Jingya and Lin Feng in front of him, his heart full of emotion. To prevent any accidents, Lin Feng left 2 puppets beside Long Jingya and Long Jingxuan, and also included Manor Number 5 in the protection range of the Liangyi microdust array. The Long family has also begun to launch a crazy counterattack. Faced with the sudden desperation of the Wang and Li families, some big families in Longguo are also very puzzled. The Wang and Li families so blatantly annexed the Long family, but the entire family suddenly collapsed. The Long family not only came back to life, but also successfully fought back. This makes anyone feel incredible. The help of the Su family alone is far from enough. Does the Long family have any trump card? For a time, the Long family was in the limelight. Lin Feng settled down in Ziwei Manor, and Long Jingya continued to go to school under the protection of the puppet. Brother Tong, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng late Jindan stage. Skill, Taishu Goyuanju second heaven. Attributes, fire, space. Weapons, red flame, Hunyuan Tianshu tower, heavenly punishment bow. Martial arts, sky-splitting slash, golden crow destroying the world, space cutting, space confinement. Talents, Taishu golden eyes, teleport. Looking at the attribute panel, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. What is the opportunity for a breakthrough? Looking at the map obtained from the lottery, Brother Tong synthesized the map. A flash of light passed by, and several pieces of maps were quickly pieced together. At this moment, beep, the system has issued an SSSSS level task to find the lost Imperial Seal. What? Brother Tong has issued a mission. Could this be the map? Lin Feng stood up in surprise. Beep, host, do you accept the mission? Brother Tong, accept the mission. Beep, the host has accepted the SSSSS level mission to find the lost Imperial Seal. Upon completion of the mission, you will be rewarded with a portion of Hongmeng's spiritual liquid, Earth Essence, 200 billion Dragon Country currency, and 100 billion top-grade crystals. Hiss, the reward is so generous. Lin Feng couldn't help but get excited when he saw the reward items. Lin Feng immediately checked the task introduction. As a divine artifact that contains great mysterious power, the Imperial Seal has carried extraordinary significance since its birth. The Imperial Seal is carved from the core of a star, and is engraved with the 8 characters received the mandate from heaven, long live and prosper. It has been passed through the hands of emperors of various dynasties in the long history of the Dragon Kingdom, witnessing countless rise and fall, honor and disgrace. It is not only a symbol of the orthodoxy of imperial power, but also seals the mysterious energy of ancient times. It turns out that the Imperial Seal is made of the core of the stars. Lin Feng murmured to himself after reading the introduction. A map hiding the secret of the Imperial Seal appeared in front of Lin Feng. Looking at the mysterious lines on the map, Lin Feng's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The lines seemed to be ancient characters, and also like some mysterious symbols, exuding a deep breath under the dim candlelight. The room was so quiet that only his rapid breathing could be heard. Outside the window, the wind whistled, as if urging him to unveil the mysterious veil. Lin Feng gently stretched out his hand, and his fingertips slowly moved along the lines on the map, trying to catch a clue from it. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were full of concentration and determination. The material of this map was also quite strange, like some kind of animal skin, but it was tougher than ordinary animal skins, and it felt cold to the touch, as if it carried the vicissitudes of time. He carefully examined the direction of each line, thinking about the deep meaning it might contain. Suddenly, he found a slight wrinkle in the corner of the map. He gently unfolded it, and saw a mark faintly emerging under the wrinkle, like the outline of an ancient building.
Could this be where the imperial seal is located?
Lin Feng muttered to himself.
Chapter 80 Luo Shui. Taishu Golden Eye, activate.
With a low shout, a strange golden light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, as if two miniature golden suns were slowly rotating in his eyes, emitting a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. At the same time, the map with blurred patterns in front of him seemed to be activated by an invisible force. Lin Feng stared at the map closely. The faint light first meandered along the veins of the mountains and rivers on the map, like a lively stream flowing on the body of the earth. As the faint light gathered, the lines on the map became clearer, like a real picture scroll slowly unfolding, vividly presenting the mountains and rivers of the world. The mountains and rivers on the map were similar to the current terrain of Longhua. The estuary of the Mother River was not in Ludong Province, but in Jiangnan Province.
Lin Feng looked at the terrain in front of him. Could it be that the map shows the terrain of Dragon Country hundreds of years ago? Just as Lin Feng was concentrating, a tiny light spot suddenly began to flicker somewhere on the map.
Lin Feng's pupils shrank suddenly, and a key clue appeared. The frequency of the light spot flickering gradually increased, from the initial occasional flicker to a rapid flicker, as if sending an urgent signal. As the light spot flickered, the map lines around it began to change. The originally smooth lines seemed to be twisted by some force, gradually outlining the contours of a terrain. Lin Feng looked carefully and saw that the contours showed a gentle trend, with a faint river winding through, and the words Luo Shui slowly appeared somewhere in the river.
Is this Luo Shui?
Lin Feng muttered to himself. At this time, the brightness of the light spot became stronger, no longer a faint flicker, and more details appeared. Around the flat area, there were some strangely shaped boulders, like ancient guards. The light spot was located directly below this flat area, which seemed to imply that the imperial seal was buried deep underground. Lin Feng took a deep breath and continued to activate the Taishu Golden Eye. As the power continued to be injected, the information about this area on the map became more and more detailed. The imperial seal is actually in such a secret place. Lin Feng secretly marveled in his heart. He continued to observe and found that there seemed to be some strange energy fluctuations in the underground area surrounding the light spot. Under the perception of Taishu Golden Pupil, these fluctuations showed a faint blue halo, which was out of tune with the surrounding environment.
Since we are within the territory of Dragon Country, it will be easy. Luo Shui should be Luo River. Let's get to the approximate location of Luo River first. Lin Feng teleported and appeared thousands of miles away. Taking out a Cullinan, Lin Feng drove fast on the streets of Luoha City. Luo Shui City is the ancient capital of 13 dynasties, with a history of civilization, capital construction, and city of about 3,800 years. Within a range of more than 30 kilometers from east to west along the Luo River, there are the ruins of 5 major capitals, namely Erlituxia Capital, Yanshishang City, Eastern Zhou Royal City, Han and Wei Luoyang City, and Sui and Tang Luoyang City, which are known as the 5 capitals running through Luo. There is also a historical legend that the imperial seal was lost in the Luo River and has never been seen since. What a wonderful place! No wonder so many countries in history built their capitals here. Admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Old man, are there any boats for pleasure on the Luo Shui River? Lin Feng asked an old man when he saw him standing by the Luo Shui River. Young man, you are here for fun, right? The old man said cheerfully. Yes, old man. There are many boats on the Luo Shui River, and most of them are near the Luoha ancient city. You will reach it about 10 kilometers ahead, and the scenery there is even more beautiful, the old man introduced enthusiastically. Thank you, old man. You're welcome, young man. Following the old man's instructions, Lin Feng drove to the Luoha ancient city. It was late at night, so Lin Feng stayed in a hotel near the ancient city. At night, Lin Feng stood in the hotel room, looking at the beautiful night view, and his mood became unusually good. As the night deepened, Lin Feng practiced the Taishu Gui Wan Ju and entered a state of cultivation.
After the Taishu Guiyuanju was circulated for one cycle, a strange energy from the Luoshui River below instantly spread to the entire Luoshui River like an invisible ripple. Lin Feng was sensitive and immediately realized the extraordinary nature of this energy. The mysterious fluctuations contained in it resonated faintly with the spiritual power in his body. Lin Feng immediately circulated his spiritual power to protect his body, while his eyes were fixed on the Luoshui River outside the window, which was glowing with a faint light. A ball of gray mist gradually condensed above the river. The mist surged and its shape changed constantly, as if an invisible giant hand was stirring it. A summoning force resonated with Lin Feng's body.
What is this? The power of summoning. Could it be that this jade seal has something to do with the Taishu Guiyuanju?
Lin Feng was secretly shocked as he felt the power of summoning. Through the mist, a huge gray vortex appeared in the river, with a strange light flashing in the center of the vortex, like a portal to another world. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and the red flame sword instantly appeared in his right hand. As soon as he reached the edge of the vortex, a strong suction came. Even if Lin Feng used the power of the golden elixir to the maximum speed, he could not resist the terrifying suction. Before he could resist, Lin Feng was sucked into the vortex. As the light and shadows changed, Lin Feng felt as if he was in a distorted space, surrounded by darkness and despair.
Chapter 81: The Power of the Ancestral Dragon.
After a moment, Lin Feng stabilized his body. At this moment, he was already in a mysterious space. This space was filled with thick and strange fog, and the surroundings were so quiet that it seemed as if time had stopped. Lin Feng looked up and saw a chaotic and hazy scene, and a strange and unknown atmosphere was blowing in his face.
This breath? This is...
Lin Feng was so shocked that he stood there, his body trembling slightly. The breath was like a surging wave, impacting his perception wave after wave. The golden elixir in his body seemed to sense the danger, and he felt a little palpitation.
Brother Tong, what is this aura? Why is it so strong and powerful? Lin Feng asked the system hurriedly with a trembling voice.
In this mysterious space, the system is the only thing that can be relied on.
Beep, this is the power of the ancestral dragon, please absorb it immediately.
The cold and mechanical voice of the system sounded in Lin Feng's mind.
Lin Feng's face was full of solemnity, his eyes fixed on the ancestral dragon's power that exuded a powerful aura.
The ancestral dragon's power was like a sleeping dragon, emitting a frightening light all over its body. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng suppressed his anxiety, slowly closed his eyes, and started to practice the Taishu Guiyuanju. In an instant, the spiritual power around Lin Feng surged, like ripples on a calm lake, becoming stronger and stronger. After a while, this spiritual power actually formed a huge spiritual power vortex, spinning rapidly around Lin Feng, making a whirring sound, trying to attract the power of the sleeping ancestral dragon. The power of the ancestral dragon seemed to sense something, and it trembled slightly at first, like a disturbed beast.
Then, an enraged dragon suddenly rushed towards Lin Feng.
The speed was so fast, like lightning across the night sky, and wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn into tiny cracks.
Not good.
Lin Feng cried out in his heart. The power of the ancestral dragon was so fierce that it was beyond his imagination. The powerful force contained in it was like a tidal wave, which made Lin Feng feel an unprecedented pressure.
Lin Feng used all his strength to operate the Taishu Guiyuanju.
Spiritual power continuously flowed out of his body, trying to build a solid defense line to stabilize his body. However, at this moment, he found himself like a small boat in the wind, being blown to pieces by the impact of the powerful force. The power of the ancestral dragon instantly broke through his carefully constructed spiritual defense line, like a ferocious beast, rushing into Lin Feng's meridians crazily.
Ah!
Lin Feng groaned, the force rushed through his meridians, like countless sharp blades, trying to tear his meridians apart completely. Lin Feng's face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and continued to practice the Taishu Guiyuanju, trying to tame this violent force. Every time he practiced the technique, it was as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his body, and the pain was always with him, but the belief in Lin Feng's heart was like a burning flame, which never went out. As the power of the ancestral dragon continued to pour in, tiny cracks began to appear in Lin Feng's meridians, and bright red blood oozed out along the meridians, gradually staining his clothes red. His body trembled slightly under the impact of this power, as if it would break at any time.
In extreme pain, time seemed to become extremely long.
Every second was a torment for Lin Feng, and the pain penetrated into every cell of Lin Feng, making him almost lose the ability to think. However, the power of the ancestral dragon was also subtly changing Lin Feng's genetic level, reshaping his body structure from a microscopic level.
1 day, 2 days passed.
The absorption of the ancestral dragon's power seemed endless, and the violent force showed no signs of weakening. For 1 month, 2 months, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and persisted.
The extreme pain made Lin Feng on the verge of collapse almost every second. He knew that if he could not hold on, he would collapse in an instant and turn into a wisp of dust in this mysterious space. But he had concerns for his relatives and expectations for the future in his heart, which supported him to keep moving forward in this endless pain.
1 year, 2 years passed.
Is it possible to refine the power of the ancestral dragon? 2 years have passed, and I still can't absorb it completely.
Lin Feng felt a little tired in the pain. His eyes revealed a trace of confusion and helplessness. The long-term torture made his will begin to waver.
Brother Tong, is it possible that the power of the ancestral dragon cannot be refined?
Lin Feng asked the system again.
Host, please complete the refining as soon as possible.
The system's mechanical answer made Lin Feng collapse.
Never mind, continue refining.
Lin Feng gritted his teeth, determined his thoughts, and began to run the Taishu Guiyuanju at full speed. His eyes were rekindled with fighting spirit, and he secretly vowed in his heart that he must tame the power of the ancestral dragon and use it for himself. 10 years later, Lin Feng opened his eyes in pain. During these 10 years, he had experienced countless life and death tests, and each time he was on the verge of life and death. It's been 10 years.
Dad, Mom, Jingya, sister, are you all okay?
The long-term pain made Lin Feng think of his relatives around him. The faces of his relatives emerged in his mind.
Those warm pictures were like a beacon in the darkness, giving him the strength to continue to persevere. Why is the power of the ancestral dragon so difficult to tame?
Lin Feng felt the majestic energy in his body and slowly closed his eyes.
He knew that he could not give up.
Once he gave up, all the suffering he had endured would be in vain. For 50 years, 100 years, Lin Feng continued to immerse himself in the refining of the ancestral dragon's power. During these long years, Lin Feng remembered the passage of time, forgot everything in the outside world, and devoted himself to the confrontation and integration with the ancestral dragon's power. Under the impact of the ancestral dragon's power, his body was broken again and again, and reborn again and again.
Each rebirth made his body tougher. Chapter 82 Nascent Soul Realm.
Lin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged in the gray space, suddenly opened his eyes.
The power of the ancestral dragon continued to transform Lin Feng's body and soul.
After such a long time, Lin Feng gradually adapted to this painful torture. His eyes became deep and firm, as if they contained endless wisdom and power. Finally, the power of the ancestral dragon began to become docile, like a tamed beast. Seeing this, Lin Feng was delighted and increased the strength of the Taishu Guiyuanju to speed up the refining of the ancestral dragon's power. As the refining progressed, Lin Feng's body underwent a miraculous change. Under the transformation of the power of the ancestral dragon, the original 2 meridians slowly grew and split, and eventually became 9. These 9 meridians were like 9 surging rivers, flowing with powerful spiritual power in the body. At the same time, mysterious lines appeared on the surface of the golden elixir in the body.
These lines flashed with strange light and exuded a more powerful aura.
That aura was like the light of dawn, breaking through the shackles of darkness and moving towards a higher realm. Lin Feng immediately put all his energy into absorbing the power of the ancestral dragon. The power of the ancestral dragon continued to flow into Lin Feng's body, and the transformation of the golden elixir became more and more obvious. Under the influence of the power of the ancestral dragon, the structure inside the golden elixir was constantly reorganized and optimized, becoming more compact and powerful. It was like a butterfly about to break out of its cocoon, accumulating the last bit of strength to prepare for the gorgeous transformation.
Boom! With a loud noise, the golden elixir shattered, and a powerful nascent soul force erupted from Lin Feng's body.
This force was like a volcanic eruption, shaking the entire mysterious space. Under the impact of the nascent soul force, Lin Feng successfully broke through the golden core stage and reached the nascent soul stage. His strength instantly increased several times, and his temperament also changed dramatically. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and the nascent soul in his body also opened his eyes at the same time, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. This light seemed to be able to see through everything, containing endless majesty and power. Feeling the nascent soul in his body, Lin Feng said with relief, "Finally I have broken through to the nascent soul stage."
After absorbing the power of the ancestral dragon, Lin Feng had an extra object in his hand, which looked like a jade seal. Hey, could this be the legendary imperial seal?
Before Lin Feng could think about it, the system's prompt sounded, beep, the host has completed the SSSS level mission to find the lost Imperial Seal. The mission rewards are 1 Hongmeng Spiritual Liquid, Earth Attribute Essence, 200 billion Dragon Country Currency, and 100 billion top-grade crystals.
Is this the Imperial Seal?
Lin Feng looked carefully at the object in his hand. At this moment, a thunder sounded in the sky, and dark clouds in the distance rolled towards the Luoshui River.
Oh no, it's a thunder tribulation.
Lin Feng looked at the scene in front of him and instantly appeared in the mountains thousands of miles away. As soon as he landed, an extremely oppressive atmosphere instantly surged in from all directions. Looking up, the originally clear sky had been completely obscured by the inky black calamity clouds. The calamity clouds were like surging black waves, colliding and surging with each other, making a dull roar, as if brewing a world-destroying disaster. The first thunderbolt finally fell, just like a silver dragon with bared fangs and claws, rushing straight towards Lin Feng with the power of destroying the world. Lin Feng's eyes were stern, and the spiritual power around him instantly started to work, forming a layer of light blue spiritual power shield outside his body. The moment the thunderbolt came into contact with the shield, a dazzling light burst out, and the powerful impact shattered the surrounding rocks, turning them into powder and scattering. Lin Feng only felt a huge force coming, and his body involuntarily retreated, and his feet drew 2 deep grooves on the hard rock.
However, the thunder did not stop there.
Then, the second and third thunders came one after another. They intertwined and entangled with each other, forming an even more powerful force. Lin Feng did not dare to slack off. The red flame sword instantly appeared in his right hand, and he rushed towards the thunder. The thunder and the red flame collided with each other, making a series of deafening noises, and the spiritual power overflowed, as if to tear the world apart. As the thunder continued to fall, Lin Feng's spiritual power was consumed more and more, and the spiritual power shield became weaker and weaker. The calamity clouds in the sky became thicker and darker, with a chilling dark red hue. This was a sign that the thunderstorm was about to enter its most powerful stage.
Sure enough, a moment later, an extremely thick thunderbolt fell down.
The power of this thunderbolt was several times stronger than the previous thunderbolt. Wherever it passed, the space was distorted. Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he took a deep breath, gathering the power of the nascent soul in his body into the red flame, and then suddenly slashed forward, a brilliant sword energy beam, confronting the thunderbolt head-on.
Boom!
A deafening roar shook the whole world. The power of the thunderbolt instantly overwhelmed Lin Feng, and the powerful electric current raged through his body, burning his skin and stinging his soul. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, endured the severe pain, and tried his best to maintain the stability of the spiritual power beam. At this moment of life and death, the Yuan Ying in his body burst out with a powerful breath. The Yuan Ying in his body opened its little mouth, and in an instant, the power of the thunderbolt was swallowed into its stomach.
This is...
Seeing the nascent soul in his body absorbing the power of the thunder tribulation, Lin Feng was shocked beyond words.
Chapter 83 Chaos Hongmeng Seal.
After an unknown amount of time, the terrifying power of the thunderbolt gradually dissipated. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his body was covered with crisscrossing scars, his clothes were tattered, as if he had gone through countless vicissitudes. Lin Feng successfully survived the nascent soul stage thunder tribulation and officially became a true nascent soul stage cultivator. At this time, the heavy tribulation clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and the golden sunlight once again poured down on this vast land. Everything seemed so peaceful and tranquil, as if the thrilling scene just now had never happened. When the dust settled, Lin Feng raised his hand and took out the mysterious Imperial Seal. Feeling the bead-like mark between his eyebrows, a huge amount of information flooded into his brain like a tide. Chaos Hongmeng Seal, as the supreme treasure transformed from the origin of Hongmeng, contains the essence of the 12 elements of heaven and earth. It fell among the prehistoric stars after the creation of the world.
This artifact possesses the magical powers of the 12 elements.
Hiss. There are so few words, but they are so amazing.
Lin Feng looked at the introduction of Chaos Hongmeng Seal and couldn't help but take a breath, shocked.
Brother Tone, open the panel quickly. Lin Feng couldn't contain his excitement and shouted quickly. Name, Lin Feng Early Nascent Soul Stage.
Skill, Taishu Goyuan Ju Second Heaven.
Attributes, Fire, Thunder, Space.
Weapons, Red Flame, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower, Heavenly Punishment Bow, Chaos Hongmeng Seal.
Martial Arts, Sky-Splitting / Golden Crow's World Destroying / Space Cutting, Space Confinement. Talents, Taishu Golden Eyes, Teleportation, Power of the Ancestral Dragon, Devouring. Brother Tong, 100 years have passed since I refined the power of the ancestral dragon, and when Lin Feng thought of this, he stood still for a moment, his face full of complexity. Ding, the speed of time flow inside the Hongmeng ancestral dragon seal is 101 with respect to the outside world, that is, 100 years inside the ancestral dragon seal is 1 year in the outside world.
The system gave a timely explanation.
Lin Feng, who was originally full of frustration, was instantly excited after hearing the system's reply. His eyes shone brightly, and he secretly rejoiced in his heart. In this case, this Hongmeng seal is really a treasure that defies the heavens. In the future, I can use this special time flow rate to quickly improve my strength when I practice. However, what Lin Feng didn't know was that the powerful movement caused by his breakthrough to the nascent soul realm had already attracted the attention of an old man deep in Kunlun. The old man was the secret guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, and his strength was unfathomable. In an ancient palace, a white-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes, with a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. This fluctuation is actually the breath of a breakthrough in the nascent soul realm, and it is so powerful.
When did such a person appear in my dragon country?
The old man muttered to himself, and then his figure flashed, turning into a stream of light and flying rapidly in the direction of Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng was carefully studying the use of the Chaos Hongmeng seal and did not notice a powerful aura approaching rapidly from a distance. Lin Feng's face changed and he immediately became alert.
He quickly put away the ancestral dragon seal and was ready for battle.
In the blink of an eye, a white-haired old man appeared in front of Lin Feng. The old man was wearing a simple robe, his eyes were as deep as the abyss, and he exuded a strong sense of oppression.
Who are you? Why did you break through the nascent soul stage here and cause such a big commotion?
The old man stared at Lin Feng with lightning eyes and asked. Lin Feng's heart trembled. Feeling the old man's powerful strength, he did not dare to slack off. He quickly bowed and said, Senior, I broke through the nascent soul realm here by chance.
I hope you will forgive me for disturbing you.
The old man looked Lin Feng up and down, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. You were so young, but you can break through the nascent soul stage.
It's really rare. Who is your master?
Lin Feng pondered in his heart, not knowing whether he should tell the truth. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to conceal some information. Senior, I practice on my own and have no master. The old man frowned slightly, as if he was not satisfied with Lin Feng's answer. It is impossible to break through to the nascent soul stage, not to mention the chi refining stage, by practicing on your own.
How can such an easy thing happen in this world? Do you think I am old and confused?
Lin Feng's heart tightened, knowing that the old man in front of him was not easy to fool, but he could not reveal his secret, so he could only say, Senior, please understand, everything I said is true. During the process of cultivation, I did go through many hardships, and fortunately I got some opportunities to make a breakthrough. The old man stared at Lin Feng for a long time, as if he was judging the truth of his words. After a moment, he slowly said, Forget it.
If you don't want to say it, then don't say it.
Since you have broken through to the nascent soul stage, my dragon country has gained another super strong man. Remember, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Lin Feng was startled and said quickly, Senior, I am Lin Feng, the junior.
I wonder what your name is.
I'm Pang Kang, also known as Pang Zhu.
What? You are the legendary longevity man, Pang Zhu?
Hearing the old man's words, Lin Feng was shocked. The old man nodded slightly. Yes, Dragon Country is the place we protect, and we cannot afford to lose it.
I see that you are also a promising talent. Are you willing to work for Dragon Country?
After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng said, I am grateful for your kindness, Senior.
But my ability is limited. If Dragon Country is in trouble, I will do my best to help.
The old man was slightly stunned after hearing Lin Feng's words, and then he burst into laughter. Okay, I appreciate your frankness.
Well, I'll do as you say. If you need help from me in the future, you can call me by my name.
Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief and quickly bowed. Thank you, Senior.
I'll remember this.
The old man looked at Lin Feng again, as if he had made a judgment about him in his heart, and then said, It's strange, even when the earth was in the period of cultivation, there has never been a talent with extraordinary potential like you.
You kid, you have a lot of secrets.
Well, take care of yourself in the future. After saying that, the old man flashed and disappeared on the spot in an instant. Lin Feng looked at the direction the old man left, and teleported to the island.
Feeling Lin Feng disappear from the spot in an instant, the old man who had already returned to Kunlun was shocked. Huh? Why was there no fluctuation when Lin Feng disappeared from the spot? Did he come from that place?
The old man did not think about it anymore and closed his eyes to continue to comprehend the complex pattern in front of him. Lin Feng had no idea what the old man was thinking at the moment. He came to the island to continue studying the Chaos Hongmeng seal while consolidating his nascent soul realm cultivation that he had just broken through.
Chapter 84: The Essence of Earth Attribute.
On the island, Lin Feng sat cross-legged.
Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Brother Ton, lucky draw.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a level 5 technological civilization core. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the skill Lian Tianju. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 300 billion top-grade crystals.
Hey, a level 5 technology core? Good stuff.
Lin Feng didn't think anymore and took out the Chaos Hongmeng seal from the space. After reading the introduction of the Hongmeng seal, Lin Feng was shocked on the spot. It is really a magical artifact. No wonder Emperor Qin Shi Huan was able to conquer the world when he obtained this item. It turned out that it was because of the Hongmeng seal. No one knows the origin of the Chaos seal, nor does anyone know who made it.
At the beginning of the universe, there was chaos and endless mysteries were hidden in it. The Chaos seal was born before the beginning of the universe. This seal is condensed from the 12 elements.
Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, time, space, and soul are all integrated into this mysterious seal.
This seal contains the terrifying power to control the 12 elements.
With a gentle wave, metal can be turned into a sharp blade, cutting iron like mud. The wood element can give birth to all things and turn them into a forest in an instant. The water element can stir up a storm and drown everything. The fire can burn the world and burn the sky and the earth element can build towering mountains and be indestructible. The wind can help its momentum, the thunder can increase its power, the light can shine its brilliance, and the darkness can hide its shape. What's more amazing is that it can control the flow of time, look back to the past, and foresee the future. It can also distort space, make the distance between the near and the far away, and move instantly. It can even invade the soul, see through the heart, and control the power of the soul.
Hongmeng seal and Tianshu Tower are both destined for me. Is this a plan or destiny?
Lin Feng muttered to himself while looking at the sky in the distance, his expression showing a bit of solemnity and confusion.
Oh, right, the essence of Earth attribute.
Lin Feng suddenly remembered the reward item for completing the task this time, and a surge of curiosity surged in his heart.
Without hesitation, Lin Feng's mind moved and summoned a khaki light ball from the space.
As soon as the ball of light appeared, the air around it seemed to become thicker, and a wisp of earthy yellow air spread out, carrying a simple and vicissitudes of life. Lin Feng carefully took the ball of light containing the essence of Earth attributes and looked at it carefully. He saw that there seemed to be shadows of mountains and rivers flashing in it, and every flow of light seemed to be telling the secrets of the earth.
Let's try to absorb it first.
Lin Feng entered the inner space of Hongmeng seal, took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, circulated the spiritual power in his body, and slowly guided the earth yellow light ball to his forehead. When the light ball touched his forehead, a strong and warm force instantly surged into the sea of consciousness, like a surging wave, unstoppable. Lin Feng only felt a buzzing in his head, and it seemed that a vast land appeared in front of him, with rolling mountains and thick land exuding a reassuring atmosphere. The Taishu Gui Wanju immediately guided the earth-attributed essence to flow rapidly along the meridians, and the skin gradually began to glow with a faint earthy yellow light. The muscles trembled slightly, as if they were merging with this power. As the earth attribute essence was continuously absorbed, the spiritual power in Lin Feng's body became more and more concentrated, and the nascent soul in his body was stirring in his sea of consciousness, as if it was longing for more power. Lin Feng increased the intensity of absorption and used all his strength to operate the technique, continuously absorbing the earth attribute essence into his body. A strong repulsive force suddenly appeared, and the 9 meridians in the body began to become disordered. The 3 attributes of fire, thunder, and space in Lin Feng's body produced a greater repulsion with the earth attribute. A trace of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he immediately concentrated all his energy to control the spiritual power in his body and the essence of the earth attribute to merge with each other. In the sea of consciousness, the nascent soul was running at full power, releasing rays of light, trying to suppress the repulsive force. For a moment, the spiritual power in Lin Feng's body surged, and the earth yellow light intertwined with his own spiritual power light, fighting endlessly. As time went by, Lin Feng's face became paler and paler. He felt a violent vibration in his body, and the repulsive force seemed to be weakening. Lin Feng seized this fleeting opportunity and tried his best to absorb the last bit of earth attribute essence into his body. In an instant, a powerful force erupted in his body, and the originally chaotic spiritual power was instantly sorted out by this force and became more powerful. Lin Feng's nascent soul glowed brightly in his sea of consciousness, and its size was constantly increasing. His originally blurry facial features gradually became clearer, and his nascent soul's aura became stronger. With a low roar, a powerful force broke through the restraints, and Lin Feng actually broke through to the middle stage of the nascent soul. At the moment of breakthrough, a powerful aura emanated from Lin Feng's body, and the surrounding land began to tremble slightly, as if paying tribute to this newly powerful man. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he felt the surging power in his body, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
This earth attribute essence is really powerful. Not only has it broken through the realm, but its strength has also made a qualitative leap. Lin Feng murmured to himself. After flying out of the Hongmeng seal, Lin Feng stretched his muscles and bones, and felt that his whole body was full of strength, as if he could smash a mountain with one punch.
Brother Tong, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng Mid-Nascent Soul Stage. Skill, Taishu Goyuan Ju Second Heaven. Attributes, Fire, Earth, Thunder, Space. Weapons, Red Flame, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower, Heavenly Punishment Bao, Chaos Hongmeng Seal. Martial Arts, Sky Splitting / Golden Crow's World Destroying / Space Cutting, Space Confinement. Talents, Taishu Golden Eyes, Teleportation, Power of the Ancestral Dragon, Devouring. Brother Tong, what is the core of the 5th level civilization? Beep. A level 5 technological civilization core represents the top technological achievements and wisdom in the universe. It can fully control the mysteries of dark matter and dark energy, transforming them into inexhaustible clean and efficient energy to drive the operation of the entire civilization. It can use hyperspace engine technology to freely travel through the vast universe, break the limitations of time and space, and achieve instant interstellar travel. The civilization core also has a powerful ability to regulate the cosmic ecology, can transform the planetary environment, create new planets suitable for life, and even reshape the structure of the galaxy so that it evolves according to the needs of civilization development. Hiss. After listening to the system introduction, Lin Feng's eyes widened and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 85 Intelligent Core Kaka. Lin Feng immediately mastered the 5th level civilization technology core. Boom. A thunder exploded in Lin Feng's brain, and the massive amount of information made Lin Feng lose consciousness instantly. After an unknown amount of time, the power of the ancestral dragon awakened the sleeping Lin Feng. This information is so huge. The amount of information in the core of the 5th level civilization is so powerful. Lin Feng exclaimed. Beep, dear master, I am the intelligent core Kaka, happy to serve you. A crisp electronic sound rang in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng was slightly startled, and then realized that this was the intelligence system that came with the 5th level civilization core. Kaka, tell me in detail what specific functions this 5th level civilization core can achieve. Lin Feng asked anxiously. Master, the technological civilization of the planet you live on is too low, only level 0.61. The core of a level 5 civilization possesses many unimaginable capabilities. Take space and gravity manipulation technology for example, we can use it to change the gravity properties of objects and even free islands from the constraints of gravity. Kaka explained in detail. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Kaka, can we turn the island I'm on into a suspended island? Yes, master. Level 5 technological civilization has fully mastered dark energy technology. The suspended island can absorb dark energy from the surrounding space through special devices and convert it into the energy needed for its own operation. Leave this matter to me, Kaka said excitedly. Under Kaka's guidance, Lin Feng began to work on the island's transformation. He installed a hypermatter core in the core area of the island, which was the key equipment for achieving gravity control. He found a suitable location on the island, a natural cave deep underground with a stable terrain, which was very suitable for installing a hypermatter core. Lin Feng carefully placed the hypermatter core at the bottom of the cave. The hypermatter core emitted a faint blue light, and its surface was engraved with mysterious runes, each of which contained powerful energy. Buzz, the supermatter core emitted a low roar, and the dark blue light instantly became more dazzling. A powerful energy wave spread from the core, and the entire island began to tremble slightly. Lin Feng could clearly feel that a mysterious force was changing the gravity field of the island. As time went by, the vibrations of the island became more and more intense, and the sand and rocks on the ground began to float. The animals and plants on the island seemed to have sensed this abnormal force and became restless. While Lin Feng was paying close attention to the operation of the supermatter core, he used Kaka to soothe the creatures on the island. Master, the energy output of the hypermatter core is gradually stabilizing, and the gravity properties of the island have begun to change. It is estimated that in another 10 minutes, the island will completely break free from the constraints of gravity.
Kaka reported the progress.
Lin Feng stared at the supermatter core, silently praying in his heart that the transformation could be completed successfully.
10 minutes seemed to last an extremely long time.
Finally, after a strong flash of light, Lin Feng felt that the ground under his feet no longer had that heavy pressure. He looked down and found that he was already a few centimeters off the ground, and the whole person was floating in the air.
Success!
Lin Feng shouted excitedly. The island continued to expand as it rose. The river water on the island slid down from the edge, forming a series of spectacular water curtains. After being upgraded to a floating island, the entire island was shrouded in vigorous vitality. Trees rose from the ground, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, with lush branches and leaves that blocked out the sun.
Every inch of land and every leaf on the island contains powerful vitality. Kaka, won't this floating island be discovered? Lin Feng asked curiously. Normally it would be discovered, but the Master's island is very peculiar.
My subordinates are unable to detect the internal situation even with the 5th level technology.
Kaka said curiously. It must be the system's fault. It seems that the person who created the system must be at least at level 5 civilization.
Lin Feng thought to himself.
Kaka, what are those small floating islands next to it?
Lin Feng looked at the small pieces of land surrounding the main island, his eyes full of curiosity.
My lord, those are the subsidiary islands of the floating island. There are currently 20 islands with different sizes. Kaka's crisp electronic voice sounded at the right time, patiently answering Lin Feng's doubts.
As the island continued to rise, Lin Feng concentrated his mind and energy, integrating a wisp of earth and space attribute essence into the island. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light, feeling the fusion of essence and island. In this process, the 5th level civilization technology carefully built a stable ecosystem for the island.
Kaka, is it still expanding? How big will the area of the floating island be?
Lin Feng couldn't help but ask again as he looked at the floating island whose boundaries were still expanding. The area of the floating island will expand to 5 million square kilometers because the Master uses the essence of Earth and space. The area of the floating island will continue to expand with the Master's strength.
Kaka reported in an orderly manner. Oh. Let's build a building on the floating island.
A hint of anticipation flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He wanted to see what the construction results of the 5th level technological civilization would be like.
Yes. Master. Kaka obeyed the order, and in an instant, energy surged above the floating island, and strange lights flashed and intertwined.
The construction method of the 5th level technological civilization has gone beyond the scope of primitive artificial materials on Earth, and is completely built using space technology. The originally flat ground began to rise, and the huge stones seemed to have life, automatically arranging and combining, and quickly stacking into the outline of the building. In the flashing light, the walls became smooth and flat, and the shapes of the windows and doors were also formed one by one. In just a moment, a large-scale building complex rose from the ground, and the magnificent momentum was shocking.
Its architectural style perfectly combines technology and Earth's aesthetic art. Chapter 86 Lin Yuning in Danger.
Lin Feng stood on the suspended island, and his nascent soul consciousness instantly covered the entire island. The entire suspended island was magically suspended in the air, and the surrounding islands revolved around the main island. Lin Feng placed more than a dozen spiritual veins in the space into the suspended island, and the concentration of spiritual energy on the suspended island skyrocketed instantly. It would be great if I could bring my dad, mom, and sister here with me. Looking at the huge suspended island, Lin Feng felt that it was a bit of a waste for him to live there. At this time, Lin Feng had no idea that a conspiracy against Lin Yuning was being implemented.
Hong Kong Island.
As night was about to fall, Lin Yuning walked towards the parking lot alone. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew, and a chill hit Lin Yuning. Before Lin Yuning could react, 6 black shadows appeared from the darkness and blocked her way. The 6 people were dressed in black robes and had strange masks on their faces.
Who are you?
Lin Yuning looked at the gloomy people and regained her composure after a moment of panic.
Ms. Lin, our Nanyang wizards would like to invite you to take a trip to Nanyang.
The leading black-clad wizard said in a cold voice. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Lin Yuning shouted into the void, "Immortal puppet." In an instant, the space fluctuated, and 4 puppets appeared out of thin air in front of him. As soon as the immortal puppet appeared, the powerful nascent soul force was released instantly. Although it could only exert 90% of its combat power, it was more than enough to deal with the people in front of it.
Ha! What's this method? Why did these people appear out of nowhere? It turns out that you have a big secret.
The leading wizard held a black bottle in his hand, and several wizards were chanting. Several black light balls emitting dim light instantly attacked Lin Yuning. The immortal puppets attacked at the same time, and a space crack appeared.
The terrifying attack instantly entered the crack and disappeared without a trace.
The colorful glass bracelet on Lin Yuning's right hand simultaneously emitted a colorful light shield, completely protecting Lin Yuning's entire body.
Ha! This bracelet actually has spiritual fluctuations, it must be a magical weapon. Tell me, where did you get this magic weapon from?
The leading wizard said in surprise. Lin Yuning ignored the wizard's words. The immortal puppet subdues them.
The immortal puppets received the order, and 3 immortal puppets appeared in front of the people in an instant without making any noise.
The wizards who had just taken action were beheaded and their bodies disappeared, and were thrown into the space cracks by the immortal puppets. The leading wizard suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately sent out a signal, but how could the immortal puppet give him such a chance? Without waiting for a reaction, he followed several wizards to see the King of Hell. At this moment, the space fluctuated, and a tall and thin man instantly appeared at the spot. This man was Lin Feng, who came after sensing the information sent by the 7-colored glazed bracelet and the fairy puppet.
Sister, are you okay?
Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Yuning was fine.
Brother, you're here. Who were those people just now?
After seeing that the person coming was Lin Feng, Lin Yuning quickly stepped forward and asked.
It's okay, they are just some clowns, let's go.
Lin Feng pulled Lin Yuning up and disappeared on the spot in an instant. When they appeared again, Lin Feng and Lin Yuning were already on the hanging island.
Brother, where is this? The scenery is so beautiful, and here? How come it is suspended in the air? Am I dazzled?
Lin Yuning looked at his brother in shock.
This is the hanging island, where we will live in the future. It is very safe.
You can travel here freely without any means of transportation.
A soul power was transmitted into Lin Yuning's sea of consciousness.
Long Country is in trouble right now, so we should bring our parents up here.
It's still dangerous down there, but there won't be any problems on the hanging island.
Well, okay, I'll take care of my parents' affairs, but what happened today? Lin Yuning looked at Lin Feng and asked.
This matter should be related to revenge on the Long family.
I will investigate it thoroughly. Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart when he thought that these people dared to target his family. Lin Feng took Lin Yuning to the hanging island to familiarize themselves with the environment, and then the siblings settled down there.
Nanyang Country. Among the mountains.
In a hidden cave, the dim light flickered and the torches on the wall made crackling sounds.
Dark Crow lost contact? A thin and gloomy old man said viciously, his voice echoing in the cave, as if carrying a hint of chill.
Beside the old man, several of his men with equally unfriendly faces looked at each other, revealing a hint of uneasiness in their eyes.
At this moment, a message came into the old man's consciousness, and then the old man's face changed instantly. What? The 6 of Dark Crow joined forces, and with the secret treasure I gave them, they actually failed? How is this possible? The old man's roar echoed in the cave, shaking the men around him.
Dark Crow, that was his carefully trained confidant, plus 5 other masters, equipped with precious secret treasures, was completely wiped out.
How could the old man accept this? Listen to me.
The old man suppressed the anger in his heart and glanced at his men. Dark Crow is dead, and the murderer must be caught. Several of his men showed fear on their faces. After all, even a powerful man like Dark Crow had met with an accident, and they couldn't help but worry.
The old man paced back and forth in the cave, frowning, thinking about countermeasures.
After a long time, he stopped and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. I know the strength of the Dark Crows, but they failed. Moreover, the person who attacked them used miraculous and strange methods. The breath of the Dark Crows disappeared in an instant. It seems that we have to use the forbidden technique. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the cave, and the faces of his men were full of fear and hesitation.
Ancestor, once the forbidden technique is used, the consequences will be disastrous. A braver subordinate said cautiously.
The old man snorted coldly, as long as the plan is thorough. Seeing that the old man had made up his mind, everyone dared not say anything more. The old man immediately began to plan a new capture plan. Since that man was able to defeat Dark Crow and his men, he must be very powerful.
We must find the right moment and strike him in one go.
Yes, Ancestor.
Chapter 87 Red Lotus Karma Fire.
After a night of training, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes.
Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw?
The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Lin Feng's mind again.
Lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a strand of Red Lotus Karma Fire.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the Spirit Spring.
Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 200 billion top-grade crystals.
Brother Tong, what is the Red Lotus Karma Fire?
Hearing about the Red Lotus Karma Fire rewarded by the system, Lin Feng asked with full of doubts.
Ding, the Red Lotus Karma Fire is the fire of cause and effect judgment. It can burn souls and uses sinful karma as fuel.
It ignores all defenses and cannot be extinguished. It is the fire that represents the ultimate judgment of heaven on cause and effect.
The system responded mechanically. Hiss, then doesn't that conflict with the previous red-feathered golden crow? Lin Feng asked immediately afterwards. Can be integrated.
When he heard the word integrable, Lin Feng's eyes instantly flashed with surprise and expectation. Let me settle my sister first, and then merge these 2 flames. Lin Feng glanced at the enchanting and strange red lotus fire in the system space, thinking secretly.
Sister, are you up yet?
Lin Feng made breakfast and came to the door of Lin Yuning's room and asked softly.
Coming. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Lin Yuning walked out of the bedroom.
After the 2 of them had breakfast, Lin Feng looked at Lin Yuning seriously and said, Sister, Dragon Country is now in danger and danger can happen at any time.
I wonder if you are willing to practice like me. When I am not with you in the future, you must be able to protect yourself and your parents. I have a set of practice methods here, I wonder if you are interested. Can I?
Lin Yuning looked at Lin Feng blankly.
Of course you can.
After the transformation of the 7-colored glazed bracelet over this period of time, your body has become extremely sensitive to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
If it works, then I'll give it a try.
Seeing that Lin Feng was not joking, Lin Yuning nodded in agreement. This technique is called Great Heavenly Immortal Technique, and it is in no way inferior to the heaven-defying technique I'm practicing. As Lin Feng spoke, a ball of purple light appeared on his hand. Then, a ray of soul power, carrying the Great Heavenly Immortal Technique, slowly penetrated into Lin Yuning's sea of consciousness. Lin Yuning only felt a rumbling in her mind, and countless mysterious runes and cultivation methods came like a tide. Lin Yuning closed her eyes tightly, trying her best to understand and absorb this information. For a moment, her body trembled slightly, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. As time passed, Lin Yuning's aura began to change subtly, and her originally ordinary temperament was gradually replaced by a sense of emptiness. Just as Lin Yuning was immersed in her cultivation, the 9-dragon ring on her finger suddenly shone brightly. An ancient and mysterious aura instantly spread out, and the blood in Lin Yuning's body seemed to be activated by a mysterious force. Her body instantly burst into colorful light, and Lin Yuning disappeared from the spot. Seeing Lin Yuning disappearing in front of him, Lin Feng suddenly panicked. Sister.
Brother Tong, where is my sister?
Lin Feng immediately asked the system. This girl has practiced the great heavenly immortal art, has activated her innate spiritual body, and has been recognized by the 9-dragon ring. The host does not need to worry, just wait here.
The system replied. Ha, I see.
Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that his sister was fine.
Brother Tong, open the panel.
Display all the unused skills and weapons together.
Name, Lin Feng Mid-Nascent Soul Stage. Skill, Taishu Goyuan Ju Second Heaven. Attributes, Earth, Fire, Thunder, Space. Weapons, Red Flame, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower, Heavenly Punishment Bao, Chaos Hongmeng Seal.
Martial Arts, Sky Splitting / Golden Crow's World Destroying / Space Cutting, Space Confinement. Talents, Taishu Golden Eyes, Teleportation, Power of the Ancestral Dragon, Devouring. Items, Red Lotus Karma Fire not used, Tiandun Sword Technique not learned, Wanjian Guizong not learned, Xinghe Sanskrit Sound Technique not learned, Shanbing Ju not learned, Liantian Ju not learned, Shangqing Secret Technique not learned, Great Destiny Technique not learned, Taishu Jade Purifier Bottle, Chaos Divine Grass, Taishu Sword, Tianjun Sword, Samsara Knife, Purple Gold Bell Soundwave, Bagua Furnace, Yin Yang Bracelet, Chaos Bell, Chaos White Lotus, Samsara Mirror, Spirit Spring.
Xingqian's hand not learned. I have accumulated so many items.
I wonder what kind of weapon my sister likes. Just as Lin Feng was thinking, a strong aura suddenly burst out from where Lin Yuning was originally. The light dissipated, and Lin Yuning appeared in it. At this time, Lin Yuning had been reborn, and a strong spiritual power fluctuation was emanating from her body.
Sister!
Lin Feng shouted excitedly. Lin Yuning's eyes were full of joy and confidence. Brother! Lin Feng could feel the violent fluctuations in Lin Yuning's aura. At this moment, she was completely different from before.
Sister, you have activated your innate spiritual body. You will have smooth sailing in your cultivation in the future.
Lin Feng said excitedly. Lin Yuning looked at her hands, feeling the surging power in her body, and her heart was filled with emotion. All this is thanks to you, brother.
We are a family, why are we saying these things?
Next, I will help you stabilize your realm and let you master this power as soon as possible. Lin Feng said firmly.
Chapter 88 Heavenly Slash. Sister, you have actually entered the early stage of foundation building.
Lin Feng exclaimed as he felt Lin Yuning's cultivation.
Really? I feel the power in my body is very strong.
Lin Yuning said excitedly.
Sister, I have some weapons here. Do you like to use a sword, a knife, or other weapons?
Lin Feng said to Lin Yuning.
I don't know, brother, you are using weapons. Lin Yuning didn't know how to choose, so she asked Lin Feng.
I use a sword. After Lin Feng said that, a long sword covered in red appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Looking at the long sword in Lin Feng's hand, Lin Yuning was envious. Brother, I also want to use a sword.
Okay, sister, look.
Lin Feng said as an ink-black long sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. This sword is called Tianzhan. Lin Feng handed Tianzhan to Lin Yuning. Lin Yuning took the long sword handed over by Lin Feng with fiery eyes.
The blade of this sword is slender and dark inky black.
Mysterious runes flow on the blade, as if telling ancient secrets. The hilt is wrapped with dragon tendons, and it feels warm to the touch, as if it has the rhythm of life. It is said that this sword was forged by ancient powerful people with star iron and the purest thunder power between heaven and earth. Heaven Slash has the power to destroy the world. When it is unsheathed, thunder roars, space shakes, and the sword energy is like a silk thread. Wherever it goes, mountains and rivers are broken. It can cut through illusions and penetrate the stars.
Lin Feng used his soul power to cut Lin Yuning's finger, and a drop of blood instantly merged into Tianzhan. Tianzhan turned into a sword light and instantly sank into Lin Yuning's body.
At this time, Lin Yuning and Tianzhan completed the recognition of master.
Ah! Where is Tianzhan?
Lin Yuning shouted in surprise as she looked at the disappearing Tianzhan.
Sister, Tianzhan has recognized you as its master. You can communicate with Tianzhan in your body. From now on, this will be your innate magical weapon.
Lin Feng immediately explained to Lin Yuning.
Ah? So magical?
Lin Yuning's mind moved slightly, and in an instant, the void twisted, and Heaven Slash appeared in Lin Yuning's hand. At the touch, the dragon tendons of the hilt were soft but tough, as if they were fitting her palm intimately. The warmth came along her arm, as if the Heaven Slash sword was telling her the joy of reunion after a long separation. The dark black of the sword body, under her gaze, now showed a wisp of silver luster, and the runes shone brightly, as if they were alive. With a gentle swing, the blade cut through the air, making a low humming sound, like a muffled thunder in the distant sky, with endless majesty. Lin Yuning could clearly sense that the majestic power contained in this sword was waiting for her order, and it would pour out and cut through all obstacles in the world.
Sister, this set of swordsmanship is called Tiandun swordsmanship.
Seeing that Lin Yuning had already recognized Tianzhan as its master, Lin Feng took out a green light axis and directly immersed it into Lin Yuning's sea of consciousness.
Lin Yuning was immersed in the comprehension of the Tiandun sword technique. The complex and exquisite sword moves information in her sea of consciousness was like a surging wave, constantly impacting her thinking. Gradually, Lin Yuning's consciousness and the Heaven Slash sword in her hand began to resonate more closely. She could feel that when she circulated her spiritual power according to the sword technique, the Heaven Slash sword seemed to be trembling with excitement, as if cheering for being able to perform such a wonderful sword technique. In this selfless comprehension, Lin Yuning began to swing the Heaven Slash sword unconsciously. Every time she swung it, it brought up a sharp sword energy, and the air around her was stirred and roared. Brother, I seem to have understood something.
Lin Yuning looked at Lin Feng with a hint of surprise on her face. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his eyes full of satisfaction. Sister, this is just the beginning, you still need to continue to practice and integrate this set of swordsmanship. Looking at Lin Yuning, who was already embarked on the path of cultivation, Lin Feng didn't know whether his decision was right or not. Sister, let's bring Mom and Dad over as soon as possible. The elders will know about our affairs sooner or later. But if Mom and Dad are brought over earlier, it will definitely be safe, and we can practice with peace of mind. Lin Feng quietly inserted a message containing the power of space into Lin Yuning's sea of consciousness. Sister, this is the way to enter and exit the Hanging Island.
From now on, you can bring people in and out of this place freely.
After the explanation, Lin Yuning and Lin Feng did not dare to delay, and immediately used their means to return to Hong Kong Island in an instant. Back home, Lin Feng patiently explained to his parents for a whole afternoon, and the two elders finally accepted the fact that their two children had embarked on an extraordinary path of cultivation. When they heard that Lin Yuning encountered great danger in Hong Kong Island, the two elders agreed without hesitation to follow their children to the Hanging Island. The family came to the Hanging Island, and the fresh and rich spiritual energy on the island hit them, which made Lin Feng's parents excited. Lin Feng took out the spring of life and gave it to his parents. After the spring of life took their mouths, the two elders felt a warm and vital force slowly spreading in their bodies, from their internal organs to every inch of their skin, as if they were nourished and renewed. At first, the two elders only felt a slight heat in their bodies, and then a tingling sensation came over them, as if the impurities accumulated in their bodies for many years were being discharged little by little. The skin gradually became rosy and shiny, and the eyes, which were originally slightly turbid due to the years, now glowed brightly.
Fomer, this spring water is amazing,
Lin Feng's father said with emotion. Lin Feng smiled and replied, Dad, this spring water can improve your physical condition and prolong your life. In the following days, Lin Feng's family started a new life on the Hanging Island. With the help of the spring water, his parents became healthier. Lin Feng took out the spiritual spring in the space, and the spiritual spring seemed to have spirits, and instantly flew to the top of the mountain on the Hanging Island. The moment the spiritual spring landed, it was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, triggering an amazing transformation on the Hanging Island. The majestic spiritual power contained in the spiritual spring spread rapidly around the mountain top like ripples. The originally fresh and pleasant air instantly became rich and mellow. With every breath, people can feel the spiritual energy flowing through their bodies.
The plants on the island seemed to be injected with endless vitality.
The originally green leaves became more shiny and sparkled with a strange luster. The flowers that were about to bloom, under the promotion of the spiritual energy, bloomed instantly, and the petals were crystal clear, exuding a charming fragrance. The mountain stream, originally clear to the bottom, was now tinged with a faint spiritual charm, making a clear and pleasant sound as it flowed. The stones beside the stream were also infected by the power of the spiritual spring, becoming warm and smooth, and some even had mysterious runes faintly emerging.
Chapter 89, Late Nascent Soul Stage.
After settling his parents, Lin Feng entered the Tianshu Tower. A wisp of extremely enchanting flame loomed, like a fairy dancing in the dark night, but exuding a chilling aura.
Red Lotus Karma Fire.
Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of heat and determination.
The power of the ancestral dragon, devour it.
Lin Feng gritted his teeth, leaned forward without hesitation, and swallowed the red lotus fire in one gulp. In an instant, an indescribable burning sensation spread from his throat to his whole body, as if countless fire blades were madly cutting his body. Lin Feng's skin instantly turned red, and his blood vessels protruded from his body like burning earthworms.
Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and instantly turned into water vapor and dissipated in the air. At the same time, the Taishu Guiyuanju in his body started to work instantly. Deep in the spiritual sea, the power of the red-feathered golden crow was also awakened by this sudden strange fire, and it let out a loud cry. The red-feathered golden crow, a ray of flame that was not weaker than the red lotus karma fire, its flame power was already extremely powerful. At this moment, it felt the provocation of the red lotus karma fire and instantly ignited a raging fighting spirit. The two powerful flames engaged in a fierce battle inside Lin Feng's body. The red lotus karma fire, relying on its own weirdness and heat, tried to completely devour the red feather golden crow's flame, while the red feather golden crow's flame, with its tenacious resilience and unyielding fighting spirit, struggled to resist the erosion of the red lotus karma fire. For a moment, Lin Feng's body seemed to have turned into a battlefield, and the collision of the flames produced powerful energy fluctuations, which shook Lin Feng's internal organs violently. Under this powerful impact, Lin Feng's consciousness also began to become blurred.
He felt as if his body was in a sea of fire, surrounded by endless flames and heat waves, and could not find any way out. However, just as Lin Feng was about to fall into despair, a strong desire to survive and a persistent desire for power surged from the bottom of his heart.
I can't fall.
Lin Feng roared in his heart, I still have my family.
With strong faith, Lin Feng endured the severe pain in his body and practiced the Taishu Guiyuan Ju with all his strength.
As the technique was practiced, a mysterious and gentle force slowly emerged, like a trickle, and began to reconcile the two incompatible flames in his body. After an unknown amount of time, under the influence of this force, the red feather golden crow and the red lotus karma fire gradually stopped their crazy fight and began to show signs of fusion. The light of the two fires intertwined, and the colors gradually changed, from the initial red and gold opposing each other, to slowly merging into a strange and gorgeous color. The shape of the flames also began to become unstable, sometimes turning into the shape of a red-feathered golden crow, soaring with wings spread, sometimes turning into the shape of a red lotus fire, dancing seductively. But with each change, the two flames were more closely combined. As the fusion deepened, Lin Feng felt the power in his body rising. It was a powerful force beyond previous cognition, as if it had the ability to destroy the world. However, this power was not yet completely stable, and it was still rampaging in his body, trying to find an outlet for catharsis. At this time, the power of the ancestral dragon seemed to sense the abnormality in his body and began to operate slowly. The power of the ancestral dragon was mysterious and ancient, and contained endless majesty and domineering power. When the power of the ancestral dragon intervened, the originally violent fusion flames seemed to be pulled by some powerful force and began to converge towards the power of the ancestral dragon. Under the tolerance and guidance of the power of the ancestral dragon, the fusion flames gradually merged into it and became part of the power of the ancestral dragon. Lin Feng could clearly feel that his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. His bones became harder, his muscles were full of strength, and every cell seemed to be cheering and absorbing this powerful force. His spiritual sea was also expanding, becoming deeper and wider, and his soul power was unprecedentedly improved. After an unknown amount of time, everything in Lin Feng's body finally returned to calm. The fused flame and the power of the ancestral dragon merged perfectly and became a part of his body. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes.
That light contained endless power and confidence.
He raised his hand, and in the palm of his hand, a ball of flame emitting a strange light slowly jumped. It was the fused flame and also a symbol of power. Lin Feng took a deep breath and finally succeeded in fusing the red lotus karma fire. After completing the learning of some of the martial arts rewarded by the system, Lin Feng flew out of the Tianshu Tower.
Brother Tong, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng Late Nascent Soul Stage. Skill, Taishu Guiyuan Ju Second Heaven. Attributes, Earth, Fire, Thunder, Space. Weapons, Red Flame, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower, Heavenly Punishment Bow, Chaos Hongmeng Seal, and Samsara Mirror.
Martial arts, Sky-Splitting Slash, Golden Crow Red Lotus, Space Cutting, Space Confinement, Devouring, 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin, Galaxy Sanskrit Sound. Talents, Taishu Golden Eyes, Teleportation, and Power of the Ancestral Dragon. Items, Shanbing Ju Not Learned, Liantian Ju Not Learned, Shangqing Secret Art Not Learned, Xingqian Not Learned, Great Destiny Art Not Learned, Taishu Jade Bottle, Chaos Divine Grass, Taishu Sword, Samsara Knife, Purple Gold Bell Soundwave, Bagua Furnace, Yin Yang Bracelet, Chaos Bell, Chaos White Lotus. I didn't expect that after absorbing the Red Lotus Karma Fire, I could actually break through to the late nascent soul realm. Lin Feng secretly sighed at the tyranny of the Red Lotus Karma Fire.
Chapter 90 Long Jingya is missing.
Feeling that the strength in his body had broken through again, Lin Feng came to the sky above the hanging island. As Lin Feng's strength broke through, the area of the hanging island broke through again to 6 million square kilometers. Lin Feng came to a lake and experienced the powerful force in his body. Just as Lin Feng was immersed in the pleasure brought by the powerful strength, his phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng looked at the incoming call on his phone and saw that it was from Long Jingxuan. As soon as Lin Feng picked up the phone, Long Jingxuan's anxious voice came from the phone, "Little friend Lin, Xiaoyao was kidnapped at school. It was done by a Nanyang wizard. What should I do, little friend Lin?" "Mr. Long, wait a moment, I'll be there soon." After hearing what Long Jingxuan said, Lin Feng felt something was wrong. After sending a message to Lin Yuning not to take her parents away from the hanging island, he immediately left the hanging island and returned to Ziwei Manor.
Deep in the South Seas.
In front of a large altar stood a wizard who looked like a withered firewood. He was dressed in a black robe and had a distorted face. He had been studying evil arts for many years and was particularly proficient in the vicious heart erosion curse. At this moment, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He closed his eyes tightly, muttered something, and made strange gestures with his hands in front of him. As the spell came out of his mouth, a foul smell seemed to fill the air. As the wizard chanted the spell, Long Jingya's body began to tremble. At the same time as the forbidden technique was launched, a strong spiritual energy fluctuation emanated from Long Jingya's body.
Ha! What's going on? A wizard asked as he looked at the changes in Long Jingya. What, a cauldron? There is an unexpected gain.
It turns out that this girl has a special physique, the leading wizard said in surprise.
What? Congratulations, ancestor. Congratulations, ancestor. The wizard next to him looked at Long Jingya on the altar with envy.
After sacrificing this girl's soul to the ancestral witch, I will use her body to refine it into a cauldron. In this way, the communication between the ancestral witch and me will be smoother.
Ha ha ha.
The leading wizard said excitedly. At this time, Long Jingya had no idea what was going to happen.
She just felt dizzy and her body couldn't move.
When she tried to open her eyes, the scene in front of her made her eyes widen in horror. This is a gloomy and terrifying demon cave, filled with a pungent smell of blood. On the ground, there is a huge stone platform in the center of the altar. Strange patterns are carved on the stone platform, and the patterns are like connected roads.
The huge and terrifying stone platform emits a faint light.
Long Jingya was in the center of the stone platform, with her limbs tied with iron chains. She was surrounded by wizards in black robes and with ferocious faces. They held strange magical instruments in their hands and muttered something in low and strange voices, as if they were summoning some evil power. Dark red liquid flowed on the stone platform, like blood, making the whole environment shrouded in blood. Around the stone platform, dozens of girls were tied tightly with ropes, their eyes were full of fear and despair, and they kept sobbing. Not far away, there were dozens of boys and girls, they huddled aside, their small bodies trembling with fear. On the high platform of the altar stood several Nanyang officials dressed in gorgeous clothes. They looked at everything in front of them with indifference and greed, as if it was a grand performance. One of the officials, holding an ancient scroll in his hand, was talking in a low voice with the leading wizard, seemingly discussing the upcoming grand memorial ceremony. Long Jingya was filled with fear. She wanted to break free, but her body was imprisoned by a mysterious force. In this hellish cave, she was isolated and helpless, not knowing what fate was waiting for her. At this time, Long Jingya was as hopeless as death. She seemed to have guessed that her fate might end here.
Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? Where is this?
Long Jingya was so scared that her voice trembled.
But no one responded to her. Ziwei Manor. Mr. Long, what's going on?
Lin Feng immediately came to number 5 Ziwei Manor. Seeing Lin Feng coming, Long Jingshuan immediately stepped forward and said, "Little friend Lin, look, this is the video of Jingya being abducted. It seems that it was done by a wizard." Lin Feng finished watching the video. "Mr. Long, give me your hand." Lin Feng immediately grabbed Long Jingshuan's right hand, and a stream of soul power was transmitted into Long Jingshuan's body. A star map slowly emerged in front of his eyes. 2,000 kilometers south of Long Country, a blue light was faintly visible.
Found it, it's in Nanyang Country. I'll go there immediately. Lin Feng sensed Long Jingya's exact location. Mr. Lin, please.
Long Jingshuan said excitedly.
You're welcome, Mr. Long. I'll be back soon.
After saying that, Lin Feng disappeared on the spot.
Nanyang.
As the speed of chanting the spell increased, the blood seemed to sense the powerful summoning power and flowed faster along the lines of the stone platform to Long Jingya's body. Long Jingya didn't know what they were going to do, but she seemed to understand that as long as the blood flowed to her, her life would definitely end. Seeing that the sacrifice was about to be completed, the wizards looked relaxed at this time. At the critical moment, a dazzling light flashed. Who else could it be but Lin Feng? Lin Feng teleported to the stone platform.
The powerful aura of the nascent soul realm emanated from his body, instantly shocking the surrounding wizards away.
Lin Feng cut off the chain and quickly put Long Jingya into the Tianshu Tower. After entering the Tianshu Tower, a wisp of spiritual energy was injected into Long Jingya's body, and Long Jingya recovered some of her strength. Long Jingya looked at Lin Feng in front of her in shock. "Lin Feng, why are you here?
Where is this? Am I dreaming? Jingya, this is Tianshu Tower, this is not a dream.
I will explain to you after I deal with things outside." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he disappeared into the Tianshu Tower in an instant. Long Jingya disappeared in an instant, but a strange man suddenly appeared in the same place, and the whole magic cave seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt. The wizard at the scene only saw a person suddenly appear, take away the sacrifice and disappear in an instant, as if it was an illusion.
Chapter 91 Rescue. Looking at the man who suddenly appeared. Who are you? The leading wizard screamed, and then asked, Where is my furnace? Where did you take it? Kill your people.
Lin Feng said angrily.
Beep. The system senses the host's anger and issues an SSSSS level mission. Kill the evil cultivator. Mission rewards, 1 Hongmeng spiritual treasure and 1 Taishu Xuanguang. Accept the mission. Ding, the host accepts the SSSSS level mission to kill the evil cultivator. Rewards for completing the mission, a Hongmeng spiritual treasure and array of Taishu Xuanguang.
The wizards and Nanyang officials looked at the strange man who suddenly appeared in Long Jingya, who disappeared, and suddenly fell into extreme panic. The leading wizard's face was pale. He never thought that in this carefully arranged magic cave, someone could break in and save people so easily.
Quick, kill him. We must not let him ruin our plan, and we must not let the outside world know about it.
A Nanyang official shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice becoming sharp due to fear. The wizards woke up as if from a dream, and waved their magic tools in their hands and began to cast evil spells.
An old voice sounded, I didn't expect that there would be such a young nascent soul realm expert in the world. But our Nanyang witchcraft is not something you can challenge.
Suddenly, the wind howled on the altar, and black mist surged from all directions. The leading wizard shouted, Soul-calling banner, and a large banner suddenly appeared in the sky. The banner was covered with strange runes, and as he waved it, the soul-calling banner made a series of creepy sounds. Phantom figures gradually emerged from the banner, with distorted faces, screaming, and rushing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked grim, and shouted, Break! He quickly formed seals with his hands, and slapped several palms into the air. A layer of golden light instantly surged around Lin Feng, and this light was as dazzling as the sun, dispelling the darkness around him. The moment those illusory figures came into contact with the golden palms, they screamed in pain and dissipated one after another. The wizards were shocked, but they did not give up. They cooperated with each other and cast more powerful evil spells. A wizard took out black insects from his arms. Under their spells, these insects quickly expanded and crawled towards Lin Feng. Wherever the insects passed, a black slime was left on the ground, emitting a pungent stench. Another wizard inserted the magic weapon in his hand into the ground, and the ground of the magic cave began to tremble violently. Black cracks appeared, and countless skinny arms stretched out from them, trying to grab Lin Feng. Lin Feng's figure flashed, dodging the attacks of the black bugs and skinny arms like a flash of lightning. Lin Feng instantly locked onto the leading wizard, and with a thought, the red flame appeared in his hand. The long sword shone brightly, and mysterious runes flowed on the sword body. It seemed to sense the anger of the master, and the red lotus fire instantly blessed the sword body. Lin Feng held the long sword and rushed towards the leading wizard. Seeing this, the wizard hurriedly waved the soul-calling flag and summoned more illusory figures to rush towards Lin Feng. At the moment of approaching the wizard, Lin Feng jumped high with the sword in both hands, and chopped down with the long sword in his hand with great force. The wizard widened his eyes in horror, and he quickly raised the soul-calling pennant to resist. Lin Feng's aura had already locked onto the leading wizard. Kill! Lin Feng shouted, Bang! With a loud bang, the leading wizard turned into blood mist, and the golden light collided with the black soul-calling pennant, erupting with a powerful energy wave. The ground in the magic cave was shattered, and cracks began to appear on the surrounding walls. The soul-calling pennant also fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the other wizards were even more terrified, but they knew that there was no way out, so they could only continue to cast evil spells frantically. At this time, the summoned black bugs had surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng snorted coldly, and the golden light on his body suddenly became stronger. The red lotus fire instantly turned all the black bugs into ashes. The skinny arms that stretched out from the cracks in the ground retreated underground after sensing the terrifying aura of the flames. Lin Feng's body ignited with the red lotus fire and flew towards the other wizards. Wherever he went, the flames burned fiercely, breaking the wizards' evil spells one by one. The wizards looked at the terrifying flames and fled in fear, but they had nowhere to hide. When the Nanyang officials saw the wizards being killed instantly, they were filled with fear and tried to escape, but found that they could not move at all. After Lin Feng dealt with the wizard, he looked at the Nanyang officials, and the anger in his eyes burned even more vigorously. With one hand, he grabbed the leading official in front of him, search his soul.
a powerful spiritual force instantly enveloped the official's head. The official's face showed an extremely painful expression. He wanted to struggle, but found that his body could not move at all. Under the invasion of this powerful spiritual force, his consciousness was gradually opened, and memories flooded into Lin Feng's mind like a tide. Lin Feng saw a shocking conspiracy that shocked him. It turned out that these Nanyang officials colluded with the evil cultivators and secretly built 7 altars around the world, looking for young and virgin women and boys and girls as sacrifices, and the sacrifices must be women with pure souls. Once these 7 secret altars are completed, a powerful evil magic circle will be formed, and the entire earth will become a huge furnace to sacrifice the lives of the world. Once the sacrifice is completed, the evil cultivators will gain extremely powerful power and rule the world. Just when Lin Feng was about to check the other altars, the official died instantly. In the depths of a dense forest, a skinny old man was communicating with a young woman, but suddenly stopped moving. Ha! Something happened in Nanyang? Yuanying realm. Interesting.
After saying that, the young woman screamed again.
Huh, dead? Is his soul restricted? Lin Feng didn't think any more about it.
After releasing all the people who were captured at the scene, all the officials were purified by the Red Lotus fire, and the altar was smashed to pieces by Lin Feng. A ray of light flashed past Lin Feng, cut through the void, and left the Nanyang kingdom.
Chapter 92 Long Jingya's Choice.
Inside the Tianshu Tower, the space fluctuated and Lin Feng appeared inside the Tianshu Tower.
Lin Feng.
Long Jingya, filled with fear, saw Lin Feng appear in front of her and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. While Lin Feng comforted Long Jingya in his arms, he told her how she was captured and rescued. Long Jingya's big, lively eyes were filled with tears, which seemed to be about to fall at any time. She was tall and slender, and she stood in front of Lin Feng, trembling slightly. Her 168 centimeters height seemed particularly weak and helpless because of her fear and grievance. Her straight legs were stained with blood because of injuries on the altar. Because Long Jingya activated her purine body, under the powerful spiritual energy supply of Tianshu Tower, her whole body seemed to exude a kind of ethereal aura. This aura became more obvious when she was emotional, as if the air around her became softer because of her, as if it was sad for her experience. The breeze blew gently, her hair fluttered in the wind, and her clothes fluttered, like a beautiful picture of a fairy in trouble.
It's okay, it's all over. I won't let you get hurt again.
Lin Feng said softly. Long Jingya raised her head and looked at Lin Feng with tearful eyes, her eyes full of trust and gratitude. You always appear when I'm in the most dangerous time.
I really don't know how to repay you.
Her voice was still tearful, but with a hint of firmness.
Jingya, you have activated your purine body. It is a disaster for ordinary people to have this kind of physique. You will always be targeted by those people with bad intentions. If you are willing, I can let you practice as well. In this way, you will no longer be afraid of those people in the future. Do you want to take this path?
Lin Feng looked at Long Jingya and said solemnly. Long Jingya bit her lower lip, a trace of struggle flashed in her eyes.
What is a purine body? This is an extremely rare and special physique.
For those who practice cultivation, a purine body is like a treasure bestowed by heaven. It can greatly speed up the speed of cultivation because this type of physique has a very high affinity and sensitivity to attributed spiritual energy, as if it has its own spiritual energy radar. While others are still struggling to sense spiritual energy, those with a purine body have already been able to quickly absorb and efficiently utilize spiritual energy, making the progress of cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. In addition, a purine body is an excellent companion for cultivation. In some ancient exercises, a purine body serves as a special furnace, and practicing dual cultivation with a compatible person can help them break through the long-standing bottleneck of cultivation and allow their stagnant cultivation to rise again. This is why these wizards go so crazy when they learn that you have a special physique. Lin Feng introduced the special features of a purine body in detail. Long Jingya was stunned for a moment when she heard Lin Feng's introduction. Especially when she heard about dual cultivation, her face turned red with embarrassment and the fear in her heart gradually dissipated. Long Jingya gently leaned her head on his shoulder. Lin Feng, I want to practice. She said softly, with a hint of fatigue in her voice. Let's leave here first and you should have a good rest. Lin Feng said. Long Jingya's cheeks flushed slightly. She glanced at Lin Feng secretly, and a strange feeling surged in her heart. At this dangerous moment, she felt the warmth of being protected for the first time, and this person was Lin Feng, whom she had always secretly liked. Long Jingya snuggled up to Lin Feng tightly, her body still trembling a little, which was the sequelae of fear. Lin Feng felt her uneasiness and hugged her tighter.
Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Lin Feng said softly. This sentence was like a reassurance, which gradually calmed Long Jingya's mood. In the hall where Lin Feng lived on the hanging island, Long Jingya walked into the room.
Looking at the unfamiliar environment, she felt uneasy again.
She turned to look at Lin Feng, her eyes full of help.
Lin Feng, I'm scared when I'm alone.
Long Jingya said in a low voice. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then I'll stay outside to watch over you.
Call me if you need anything.
Long Jingya shook her head. No, I want you to stay in there with me. I'm really afraid that those wizards will come. Her eyes were full of fear and pleading. Lin Feng looked at her and his heart softened.
Okay, I'll stay with you in there.
Long Jingya showed a relieved smile on her face. She sat on the edge of the bed, holding the sheets tightly with both hands, her body trembling slightly. Lin Feng walked to her and sat down beside her gently.
Go to sleep, I will watch over you.
Lin Feng said gently.
Long Jingya nodded and lay down slowly.
Her eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, as if only in this way could she fall asleep peacefully. After a while, her eyelids began to droop, and finally, under Lin Feng's gentle gaze, she gradually fell asleep. Looking at the sleeping Long Jingya, Lin Feng called Long Jingshuan and briefly told him the rescue process. Long Jingya had been rescued and would be sent back immediately after she recovered from her injuries.
She was safe now. Long Jingshuan was very relieved to hand Long Jingya over to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng looked at the sleeping Long Jingya, his heart full of emotion. This woman with a purine body, fate seemed to be a little unfair to her, always putting her in danger. Long Jingya frowned in her sleep and murmured to herself, Don't catch me.
Lin Feng, save me.
Her body also began to twist restlessly. Seeing this, Lin Feng gently held her hand and said softly, It's okay, I'm here, no one can hurt you. Long Jingya seemed to have heard Lin Feng's words, her brows gradually relaxed, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. She also clung to Lin Feng and fell asleep, as if this was her life-saving straw in her dream. Lin Feng looked at the beauty in front of him like this, feeling helpless, and could only hug Long Jingya gently. However, just when Lin Feng was confused and at a loss, a pair of soft lips suddenly blocked his mouth.
Long Jingya's tearful appearance made people feel pity.
As a novice who had never experienced love, Lin Feng could not withstand such temptation. In an instant, he felt a warm current surge in his heart. He gritted his teeth and a stream of pure spiritual power slowly passed from his palm into Long Jingya's body.
With this, an unprecedented war was launched. Chapter 93: The Great Destiny Spell.
When the pure spiritual power passed from Lin Feng's palm into Long Jingya's body, strange things happened immediately.
Long Jingya's purine body was like a strong magnet, madly absorbing Lin Feng's spiritual power.
Her body became hotter and hotter, and she tightly wrapped around Lin Feng like an octopus, as if she wanted to completely blend their existence and merge into one. Lin Feng suddenly felt the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth surging wildly, rushing towards the two of them with overwhelming force. The spiritual energy of the suspended island was so dense that it was almost liquefied. Dozens of large spiritual veins were fully transporting spiritual energy, but it was still unable to meet the absorption speed of Lin Feng and Long Jingya. Lin Feng felt something was wrong, so he made a quick decision, picked up Long Jingya, and quickly entered the Tianshu Tower. After entering the Tianshu Tower, the spiritual energy supply became stable and could be continuously supplied to the two. As time passed, Lin Feng realized that the wonderful connection between him and Long Jingya continued to deepen. At this moment, looking at Long Jingya, who was in tears but exuding endless charm, the previous entanglement and confusion in Lin Feng's heart had already dissipated like smoke. At this moment, in Lin Feng's eyes, everything in the world became empty, only the woman in his arms was everything in his eyes, and the only one he cared about.
Time passed quietly in this blend of spiritual energy and emotional interweaving.
When the first ray of dawn shone through the window on the two, the spiritual power in Lin Feng's body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Originally in the late stage of the nascent soul, after combining with the purine body of Long Jingya, he actually began to move towards the great perfection of the nascent soul. The nascent soul in his body was like a giant beast awakening from a deep sleep, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy gathered from the surroundings, becoming more condensed and powerful. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual power in his body, and was shocked. He turned to look at Long Jingya, who had just woken up, and saw that her cheeks were flushed, and there was shyness and a hint of confusion in her eyes. Their eyes met, and for a moment, thousands of words were expressed in this silent gaze.
Jingya.
Lin Feng was about to speak, but he didn't know how to express himself. Long Jingya shook her head gently and put her finger on Lin Feng's lips, signaling him not to say more. Her heart was also filled with complex emotions. She felt shy about everything that happened between her and Lin Feng, but also because of this wonderful experience, she and Lin Feng had developed an inseparable bond. From this moment on, the fate of Lin Feng and Long Jingya were completely intertwined, and Lin Feng also knew that his path of cultivation had undergone a major turning point because of Long Jingya, and what awaited them in the future would be more unknown challenges and adventures.
Early morning. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the Origin Divine Tree. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Life Stalactite Purification. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 100 billion top-grade crystals.
Brother Tong, what is the Origin Sacred Tree?
Beep, in ancient times, there was an ancient and mysterious legend. There is a sacred tree of origin in the world. It is the source of wood attributed power and possesses endless vitality and mysterious power. If you can find it, you can not only unlock the ultimate mystery of wood attributed power, but also use its power to save all things in the universe.
Hiss. Brother Tong, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng Yuan Ing Realm Great Perfection. Skill, Taishu Goyuan Ju Second Heaven. Attributes, Earth, Fire, Thunder, Space. Weapons, Red Flame, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower, Heavenly Punishment Bow, Chaos Hongmeng Seal, and Samsara Mirror.
Martial Arts, Sky-Splitting Slash, Golden Crow Red Lotus, Space Cutting, Space Confinement, 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin, Galaxy Sanskrit Sound, Star Slash. Talents, Taishu Golden Eyes, Teleportation, Power of the Ancestral Dragon, Devouring. Items, Shanbing Ju Not Learned, Liantian Ju Not Learned, Shangqing Secret Art Not Learned, Xingqian Zhan Great Destiny Art Not Learned, Taishu Jade Bottle, Chaos Divine Grass, Taishu Sword, Samsara Knife, Purple Gold Bell Soundwave, Bagua Furnace, Yin and Yang Bracelet, Chaos Bell, Chaos White Lotus, Essence of Origin Divine Tree.
Jingya, look.
Lin Feng looked at the beauty in his arms, and a ray of green light appeared in his hand.
Brother Feng, what is this?
Long Jingya looked at the ball of light in Lin Feng's hand curiously. This is a top-level martial art, called the Great Destiny Art. Lin Feng introduced the characteristics of the martial art to Long Jingya. The Great Destiny Art is a mysterious and profound skill that carries the oldest and most primitive will of the universe. It is naturally compatible with the pure Yin body. Once practiced, the Great Destiny Art can lead practitioners directly to the origin of the Great Tao and explore the most core mysteries between heaven and earth. Following the system prompt, Lin Feng gave the Great Destiny Art to Long Jingya without hesitation. Lin Feng's decision undoubtedly paved a smooth road for Long Jingya, who was a pure Yin body, to the peak of the avenue, allowing her to have a strong foundation to change the world and dominate the universe in the long and difficult journey of cultivation in the future. A faint soul force flashed like lightning, carrying the green light ball that exuded a mysterious aura, and instantly sank into Long Jingya's sea of consciousness. Long Jingya only felt a roar in her sea of consciousness, as if an ancient voice was singing softly.
Is this the Great Destiny Art?
She murmured to herself, with a hint of disbelief and surprise in her voice.
That's right, practice well, this will change your destiny.
Lin Feng said softly, his eyes full of anticipation. Long Jingya took a deep breath and slowly circulated her spiritual power according to the formula of the technique that emerged in her sea of consciousness.
At first, the progress was not smooth.
She only felt that the spiritual power in her body was disordered, as if it was resisting this new technique.
Why is it so difficult?
Long Jingya frowned slightly and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng patiently explained, the Great Destiny technique is too powerful, and your body needs time to adapt.
Keep your mind steady and proceed step by step. Long Jingya closed her eyes again and tried again and again.
After an unknown amount of time, the spiritual power in her body finally began to show signs of obedience, flowing slowly along the route of the Great Destiny technique. As the spiritual power circulated, Long Jingya felt a strange power growing, as if she could touch the thread of fate. She opened her eyes happily and said to Lin Feng, I seem to have found some feeling.
Lin Feng nodded slightly and encouraged, Jingya, this is just the beginning. The power of the Great Destiny Art is far beyond your imagination.
Long Jingya was immersed in the practice of the Great Destiny Art, and her aura became more and more mysterious. Looking at Long Jingya in front of him, Lin Feng immediately thought that Long Jingya's physique should be improved.
Jingya, there are too many impurities in your body now. Let me help you remove them first.
This jar contains the fountain of life water. As long as you soak in it, the impurities in your body can be completely removed, and it also has great benefits. Without waiting for Long Jingya to react, Lin Feng picked up Long Jingya and jumped directly into the stone jar of the fountain of life water.
Ah, help! Long Jingya screamed. Chapter 94 Taishu.
After the thorough improvement of the fountain of life, coupled with the heaven-defying skill of the Great Destiny technique, Long Jingya's realm was stabilized to the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Jingya, the Great Destiny art is indeed magical, but your realm has been raised to the early stage of the Golden Core realm in such a short time. Lin Feng looked at Long Jingya in front of him and said calmly.
Lin Feng, I don't know either.
It must be related to physique and martial arts.
Long Jingya didn't understand cultivation either, so she made her own guess. Jingya, what kind of weapon do you like?
I have knives, swords, bows, etc., all suitable for you to use.
Choose the one you like. Lin Feng, what weapon do you use? Long Jingya asked curiously.
I use a sword. After saying that, a red long sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. This sword is called Red Flame.
Then I'll use a sword too.
Long Jingya said, looking at Lin Feng's sword.
Okay.
Lin Feng agreed, and a long sword appeared in his hand. This sword is called Taishu. Lin Feng handed the Taishu sword to Long Jingya.
Long Jingya looked at the sword in her hand, stunned and speechless.
The origin of the Taishu sword is mysterious and long, as if it came from the ancient times. According to legend, when the world was first created, the air of chaos was everywhere, and the rules of the world had not yet been fully formed. In a mysterious void crack, endless spiritual energy from the world gathered and blended crazily. After countless years of tempering and precipitation, it was finally condensed into this Taishu sword.
Lin Feng, this sword is really nice, but how do I hold it? It's too conspicuous. Long Jingya first considered how to carry it.
A soul power flashed by, and Long Jingya and the Taishu sword completed the recognition of master. At this time, Taishu directly sank into Long Jingya's body. Long Jingya looked at the sword that disappeared in an instant, and hurriedly shouted in her heart. Taishu seemed to sense the call of the master, and appeared in Long Jingya's hand. The Taishu sword that appeared at this time had changed from its previous appearance, and the information of the Taishu sword was also transmitted into Long Jingya's sea of consciousness. The sword of Taishu is 3 feet and 3 inches long, and 1 inch and 2 points wide at its widest point. The proportion of width and narrowness is just right, showing its slenderness and elegance. The sword is engraved with ancient and mysterious inscriptions, and those lines are like living things, looming in the dim light. The inscriptions are dark gold, and its sword body is made of the essence of Taishu during the chaos, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. The lines on the sword body are looming, as if recording the secrets of the birth of the world. When injected with spiritual power, the inscription will be activated instantly, releasing tremendous energy. Some inscriptions can increase the power of the sword, increasing its destructive power several times. Some can enhance the spirituality of the sword, making it communicate with the sword master's mind and reach the highest realm of unity between man and sword. And some inscriptions can form a layer of spiritual power shield at critical moments to protect the sword master from harm. Just when Long Jingya was immersed in checking the Taishu sword, a soul power hit Long Jingya, and the mystery of Star Slash was instantly transmitted into Long Jingya's sea of consciousness. At this time, a bracelet of Shenqing Erqi appeared in Lin Feng's palm. Jingya, this is a very domineering magic weapon, with both offensive and defensive functions.
This magic weapon will be your protective magic weapon. Without waiting for Long Jingya to react, the Yin Yang bracelet directly entered Long Jingya's body and instantly recognized Long Jingya as its master. At this moment, a bracelet like Yin and Yang appeared on Long Jingya's wrist. Half of it was as white as jade, and the other half was sparkling. A piece of information was instantly transmitted into Long Jingya's sea of consciousness. The ancient artifact Yin Yang bracelet, chaos is broken, Yin and Yang are born.
It is rumored that this bracelet is the condensation of chaotic energy, conforming to the secret of the alternation of chaotic Yin and Yang. Legend has it that at the beginning of chaos, clear air rose to form the sky, and turbid air descended to form the earth. Yin and Yang intertwined and collided in the chaos, and after countless fusions and separations, they finally condensed into this pair of Yin and Yang bracelets. The bracelet body is made of chaotic Yin and Yang, and its texture is hard but flexible.
A layer of halo flows on the surface.
Half of it is bright gold, representing masculine power. The other half is deep silver, symbolizing feminine power. The two complement each other and are perfectly integrated on the bracelet body, demonstrating the great truth of the balance of Yin and Yang.
The attack capability of the Yin Yang bracelet is truly astonishing.
When the owner of the bracelet uses his spiritual power to stimulate the power of the yang bracelet, the yin-yang bracelet will release a fiery and violent yang energy. Wherever this yang energy goes, space is distorted and everything is burned. The enemy seems to be in a sea of fire, with both body and soul being roasted by yang-yen. If the power of the yin bracelet is stimulated, the silver light pours out like the light of a cold moon, and the yin energy permeates. Everything it touches is frozen, and time and space seem to stagnate under this extremely cold power. The enemy's actions will be instantly frozen, and their vitality will be quickly deprived. What's even more amazing is that when the yin-yang power of the yin-yang bracelet erupts at the same time, the two blend and transform into a chaotic yin-yang energy. The yin-yang energy contains the dual power of destruction and creation, which can instantly tear apart the enemy's defense, disrupt the operation of the spiritual power in its body, break its meridians, and shake its soul. It is so powerful that it is enough to destroy the world. When facing an enemy attack, the owner of the bracelet only needs to think about it, and the yin-yang bracelet will form a layer of yin-yang shield around the body. The yang force turns into a golden light curtain to resist the hot and violent attacks from the outside world and offset their impact. The yin force turns into a silver ice layer to resist the cold and feminine attacks and bounce back the enemy's power. The yin-yang shields work together like a copper wall and iron wall. Whether it is the attack of magic weapons or the bombardment of spells, it is difficult to cause any harm to the owner of the bracelet. Not only that, the yin-yang bracelet can also use the power of chaotic yin-yang to repair the owner's damaged body and spiritual power, so that it can quickly recover in battle and continue to fight.
Lin Feng, this yin-yang bracelet is so amazing.
Looking at the introduction of the yin-yang bracelet, Long Jingya opened her mouth wide with a look of shock. Jingya, you are not able to unleash the full power of these weapons yet.
The key is to improve your own cultivation.
Lin Feng repeated the specific division of cultivation to Long Jingya in detail. With the great destiny art, the Tai Chi sword, and the yin-yang bracelet, I wouldn't say that you can walk around the world with your current strength, but you will have no problem protecting yourself. Lin Feng said lovingly as he looked at Long Jingya in front of him.
Really? Brother Feng, thank you,
Long Jingya looked at the man in front of her, her cheeks blushing unconsciously. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Lin Feng suddenly became interested, picked up the shy Long Jingya, and flew to the bed in the hall. The young man's body was like a perpetual motion machine.
With Lin Feng's nascent soul realm great perfection strength, his physical strength was already abundant. Jingya, I want to be with you forever. Brother Feng, me too. Long Jingya took the initiative to hug Lin Feng's neck. Chapter 95 Long Jingya's Heart Knot.
After a whole day of intense and passionate time together, Long Jingya seemed to have lost all her strength, and she collapsed limply in Lin Feng's warm arms. The room was filled with a different kind of silence, with only the slight breathing sounds of the two interweaving in it.
Jingya, what's wrong with you?
Lin Feng was keenly aware of the change in Long Jingya's mood. Her face, which was originally full of joy, was now covered with a layer of faint sadness. He couldn't help but ask softly, his voice full of concern. Long Jingya bit her lower lip slightly, her eyes gradually turned red. After hesitating for a moment, she said with a hint of sob, Lin Feng, I suddenly miss my mother so much. The voice seemed to be squeezed out from the softest part of her heart, carrying endless longing and sadness. Lin Feng was slightly startled, and for a moment he didn't know how to comfort her. After hesitating for a while, Lin Feng said,
Can you tell me about it? Maybe you will feel better if you tell me about it.
Long Jingya took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and said slowly, When I was 5 years old, my mother took me out to play, and a car rushed towards us. In order to save me, my mother. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Jingya could no longer suppress the grief in her heart, and she sobbed softly, and her tears soaked Lin Feng's clothes.
What?
When Lin Feng heard this, his heart suddenly tightened. Looking at Long Jingya's heartbroken look, Lin Feng felt as if he was hit hard by a sledgehammer.
A wave of bitterness surged in his heart. Jingya, don't be sad. I am here for you in the future. I will definitely protect you well.
Lin Feng hugged Long Jingya tightly.
At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and he immediately called out anxiously in his heart, Brother Tong, is there any way to resurrect people who died accidentally? At this critical moment, he first thought of the omnipotent system, hoping to find a glimmer of hope from there. Beep, if you want to check things in the past and future, you can use the reincarnation mirror. If you need to travel through time and space to save people, the host needs to master the time element gem, which can travel to the past and the future. The cold and mechanical voice of the system sounded in Lin Feng's mind.
Although there was no warmth at all, it was like a ray of dawn, instantly igniting the fire of hope in Lin Feng's heart. A trace of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He gently patted Long Jingya's shoulder and said softly, "Jingya, look at what this is." As he spoke, an ancient and mysterious mirror appeared out of thin air in his hand. The mirror seemed to have been precipitated by the years, and as soon as it appeared, it exuded a unique atmosphere that made people want to explore it.
Brother Fong, what is this?
Long Jingya raised her tear-stained face, her eyes full of confusion. She looked at the mirror that suddenly appeared, and an inexplicable expectation surged in her heart. This is called the reincarnation mirror.
It's an incredible treasure that can view things in the past and future.
Lin Feng looked at Long Jingya, his eyes full of seriousness and expectation. "We can use it to go back to your childhood and see what happened back then." His voice was full of power, as if he was promising something to Long Jingya.
Brother Fong, are you telling the truth?
A hint of surprise flashed across Long Jingya's eyes, but was immediately replaced by a hint of doubt. After all, being able to travel through time and space to view the past was really too incredible.
Yes, it's absolutely true.
Lin Feng nodded heavily. However, this samsara mirror can only allow us to view things that happened in the past in the mirror.
But if we can master the time element gem, we can truly travel through time.
As Lin Feng spoke, he carefully looked at the samsara mirror in his hand, as if he wanted to find the key to open the door of time from the mysterious mirror. At this moment, Lin Feng and Long Jingya's eyes were fixed on this samsara mirror. The mirror was round in shape, and the frame was made of an unknown black metal. The metal was hard, but the surface had a strange luster, as if telling of the countless years it had gone through. The frame was engraved with complex and mysterious runes, which seemed to have life, flickering slightly, and each line seemed to contain the mysteries of the universe, making people dazzled.
The samsara mirror has two sides.
One side is as dark blue as the deep night sky, with stars twinkling in it, as if it is a vast and boundless universe. Lin Feng injected a stream of spiritual power into the samsara mirror, and the dark blue mirror surface instantly began to ripple. Future events appeared in the mirror like illusory images, like a series of mysterious scrolls slowly unfolding. But at this moment, the two were more concerned about the other side. Lin Feng intercepted a stream of Long Jingya's soul power and input it into the samsara mirror. The other side of the samsara mirror immediately emitted a warm yellow halo, like a flowing golden river of time, illuminating the entire room like a golden palace at dusk.
Reincarnation realm, open.
Lin Feng shouted, and Long Jingya's image appeared on the mirror and began to spin wildly.
Long Jingya's 20-year-old experience began to flash quickly like a slideshow.
When the light was at its brightest, a picture gradually emerged in the samsara mirror. It was a busy street with a constant stream of vehicles. Young Long Jingya was holding her mother's hand, skipping along the sidewalk, with a happy smile on her face.
Ah! Mom! Brother Fong, it's this day.
Long Jingya was shaking with excitement. For countless days and nights, Long Jingya hoped that this day would stop forever, but the truth was cruel. On this day, Long Jingya lost her beloved mother forever. Suddenly, a black car rushed over like a wild beast out of control and hit them straight in. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Long Jingya's mother showed a horrified expression on her face, and the young Long Jingya was so scared that she stood still.
No!
Seeing this, Long Jingya couldn't help but scream, tears welling up in her eyes again. Brother Fong, stop, I don't want to watch it anymore. She closed her eyes tightly, her body shaking. Lin Feng hugged Long Jingya in his arms with heartache and comforted her softly. Jingya, don't be afraid, keep looking, maybe you can find something. Lin Feng suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at the reincarnation mirror again. This time, he slowed down the speed of the picture and carefully observed every detail. Finally, he found that before the black car hit the person, the driver seemed to be disturbed by something and his eyes were briefly blurred. Not far from the scene, a man in a black robe was muttering something. This man was in a black robe and his face could not be seen clearly, but his every move revealed weirdness. Jingya, your mother's car accident may not be an accident, it should be a targeted murder. Lin Feng said through gritted teeth, with flames of anger flashing in his eyes.
What? How could this happen?
The investigation at the time said that the driver was driving while fatigued. Long Jingya looked at Lin Feng in shock. She could never have imagined that there was such a conspiracy behind her mother's death.
Look at the man in black behind.
After hearing Lin Feng's words, Long Jingya also noticed the strange man in black and was unable to say anything for a moment.
Brother Tong, how can we start the mission of finding the time gem? We must find the time gem, no matter what the cost.
Lin Feng made another request to the system.
Ding, the system has issued an SSSSS level task to find the secret of time. Rewards for completing the task: 1. Recognition of the element of time. 2. Mobile Temple, Hun Yuan Palace 3. Chaos Pearl.
The system prompt sound just ended, and it immediately sounded again. Please note that this task is extremely difficult and may face many dangers. Please proceed with caution. The system's voice was still cold, but Lin Feng felt a sense of challenge from it.
Accept the mission.
Lin Feng said silently in his heart.
Ding, the host accepts the SSSSS level mission to find the secret of time.
Rewards for completing the mission: 1. Recognition of the element of time.
2. Mobile Temple, Hun Yuan Palace 3.
Chaos Pearl. A piece of information from the ring instantly transmitted to Lin Feng's Sea of Consciousness, and Lin Feng also obtained relevant information about the Time Gem.
Chapter 96, The Origin Divine Tree.
On the hanging island, Lin Feng comforted Long Jingya and watched her gradually calm down and enter a state of cultivation. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and with a thought, he instantly disappeared from the spot and entered the Chaos Hongmeng Seal.
Inside the Hongmeng Seal, the flow of time was adjusted to the fastest.
In this quiet and mysterious space, soft light was sprinkled like a dream, and was filled with an ancient and mellow atmosphere, as if this was the gap between time and space, transcending the world. In Lin Feng's hand, the original sacred tree emitting a unique light slowly emerged. This sacred tree is the key to understanding the mystery of wood properties. It is emerald green, and each leaf is shining with a smart luster, as if it contains endless vitality and energy. The texture on the trunk is like an ancient rune, recording the vicissitudes of time and the mysteries of nature. Lin Feng sat on the ground, gently placed the Origin Divine Tree in front of him, closed his eyes, abandoned all distractions, and immersed himself in the perception of the properties of wood. His consciousness was like an invisible tentacle, slowly reaching out to the Origin Divine Tree, trying to touch the true meaning of wood hidden in it. Everything was calm, but as Lin Feng's perception deepened, subtle changes began to appear in his body. Under his skin, it seemed as if countless tiny vines were slowly growing, slightly protruding, and bringing a tingling sensation. Lin Feng's breathing also became long and slow. Every time he inhaled, he seemed to feel the vitality in the surrounding air being sucked into his body, nourishing his internal organs. At the same time, the space inside the Hongmeng Seal also underwent a wonderful change. The originally still light began to flow, swirling around Lin Feng and the Origin Divine Tree, forming a strange halo. On the ground inside the Hongmeng Seal, tender green grass quietly broke through the ground, growing and spreading rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the area where Lin Feng was located was covered with a green meadow. On the meadow, colorful flowers bloomed one after another, emitting bursts of charming fragrance. In this vibrant environment, Lin Feng's consciousness became clearer. He seemed to be able to hear the sound of trees growing, a subtle but firm sizzling sound, as if telling of the tenacity and perseverance of life. The power of the tree roots stretching in the soil was a desire and persistence for survival. Suddenly, a strong green light shot out from the Origin Divine Tree and penetrated into Lin Feng's brow. Lin Feng only felt a roar in his mind, and the information of wood attributes came like a tide. Lin Feng saw the whole process of a tree breaking out of the soil from a seed, going through wind and rain, and growing into a towering tree. He saw the various creatures in the forest depend on each other and build a harmonious and symbiotic ecosystem. He saw the flow and change of wood attribute power in nature, which can nourish all things, and can also turn into a sharp weapon when angry to protect its own territory. Under the impact of this massive amount of information, Lin Feng's body began to tremble violently. His skin gradually turned from white to emerald green, and his clothes were covered by rapidly growing vines. His hair fluttered in the wind like willow branches, and each strand of hair flashed green light. At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to be integrated with the surrounding nature and became the embodiment of the power of wood. The core secret of the wood attribute, but he could never fully grasp it. This feeling of powerlessness made Lin Feng feel anxious and frustrated, and sweat kept dripping from his forehead, soaking the grass under him. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, readjusted his state, and once again focused all his mental energy on the Origin Divine Tree. This time, he no longer forced himself to understand the complex information, but tried to feel the essence of the wood attribute with a more peaceful and tolerant attitude. He imagined himself as a tree rooted in the earth, quietly absorbing the sun, rain, and nutrients from the soil, and living in harmony with everything around him. In this wonderful state, Lin Feng finally broke through the bottleneck. A powerful wood attribute power erupted in his body, and the power of the ancestral dragon quickly devoured this wood attribute essence. Under the impact of this power, the meridians continued to expand and strengthen, as if undergoing a complete transformation. As the power of the wood attribute continued to merge, the original earth, fire, thunder, and space attributes in Lin Feng's body were also affected. The 5 attributes began to blend and respond to each other, forming a wonderful cycle. The earth attribute provided nourishment for the wood attribute became tougher under the quenching of fire, the thunder attribute injected vitality and energy into it, and the space attribute allowed the power of the wood attribute to shuttle and exert more freely. Under the combined effect of these 5 attributes, Lin Feng's realm began to rise rapidly. From the stable state of the nascent soul stage, it gradually became loose. Lin Feng could feel that his nascent soul was constantly transforming, becoming more solid and powerful. The nascent soul, which was originally like a baby, began to grow hair and facial features, and its appearance became more and more similar to Lin Feng himself. With a deafening roar, Lin Feng's realm finally broke through the nascent soul stage and entered the legendary god transformation stage. A powerful aura emanated from his body, instantly sweeping across the entire Hongmeng seal space. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees swayed under the influence of this aura, as if paying tribute to this newly promoted god transformation expert. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and green light flashed in his eyes, which contained endless vitality and wisdom. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lin Feng showed a confident smile. At this moment, Lin Feng not only mastered the essence of wood attribute, but also perfectly integrated the 5 attribute powers, and his strength had made a qualitative leap.
Chapter 97, Divine Transformation Realm.
Lin Feng put away the Hongmeng seal. His aura was restrained yet exuded an awe-inspiring power, like a dormant ancient behemoth. With a flash of his figure, Lin Feng flew out of the Tianshu Tower and soared into the sky. At this time, the sky in the distance had already changed color, and heavy calamity clouds began to slowly gather, like a group of ferocious ancient beasts, rolling in with a breath of destruction. The calamity clouds were inky black, with lightning flashing in the clouds, as if they were about to tear the entire sky apart. Every flash of lightning was accompanied by a low roar. The sound was like thousands of horses galloping, and it was like countless war drums beating together, shaking the air between heaven and earth. Lin Feng looked at the calamity clouds that were constantly gathering, and there was no fear in his eyes, but instead, there was a flash of excitement and determination. Lin Feng knew that this divine transformation thunder calamity was the only way for him to reach a higher realm, and it was also the ultimate test of his strength. As the calamity clouds continued to gather, the first wave of thunder finally arrived. A purple lightning as thick as a bucket, like an angry thunder dragon, came crashing down towards Lin Feng with the power to destroy the world. Lin Feng was not in a hurry, and quickly formed seals with his hands. The 5 attribute powers in his body instantly flowed, forming a layer of colorful shield in front of him. The purple lightning hit the shield fiercely, making a loud noise that shook the world. The powerful impact caused Lin Feng's body to sink slightly, but the colorful shield blocked the attack steadily, but only ripples appeared on the surface. However, the power of the thunder tribulation is far more than that. Then, the second and third lightning flashes followed one after another, and the power of each lightning flash was stronger than the previous one. Lin Feng's expression became solemn, he muttered something, and the power in his body was running wildly. At this critical moment, Lin Feng used a new skill that combined 5 attributes 5 elements chaos break. Lin Feng pushed his hands forward, and a chaotic light containing the power of the 5 elements roared out and collided head-on with the 3 lightning flashes. In an instant, the light between heaven and earth was bright, and the huge energy fluctuations spread out like surging waves. The mountains and rivers below were trembling under the impact of this power.
After a fierce confrontation, Lin Feng finally managed to resist this wave of thunder tribulation.
But before he could catch his breath, the thunder cloud rolled again, and an even more terrifying thunder tribulation was about to descend. This time, 9 huge thunder dragons condensed in the thunder cloud, each of which was 100 feet long, with scales flashing with dazzling lightning, and their mouths wide open, making a deafening roar. The 9 thunder dragons circled and danced, forming a huge thunder formation around Lin Feng, trapping him tightly in it. Lin Feng felt unprecedented pressure. He knew that this was the strongest blow of the God Transformation Thunder Tribulation. But Lin Feng had no intention of retreating. Instead, he was filled with a resolute fighting spirit. He took a deep breath and raised his strength to the extreme. His clothes rustled under the powerful power fluctuations. Then, Lin Feng used the innate magical power he had just realized Hongmeng Guardian. A layer of golden light appeared around Lin Feng, and ancient runes appeared faintly in the light. These runes intertwined with each other to form an indestructible golden shield, which protected Lin Feng tightly.
9 thunder dragons attacked at the same time. They opened their bloody mouths and spewed out thick lightning bolts towards Lin Feng. The lightning bolts collided with the golden shield, making a series of deafening explosions.
The entire sky was enveloped by this dazzling light. In this fierce confrontation, Lin Feng's body was shaken by the powerful force. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and held on with his tenacious will and strong strength. As time went by, the power of the thunderbolt gradually weakened, and the 9 thunder dragons gradually disappeared in the thunderbolt clouds. The thunderbolt clouds began to slowly dissipate, and the sun shone on the earth again. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and finally successfully survived the thunderbolt of the transformation of the spirit. As the last ray of calamity cloud slowly dissipated, the sky that was originally shrouded by the terrifying thunderbolt gradually became clear, and the sun poured down without hindrance, coating this violent world with a layer of warm brilliance. However, the wonderful changes that Lin Feng experienced had just begun. The power of the thunder tribulation, which originally carried a breath of destruction, seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and gathered towards Lin Feng at the moment when the tribulation cloud dissipated. The first thing to be affected was the strands of lightning that sank into Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng only felt a tingling sensation in his palm, and then a powerful and pure energy quickly spread throughout his body along the meridians. Lin Feng's skin glowed with a faint silver light, as if it was covered by armor woven with lightning. Every inch of his skin was greedily absorbing this energy. The tiny scars left over from the tribulation healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even became tougher, exuding vitality. The power of the thunderbolt continued to penetrate into his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. Lin Feng felt as if he had become a treasure house that contained endless energy. Under the tempering of the lightning, his bones made crisp sounds, as if they were being reshaped and sublimated, becoming stronger and more resilient with the texture of lightning. At the same time, his meridians were widened again under the impact of this energy, like a surging river breaking through a narrow embankment, able to carry more powerful spiritual power. Deep in Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, the nascent soul that had completed its transformation into a god had completely merged with Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's entire body was now suspended in a sea of lightning. The power of the thunderbolt continued to pour in, and the light around him became brighter and brighter. His originally clear facial features became more agile, as if they were about to have independent consciousness. Every rhythm was accompanied by the steady rise of Lin Feng's strength. After everything was settled, Lin Feng stood on the top of the hanging island and looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day, and a total of 9 draws.
Do you want to draw?
3 days have passed, Brother Tong, it's time to draw the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the Xiantian Hunyuan Ichi Tai Chi diagram. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Star Gold. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Xiantian Medicine Garden. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning.
Chapter 98 Space Travel. Brother Tong, open the panel.
Name, Lin Feng, early stage of the spiritual transformation realm.
Skill, Taishu Goyuan Ju Second Heaven. Attributes, wood, earth, fire, thunder, space. Weapons, red flame, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower, heavenly punishment bow, chaos Hongmeng seal, and samsara mirror.
Martial arts, sky splitting slash, golden crow red lotus, space cutting, space confinement, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, galaxy Sanskrit sound technique, star slash, 5 elements chaos break. Talents, Taishu golden eyes, teleportation, power of the ancestral dragon, devouring, and Hongmeng guardian.
Crack.
Lin Feng stood in a spacious and bright room, exuding the calm aura unique to a strong man in the spirit transformation realm. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a dazzling blue light flashed like lightning, and the 5th level civilization intelligence core Kaka appeared in front of Lin Feng out of thin air.
Kaka emitted a soft blue light spherical form, and the runes and data on the surface were like flowing galaxies, flickering and changing, as if telling the endless mysteries of the universe. Master, what do you want? Kaka's crisp sound with a unique mechanical texture rang out in the room. I need an interstellar distribution map of the universe.
Lin Feng looked solemn. The location displayed by the system was not on the Earth, but in a place far away from the Earth. To find the time stone, this interstellar distribution map was the key first step. Kaka, without any hesitation, the blue light flashed more and more intensely. Just a few seconds later, a huge and complex map of the interstellar distribution of the universe appeared in front of Lin Feng in the form of a holographic projection. In this picture, countless galaxies, stars, planets and mysterious nebulae were accurately marked, and each bright spot seemed to be telling a unique cosmic story. Lines of different colors crisscrossed and connected various celestial bodies, representing the interstellar routes and energy flows in the universe. Lin Feng stared at the interstellar distribution map, his eyes full of concentration. He slid his finger gently on the map, trying to find the route to the location of the time stone from the complicated information. The relevant information of the time stone kept circling in his mind. According to the clues, it is very likely that it is on a deserted planet on the edge of the Milky Way. After careful research, Lin Feng locked on an interstellar route.
Kaka, the location is confirmed.
Help me plan the safest and fastest route.
Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Kaka with a firm look. Kaka's blue light flashed rapidly, and a large amount of data was rapidly flowing on its surface.
After a moment, a space jump path flashing with golden light appeared on the interstellar distribution map.
Master, the best path has been planned for you.
This space shuttle will make 3 jumps and is expected to take 5 hours.
There are certain risks in space jumps, please be prepared. Kaka reported in an orderly manner.
Lin Feng walked up to Long Jingya and said, Jingya, there is news about the time stone. When Long Jingya heard this, her eyes lit up instantly, and she responded without hesitation, I'll go with you. Lin Feng frowned slightly, his eyes full of concern. He raised his hand and gently patted Long Jingya's shoulder, his tone gentle but firm. The situation this time is special, you have no combat experience. This time, it is safer for me to go by myself, trust me.
Okay, Brother Feng, then you must be careful. I'll wait for you to come back.
Long Jingya knew that she had just started practicing and was far from sufficient in both strength and experience. She would definitely hold Lin Feng back if she went, so she did not insist.
Then when are you leaving? Long Jingya asked. The sooner the better. I'll leave now. Lin Feng glanced at Long Jingya and said firmly. Brother Feng, I'll wait for you to come back.
Long Jingya said, looking into Lin Feng's eyes. After the two said goodbye, Lin Feng entered the Tianqiu Tower and activated the spatial attribute power in his body. With a flash of strong light, the Tianqiu Tower disappeared from the spot, and Lin Feng embarked on an adventure to the edge of the Milky Way.
The appearance of Tianqiu Tower transformed into a shuttle shape, and the space jump began.
In an instant, the surrounding scene seemed to be wantonly disturbed by a pair of invisible giant hands, and everything fell into a dizzying distortion and blur. The flow of time became chaotic and indistinguishable, and the structure of space seemed to be completely dismantled. The original clear concept completely dissipated at this moment. Powerful spatial turbulence surged, like countless ferocious beasts hiding in the darkness, baring their fangs and claws and madly attacking the Tianqiu Tower. The sharp whistling sound was like thousands of sharp blades cutting through the void, which was frightening. But the Tianqiu Tower was like a god that had stood since ancient times, majestic and solemn. No matter how fierce and raging the spatial turbulence was, it always stood firmly and was indestructible. It exuded mysterious and powerful energy fluctuations, ruthlessly resisting wave after wave of spatial turbulence. Lin Feng, who was in the tower, seemed to be completely isolated from the chaos of the outside world. He did not notice the thrilling and fierce impact at all, and was as safe as if he was in a quiet and peaceful paradise. After completing the first space jump, Lin Feng was in a mysterious interstellar area. It was filled with thick purple nebulae, which seemed to have life, slowly flowing and changing shapes.
Through the gaps in the nebulae, several huge gaseous planets could be seen in the distance. Storms raged on their surfaces, forming huge vortices.
Lin Feng had no time to appreciate this strange beauty, and quickly adjusted his state to prepare for the second space jump. The second jump was more difficult than the first. The intensity of the space turbulence increased significantly. Finally, after several long hours, Lin Feng successfully completed the second space jump. This time, he came to a dark interstellar space. There was almost no starlight here, only a few dim stars in the distance flickered faintly. Lin Feng knew that he was very close to the edge of the Milky Way. Lin Feng took a deep breath, calmed his nervous mood, and started the last space jump. With a flash of strong light, Lin Feng appeared above a deserted planet. The surface of the planet was barren, with huge craters and exposed rocks everywhere. The planet's atmosphere was extremely thin and could hardly block the invasion of cosmic rays. Lin Feng exerted his spiritual power, and the Tianqiu Tower slowly landed on the surface of the planet.
Chapter 99 Time Stone. This is a desolate planet that is dozens of times larger than the Earth.
Lin Feng's spiritual sense quickly swept across the surface of the planet, but found nothing. Lin Feng controlled the Tianqiu Tower to quickly shuttle across the surface of the planet. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a strange fluctuation. Beep, the time gem has been found, please obtain it immediately.
The system's mechanical prompt sounded again. Found it.
Lin Feng said excitedly when he heard the system prompt. Following the direction of the wave, at the bottom of a huge crater, a gem-emitting colorful light appeared before our eyes.
Looking at the gem in front of him, is it so easy to get the time stone?
Just as Lin Feng was about to put the gem into the system space, the gem flashed with light and suddenly disappeared from the spot.
Ha! Why is it gone? No, the speed of time is wrong. This is the past time.
Through spatial sensing, Lin Feng keenly felt that the time gem had changed the speed of time.
Interesting.
Lin Feng continued to play the cat and mouse game with the time stone.
Damn it, you're playing a trick on me.
Lin Feng cursed, his heart full of resentment. A whole day passed, and he was like a headless fly, flying around in this mysterious space, but he still couldn't catch the true body of the time stone.
Space confinement, space blockade.
He used all the space skills he mastered at once. Every time he activated a skill, it was accompanied by a powerful energy fluctuation, shaking the surrounding space. But the time stone, like a naughty elf, always slipped away lightly at the moment it was about to touch, leaving Lin Feng helpless. The time stone seemed to have consciousness, as if it was playing with Lin Feng to its heart's content, enjoying this cat and mouse game. Lin Feng gradually realized that blindly using skills like this was just a waste of time. He took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and tried to calm his anxious heart. In this quiet and somewhat depressing space, Lin Feng abandoned all distracting thoughts and immersed himself in it, trying to find a flaw from the clues of the time gem's escape every time.
Lin Feng's consciousness was like an invisible and tough net, slowly and carefully unfolding in the complex dimension of time and space. Time passed quietly, and Lin Feng caught an extremely critical detail. Every time the time gem changed the speed of time, an extremely weak time fluctuation would be generated around it. This fluctuation was extremely subtle, and if Lin Feng had not been concentrating at the moment, he would probably not have been able to detect it at all. What surprised him even more was that he found that this time fluctuation had some subtle and indescribable connection with the energy flow in the surrounding space. So that's it.
Lin Feng's mind suddenly became clear, and he almost cried out in excitement. He finally found the weakness of the time stone. This discovery was like lighting a bright light in the darkness, giving him hope of successfully obtaining the time stone. However, just as Lin Feng was about to adjust his strategy and combine the power of space with the power of time he had comprehended, a new problem was placed before him. Although he knew the flaw of the time gem, it was not easy to accurately grasp the weak time fluctuations in this vast space and guide the surrounding space energy to resonate with it. Every time he tried, Lin Feng was fully focused, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead, but the results were always unsatisfactory.
Lin Feng was unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, is there no other way? I can't fail here.
Under extreme difficulties and pressure, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. He remembered a magical skill he had seen in an ancient book, spatial clone. It is said that those who have mastered this skill can separate their own spatial power into countless clones. These clones can act independently and have similar abilities to the original body. Lin Feng didn't have time to think about whether this skill could really be used at this time. He decided to give it a try. He concentrated all his mental strength and began to try to mobilize the spatial force in his body. According to the methods recorded in ancient books, he tried to condense a spatial clone. At the beginning, the progress was extremely slow. Lin Feng felt like he was pushing a towering mountain. Every step forward was extremely difficult.
But he did not give up. He kept adjusting the way he used his strength and tried again and again.
After an unknown amount of time, with Lin Feng's unremitting efforts, he finally felt the space force in his body begin to change slightly. A faint energy separated from his body and gradually condensed into a vague human figure. Although this clone still looked very illusory and could dissipate at any time, it had already given Lin Feng a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng was encouraged and used his skills more vigorously. As he continued to inject energy, the clones gradually became clearer, and the second and third clones began to condense around him. With each additional clone, Lin Feng felt that his control over the surrounding space increased. He was very excited and continued to increase the output of power. In a blink of an eye, the surrounding area was already filled with dense clones, with a number of tens of millions. These space clones were like tentacles extended by Lin Feng, exploring the traces of the time stone in this vast space. Each clone acted according to Lin Feng's consciousness, and they keenly sensed every change in the surrounding space, not missing any clues that might be related to the time stone. With the help of many clones, Lin Feng finally completely captured the trace of the time stone. At this moment, the time stone seemed to have sensed the coming of danger, and it began to flee frantically, constantly changing the speed of time, trying to get rid of Lin Feng's pursuit again. But this time, its efforts were doomed to be in vain. Lin Feng saw the right opportunity and quickly adjusted his strategy. He no longer relied solely on spatial skills, but combined the power of space with the power of time that he had comprehended. Through the close connection between his original body and his clone, he guided the energy flow in the surrounding space to resonate with the time fluctuations generated by the time gem. The energy in the surrounding space began to flow in a special rhythm, gradually synchronizing with the time fluctuations of the time gem. In this process, Lin Feng carefully controlled the intensity and rhythm of the energy, fearing that he would accidentally break this delicate balance. Time passed by minute, and after a long period of effort, the time stone appeared again. This time, it was restrained by the powerful force of space, and its originally flexible movements became slow. Lin Feng saw the opportunity and used the dual skills of space confinement and space blockade without hesitation. This time, the time stone could no longer escape. Collect! Lin Feng shouted, and along with his shout, the Tianshu Tower burst out with a powerful suction force. At the same time, Lin Feng used the spatial force exerted by his clone to tightly suppress the time stone. Under the effect of the double force, the time stone was like a bird with broken wings, unable to resist, and could only fly into the Tianshu Tower obediently. In Tianshu Tower, Lin Feng was like a god who dominated everything, with a gleam of victory in his eyes. He played with the time gem he had just obtained, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Afterwards, Lin Feng immediately put the time gem into the system space, and the battle with the time gem finally came to an end.
The edge of the Milky Way. The wandering space explorer Koku was half lying on the cockpit seat of the interstellar spaceship, holding a glass of wine with charming aroma in his hand, and the maid beside him handed him fresh and delicious food. While enjoying this comfortable time, he hummed an unknown little song, and his eyes occasionally swept across the vast and boundless edge of the Milky Way outside the spaceship. This day is like a fairy tale. Coco murmured to himself, his face full of intoxication. As a wandering explorer in the universe, he has made a name for himself in the interstellar space with his rich experience and bold adventurous spirit. Every new discovery can bring him huge traffic and wealth. For him, the enjoyment at this moment is just a part of his daily life. Suddenly, the sharp alarm of the spaceship's intelligent butler broke the silence. Alert! Alert! An unowned galaxy was found. Coco was stunned for a moment, then put down his wine glass, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. There's something new. However, the aftereffects of the wine made him a little slow, and he did not register the new discovery immediately, but picked up the communicator and showed off to his friends. Hey, Sad Edie, did you know? I just found a new galaxy, maybe there are countless treasures hidden in it. While bragging to his friends, he took a few more gulps of wine, and the whole person became more and more dizzy. At this time, the detection system of the spacecraft received another shocking news: there are intelligent natives on a planet in the new galaxy. Keek's curiosity was instantly aroused. He didn't care about registration and drove the spacecraft towards the planet. There are actually indigenous wisdom. Kiki became more and more inflated. I want to see if this beautiful new galaxy is qualified to be used as my territory. Chapter 100, Solar System Lord Lin Feng. Master, the intelligent core has been connected to the cosmic network. The solar system where you are located is an unowned star region. It is recommended that you purchase the galaxy immediately. After the purchase, this star will become an owned star region and will not be coveted by cosmic adventurers. Once purchased by adventurers from other star regions, the solar system will become the private territory of the purchaser. The intelligent core said to Lin Feng with a click. Oh? Tell me in detail. Lin Feng asked in surprise. After Kaka finished the introduction, Lin Feng took a breath of cold air. Click, click, buy now. Received, Master. After a brief operation of the intelligent core, a transaction screen appeared in front of Lin Feng. Welcome to the interstellar trading system. The cold electronic sound of the system rang in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination, and without hesitation, he selected the option of Buy New Galaxy in the system interface. Then, a virtual keyboard appeared in front of Lin Feng, and Lin Feng entered the confirmed galaxy coordinates. Soon, a prompt popped up on the screen: beep, coordinates confirmed, contacting the Galaxy Administration to verify the ownership of the galaxy. A moment later, the Galaxy Administration's communication was connected, and a majestic but polite voice came: This is the Galaxy Administration. Are you the user applying for verification of the ownership of the galaxy? Please explain your intention. Yes, I am a native. This galaxy is currently unowned and I hope to exercise the right to purchase it.
The staff of the administration paused for a moment, as if looking up relevant information, and then replied, "We have confirmed that this galaxy is indeed an ownerless galaxy. This galaxy is bounded by the Kuiper Belt, contains 200,000 astronomical units, and has a diameter of 100 light-years. According to the Laniakea Supercluster Interstellar Convention, if the buyer is a native of an ownerless galaxy, he or she has the right of first refusal."
Are you a native of this galaxy?
Yes. The staff of the administration continued, "The purchase price of this galaxy is 400 billion top-grade crystals or 1 Chaos Spirit treasure-level item. Please pay the crystals or the item, and we will evaluate the value of the item you provide."
Please show the item first. Lin Feng quickly deposited 400 billion top-quality crystals into the Galaxy Administration account.
Lin Feng did not hesitate at all.
Confirm the transaction. Please name the new galaxy.
Solar System. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompted that the transaction was successful. Ding, congratulations on becoming the Lord of the Solar System.
This is your Lord token.
From now on, you will have absolute ownership of the entire solar system and be protected by the laws of the Milky Way. After the token is recognized as the master, you can accept the Lord's rights and regulations. After getting the token, Lin Feng felt that a wonderful connection was established between him and that distant galaxy. He, Lin Feng, officially became the Lord of the Solar System.
Beep.
Congratulations to the host for becoming the Lord of the Solar System.
The system grants you a talent domain.
After becoming the Lord of the Solar System, Lin Feng no longer paid attention to this matter. He immediately began to space jump and return to Earth. However, Lin Feng was completely unaware of the danger happening at the edge of the solar system at this time, and it was fortunate that Lin Feng completed the purchase early. At the edge of the solar system, inside a spaceship. When Kuka's spacecraft arrived near the Earth and was about to explore further, she found that someone had already taken comprehensive protective measures for this planet with life.
What's going on? How could such an indigenous planet have such strong defense capabilities?
No, this is, oh my god, the aura of a chaos spirit treasure.
Kuka was shocked, and her hazy drunkenness also sobered up a lot. Quick, buy this star field quickly.
Beep, this star field has become a star field with a master, the master is Lin Feng.
Ah. Why? Wasn't that the ownerless star region just now? I want to complain to the Galaxy Administration.
Check the purchase time first, quickly. Beep, the purchase was completed 5 minutes ago.
Ah. Kuka screamed madly, regretting why she couldn't buy it as soon as she found it. Damn it. How can the natives afford a galaxy? Is there any secret in this galaxy? Kuku was furious.
He felt that his interests were violated. Under the dual effects of alcohol and anger, he made a crazy decision to launch an attack on the Earth.
If I can't get it, no one else can have it. He roared while controlling the spaceship to emit deadly beams of light. What Kiki didn't know was that this planet not only had treasures of the Chaos Spirit treasure level, but also an intelligent being with a level 5 technological core. Kiki's spaceship was only level 2 civilization technology, so it was unable to detect a higher level of civilization. Just when Kiki was about to take the next step, a loud boom was heard, and the spaceship Kiki was riding on instantly turned into ashes and disappeared. Master, the Earth was just discovered by a wandering explorer in the universe. It was a spaceship with level 4 civilization technology. Here is the video. Kaka immediately reported to Lin Feng after receiving the information. Oh? Lin Feng looked at the video of the destroyed spacecraft in horror. Luckily I just completed the purchase, otherwise the situation would be serious. Lin Feng felt scared. Master, with your current strength and the level 5 technology core, even if your home planet is purchased by other wandering adventurers in the universe, you can negotiate with the Galactic Empire and be independent. Please don't worry. Kaka explained to Lin Feng. Oh? This is possible? Let's hurry back to Earth. Lin Feng was worried about his family on Earth, so he started space jumping immediately without wanting to stay in the universe. Chapter 101 Master the Time Stone. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing the SSSSS level mission to find the secret of time. Mission rewards: 1. Recognition of the element of time. 2. Mobile Temple, Hunyuan Palace 3. Chaos Pearl. Brother Tong, what is a mobile palace? Lin Feng asked the system again. The mobile temple, as the name suggests, is a palace that can be moved at will.
Then a piece of information was transmitted into Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. The Han Yuan Palace is a growing chaos treasure. Its size and appearance can change as desired, and it can freely travel through time and space. The halo around it can not only defend against enemies, but also accelerate flight, and it also has the ability to conceal the secrets of heaven. The chaos aura in the palace is rich and pure, and can automatically adjust the aura properties according to the needs of practitioners, adapting to various physiques and techniques. The power of suppression can transform into a towering mountain or a vast ocean, and suppress powerful enemies with the power of mysterious laws, making it difficult for them to escape. After Lin Feng knew the details, he made a miniature Han Yuan palace appear in front of him, and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness to complete the recognition of the master. When he stepped into Han Yuan palace, he was amazed. Although the exterior looked like a palace, the interior space was extremely vast, 10 times the size of the hanging island, integrating various terrains, and the Chinese-style buildings showed ancient charm. The main hall was spacious, with bluestone paving the floor, and the jade throne exuded a warm luster, showing its nobility. Lin Feng was about to continue checking when he suddenly sensed changes in the outside world. Hey, we're back on Earth. Lin Feng controlled the Han Yuan Palace to slowly land on the suspended island. Lin Feng tried to contact Long Jingya immediately, but failed. Long Jingya must be in seclusion. Lin Feng no longer considered anything else. He placed himself inside the Tianshu Tower, sat cross-legged, and circulated the Taishu Guiyuanju at maximum speed. Under the guidance of the Taishu Guiyuanju, the power of the ancestral dragon was also adjusted to its peak state. Time gem, absorb. Lin Feng looked at the time gem in the space decisively. A ray of soul power instantly wrapped around the gem. The moment the soul power touched the time gem, an ancient and majestic force rushed towards Lin Feng's soul like a surging tide. This force carried the vicissitudes of time and ruthlessness, as if to drag Lin Feng's soul into an endless vortex of time. Lin Feng groaned, and his forehead was instantly covered with fine beads of sweat. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and activated the power of Taishu Guiyuanju, trying to resist the erosion of this external force. At this moment, Lin Feng clearly felt the powerful will of the time stone resisting his swallowing. The stone seemed to contain countless phantoms, with ancient gods walking in the long river of time, and the birth and destruction of stars alternating in an instant. These phantoms constantly impacted his consciousness, trying to make Lin Feng fall into confusion. As time went by, his soul seemed to be pierced by countless needles of time, and the piercing pain almost made Lin Feng collapse. Lin Feng continued to mobilize the power of the ancestral dragon and integrate it into his soul power, trying to strengthen his control over the time stone. Outside the Tianshu Tower, the originally calm sky suddenly changed color. Thick dark clouds quickly gathered and formed a huge vortex. Lightning and thunder flashed in the vortex, as if the end of the world was approaching. The surrounding space also began to distort, and the flow of time became chaotic. Inside the Tianshu Tower, Lin Feng's body began to undergo strange changes. Mysterious lines appeared on his skin, which glowed with a faint golden light, echoing the light emitted by the time gem. His hair began to turn snow white, and each strand seemed to contain endless mysteries of time. At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to no longer be a mortal, but a god who controlled time. The light of the time stone suddenly became brighter, and the entire Tianshu Tower was illuminated as if it were daytime. Lin Feng only felt a powerful force surging into his body. His body began to be unable to withstand the impact of this force. Cracks began to appear on his skin, and blood continued to ooze out. The Taishu Guiyuanju was running to its extreme, guiding the power to flow slowly in his body and gradually merge with his own power. As the fusion progressed, Lin Feng felt that his control over time was getting stronger and stronger, and countless timelines of the past, present and future were intertwined before his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the light of the time stone gradually dimmed, and finally completely merged into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Lin Feng stood up and waved his hand gently, and the speed of time around him changed instantly. The originally fast-flowing time became extremely slow under his control, and a falling leaf seemed to be still in the air. Brother Tong, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng, middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Skill, Taishu Guiyuanju second heaven. Attributes, wood, earth, fire, thunder, space, and time. Weapons, Red Flame, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower, Heavenly Punishment Bow, Hunyuan Palace, Chaos Hongmeng Seal, and Samsara Mirror. Martial Arts, Sky-Splitting Slash, Golden Crow Red Lotus, Space Cutting, Space Confinement, 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin, Galaxy Sanskrit Sound Technique, Star Slash, 5 Elements Chaos Breaking, Time Cage. Talents: Tai Chi Golden Eyes, Teleport, Power of the Ancestral Dragon, Devouring, Hongmeng Guardian, Time Reversal. After comprehending the time gem, Lin Feng actually reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. As his realm increased, the spiritual energy he needed to accumulate to improve his realm was not comparable to that required for the nascent soul stage.
However, a gem actually allowed him to cross a realm.
Then several pieces of information were instantly transmitted into Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. These were the skills about time that he had learned after mastering the time gem. Time reversal: yes, this is the skill. Use this skill to go back directly to the time before Jingya had a car accident at the age of 5, and then bring her aunt back to the present. Lin Feng continued to read the entire introduction. At this time, in a hidden space on the hanging island, Jingyun, who had been secretly protecting Lin Feng, received a message from his master: the demon god has already started to act in advance, return quickly. Junior brother, you must improve your strength as soon as possible.
I will leave this clone of mine here, hoping that you can grow up quickly.
After condensing an original clone, senior brother Jingyun instantly disappeared from the hanging island. Of course, Lin Feng had no idea what was happening.
Chapter 102: Time Reversal. A week passed. Long Jingya got along well with Lin Feng's parents and sister, and Long Jingxuan also moved to the hanging island.
In the main hall of Hanging Island, Lin Feng, Long Jingya, Lin Yuning, Long Jingxuan, and Long Mingyao gathered together.
Today was the day when Lin Feng would reverse time and space and rescue Long Jingya's mother.
They looked at Lin Feng nervously. Long Jingya's hands were slightly sweaty from nervousness. Lin Feng comforted her: Jingya, it's okay, don't worry, auntie will be fine.
Brother Feng, I believe you.
Long Jingya looked at Lin Feng and said.
Xiaofeng, please.
Long Jingxuan also said to Lin Feng solemnly.
Grandpa, don't worry.
Lin Feng took out the reincarnation mirror and quickly found the time when Long Jingya went out with her mother.
It was this day.
Long Jingya said excitedly. Hearing Long Jingya's words, Lin Feng whispered, time travel. A dazzling beam of light shot straight into the sky, and Lin Feng's figure became illusory, as if it had merged into one with time. In a flash, Raymond Lam returned to the city where Long Jingya lived 15 years ago. In front of him, a busy street was full of traffic, and the young Long Jingya was holding her mother's hand and walking leisurely on the sidewalk. Suddenly, a black car rushed towards Long Jingya and her daughter like a wild horse. Raymond Lam watched the critical moment, and Long Jingya's mother Shani did not hesitate and used all her strength to push Long Jingya away. Just as the black car was about to hit Shani and Long Jingya, Lin Feng slowly said, stop. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, time and space seemed to be frozen by an invisible hand, and even the eternal rotation of the earth seemed to be still. Lin Feng was quick-witted and used his magical powers in an instant to take Shani into the Tianshu Tower. Everyone on the hanging island was closely observing everything that was happening on the scene through the samsara realm. When they saw Lin Feng say stop, Long Jingya couldn't help but shed tears and said, Mom. Seeing this, Lin Yuning hurried to comfort Long Jingya.
When Shani was taken into the Tianshu Tower, the image of the samsara mirror disappeared instantly. The Tianshu Tower automatically blocked any detection by the divine sense of magic weapons.
Shani was terrified, his eyes widened, and he looked around in panic, shouting at the top of his lungs, Xiaoya!
Xiaoya!
Where is this? The series of thrilling events just now made her brain go blank, and her thinking could not keep up with the rhythm. Clearly, the car was rushing towards her in Xiaoya a second ago, but in the blink of an eye, she was in this completely unfamiliar, dead and gloomy place, and her daughter was nowhere to be found. Shani's hands were trembling, and her steps staggered as she ran wildly in the tower, trying to find a familiar breath. Every shout was filled with deep worry and endless concern for her daughter. At this time, Lin Feng outside the tower had a stern face and a sharp gaze. This car accident was by no means accidental, and there must be an ulterior conspiracy behind it. Lin Feng quickly formed seals with both hands, and a powerful spiritual power surged out from his palms, locking the soul of the driver in the air. The driver was instantly frozen, with an extremely painful expression on his face and his body shaking uncontrollably. Lin Feng frowned, input spiritual power continuously, and began to search the soul. In the memory fragments deep in the soul, the vague figure of the mastermind gradually emerged, and a shocking secret was about to surface. After learning the whole story, Lin Feng appeared in the Tianshu Tower in a flash. Shani noticed the strange man in front of him. His eyes instantly became alert. Who are you? Where is this? Xinyi's voice was obviously trembling and anxious. Shani was only 27 years old at this time, and she was extremely beautiful. Lin Feng looked at his beautiful mother-in-law in front of him, and did not dare to neglect her.
He said respectfully, "Auntie, hello. My name is Lin Feng, and I am Jingya's good friend. I am here to save you. Please come with me to see Jingya, she is very worried about you now." Upon hearing this, Shani looked Lin Feng up and down and asked, "Jingya is only 5 years old, you are her good friend? Who are you kidding? What did you do to my daughter? Why am I here? I'm going to call the police."
Seeing Shani was about to go crazy, Lin Feng hurriedly explained patiently, "Auntie, time is tight, there are many things you don't understand, let's go."
"Leave? Where to? Let my daughter go."
Seeing that Shani was about to continue to expand the misunderstanding, Lin Feng controlled the Tianshu Tower and instantly entered the time and space tunnel. Light and shadow flashed, and the Tianshu Tower returned to the real world. Lin Feng opened the Tianshu Tower, and Shen Yi and Lin Feng came to the main hall of the Hanging Island.
"Mom!"
A cry filled with deep affection and excitement suddenly rang out, followed by wife.
"Daughter-in-law!"
Several voices intertwined together, like a warm current that instantly broke the original silence and solemnity in the hall. Shani was full of doubts and was about to grab Lin Feng to ask him questions, but these sudden voices interrupted her. She turned her head sharply and looked in the direction of the voice. She saw several figures standing in front of her, and the familiar outlines gradually became clear in her eyes.
"You, Mingyao? Dad? You?"
Shen voice was full of disbelief, and her eyes moved back and forth between the people in front of her. Her husband, who was full of vigor and vitality and less than 30 years old, how could his face be so old and haggard? And her father-in-law, how could he become hunched and old, with white hair? All of this was so weird. Just when she was full of confusion, her eyes fell on a graceful woman beside her. The woman had a graceful figure, and her eyes were full of concern and expectation. Shani looked at her, and an inexplicable sense of intimacy arose spontaneously, but she could not piece together the corresponding memory in her mind, and could not help muttering to herself, "This girl, why do I feel so close to her, but I can't tell what the feeling is." At this time, Shani's husband, suppressing his excitement, said in a slightly choked voice, "Wife, it's me, I'm Mingyao." As he spoke, he slowly took a step forward, his steps slightly staggering. Shani's father-in-law also came forward and said in a trembling voice, "Daughter-in-law, you have suffered." The young woman took a few steps forward, tightly grasped Shani's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. "Mom, I'm Jingya, your daughter."
Shani's mind was in a mess.
Her hand was held tightly by Jingya, and her eyes kept switching between the faces of the three people.
"Jingya? You are Jingya? How come you?" Shani said tentatively, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Shani couldn't believe what he saw. He looked at Lin Feng anxiously and said, "What on earth is going on? Is this a dream?"
"Wife, this is not a dream.
Let me tell you what is going on."
Long Mingyao immediately told Shani everything that had happened. Long Mingyao recounted everything from the day the car accident happened to what happened afterwards. Especially when he learned that it was 15 years after the car accident, Shani hugged Long Jingya in pain.
After 15 years of painful torture, the family was finally reunited again.
Lin Feng's ability has also been.
Chapter 103 Graduation.
Raymond Lam once again opened the time tunnel to bring back Long Jingshuan's wife, and Long Jingya's family was finally reunited after 15 years. After going through all these things, Lin Feng's parents also said that Lin Feng did a good job after learning about these things, and everyone lives safely on the Hanging Island. The most important thing at the moment is the marriage of Lin Feng and Long Jingya. After this incident, Shani's impression of Lin Feng changed from being wary at the beginning to a 180-degree turn, and she liked him no matter how she looked at him. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed.
Lin Feng drove the Bugatti straight to Shinnan University. Today was an extremely important day in Long Jingya's life. She graduated from university.
Lin Feng was filled with joy and could not wait to witness this highlight moment in Long Jingya's life and accompany her to the class reunion after graduation.
Soon, Lin Feng arrived at Shenzhen University.
The sound of Bugatti quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding students. The students around began to talk.
"Who is this? Why is he so arrogant even though he's driving such a nice car?"
Several students started discussing together.
"This is another rich second generation showing off their wealth." "What do you mean by showing off your wealth? You're just here to pick up girls." Alas, these days, morals are going downhill, and some female students just don't know how to behave themselves. "Hey, what are you talking about? Why don't you think about why you don't have money? Why are you still here talking about how rich others are? What's wrong with being rich?
Everyone talked at once, but in the end no conclusion was reached.
Raymond Lam ignored the rumors.
He hurried into the campus, which was bustling with graduates wearing bachelor's gowns and taking photos. Lin Feng saw Long Jingya in the crowd wearing bachelor's gowns. Long Jingya also saw Lin Feng, with a faint smile on her face, as if the surrounding noise had nothing to do with her. Lin Feng walked up quickly and hugged Long Jingya. Jingya, congratulations on your graduation.
Long Jingya hugged Lin Feng's neck and said shyly, Lin Feng, why did you come just now? You are surrounded by classmates. Ah. What's there to be afraid of? We are doing this legally.
Lin Feng winked at Long Jingya mischievously, not caring at all about the murderous looks from the boys around him. Raymond Lam is 188 centimeters tall and Long Jingya is 170 centimeters tall.
Standing together, they are obviously a perfect match, the envy of others.
There will be a class reunion soon, you have to come. Long Jingya whispered in Lin Feng's ear.
Okay, I'll accompany you.
Lin Feng agreed readily, and whispered a few words in Long Jingya's ear, which made Long Jingya's cheeks blush, which was very beautiful.
6 p.m., Banquet Hall of Shinnan Hotel.
When Long Jingya and Lin Feng walked into the hotel's banquet hall, many classmates had already gathered inside. Seeing Lin Feng and Long Jingya coming in, the girls saw Lin Feng driving a luxury car and showed envy in their eyes while some boys showed jealous expressions. The class reunion officially began, and everyone started toasting. After all, after this gathering, they didn't know when they would meet again, and some of their classmates might never meet again in their lives. A slightly fat boy stood up and said proudly, My dad said that after graduation, he would let me go back and take over the family company. If you need any help in the future, just ask. As soon as he finished speaking, compliments rang out around him. Then, a fashionably dressed girl stood up and said excitedly, I got the admission letter from Ankang Group. I heard that it is the largest enterprise in our city. I will be a workplace elite in the future.
The classmates were amazed again.
While her classmates were showing off their future plans, Long Jingya just sat there quietly without saying anything.
The classmates around her looked at her curiously and asked, Jingya, why don't you tell me about your plans?
Long Jingya smiled and shook her head, saying softly, I don't have any plans yet.
At this time, a girl came over and said jokingly, Jingya, tell me, what are you going to do after graduation?
You are not going to be a full-time housewife at home, after all, your boyfriend is so rich.
I really haven't thought about it yet. I'd better think about it carefully first. Long Jingya didn't want to dwell on this issue.
The girl curled her lips and said, You have such good grades, you must find a job in a big company.
Don't waste your talent. Long Jingya just nodded and didn't say anything more.
Lin Feng watched all this from the side and knew that Long Jingya was not incapable, but it was her personality that made her not like to stand out in such occasions. The class reunion continued, and everyone began to toast and chat with each other. Lin Feng stayed with Long Jingya all the time, occasionally exchanging a few words with other classmates.
After 3 rounds of drinks, the class reunion was halfway through.
Suddenly, the door of the private room was violently opened, and several burly, drunken, socialites walked in. They had walked into the wrong room, but their eyes were instantly attracted to Long Jingya, with evil desires flashing in their eyes. The bald man in the lead, with an evil smile on his face, approached Long Jingya step by step, muttering, How can such a beautiful woman be here with a bunch of nerds like you? Go out and play with your brothers. Seeing this, Lin Feng stood up, walked up to the bald man and swung his right hand. With a pop sound, the bald man was slapped in the face by Lin Feng. The whole person flew to the corner and was motionless. Silence, the entire private room was unusually silent. The group of big men who broke in were stunned, and so were the classmates. Brother. After more than 10 seconds, one of the younger brothers finally reacted. The bald man woke up slowly. Ah. Who hit me? I'll kill him. The bald man shouted angrily. Long Jingya grabbed Lin Feng's hand and looked indifferently at the group of people in the private room. Boy, are you tired of living? Do you know who this is? This is Brother Dafei from the West City. You are dead, and the girl next to you is finished too. A little brother shouted at Lin Feng's small body. Oh? Brother Dafei, are you very powerful? Why haven't I heard of you? Lin Feng became interested. Since he started practicing, everything has been going smoothly. He should also gain some worldly experience in the society, so Lin Feng decided to have some fun with these gangsters. Long Jingya looked at Lin Feng's expression. She didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking, but seeing Lin Feng's look, she was still a little worried, so she whispered in Lin Feng's ear, "Brother Feng, don't kill anyone." Lin Feng patted Long Jingya on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I know what's going on."
Chapter 104, Take Action. Brothers, this guy dares to touch Brother Fei, go ahead, kill him, take the girl away, let's have a good time tonight. The little brother who was shouting in a shrill voice had a face full of flesh, his eyes flashed with fierceness and greed, and one hand was waving viciously in the air. Pa! A crisp sound like thunder exploded in the private room, and before the younger brother could finish his words, Lin Feng's slap filled with endless anger swiftly blew over. The power of this slap was so great that the younger brother was like a kite with a broken string, spitting blood, 4 or 5 back teeth splashed out with blood, and flew straight out of the private room door, fell heavily to the ground, and couldn't get up for a long time. Boy, you're quite strong.
The bald leader, Brother Fei, licked the corner of his mouth with the tip of his tongue, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Brothers, come together and beat him to death. The remaining brothers screamed and pounced on Lin Feng like a group of hungry wolves. Lin Feng protected Long Jingya behind him and glanced at the people rushing towards him with cold eyes. The first younger brother who rushed to the front jumped high and kicked Lin Feng in the head. Lin Feng's eyes were stern, and he dodged to the side. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and accurately grabbed the other's ankle. He threw it hard, and the younger brother crashed straight into the 2 people who rushed over. The 3 of them immediately fell to the ground in a mess. Then he used the bangquan to hit the chest of the other approaching brother. The man couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the punch in the chest. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hit the wall heavily, made a dull sound, and instantly lost his ability to fight. At the same time, the other 2 attacked from both sides. Lin Feng turned his body, entangled the 2 men's arms, and twisted them violently. With 2 cracks, the 2 men's arms broke, and they screamed, their faces full of pain and fear. The last few people were left, and they all rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the elbow push of Bajiquan, and his body was ejected like a cannonball. His elbow was like a steel hammer, hitting the abdomen of several people heavily. Several people fell to the ground with their eyes wide open, unconscious. The bald man was the only one left at the scene. Lin Feng walked over slowly, picked up a chair and sat down.
Boy, I'm Tai Chi's man. Don't leave if you have the guts.
Although the bald man suffered a loss, he still insisted.
Oh? I'll have some fun with you today.
Lin Feng immediately became interested. These social cancers would be a disaster sooner or later if they were left alone, so he said to the students in the room, "You go first, I'll stay and see what's going on." After hearing what Lin Feng said, most of the students left the room immediately, while Long Jingya sat on the sofa in the room and played with the bracelet on her hand. "If I let you go today, you are a social scum like you. Who knows how many people you will harm." As he said this, Lin Feng raised his fist again. At this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly knocked open, and a group of people holding sticks rushed in. The leader was a burly man with a big gold chain around his neck and a face full of flesh. He must be the Dai brother mentioned by the bald man. "It's this kid, Brother Dai." The bald man was immediately energized when he saw his savior coming, and shouted weakly. Brother Dai looked Lin Feng up and down, with a trace of disdain on his face. "Boy, you are quite courageous. You dare to touch me. Haven't you heard of my name, Jia Dai?" Lin Feng looked calm and said calmly, "I haven't heard of it, but I advise you to get away from school." Hearing this, Brother Dai burst into laughter. "Don't you see what you are? Brothers, come on, beat me to death." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed towards Lin Feng, waving sticks. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and without seeing any movement, Jia Dai saw a flash before his eyes, and the people in front of him were beaten to the ground by Lin Feng, groaning in pain. Brother Dai was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. But after all, he had been in the underworld for many years. He quickly calmed down, picked up a steel pipe and joined the battle. Although Jia Dai was burly and strong, he was nothing but a chicken in front of Lin Feng. If he wasn't afraid of being too shocking, these people would have gone to hell in a breath. Lin Feng found a flaw and hit Jia Dai's chest with a fierce collapse punch. Jia Dai felt a sharp pain in his chest, took a few steps back, and sat on the ground. "Now, what about it?" Lin Feng stood in front of Brother Dai, looking down at him, his eyes full of intimidation. Dai Ji's face turned pale. He looked at his men lying around him, knowing that he was doomed today. He gritted his teeth and said, "You are so cruel. We admit defeat and will never come here again." Lin Feng looked at him coldly. "It's better this way. If I find you doing evil again, it won't be such a simple lesson." After saying that, he pulled Long Jingya beside him and walked out of the private room, leaving a room full of embarrassed people.
Brother Feng, you were so handsome just now.
Long Jingya said to Lin Feng.
Really? Then I will fight for you every day from now on.
Long Jingya's cheeks flushed slightly and she spat softly, just keep talking nonsense.
Who asked you to fight every day?
I mean that you were very responsible for standing up to protect everyone just now, but I'm not encouraging you to cause trouble everywhere. She gently hit Lin Feng's shoulder, her eyes full of concern and anger. Lin Feng chuckled and scratched his head. Okay, I know the severity of the situation. I couldn't just watch them take you away and do nothing. Lin Feng looked at Long Jingya, but to get your praise, my fight wasn't in vain.
Hate.
Lin Feng took out the car, glanced at Long Jingya and said, let's go and celebrate somewhere else. When Long Jingya heard Lin Feng's words, she immediately had a bad feeling. The roar of the engine instantly lit up the night, and the Bugatti sped away like an arrow, leaving behind a trail of wind, light and shadow. In Hunyuan Palace, Long Jingya finally understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words, and the young bodies were intertwined all night long. Lin Feng's cultivation had reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, and Long Jingya had also cultivated to the late stage of the nascent soul realm with her purine body.
After dozens of rounds of fighting, Long Jingya was still defeated.
After all, the huge gap between the nascent soul realm and the spirit transformation realm was irreparable. In the early morning, Long Jingya curled up in Lin Feng's arms and fell asleep. Lin Feng looked at the beauty in his arms lovingly, his heart full of tenderness and satisfaction.
Chapter 105 Sword Embryo. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Brother Tong, draw the lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the innate spiritual root Huangzhong. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the Chaos Treasure, a Chaos Sword Embryo. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 200 billion top quality crystals.
Brother Tong, what is a sword embryo? Growth type Chaos Treasure, can be fused and upgraded.
When Lin Feng heard this, a blazing light flashed in his eyes. Then, a piece of information about the sword embryo was transmitted into Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. Possessing a powerful weapon is undoubtedly the key to reaching the pinnacle. And this sword embryo has such incredible potential, how could it not make Lin Feng excited? With a thought, an iron-colored long sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. The whole sword was slender, and the main material of the sword blank seemed to be condensed from the purest chaotic crystal. It had a hard texture and exuded a deep and hazy feeling, as if there were countless unopened mysterious spaces hidden inside the crystal. On the sword body, naturally generated rune veins are looming. These runes are not regular and rigid, but like a spirit snake winding between heaven and earth, with a casual but profound beauty. The tip of the sword embryo seemed to be able to easily tear open the cracks in time and space, giving people the illusion that their souls were about to be cut. The hilt, a circle of naturally formed ancient textures, was like an ancient totem, with a wonderful tremor that echoed the power of chaos, as if it was waiting for the master who could truly awaken its full power to appear. The sword embryo felt Lin Feng's touch, and instantly burst into a dazzling light.
Countless runes emerged from the sword embryo and spun around Lin Feng.
Lin Feng only felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if countless sharp blades were cutting his soul. As time went by, the rune gradually merged into Lin Feng's body, and the repulsive force of the sword embryo gradually disappeared, and the sword embryo completed its recognition of its master. Lin Feng held the sword embryo tightly, feeling the powerful force contained in it. Lin Feng's mind moved, and the red flame sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng immediately put the 2 swords together with both hands, and activated his spiritual power. The sword embryo and red flame started a fierce confrontation. The sword embryo burst out with powerful sword energy, which collided with the flame power of red flame, making bursts of roars. Shi Yin felt the threat of the sword embryo's devouring, and the flame became more violent. It tried to break free from the sword embryo, but the sword embryo tightly bit Shi Yin. In the stalemate between the two, the sword embryo began to gradually devour Qian's power. As the power of the red flame was continuously devoured, its flame gradually weakened. The sword embryo became more dazzling, and the runes on the sword body became clearer. Finally, the red flame was completely devoured by the sword embryo. Lin Feng felt the powerful force contained in the sword embryo, and with a light swing, a blazing sword energy instantly slashed out, cutting a mountain in front of him in half. The information of the sword embryo was also completely transmitted into Lin Feng's sea of consciousness at this time. The sword was named Hybrid Holy Sword. The Chaos Holy Sword is a treasure of chaos that was born at the beginning of the universe.
Its origin contains the dual laws of destruction and rebirth.
The sword body is pitch black with star patterns engraved on it. Wherever the sword passes, it can devour the power of the stars and cause strange phenomena in the world, hence the name Chaos Holy Sword. Because this sword is tainted with the evil spirit of chaos, it requires infinite merit or the power of a saint to exert its strongest combat power, otherwise it is easy to be backfired.
Additional skills.
1. Star Annihilation. Mobilize the power of the stars in the sky to instantly annihilate a star field, and even shake the foundation of the three realms. 2. Chaos Evil Chi. The original evil energy from the beginning of chaos is sealed in the sword, which can corrode the soul. 3. The Calamity of Samsara. Sever the cycle of cause and effect and break the shackles of fate.
So amazing.
Lin Feng carefully looked at the Break the World sword in his hand. Even though Lin Feng had countless treasures in his hands, he was still deeply shocked when he saw the Break the World sword in his hand.
Brother Tong, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng, Great Perfection of the Spiritual Transformation Realm. Skill, Taishu Goyuan Ju Second Heaven. Attributes, Wood, Earth, Fire, Thunder, Space, and Time. Weapons, Chaos Holy Sword, Creation Axe, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower, Heavenly Punishment Bow, Chaos Hongmeng Seal, Chaos Pearl, Samsara Mirror, Hunyuan Palace, Chaos Tai Chi Diagram. Martial Arts, Sky Splitting Slash, Golden Crow Red Lotus, Space Cutting, Space Confinement, 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin, Galaxy Sanskrit Sound Technique, Star Slash, 5 Elements Chaos Breaking, Time Cage, and 3 Styles of Creation of the Sky. Talents, Taishu Golden Eyes, Teleport, Power of the Ancestral Dragon, Devouring, Hongmeng Guardian, Time Reversal, Domain. Looking at the attribute panel, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. It had been a month since he reached the great perfection of the spiritual transformation realm, but there was still no sign of any breakthrough. What is the breakthrough opportunity?
Lin Feng thought about it for a long time and stopped thinking about it, looking at the beauty in his arms.
Beep, the system has issued an SSSSS level mission, explore the ancient mystery King Solomon's treasure.
Upon completion, you will be rewarded with a Chaos Spirit Fluid, a mysterious map, and a Chaos Divine Herb.
Upon failure, one of the host's talents will be randomly deducted. Is there any punishment? Just as Lin Feng was thinking,
the system's voice came again. Host, please make a choice as soon as possible.
Do you want to accept the mission? Accept.
Beep, the host accepts the SSSSS level mission, explore the ancient secret, the treasure of King Solomon.
Task Introduction.
Mission Objective, explore the ancient secret, the Book of King Solomon. Mission Content, legend has it that King Solomon possesses endless wealth, and his treasure is hidden in a mysterious place. Please follow the instructions on the map to find the key to King Solomon's treasure. Open the treasure and find the Book of King Solomon.
Is King Solomon's treasure real? Solomon built the first temple of Solomon in Jerusalem.
In 586 BC, King Nebuchadnezzar II of Babylon destroyed the temple and looted the treasures in the temple.
King Solomon's treasures were lost.
Lin Feng fell into deep thought as to how to find this short hint.
Chapter 106, The Legend of King Solomon. Jinya, I got a hint about King Solomon's treasure.
It might be an opportunity to break through to the spiritual transformation realm.
Come with me,
Lin Feng said to Long Jingya, who had just woken up.
That's great, Brother Feng, I'll go with you,
Long Jingya said excitedly when she heard about going out with Lin Feng.
Then let us set off now.
Lin Feng controlled the Hunyuan Palace and instantly arrived above Jerusalem. After stabilizing his body, Lin Feng put away the Hunyuan Palace and came to the holy city of Jerusalem with Long Jingya.
Brother Feng, the climate here is very different from our Long country. Long Jingya jumped in front like a curious baby. Let's have some fun here for a few days.
The two of them played in the holy city for a day, and Lin Feng didn't find anything, but Long Jingya gained a lot. If it weren't for the space ring, she would probably have to find a moving company.
At night, Hunyuan Palace was suspended above Jerusalem.
Lin Feng and Long Jingya stood in Hunyuan Palace and observed the city with thousands of years of history.
Lin Feng's eyes opened and closed instantly, and the Taishu golden pupil opened instantly.
A powerful vortex of mysterious energy sucked towards Lin Feng and Long Jingya.
Hunyuan Palace instantly offset the attraction of the mysterious vortex.
Lin Feng suddenly had an idea that this might be the secret of the treasure.
Lin Feng pulled Long Jingya up and quickly entered the Tianshu Tower and headed towards the vortex.
In the underground world, a stone gate that had been sealed for thousands of years appeared before our eyes.
Brother Feng, what is this?
Looking at the stone door in front of her, Long Jingya asked vigilantly.
Showdown, be careful, this may be Solomon's secret.
Lin Feng did not dare to be careless.
Immortal puppet.
Lin Feng's mind moved. A lifeless, expressionless puppet appeared in front of Lin Feng. Check ahead to see if there is any danger. The puppet received the order and flew over. As soon as it got close, a blade of energy instantly cut the immortal puppet into 2 pieces.
Hiss, what kind of power is this?
The immortal puppet was actually cut directly into 2 pieces. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the damaged immortal puppet. The immortal puppet could exert 90% of Lin Feng's combat power, and at least could reach the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. He didn't expect that it would be cut directly into 2 pieces.
It seems that some of the means on Earth cannot be underestimated.
Lin Feng took out 2 more immortal puppets, and both of them were also cut into 2 pieces. The defense is so strong, there must be a secret of breaking through the spirit transformation realm hidden in it. Lin Feng no longer used the immortal puppet. Under Lin Feng's control, the Tianshu Tower slowly approached the gate. At this time, no matter how raging the energy storm at the gate was, the Tianshu Tower could easily resist it. Lin Feng felt relieved, used his innate talent to control the Tianshu Tower to slowly approach the stone gate. A soul power was transmitted into the stone gate, click, click, click. The stone gate, which seemed to have made no sound for 1,000 years, suddenly opened slowly. Lin Feng was instantly shocked by the scene before him. An old and mysterious atmosphere came to my face. The stone door slowly opened, and what came into view was a huge palace, a treasure world that seemed to have been forgotten by time. Beep, the system has detected the Book of King Solomon, please get it as soon as possible.
It's really Solomon's treasure,
Lin Feng said in surprise. Lin Feng took Long Jingya and walked carefully into the palace, and the door slowly closed again. In front of them was a towering castle made of gold. Layers of gold bricks and rows of gold bars were neatly arranged. The surface of the gold bars was as smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting the faces of Lin Feng and Long Jingya.
Brother Feng, look, there are so many gold coins.
When Long Jingya saw the scene for the first time, she couldn't help but stand there in a daze. Lin Feng pulled Long Jingya up and continued walking inside. In the corners around, there were piles of gold coins like small mountains, with ancient symbols and patterns engraved on them, and various gems and crystals shining like the ocean. Anyone who saw them would be crazy.
Among the many cultural relics, the most eye-catching is the huge pile of books.
The covers of these books are made of different materials. Some are made of rare animal skins inlaid with gems and metals, some are bound with ancient wooden boards and engraved with mysterious runes. Although the paper of the books has turned yellow and fragile, the text is still clearly legible. Lin Feng opened one of the books, and a stale smell came to his face. The text in the book was written in various ancient languages, including cuneiform, hieroglyphics, and some mysterious symbols that he had never seen before. These books recorded the knowledge of astronomy, geography, medicine, etc. in King Solomon's time. As you continue walking forward, you will see ancient artifacts, statues, and pottery with mysterious patterns painted on them. These patterns may hide some unknown secrets. On a high platform made of ancient rocks in front, a raging flame is still burning after thousands of years. It is a strange blue-purple color, and the edge of the flame flickers with golden light. Hidden in the flame is a book emitting mysterious light. Lin Feng's heart is filled with inexplicable excitement, for this is the legendary Book of King Solomon. Ding, the system has detected the Book of King Solomon.
Please obtain it as soon as possible,
the system mechanically prompted. Beep, the system has detected the eternal fire, please obtain it, host.
The system's mechanical prompt voice sounded again. System. Are there other treasures? The eternal fire?
Lin Feng was excited and didn't think about it anymore. Collect. The Book of King Solomon, the eternal fire and the stone platform on the ground were all stored into the system space by Lin Feng at the same time. After Lin Feng put the stone platform into the space, everything around him suddenly changed. The originally quiet palace began to shake violently, and the ancient runes on the wall flickered. As the shaking intensified, stones on the ceiling fell one after another. Realizing that the situation was not good, he looked around and saw that the pillars of the palace began to tilt and the mysterious power supporting the entire palace was rapidly dissipating. Lin Feng immediately collected all the treasures in the palace into the system space, and then immediately pulled Long Jingya into the Tianshu Tower. The once glorious and mysterious treasure palace instantly turned into ruins. Looking from the sky, the vast desert formed the shape of an eye. Lin Feng controlled the Tianshu Tower to teleport back to Lu Huan Palace and return to the territory of Dragon Kingdom.
Chapter 107 Dark Matter.
In Hunyuan Palace, Lin Feng had just planted the innate spiritual root Huang Hanli in the open space in front of the main hall of Hunyuan Palace. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color.
The originally azure sky was suddenly covered by rolling purple mist.
The purple mist was surging, and it seemed that countless mysterious runes were looming in it. The ground of Hunyuan Palace began to vibrate slightly, and golden spiritual patterns spread out from the place where the spiritual roots took root, like golden veins, extending to every corner of the entire palace. Wherever they passed, the bluestone on the ground became crystal clear, faintly emitting a warm luster. The spiritual roots grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The thick branches quickly climbed up, and the emerald green leaves stretched out layer by layer. Each leaf was shining with strange light, and the veins on it were like flowing spiritual fluid, exuding rich vitality. As the spiritual roots grew, an ancient and mysterious atmosphere spread out, filling the entire Hunyuan Palace. The originally quiet and peaceful palace seemed to be injected with a strong vitality at this moment, becoming full of vitality. Around the spiritual roots, colorful spiritual flowers bloomed out of thin air, with spiritual dew condensed on the petals, emitting an alluring fragrance. The breeze blew, the spiritual flowers swayed, and the spiritual dew fell one after another, dripping on the ground, turning into pools of spiritual springs. The water in the spiritual springs was clear and bottom-penetrating, and crystal bubbles kept bubbling up. Every bubble that burst released a ray of pure spiritual energy. Looking at the changes that the spiritual roots brought to Hunyuan Palace, Lin Feng was very satisfied. He continued to take out the Book of King Solomon, and a ray of soul power swept across it. In an instant, the Book of King Solomon glowed with golden light, turning into a stream of light that entered Lin Feng's brows. Lin Feng closed his eyes and tried his best to digest this huge amount of information. After a long time, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes.
Brother Feng, what do you think? What does this book record? Long Jingya asked hurriedly as she watched Lin Feng open his eyes.
Lin Feng thought for a while and said, "This book records the mysteries of dark matter elements." Lin Feng said slowly,
"Dark elements?" Long Jingya didn't know what dark matter was. This is one of the 12 elements. Lin Feng looked at Long Jingya and told her the knowledge of the 12 elements in the universe. So that's how it is.
Brother Feng, it seems that the martial arts you practice requires you to devour these elements in order to break through and upgrade.
Long Jingya gave her own judgment. Dark elements?
Lin Feng remembered that the core of the 5th level technology uses dark matter as energy, so he immediately called Kaka.
Kaka, tell me about dark matter.
As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a golden ball of light immediately appeared in front of Lin Feng and Long Jingya.
Master, dark elements and dark matter elements are extremely mysterious and powerful. They represent destruction and devastation, but also contain some unique creativity and possibilities. The 5th level technological core is a technological civilization that can only be achieved after mastering the dark elements. Kaka replied. What is the specific function?
Lin Feng continued to ask.
A piece of information instantly entered Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, and Lin Feng also understood the full content of the dark attribute element. The dark element is so powerful.
Lin Feng was shocked after seeing the familiar introduction.
Dark attribute attacks have effects such as erosion and curse.
For example, dark magic attacks can cause the enemy's body to be eroded by dark energy, resulting in wounds that are difficult to heal and gradual loss of strength. Some dark attribute skills can also directly damage the enemy's soul, causing mental fear and pain. Defensive characteristics. Dark defense is not a traditional solid physical defense, but is good at using dark energy to form a shield that can absorb and dissipate some attack energy. It can also interfere with the enemy's vision by creating dark fog, making it difficult for the enemy to attack accurately, playing an indirect defensive role.
The darkness attribute can also manipulate the surrounding light, making the environment dim or even completely dark. In a dark area, normal vision will be greatly restricted, but for creatures or users with the darkness attribute, they can move freely as if in daylight. Dark energy will have an impact on the surrounding creatures. Some plants may become twisted, withered, or even transformed into aggressive dark plants under the long-term influence of dark energy. Animals may be affected by dark energy and become manic, ferocious, and dominated by dark forces. The dark attribute is in a mutually restraining relationship with the light attribute, and a violent energy conflict will occur when the two meet. However, the dark attribute sometimes has a mutually beneficial relationship with the earth attribute, water attribute, etc.
The dark attribute can enhance the thickness and stability of the earth attribute, and when combined with the water attribute, it can strengthen the cold and characteristics of water, making the water element's attack more lethal.
Under certain conditions, the dark attribute can be transformed into other attributes. When the power of the light attribute is extremely suppressed or distorted, it may be transformed into the dark attribute, and after being purified and guided, the dark attribute may gradually transform into the light attribute. Just after finishing reading the introduction of dark elements, Long Jingya's cell phone rang with a text message. It showed that it was Xiao Xiao. Long Jingya quickly clicked on the text message, "Save me, Xiao."
An unfinished voice message.
Ha? What happened?
Long Jingya immediately called back, but the phone was turned off. Lin Feng, something bad has happened, look. Long Jingya told Lin Feng the content of the text message.
It can't be a prank.
Lin Feng said in surprise. Oh, Xiao Xiao never jokes like this.
Something must have happened. Long Jingya said anxiously. Jingya, don't worry, I'll find a way.
Lin Feng also felt something was wrong.
Do you have Xiao Xiao's belongings? Clothes are fine too.
Yes, this dress belongs to Xiao Xiao. I wore hers last time and haven't returned it to her yet. Long Jingya took out a white striped top.
Oh? Give it to me.
When Lin Feng saw the style of the clothes, he felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that Su Xiao Xiao and Long Jingya had such taste. Oh, stop looking, and find someone quickly. Long Jingya looked at Lin Feng and also felt that the dress was too tempting.
I'm not.
Lin Feng stopped explaining and immediately picked up his clothes.
A ray of soul power swept over and Su Xiaoxiao's breath was captured by Lin Feng.
A star map appeared in the hall and a blue light flashed.
Lin Feng locked Su Xiaoxiao's position. Han Yuan Palace immediately flew towards the blue light. Pacific Ocean.
There is a ship on the vast ocean sailing towards an island country. Wake her up, said a Japanese man.
Hi, team leader.
A glass of water was poured on Su Xiaoxiao's face, and Su Xiaoxiao slowly woke up.
It is you, who are you?
Su Xiaoxiao looked at the unfamiliar environment and the people dressed as ninjas from the island countries. She was extremely frightened.
Hello, Miss Su.
I am the island warrior Masao Kawai. I invited you here this time because I have something that requires your cooperation.
Masao Kawai said in poor Chinese. Where are you taking me?
Our destination this time is the Beihai province of the island country, a beautiful place.
Don't worry, we won't hurt you, ha 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 ha. Why did you kidnap me? Miss Su is such a curious person. I advise you not to know too much. It's not good for you. You can't leave Dragon Country, stop dreaming. Miss Su, we are already on the high seas. I advise you to be honest.
I am a person with good control, but several of my team members have been coveting Miss Su's body for a long time.
Captain Kawai said. Let me teach Miss Su how to be a woman first. And then I'll leave it to you. Remember to live. Kawai said. Thank you, team leader. Can you let us see your majestic figure here?
A ninja said with a sly grin.
Yoshi, you guys can do your work in a fun way, you all stay and enjoy it, Kawai said.
Su Xiaoxiao was frightened when she heard the conversation between the few people.
It was as if I saw my own tragic end. Miss Su, as a member of the Dragon Group, I think you should know what will happen to you.
After we complete our mission, we will sell you to Japan's red light district, leaving you in a state where you can neither live nor die, ha ha ha.
Chapter 108 Rescue.
Just when Kawai Masao was about to tear off Su Xiaoxiao's clothes, Lin Feng also locked onto Su Xiaoxiao's breath and instantly appeared in the cabin, pulling Long Jingya.
Two people suddenly appeared in the cabin, scaring the island warriors. Baga, who are you? Help!
Su Xiaoxiao was shouting, and suddenly found that Kawai suddenly stopped moving.
Xiaoya, Lin Feng, help! Save me!
Su Xiaoxiao shouted, and then started crying again, woo-woo.
Baga, who are you and how did you get in? Kawai Masao looked shocked.
Lin Feng looked at the devils in front of him, without answering, and asked, Are you the ones who dared to come to Longwa and kidnap Su Xiaoxiao?
You useless guys don't have the ability to do that.
Lin Feng said in a low voice.
Baka!
Kawai Masao was about to draw his samurai sword. Several other people were also about to rush forward. Lin Feng didn't get entangled with them.
His aura instantly locked onto several ninjas present, explode.
Although Lin Feng's voice was low, everyone at the scene could hear it clearly. Except for Kawai Masao, the other 6 people instantly turned into blood mist, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood.
Long Jingya quickly stepped forward, took out a coat and asked Su Xiaoxiao to put it on. Are you a devil? Are you a human or a ghost? No, you are Satan.
Kawai Masao said in panic, feeling a hot current in his pants.
Su Xiaoxiao had never seen such a bloody scene before and was so frightened that she stood there dumbfounded.
Lin Feng walked up to Kawai Masao and said, "Search his soul." In an instant, Lin Feng knew the whole story. After the soul search, Kawai Masao became demented.
Keeping it will only pollute the air, explode. In an instant Kawai also turned into a bloody mist. Brother Feng, these bastards dared to attract Xiaoxiao's attention. Don't let them off easily. Long Jingya said angrily. There is one more. You two wait for me to come back.
Lin Feng said and disappeared on the spot. Lin Feng teleported to a bedroom in the cabin, next to a ninja with a stronger aura, but the ninja turned into blood mist before he could react.
Lin Feng returned to the cabin and looked at Long Jingya. Can we leave now? Me?
Su Xiaoxiao was wearing Long Jingya's coat, with her thighs exposed to the air, and she didn't know what to do. Although Su Xiaoxiao is usually carefree, she felt mixed emotions after being so frightened and having survived a disaster. Su Xiaoxiao's perfect figure was only covered by a coat, with only 2 pieces of cloth covering her lower body, but she had a different kind of temptation.
Lin Feng couldn't help but stand up and salute after seeing this.
Upon noticing his change, Lin Feng quickly circulated his spiritual energy to resolve his embarrassment. Long Jingya also noticed Lin Feng's dirty thoughts and glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Lin Feng quickly took out a set of clean clothes from the space and handed it to Long Jingya.
Long Jingya quickly took the clothes and helped Su Xiaoxiao put them on while staring at Lin Feng and said, "Can you turn around?"
Lin Feng turned around quickly.
2 minutes later.
Lin Feng, you're done changing, turn around.
Long Jingya's voice came from behind.
In fact, if Lin Feng wants to see, he can directly use his domain. This kind of perception is more impactful than seeing with the eyes. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the 2 girls. What should we do?
How do we leave? Su Xiaoxiao said. Lin Feng looked at the mirror in front of him and said, did you notice that there is a mirror here?
Su Xiaoxiao screamed, "You, hooligan! You bad guy, why didn't you say it earlier?" Long Jingya was speechless for a while, but this was not the time to care about this matter, and Lin Feng didn't mean it. Long Jingya said this, but she had a strange feeling in her heart, and she did not feel any disgust towards Lin Feng at all. At this time, Lin Feng grabbed Long Jingya and thought about teleporting. The 3 of them returned to the Magic City in an instant, and Lin Feng was in the villa of Tan Palace. Long Jingya brought Su Xiaoxiao to the bedroom. There were still a lot of clothes that they had bought in Shanghai in the room. Su Xiaoxiao washed up and changed her clothes,
while the Magic City army and police were searching the entire city.
Lin Feng took Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao and drove to Su Xiaoxiao's mountaintop manor.
Grandfather. Xiaoxiao.
The old man said excitedly when he saw Li Su Xiaoxiao coming back safely. When Su Xiaoxiao saw her grandfather, her psychological defenses collapsed instantly.
Grandpa, I thought I would never see you again.
Su Xiaoxiao threw herself into the old man's arms and started crying.
Xiaoxiao, it's okay.
The old man burst into tears. Su Jinsong also walked forward quickly, his face full of surprise and fear. "Xiaoxiao, you are finally okay."
He looked at Lin Feng and Long Jingya, his eyes full of gratitude. "Little friend Lin, thanks to you, otherwise I really don't know what to do."
The old man wiped his tears and held Lin Feng's hand. "Little friend Lin, thank you so much this time. You saved Xiaoxiao, and you are our Su family's great benefactor." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "You are too polite, old man.
Xiaoxiao is Jingya's friend and we have a close relationship."
At this time, Su Xiaoxiao stopped crying, raised her head from her grandfather's arms, and looked at Lin Feng with red eyes. "Lin Feng, Xiaoya, thank you."
"My dear Lin, I have a request that you make." "I don't know what you think."
Su Jinsong said to Lin Feng.
"Please speak, Mr. Su." "My dear Lin, I know your current relationship with Jingya. Jingya has also entered the ranks of warriors.
I wonder if Xiaoxiao can follow you as well. As a member of the team, she is a warrior. Even though she was rescued by my dear Lin this time, I don't know if she will be kidnapped again in the future.
If there is a next time, I don't know the consequences.
I don't know what my dear Lin means." Long Jinsong said a little nervously. When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, her eyes lit up. She had always been curious about cultivation, and after experiencing this kidnapping, she felt that cultivation could protect herself. Long Jingya also chimed in, "Brother Feng, let Xiaoxiao come with me."
Long Jingya also said from the side.
Lin Feng looked at the expectant eyes of Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao, and nodded helplessly, "Okay, but you can't accept me as a disciple. I will just give Xiaoxiao some pointers. But cultivation is not an easy thing, you have to be prepared to endure hardships."
Su Xiaoxiao jumped up excitedly, "Lin Feng, Jingya, I will definitely work hard." Chapter 109 Lingshu Jade Cauldron.
Lin Feng took Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao away from the Su family villa and returned to the Hanging Island, where they temporarily stayed. After systematic and authoritative testing, it was found that Su Xiaoxiao's physique was actually a rare elemental spirit body. However, the Earth's spiritual energy is currently thin, and Su Xiaoxiao has passed the best time for activation. If she wants to reactivate her physique, she must rely on external forces, and her brain is extremely active.
Brother Tong, what are the current physical constitutions for cultivation? Are there any classifications?
Lin Feng was also curious about the physical constitutions for cultivation.
Beep, the physiques for cultivation include the innate spiritual body, pure yang body, purine body, five elements body, etc., as well as physiques of various attributes. The more rare ones include the ancient holy body, elemental spiritual body, ancient god body, ancient immortal body. The best physiques include the chaos holy body, the innate Taoist fetus, and the top physiques include the primordial spiritual body and the Tai Chi spiritual body. Then what is my physical condition?
After listening to the system's introduction, Lin Feng was also very curious about his own physical condition.
The host's physique does not seem to be among these types of physiques.
It has the characteristics of both the Hongmeng spirit body and the Taishu spirit body.
The system cannot identify it. Then what method can be used to improve and activate physical fitness?
Lin Feng mentioned the key issue.
Beep, the host's Taishu Guiwanju can be used in conjunction with the Chaos Treasure Lingshu Jade Cauldron to reactivate the practitioner's physique. When the practitioner practices in the cauldron, the chaotic spiritual energy in the cauldron will operate according to specific rules, which can cause fundamental changes in the physique. In conjunction with the chaos runes, the runes can be engraved on the practitioner's body, and according to the properties of the runes, the practitioner's physique can be changed. The system replied mechanically, but Lin Feng was very uneasy after hearing this. How do I get the Lingshu Jade Cauldron?
Lin Feng asked hurriedly.
Beep, Lingshu Jade Cauldron is in the host space. What?
Lin Feng silently chanted Lingshu Jade Tripod, and a small tripod appeared in front of him. Lingshu Jade Tripod was the prize for a task that Lin Feng completed a few days ago, but now Lin Feng has a large inventory of treasures and almost forgot about this small tripod. A soul force swept across the small tripod, and a piece of information was transmitted into Lin Feng's brain.
I see. Jingya's purine body needs to be improved. Let's do an experiment first. Lin Feng thought of Long Jingya and looked at the Lingshu Jade Cauldron. An idea came to his mind.
In the main hall of Hunyuan Palace, the chaotic spiritual liquid was injected into the Lingshu Jade Cauldron. At Lin Feng's instruction, Long Jingya took off her clothes, and her perfect body was exposed in front of Lin Feng. At this time, Long Jingya was no longer the green college student before. Facing Lin Feng's fiery eyes, Long Jingya's heart was also rippled. Lin Feng's mind moved, and golden runes appeared all over Long Jingya's body. After this period of practice, Long Jingya's realm was quickly improved to the middle stage of the nascent soul stage. Looking at Long Jingya in the Jade Cauldron, Lin Feng couldn't help his inner restlessness, and immediately took off his clothes and went to Wushan with Long Jingya. Ever since Long Jingya's mother was rescued, Lin Feng and Long Jingya have spent very less time together. More than 10 years of separation cannot be made up by a few days of reunion. Long Jingya is also aware that she has been a little distant from Lin Feng recently. In addition, she has already tried the forbidden fruit with Lin Feng, and she is very cooperative with Lin Feng's initiative. However, Lin Feng's perfect cultivation in the spirit transformation realm and Long Jingya's cultivation in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, under Lin Feng's fierce attack, they were defeated one after another. Lin Feng also felt Long Jingya's hard work. Finally, under Lin Feng's deliberate manipulation, the pure power of the spirit transformation was absorbed into Long Jingya's body. Long Jingya lay on Lin Feng. After this training, Long Jingya's physique was also transformed from Taiyin body to Chaos Holy body. Jingya, I feel like your physique has begun to change.
Lin Feng looked at the exhausted Long Jingya and injected a wisp of pure soul energy into Long Jingya's body.
Long Jingya regained a little strength, opened her eyes and said shyly, "Brother Feng, how come you are so strong now?"
Jingya, keep practicing your skills.
Lin Feng looked at Long Jingya lovingly and continued to practice the Tai Chi Guiyuanju. The two of them felt warmth towards each other. At this time, the Lingshu jade cauldron actually slowly floated into the air, and countless inscriptions emitted golden light and quickly entered Long Jingya's body. Long Jingya's body trembled slightly due to the change of the power of chaos.
As time passed, the purine power was gradually assimilated and integrated by the chaotic energy.
The bones began to make crisp sounds, and each sound seemed to be a huge bell between heaven and earth, revealing a new power. Under the nourishment of the chaotic energy, the muscle fibers became tough and elastic, shining with a faint luster.
Finally, in a dazzling light, Long Jingya completed the transformation of her physique.
At this time, Long Jingya exuded the unique aura of the Chaos Saint body, which was powerful, mysterious, and full of endless potential, as if she had become the darling of heaven and earth. Long Jingya's realm was also easily pierced through like a piece of thin paper. First, she easily broke through the late nascent soul stage, and then continued to break through the nascent soul stage. The powerful force did not stop, and kept trying to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage, but failed. At this time, Lin Feng also felt the changes in Long Jingya's body, and his own barrier of the great perfection of the spiritualization realm also loosened. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, and a pure source of chaos burst out in his body, part of which was transmitted into Long Jingya's body. Long Jingya tightly absorbed this power. Suddenly, the two instantly reached the state of unity of heaven and man and broke through. Long Jingya entered the new stage of the spirit transformation realm. Lin Feng also stepped into the early stage of the void refinement realm by relying on the complementary power of Long Jingya's dual cultivation.
Chapter 110, Dual Cultivation Thunder Tribulation. Refining Void Realm.
Outside the Hunyuan Palace, the originally clear sky suddenly changed color, as if there was a pair of invisible giant hands pulling together all the darkness in the world. In an instant, rolling calamity clouds were like a black dragon, rushing from all directions in the sky, so fast that it was hard to keep up, and in an instant, Lin Feng was enveloped in it. The calamity clouds piled up layer by layer, so thick that it seemed to collapse the sky. From a distance, it looked like a towering black mountain that soared into the clouds. The terrifying sense of oppression it exuded made the surrounding space like a distorted mirror, with strange ripples. Long Jingya saw this scene, and felt a chill rushing from her feet to her head. An ominous premonition surged into her heart like a tide, and her heart began to beat violently uncontrollably. She was about to speak, but she saw Lin Feng's expression solemn, and he quickly reached out and grabbed her. The spiritual power surged around him, and he performed the teleportation technique. In the blink of an eye, the two appeared on a mountain far away from the Hunyuan Palace. Although this place was a little far from the robbery cloud, the overwhelming pressure was still breathtaking.
Feng, this thunder tribulation.
Long Jingya's voice trembled, her eyes full of worry as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng held her hand tightly and said in a deep voice, "Jingya, this is a dual cultivation thunder tribulation.
You and I must deal with it together. Don't be afraid, I'm here."
Having said that, Lin Feng knew in his heart that this time the thunder tribulation of the void refinement realm and the spirit transformation realm came at the same time, which was definitely not ordinary. As soon as the words fell, a purple lightning bolt suddenly jumped out of the calamity cloud like a long dormant dragon, carrying the power of destroying the world, and swiftly struck the two of them. Wherever the lightning bolt passed, the air was instantly ionized by the powerful electric current, making a crackling sound, which was so sharp and piercing that it seemed to tear the eardrums. The pungent smell of burning also spread, making people almost nauseous. Then, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and countless lightning bolts were like a flood that broke through the dam, pouring down like a rainstorm, interweaving with each other, and instantly weaving into a huge electric net that covered the sky and the sun, trapping Lin Feng and Long Jingya in the core. Each lightning bolt contained enough power to destroy mountains and rivers, and mercilessly hit the defensive light curtain that the two of them had jointly supported. For a moment, sparks flew everywhere, and the light curtain trembled violently under the impact of the lightning bolt, as if it would break at any time. Lin Feng's face became more and more solemn. He knew that this calamity was difficult, so he immediately used his innate domain and circulated his spiritual power frantically, trying to stabilize the situation in this violent thunder calamity. His hair fluttered wildly under the impact of the lightning, like weeds blown by the wind. His clothes were also vulnerable and were torn to pieces by the lightning in an instant. Under the reflection of the lightning, his and Long Jingya's figures seemed so small, as if they would be swallowed by the endless lightning at any time, but the tenacity revealed in their eyes was like a sharp sword, ready to cut through this dark thunder calamity. As time went by, the power of the thunder tribulation not only did not weaken, but became even stronger. Just when everyone thought the situation had reached a desperate situation, a colorful lightning as thick as a bucket, carrying the purest destructive power between heaven and earth, fell with a bang. The power of this lightning was far greater than before, and wherever it went, tiny cracks appeared in the space.
With a loud bang, the lightning directly hit the two people's defensive light curtain.
Under this powerful force, the light curtain was instantly shattered like fragile glass.
Then, the lightning hit Lin Feng's body without any hindrance.
However, something shocking happened. The destructive force that was enough to destroy everything, the moment it touched Lin Feng's body, was pulled by a mysterious force, slowly sank into Lin Feng's body, and was swallowed alive. This scene made Long Jingya's eyes widen, full of disbelief. For a moment, the world was strangely quiet. There was no roar of thunder, no howling of thunder and wind, as if this terrifying thunder tribulation had never appeared. Everyone held their breath, waiting for unknown changes. After a moment, the originally violent and raging power of the thunderbolt quietly changed. The lightning was no longer as fierce as before, but gradually became gentle, like a tamed beast. The thunderbolt seemed to recognize the creature in front of it. After the destructive power entered Lin Feng's body began to emit a dazzling light, and the breath in his body was like a surging sea wave, constantly rising. At the same time, Long Jingya also felt a wonderful power merging into herself, and her originally tired body instantly regained vitality. The whole person became more and more delicate and beautiful, like a flower in full bloom. Under the baptism of the thunder tribulation, Lin Feng's skin became tougher, shining with a metallic luster, as if it was made of fine steel, and he exuded a strong sense of power in his every move. Long Jingya's eyes flashed with a smart light of wisdom, as if she had seen through many mysteries between heaven and earth. When the last trace of lightning merged into the bodies of the two, the calamity cloud gradually lost its power and slowly dissipated. The sun shone on the earth again, and the world returned to its former tranquility. Feeling that the nascent soul in his body had transformed into a phantom that overlapped with his own body, Lin Feng knew that this was an important sign of the void refining realm.
The realm of refining emptiness.
Lin Feng felt the cultivation of the realm of refining emptiness, and a piece of information about the realm of refining emptiness was also transmitted into Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. 1. Comprehension of the laws. The cultivators in the void refinement realm begin to touch and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, and begin to control the power of the laws to form their own domain or small world. 2. The primordial spirit becomes virtual. The primordial spirit soul merges with the void, gradually breaking away from the constraints of the physical body, and can turn the virtual into the real and the real into the virtual. The primordial spirit can leave the body and roam the heavens and earth, and it is difficult to be killed by ordinary means. 3. Energy returns to emptiness. The spiritual power true essence in the body is transformed into empty power or chaotic power, and the energy form tends to be invisible and without substance or fear. The state of mind needs to reach the state of returning to nature. 5. Lifespan in physical body. Lifespan is greatly extended, measured in tens of thousands of years. The physical body gradually becomes energized, and after being injured it can be quickly repaired with the help of the power of the void. 6. Combat characteristics. The laws of heaven and earth can be invoked during combat. It turns out that domain is a skill of the refining void realm. After receiving the information about the refining void realm, Lin Feng also knew that the talent rewarded by the system was so incredible.
Brother Ton, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng Early Refining Realm. Skill, Taishu Goyuan Ju Second Heaven. Attributes, wood, fire, earth, thunder, dark, space, time. Weapons, Holy Sword of Chaos, Axe of Creation, Tower of Hunyuan Tianshu, Heavenly Punishment Bow, Seal of Chaos Hongmeng, Chaos Pearl, Mirror of Samsara, Hunyuan Palace, Chaos Tai Chi Diagram, Lingshu Jade Cauldron. Martial Arts, Sky-Splitting Slash, Golden Crow Red Lotus, Space Cutting, Space Confinement, 10,000 Swords Returning to Their Origin, Galaxy Sanskrit Sound Technique, Star Slash, 5 Elements Chaos Break, Time Cage, 3 Ways of Creation, Void Projection, Soulfire Burning the Sky, All Changes and Formless, Eye of Fate, Cousin Effect Slash. Talents, Taishu Golden Eyes, Teleportation, Power of the Ancestral Dragon, Devouring, Hongmeng Guardian, Time Reversal, Domain, Small World Inside the Body. Lin Feng looked at the huge changes in the familiar panel with satisfaction. Hey, Brother Ton, what is the small world inside the body?
Deep, a small portable world, used for hiding, trapping enemies or storing resources. At this time, Long Jingya suddenly fell into a state of enlightenment. This was the feedback from Long Jingya's physique after her physical condition improved. Lin Feng did not dare to disturb her.
He left Long Jingya in the Tianshu Tower, moved his mind, and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 111 Green Lotus Seed. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Brother Tong, draw the lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the body refining technique Chaos Body Refining Technique. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a green lotus seed. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 200 billion top quality crystals. Immediately afterwards, a piece of information about the inner world was instantly transmitted to Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. The cultivators in the refining void realm can create a small world in their body. This is their unique private space, like a microcosm in the universe. Lin Feng's mind moved, and he stepped into this small world. The first thing that caught his eyes was a vast expanse of land, which was solid and full of vitality. The sky is high and blue, with white clouds floating in it like cotton candy, and the sun shines softly, coating the whole world with a warm golden glow. The sun here is not ordinary light, it contains pure energy, nourishing all things in the world. In this world, the river is crystal clear and the water is gurgling. It is the spiritual liquid containing the power of life, rushing endlessly, bringing agility and vitality to the world. Various strange plants grow on the shore. Lin Feng's mind moved, and a branch of Huang Hongli appeared in Lin Feng's hand. He threw it in the air, and the branch flew far away, landed somewhere in the small world, and quickly took root and sprouted. The small world seemed to be more stable, and the space was expanded again. Discovering such benefits, Lin Feng once again moved the origin god tree from the suspended island to the small world. At this time, the volume of the small world was expanded again, and it was 10 times the size of the refining void stage. For practitioners, the inner world is their foundation. The more stable the world is, the more energy it can hold, and the smoother it is for practitioners to absorb energy, and the faster their strength will naturally increase. The strength of the inner world directly determines the height of a practitioner's future achievements.
Ha! Green lotus seeds?
Lin Feng looked at the prize he had drawn today. A green lotus seed appeared in Lin Feng's hand. The lotus seed instantly emitted a soft and mysterious light. The light gradually became stronger, illuminating the entire Hunyuan palace, like a bright lamp lighting up in the darkness.
Brother Tong, what are green lotus seeds? How do I use them?
Lin Feng hurriedly asked the system. Quickly put the green lotus seeds into the small world inside your body.
The system replied immediately. Go!
Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. The green lotus seed quickly flew into the small world. Just as the lotus seed entered Lin Feng's inner world, a piece of information was instantly transmitted to Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. It is actually the Chaos Green Lotus. Lin Feng exclaimed. The Chaos Green Lotus burst out with brilliant divine light and quickly flew into the center of the small world. As soon as the powerful power of creation and the chaotic energy appeared, it triggered violent fluctuations in the chaotic energy. These energy fluctuations spread out in all directions with the green lotus as the center, just like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, creating layers of ripples and stirring the energy field of the entire internal space. The lotus seeds began to transform rapidly, the seeds began to take root and sprout, and the growth of branches and leaves was completed in an instant. As the chaos blue lotus grew and evolved, it would drive the surge of spiritual energy around it, forming a spiritual energy tide. The spiritual energy surged towards the chaos blue lotus in waves like a tide, providing it with the energy needed for growth, and at the same time, it also caused the distribution of spiritual energy in the chaos to change. The spiritual energy that was originally evenly distributed began to gather in the area where the blue lotus was. At this time, countless innate Tao patterns will appear on the petals, leaves, stems, etc. of the chaos blue lotus. These Tao patterns flash with mysterious light, and contain various laws between heaven and earth, such as the law of time, the law of space, the law of life, the law of destruction, etc. They are the embodiment of the most primitive and fundamental laws of the universe. The surrounding space is distorted and deformed due to the manifestation of the law, and the power of the law permeates the entire area. These laws interweave and collide with each other, producing wonderful phenomena, such as the folding of space, the stagnation or acceleration of time, etc., making the surrounding chaotic environment more mysterious and fantastic. The awakening of the chaos blue lotus resonated with the small world, and a thunderous sound came from the small world. This sound was like thousands of thunders roaring at the same time, shaking the chaotic airflow to flee. The sound spread in the chaos, triggering a series of echoes, as if the whole world was shaking, announcing to the world the birth of the chaos blue lotus and the feat that seemed to create the world. At this time, a mysterious heavenly sound rang out. This sound was melodious and ethereal, as if it came from the depths of the universe, or as if it was the chant of the chaos green lotus itself. It conveyed a mysterious message, as if it was telling the origin of the universe and its future destiny, and made all the creatures who heard it feel a kind of spiritual shock and enlightenment. After observing the changes of the chaos green lotus, Lin Feng's small world was blessed by the chaos green lotus, Wang Hongli, and the origin divine tree. The aura in his body surged and his strength soared again. The bottleneck of the early stage of the void refining realm was broken instantly, and then the bottleneck of the middle stage was broken, until he touched the bottleneck of the late stage and gradually stabilized. After a series of changes, Lin Feng's strength stabilized at the late stage of the refining void realm. Feeling the changes in the world inside his body and the improvement of his own strength, Lin Feng was in an extremely good mood. After returning to Tianshu Tower, Long Jingya was still in the state of enlightenment. Lin Feng did not dare to disturb her. He picked up the Chaos Lotus leaf, threw it to Long Jingya, and left Tianshu Tower. At this time, Long Jingya was originally immersed in enlightenment.
The addition of the Chaos Lotus leaves made this enlightenment break through again and again.
Long Jingya's foundation was improved by the lotus leaves, and her physique became more refined. Her strength broke through directly from the early stage of the spirit transformation to the late stage of the spirit transformation. After putting Hunyuan Palace into the small world, Lin Feng came to the Hanging Island. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao was still immersed in the dreamlike environment around her.
Xiaoxiao, you're awake.
Lin Feng suddenly walked into the hall.
Lin Feng, where are you? Why is it so magical? Su Xiaoxiao asked curiously. This is the Hanging Island, where I live. It's very safe here. My family and Jingya's family all live here.
Lin Feng said while looking at Su Xiaoxiao.
By the way, where is Xiaoya?
Su Xiaoxiao asked hurriedly. Xiaoya is in seclusion and has reached the critical period of breakthrough. Lin Feng looked at Su Xiaoxiao and continued, Xiaoxiao, if you want to practice, you must improve your physical condition. Lin Feng told Su Xiaoxiao about Su Xiaoxiao's current situation.
What should we do? I'll listen to you.
Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng and said.
Okay, let's go.
As soon as the words fell, a chaotic force swept Su Xiaoxiao into the Hunyuan Palace. Xiaoxiao, this is a set of skills called Lian Tianju. It is a set of skills left by my master.
Now I am giving it to you.
After saying this, a soul power was transmitted into Su Xiaoxiao's sea of consciousness, and a piece of information instantly spread in Su Xiaoxiao's sea of consciousness.
Don't think too much, enter the jade cauldron quickly and take off all your clothes. Okay.
Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng in front of her, and her eyes softened instantly. It was just that she and Xiaoya were good sisters, so how could she have any other thoughts about Lin Feng? Su Xiaoxiao sat in the cauldron and took off all her clothes, revealing her little head. A chaotic force swept across Su Xiaoxiao's body, and countless chaotic runes instantly appeared on Su Xiaoxiao's body.
Chapter 112 Island National Disaster Day.
Ever since the failed kidnapping of Su Xiaoxiao, the island nation's ninja organization has been looking for the reason.
Baga. Why didn't Lord Shadow Ninja come back all night and didn't answer the phone? Something must have gone wrong. Use all your strength to find him for me. Team leader Kawai roared angrily.
At this time, Lin Feng's phone rang.
It was Su Jinsong calling, my dear Lin, it's bad.
Xiaoxiao's father, Jingyu, is missing. It was done by Japanese ninjas. They want to exchange Xiaoxiao for him.
What should we do?
Oh. Leave it to me, come quickly, don't worry. A surge of anger could no longer be suppressed. For such a small island country, if the tiger doesn't show its power, it will be considered as mud. A wisp of soul power locked onto Su Xiaoxiao, and the star map instantly locked onto Su Jingyu's position. This group of people is actually in the villa of Tan Palace. Teleported directly to the hiding place of the island ninjas, space confinement, the 6 people in the room were subdued by Lin Feng in an instant.
You came to Long Country and acted so presumptuously? It seems that I have been too kind to you.
Lin Feng said coldly. Without further ado, a strand of golden thread entered Kawai's body, and a golden thread appeared on Kawai's chest and spread out in all directions. Lin Feng instantly locked onto all the people who were related to Kawai by blood. Kawai could not speak and showed a look of fear. Destroy. After Lin Feng said this, all the people on the golden line died instantly and turned into blood mist. The others saw Kawai turned into a bloody mist and their pants instantly felt hot, but they couldn't make any sound.
All the Japanese people did the same. Fear, unprecedented fear.
There was only one dragon countryman left in the room, and Su Jingyu was shocked to see the Japanese tricks Lin Feng used.
Uncle Su, let's go.
I think you should stay at my place for a while. I'll deal with all these ninjas first.
Brother Lin, thank you for saving me.
They wanted to harm Xiao Xiao and wanted to ask for an exchange after they captured me.
I know Xiao Xiao will be fine with you.
Su Jingyu looked at Lin Feng gratefully.
Let's go pick up Mr. Su and come to my place together. There will be absolutely no problem with safety.
Lin Feng immediately notified Su Jinsong, gathered his family members, and moved them all to the hanging island to stay temporarily. Long Jingxuan made arrangements for the hanging island, and Lin Feng then teleported away. After confirming through soul searching that there were no Japanese people still alive in Long Country due to kidnapping the Su family, Lin Feng teleported to D Capital. At this time, the island country was in chaos, and tens of thousands of people suddenly died mysteriously.
The first thing to report all the bizarre events was Amaterasu.
The island country was in chaos for a while due to such events, and several of Amaterasu's staff also died mysteriously.
This put Amaterasu in a trance. Are you Gongsu and Xianying? You are also involved in this plan, right? Lin Feng teleported to a very hidden office. Who are you? How did you get in? Gongsu and Xianying said in panic. It's not important anymore. Lin Feng controlled Gongsu and Xianying and locked onto the entire Gongsuan family with his aura. Go downstairs and explain to those dead souls from the past. The Gongsu and Xianying family died instantly. Gangsu and Miji was discussing countermeasures in Amaterasu's office, but suddenly died. Gongsuan, what happened to you? What happened to him? Why is there no sign? Why? Everyone around was in panic. Someone must be targeting us. What kind of witchcraft is this? In a panic, Toyota Yuki next to him also fell down. Panic, absolute panic. Why on earth? The phone suddenly rang. Hello, what's going on? Tell me. What's going on? IGA Ryo died? Hurry up and invite the ancestors of the Tokugawa and Takeda clans to come to Honshu Island, quickly. Amaterasu was anxious, really anxious. Soon, the ancestors of the Tokugawa and Takeda clans came to the main hall and said, Sir, what happened to the enemy? How could such a bizarre thing happen? Two ancestors, for the continuation of the empire, please contact Kunlun of the Dragon Nation as soon as possible to see if it is them who launched the secret technique. If this continues, the foundation of our country will be gone. Yes, sir. We will contact each other immediately, but the plan against Dragon Country must be stopped immediately and we must consider the long-term consequences, said Tokugawa Patriarch. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. A figure appeared in the hall. Who are you? How did you get in? Aren't you looking for me? It's you? How did you do it? Did you just say that we should take the long view? I came here to deal with those who participated in the assassination. It seems that I am too kind. Kindness? Do you know how many people died? The count just now showed that it's over 200,000. Oh? Not much? It's even worse than the Jinling massacre you guys created back then. What do you want? Don't you think 2 people in this room is enough? Lin Feng said. What do you mean? Let them go out? No need to go out, I have a way. Space strangulation. Lin Feng slowly uttered 4 words. Tokugawa and Takeda died without saying a word. Along with Tokugawa and Takeda, his clansmen also died. You are a lunatic. These 2 are from a large clan on the island country with a population of millions. Amaterasu roared. At this moment, he also forgot about being afraid and was just roaring out of instinct. Okay, stop shouting. When you invaded us, we sacrificed more people. I don't mind destroying your country. Lin Feng said lightly. As he spoke, Lin Feng raised his hand and reached out towards Amaterasu. At this time, Lin Feng sensed in his field that a person suddenly appeared in the hall, hiding in mid-air. It seems that the island country is not as simple as it seems. Come out, there's nothing wrong with hiding your head and showing your tail. Lin Feng said to the void. What a talented young man. He can even sense my presence. Strange, your cultivation should have reached the realm of refining emptiness. The martial arts world of Dragon Country has produced another brilliant young man. Currently, there are only 5 people in the realm of refining emptiness on Earth. It seems that the world's pattern is about to change.
The old man said slowly.
Who are you? Do you want to stand out?
Lin Feng said.
I am he you show, said the old man.
What? You are Senior Tsuruhomori, the guardian of the empire.
Amaterasu said. It's me. Do you know you're wrong? Dragon Country is not as simple as you think.
Hiyusho said. Young man, please let the island country go for my sake. You can propose any conditions you want, and I will agree to them, Tsuruya Mori said calmly.
Just because you say stop, so stop? How about we go out and have a fight? I really want to find an opponent to practice with.
Lin Feng said and walked out, with Hiyusho following closely behind him. The two of them stopped in mid-air, the spiritual energy around them surged like a raging tide, causing visible ripples to appear in the surrounding space, the wind and clouds changed color, and the sun and moon seemed to be dimmed under this powerful pressure.
Chapter 113, Session of Land.
The golden lightning was swirling around Hiyusho, and every arc of lightning seemed to be a divine punishment from the sky, making crackling noises. Hiyusho looked at Lin Feng in front of him and said slowly, Young man, be careful.
So much nonsense.
Lin Feng said angrily, looking at the old man in front of him.
Ah!
Hiyusho sighed, and a strong spiritual energy attacked Lin Feng. Hiyusho danced with both hands rapidly, and in an instant, the red gold lightning gathered into a huge thunder python, whose body was as thick as a mountain, and its eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, and it pounced towards Lin Feng with its fangs and claws bared. When the thunder python swam, the whole space was shaking violently, the earth was cracking, and countless boulders were shaken into the sky by the powerful force, and then instantly crushed into powder by the terrifying power released by the thunder python. Facing this devastating blow, Lin Feng looked calm, with brilliant gray light surging around him. The chaotic energy quickly formed a powerful spiritual shield. Lin Feng slowly raised his hands, and the axe of creation flashed with cold runes, emitting a terrifying aura.
The first move of opening the sky.
Lin Feng shouted loudly, his voice like a bell, resounding through the heaven and earth. The huge blade of light, wrapped in endless power, slashed towards the thunder python. Wherever the blade of light passed, the space seemed to be split open by an invisible giant axe, and a bottomless black crack appeared. The crack emitted waves of heart-pounding suction, as if it wanted to swallow everything. When the light blade collided with the thunder python, a loud noise deafened the heaven and earth, as if the universe was about to collapse. The red gold lightning and the silver light intertwined and collided crazily, bursting out a light brighter than the sun, piercing people's eyes with severe pain. The terrifying energy storm spread crazily around the collision point. Wherever it went, the mountains were razed to the ground, the rivers dried up instantly, and the earth was torn into bottomless gullies. In this devastating energy storm, the sword blade was unstoppable and pierced through the thunder python's body.
The thunder python instantly turned into countless lightning bolts and dissipated in the air.
The sword blade continued to move forward and shot towards the Hiyusho strongman.
Tsuruvasho's face turned pale as paper in an instant, his eyes filled with fear and despair.
He wanted to dodge, but found that his body had been locked tightly by an invisible powerful force. No matter how he struggled, he could not move an inch. He could only watch the blade of light getting closer and closer until it pierced his chest.
How is it possible?
The strongman Hiyusho spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of reluctance and shock. He never thought that he would be defeated by a junior in just one move after practicing for thousands of years and surviving countless battles.
Sir, I give up, cough cough cough. At this moment, Tsuruya Mori was filled with fear in his heart. He admitted defeat while spitting out mouthfuls of blood.
You are quite sensible.
Let your Amaterasu come over here.
Lin Feng said rudely to the old man in front of him.
Amaterasu, come here immediately. Tsuruhomori shouted loudly facing the void. Senior, Senior, how are you injured? Amaterasu said hurriedly.
I lost. Tsuruhomori said to Amaterasu, and then said to Lin Feng, Sir, I lost, please decide my fate.
Even the powerful Tsuruhomori senpai lost?
Amaterasu muttered to herself. After a moment, Amaterasu seemed to have thought of something. Sir, we are willing to admit defeat and surrender. Amaterasu didn't dare to look at Lin Feng at this time, and said while kneeling on the ground. The island nation is indeed a nation that bullies the weak and fears the strong.
Since you have this attitude, I will punish you a little. Who else participated in the action against the Dragon Country?
Lin Feng said coldly. Amaterasu listed all the people involved in the attack on Dragon Country, and Lin Feng didn't mind giving them a ride in advance. Your Excellency's divine power makes me surrender, and I am willing to serve you in the future, said Tsuruhamori. Amaterasu was shocked when she saw the deep trench, which cut off the 9 islands, 4 islands, and the continental shelf, and sea water was flowing back.
Forget about serving. Look at this ditch. Take away all the residents in the south. It must be completed within 2 days. The 9 islands in the south and all the islands further south will be the price of your action. Do you understand?
Lin Feng said coldly.
What? Sir. We. Amaterasu stuttered.
I don't mind completely wiping your nation off the map. Lin Feng said casually.
Do as the adults say. Ahem. Tsuruhamori said. I don't want to say anything more. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, God is merciful. Anyone who does not leave within 2 days will be wiped out.
Lin Feng said again.
Yes.
Sir, we will do as you say, Amaterasu said. Also, when you go back, publicly admit the crimes you committed against Long Kingdom.
Go. Lin Feng said. Yes, sir. Amaterasu said to Tsuruhamori.
After completing all this, Lin Feng left the sky above the island country and returned to Lu Huan Palace. After returning, Amaterasu immediately made a statement, admitting the invasion of Dragon Country decades ago and offering any compensation. She was willing to make Dragon Country her master and become a vassal state again. This statement from the island country was like the little southern kid that was abandoned by the army on the island country back then, and it instantly exploded. Other countries came to inquire, but Amaterasu refused to reveal anything, leaving the other allies confused.
At the same time, countless residents began to flee Kyushu Island.
All officials were notified that they would wipe out all carbon-based organisms on the island in 2 days. Everyone was stunned by the doomsday-like scenes on the island country and the statement issued by the island country. The statement admitting the crimes issued by the island country was considered a comfort to the dragon people who died in that era. The top leaders of Longwa were also shocked. The island nation issued a statement admitting its crimes and also recognized the independence of Kyushu Island and the islands to the south. What happened? The Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs called the island nation to inquire about what was going on. Amaterasu personally answered the phone and admitted to the crime, and that it would be included in the X-law. Lin Feng naturally had no idea what happened afterwards.
Chapter 114 Long Jingya comes out of confinement.
In Tianshu Tower, Long Jingya was surrounded by a hazy Tao rhythm, as if she had merged with the laws of heaven and earth.
This kind of enlightenment is a rare opportunity for practitioners.
She has been immersed in it for several hours. Her clothes fluttered without wind, and her hair flashed with tiny spiritual lights. She seemed to have turned into a bridge connecting heaven and earth, allowing the mysterious Tao perception to flow through her. At the same time, a different scene appeared in the main hall of Lu Huan Palace. Su Xiaoxiao sat cross-legged in Lingshu Jade Cauldron, and the chaos runes on the body of the cauldron kept flashing, injecting majestic energy into her body. The 12 elements gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, space, time, and soul, as if summoned by a mysterious call, gathered frantically from all directions. The golden light turned into thousands of sharp blades, the wood element condensed into a towering tree, the water and fire blended to form the shape of a yin-yang fish, the power of wind and thunder exploded around the jade cauldron, the light and darkness intertwined to outline a strange totem, and the fragments of space and time kept twisting and reorganizing around her. All the elements condensed into a huge attribute energy storm, raging around her, as if witnessing the birth of a new elemental controller. Su Xiaoxiao's brows were furrowed, her face was solemn, and beads of sweat were dripping from her forehead. She was breaking through a critical level. The 12 elements were rushing through her meridians, but they formed a stubborn obstacle at her dantian. The elemental vortex above her head seemed to sense the plight of its owner, and it spun wildly, emitting bursts of shrill screams, devouring the surrounding spiritual energy crazily, and the entire Lu Huan Palace was shaking under this power. Lin Feng had been secretly watching Su Xiaoxiao's situation. After sensing her danger, a ray of pure chaos power burst out from his fingertips, like a stream of light that sank into her forehead. Wherever the chaos power reached, the originally stubborn barriers were broken. The elemental vortex burst into a cheerful hum, and the 12 elements glowed brightly, interweaving into a gorgeous rainbow in the air. However, something strange happened. Su Xiaoxiao's body seemed to be extremely thirsty for the power of chaos. The elemental vortex suddenly turned and formed a violent elemental storm, sweeping towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face was stern, and his hands quickly formed seals, condensing a chaotic light curtain in front of him. But this storm was wrapped in the original power of the 12 elements, and the impact was far beyond imagination.
Countless cracks appeared in the light curtain in an instant.
At the critical moment, an ancient Hongmeng guardian emerged from his body and turned into a golden shield, blocking all the terrifying power. Su Xiaoxiao and the jade tripod turned pale due to the energy runaway, her clothes turned to ash in the elemental storm, and her body was covered with fine bloodstains. Lin Feng no longer hesitated, and put his palm on her back, and poured the endless chaotic power into Su Xiaoxiao's body, like a trickle, repairing her damaged meridians and stabilizing her disordered breath. Under the nourishment of the power of chaos, Su Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes, with 12 colors of light flowing in her eyes. Su Xiaoxiao's aura rose steadily, and finally stabilized in the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm, and her elemental spirit body was completely activated. Lin Feng, thank you. Her voice was weak, but full of gratitude. Lin Feng hugged Su Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, the situation was urgent just now, Brother Feng, I don't regret it. After listening to Su Xiaoxiao's words, Lin Feng took out a square seal with 12-color halo flowing, and said, "This is the Chaos Hongmeng seal, which is transformed from the origin of Hongmeng. It is most compatible with your elemental spirit body." A ray of soul power was injected, and the seal made a clear sound, turning into a stream of light and merging into Su Xiaoxiao's brow. Then, Lin Feng communicated with the small world in his body and took out a chaos green lotus. In an instant, the roots, leaves, seeds, and core of the green lotus merged rapidly, turning into a crystal-clear green magic weapon with runes flashing all over it. This is the Chaos Lotus, which can complement your elemental power. Su Xiaoxiao took the Chaos Lotus and felt a cool feeling spread throughout her body, and the elemental power in her body also resonated with it. In order to further enhance Su Xiaoxiao's strength, Lin Feng erased the mark of his own weapon, the Heaven Punishment Bow, so that Su Xiaoxiao could establish a connection with it. Su Xiaoxiao held the 3 treasures, her eyes reddened. "You gave me all these treasures." Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a bright light coming from the direction of the Tianshu Tower. Long Jingya ended her epiphany, and her cultivation level broke through from the early stage of the spiritualization to the middle stage of the spiritualization. Long Jingya was worried about Su Xiaoxiao, so she immediately rushed to Hunyuan Palace. When she entered the hall, she saw the energy surging in Lingshu Jade Cauldron. Lin Feng and Su Xiaoxiao were practicing, and Long Jingya flashed and joined in the practice.
Chapter 115, Late Stage of Refining Void Realm.
Looking at the 2 girls who were sleeping soundly, Lin Feng had been suppressing his abilities because he had been worried about Long Jingya's body's ability to endure. Now with the addition of Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Feng can finally go all out.
Brother Tong, open the panel. Name, Lin Feng. Late Stage of Refining Void Realm. Skill, Taishu Goyuan Ju Second Heaven. Attributes, wood, fire, earth, thunder, dark, space, time. Weapons, Holy Sword of Chaos, Axe of Creation, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower, Chaos Pearl, Mirror of Samsara, Hunyuan Palace, Chaos Tai Chi Diagram, Lingshu Jade Cauldron. Martial Arts, Sky Splitting Slash, Golden Crow Red Lotus, Space Cutting, Space Confinement, 10,000 Swords Returning to Their Origin, Galaxy Sanskrit Sound Technique, Star Slash, 5 Elements Chaos Break, Time Cage, 3 Ways of Creation, Void Projection, Soulfire Burning the Sky, All Changes and Formless, Eye of Fate, Cousin Effect Slash. Talents, Taishu Golden Eyes, Teleportation, Power of the Ancestral Dragon, Devouring, Hongmeng Guardian, Time Reversal, Domain, Small World Inside the Body. Lin Feng flew into the Tianshu Tower. Currently, only the first 2 floors of the Tianshu Tower were open. With the current strength, opening the 3rd floor should not be a big problem. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took a deep breath, and spiritual power surged around him. He stepped into the 3rd floor of the Tianshu Tower without hesitation. He was instantly enveloped by the pervasive ancient aura and immediately immersed in the understanding of the 3rd floor. Stepping into the 3rd floor of Tianshu Tower, Lin Feng felt as if he was under a vast starry sky. Above his head, the star map flickered, and the mysterious star tracks intertwined and radiated a powerful force that made people's heart palpitate. Lin Feng approached the star map cautiously, trying to find a clue to open the 3rd floor. Lin Feng observed the operation of the star map, the movement of each star, and the flicker of each ray of light. However, when Lin Feng tried to touch the star map with his own soul power, an irresistible repulsive force surged over him, like a violent wave, knocking him away and hitting the tower wall heavily. Lin Feng was not discouraged. He quickly adjusted his state and approached the star map again. This time, Lin Feng did not act rashly. Instead, he calmed down and carefully felt the rhythm contained in the star map. He mobilized the perception of his whole body and let his consciousness merge with the surrounding environment. Time passed quietly.
After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng immediately raised his hand to condense his soul power, and according to the rhythm he had just felt, he slowly danced his spiritual power towards the star map. The star map seemed to have sensed his intention, and the light suddenly became stronger, and the repulsive force increased again. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and fought with all his strength. Time and time again, he was repelled by the repulsive force, but he stood up tenaciously again and continued to try. Finally, after countless attempts and adjustments, Lin Feng felt that the repulsive force of the star map had loosened a little. Lin Feng seized this fleeting opportunity and used exquisite spiritual power control to accurately match the trajectory of the star map. In an instant, the star map shone brightly, and a powerful force surged into his body. Lin Feng successfully brought it under his control, and the power of the third layer began to work for him.
I've finally mastered the third level.
Lin Feng couldn't suppress his inner joy, and immediately couldn't wait to check the function of the third level, enlightenment. When the enlightenment power of the Tianshu Tower is triggered, the stars in the star map will move along specific trajectories, revealing all the elements between heaven and earth and transforming into the power of enlightenment. When practitioners enter it, they will resonate with these forces, gain inspiration and enlightenment, break through their own practice bottlenecks, and understand the mysteries of all things in the world. Looking at the introduction of the third level, Lin Feng was shocked.
No wonder I couldn't master the third level. This is simply a paradise for cultivation.
The speed of time flow in Tianshu Tower is greatly different from that in the outside world. At present, 1,000 years in Tianshu Tower is only 1 year in the outside world. The half year he has been in Tianshu Tower is just a moment in the outside world. The third level of Tianshu Tower has been completely mastered, but there is still no sign of a breakthrough in the second level of Taishu Guiyuan Ju. Lin Feng couldn't help but say, "Brother Tong, when can I break through the second level of Taishu Guiyuan Ju? It's so torturous that it's stuck here." His voice was full of uncontrollable anxiety. The cold electronic sound of the system rang out. Beep, the host will have unexpected benefits after completing a breakthrough to the second level in the refining void realm.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with joy. Oh? There are special rewards. What is the opportunity to trigger the breakthrough?
As he spoke, he subconsciously paced on the spot, his hands unconsciously clenching and unclenching.
The host comprehends the Taishu Chaos Monument on his own. The system's answer was still concise and clear. The Grand Chaos Tablet.
Lin Feng repeated, his eyes slowly moving towards the system space. The black stone tablet was quietly suspended, and the texture on it seemed to contain the most ancient mysteries between heaven and earth. Lin Feng's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts, and it was not easy to comprehend it on his own. Without any thoughts, Lin Feng stopped thinking about it. After mastering the Tianshu Tower for the third time, he immediately flew out of the Tianshu Tower. At this time, the two girls had woken up. Lin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the two girls getting along so harmoniously. When they saw Lin Feng coming back, the two girls who were chatting also instantly discovered Lin Feng.
"Lin Feng, you're back. Xiao Xiao and I are so worried about you,"
Long Jingya said to Lin Feng. Looking at his children who were like good sisters to him, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief.
"Jingya, Xiao Xiao, you guys."
Lin Feng looked at the pair of sisters in front of him, not knowing what was going on.
"Brother Feng, Xiao Xiao and I."
Long Jingya pulled Su Xiaoxiao to Lin Feng, hugged Lin Feng's arms on both sides and said. Seeing the two beauties in front of him like this, Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Time flies, and half a year has passed in a flash.
Chapter 116, Taishu returns to origin.
Lin Feng's realm has been suppressed to the limit.
If he continues to practice, he will definitely break through the void refining realm. At that time, the phantom and the body will be combined into one and enter the fusion stage.
But in that case, he will lose the super reward mentioned by the system.
This is not what Lin Feng wants to see.
Lin Feng knows that the products of the system must be high quality, especially the super rewards clearly stated by the system. The reward items must be unimaginable treasures. Long Jingya is already 4 months pregnant. Her belly is slightly bulging and she is resting and taking care of her baby in Hanyuan Palace. After Lin Feng told the two girls about his idea of seclusion, he closed the Tianshu Tower and began to comprehend the final mystery of the second level of Taishu Guiyuan Ju on the third floor of the Tianshu Tower.
Hundreds of years passed as time went by. Lin Feng continued to comprehend the general outline of the Taishu Guiyuan Ju.
Every time he comprehended it, Lin Feng felt that his understanding of the Taishu Guiyuan Ju had deepened a little bit.
Taishu has no form, its greatness has no outside. Lu Huan has the Tao, its smallness has no inside.
Refining the body is the foundation, opening the meridians is the bridge, transforming the spirit is the boat, and asking for the Tao is the ferry.
What exactly is the secret?
The power of the laws contained in the Taishu Guiyuanju merged with the power of the ancestral dragon and began to circulate rapidly in Lin Feng's body, and the 6 major attributes also operated at the same time. The 3rd floor of Tianshu Tower fell into eternal silence the moment Lin Feng went into seclusion. The 12 star tracks suspended in the void quietly changed their trajectories, outlining the embryonic form of chaotic yin and yang above his head. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in front of the chaos monument. As soon as his fingertips touched the surface of the monument, the entire stone monument suddenly whistled like metal friction. Countless tadpole-shaped ancient characters swam out like living things, weaving into an illusion of chaos in front of his eyes. Turbid air sank to become the earth, and clear air rose to become the sky. At the intersection of turbid and clear air, a vague figure was holding up a world that had not yet been completely differentiated. Taishu returns to its origin, chaos returns to its source. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The first level of his internal skills reached its peak, and he continued to run the second level. However, when the second level reached its peak, the spiritual sea at Dantian felt a stabbing pain, as if countless tiny chaotic sword chi were washing the spiritual veins. Looking down, he saw the same lines as the chaos monument appearing on his palm. The golden lines were slowly spreading along his arm, and a faint green light was visible under his skin wherever they passed.
3 months later, Lin Feng tried to integrate the lines of the chaos monument into his spiritual sea for the first time. As Lin Feng continued to practice the technique to guide the spiritual energy, his sea of consciousness suddenly exploded with a dazzling white light, and countless memory fragments came flooding in like a tide. Parents, sister, Lu Huan, Long Jingya, Su Xiaoxiao. These images were distorted and deformed under the impact of the power of chaos, and finally turned into an ancient bronze bell. Every time the bell rang, his spiritual veins felt a sharp pain of being torn apart. No. This is not the backlash of the technique.
Lin Feng bit his tongue to stay awake, and found that the memory fragments were mixed with the breath of the chaos monument. Lin Feng suddenly remembered what the system said, self-comprehension. Perhaps the so-called opportunity is not simply to comprehend the technique formula, but to find his own Tao in the power of chaos. So Lin Feng no longer forced the technique to operate, but emptied his consciousness, letting those ancient characters wander in the sea of consciousness, and gradually found that each pattern corresponds to a law of chaos. Some represent the folding of space, some symbolize the afterimage of time, and some contain the mystery of the transformation of life and death. When the star track closed above his head, Lin Feng's body underwent amazing changes. His slender fingers became crystal clear, and the edges of his nails glowed with a metallic luster. He could even see the tiny air currents of chaos flowing in and out of his pores. Lin Feng tried to integrate the cracks in the sky on the chaos monument into his palm. As soon as he activated it, he suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the next moment he appeared at the edge of the star map 3 meters away. The space where he had just stood was still shaking slightly, as if a stone had been thrown into the water.
Success!
Lin Feng's eyes flashed with ecstasy, but his face changed drastically in the next moment. Due to excessive use of the law of chaos, his spirit veins felt a burning pain. Looking down, he saw that the veins on his arms were cracked, and the blood oozing out condensed into tiny ice crystals in the air. Only then did he realize that the second level of Taishu Guiyuanju was not simply to absorb the power of chaos, but to make the spirit veins adapt to this destructive energy, just like a river must be widened first to accommodate a mountain torrent. Then Lin Feng fell into a repeated breaking-rebuilding cycle. When deliberately practicing the exercises, he introduced different laws of chaos to allow the spiritual veins to repair themselves after bearing the limit. Every time the spiritual veins broke, Lin Feng could clearly see the changes in the spiritual sea in his body. The originally clear spiritual sea gradually became chaotic, but tiny spots of light were born in the chaos, just like stars born from cosmic dust. When everything was going according to plan, Lin Feng faced the most difficult test.
Countless illusions suddenly emerged in his sea of consciousness.
The most terrifying thing was not the demons and monsters, but the fear deep in his heart. He was afraid that he could not protect Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao, that the secret of Tianshu Tower would be discovered by people with ulterior motives, and that he would never be able to uncover the ultimate secret of Taishu Guiyuanju in his entire life. These fears turned into substance under the catalysis of the power of chaos, turning into countless black tentacles that entangled the sea of soul, and every struggle brought heart-wrenching pain. It turns out that the key to the second level of the technique is to face the chaos in your heart. Lin Feng suddenly remembered the first motto on the chaos monument: the void is formless, but the return to the origin has a form.
The form is born from the heart, and chaos is the way.
Lin Feng no longer resisted those illusions, but calmed down to examine his heart. When he calmly accepted his fear and weakness, those black tentacles began to dissipate, and were replaced by golden light rising from the depths of the spiritual sea, and the bits and pieces of his interactions with the two women emerged in the light. At this moment, Lin Feng finally understood that the so-called Tai Chi return to the origin is not to let the mind return to nothingness, but to keep one's original heart in the chaos. Lin Feng practiced the skills, integrating his concern for the two women and his pursuit of the great way into the power of chaos. The light spots in the spiritual sea suddenly connected into one, forming a miniature star map, and each star corresponded to the important people and things in his life. At this time, cracks in the sky appeared on the stone tablet, which not only allowed it to teleport, but also left an afterimage composed of chaotic power at the original place.
The afterimage could actually cast simple spells independently.
The opportunity for a breakthrough came at a seemingly ordinary moment. When Lin Feng tried for the umpteenth time to integrate all the patterns of the Chaos Monument into the spiritual veins, the Tianshu Tower suddenly emitted a deafening roar, and the star map on the third floor resonated strongly with the Chaos Monument. Lin Feng saw that all the ancient characters on the Chaos Monument flew up, forming a huge return character above his head, and his body seemed to have turned into a singularity at the beginning of chaos, constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and star power.
The spiritual sea at the Dantian expanded with a bang.
The spiritual palace that could only accommodate a clear spring turned into an endless ocean of chaos, and every wave contained the power to destroy the world. Beep, the host has broken through the third level of Taishu Guiyuanju. System rewards: a wisp of creation, mysterious chi, reward, star gold, reward, a plant of netherworld wisteria.
Chapter 117 Fusion Stage. Finally broke through the third level.
Lin Feng heard the system prompt. Hearing the system reward, Lin Feng felt excited.
Netherworld wisteria.
Lin Feng looked at the netherworld wisteria in the space that exuded a heart-pounding aura, and a piece of information instantly entered Lin Feng's sea of consciousness.
The netherworld wisteria is a very rare spiritual plant.
Its entire body has magical effects and can be called a treasure of heaven and earth. From the fruit to the vines and even the rhizomes, each part contains unique and mysterious effects.
Netherworld fruit, a sacred object for soul refinement.
After reading the introduction, Lin Feng was shocked by the power of netherworld wisteria. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng immediately planted the netherworld wisteria in the small world. At this time, the small world inside his body had the chaos green lotus, the yellow plum, the origin divine tree, and now the netherworld wisteria was planted. The foundation of the small world must be solid, and its volume expanded again.
Brother Tong, what is the function of this wisp of handed-down mysterious energy?
Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on the wisp of colorful gas emitting a mysterious luster in the system space.
His heart was full of doubts and caution.
He really didn't dare to use such a strange thing rashly.
Beep.
This is the mysterious energy of creation, which contains endless mysteries and great power. It can not only refine the body and soul, but also go deep into the origin of life. Once absorbed, the spiritual roots will gradually undergo amazing transformations, and it also contains the deepest mysteries of the 3,000 great Das. Hearing this, Lin Feng knew that this opportunity was rare, so he immediately drew out the mysterious energy from the system space. The mysterious energy was like a colorful snake, winding around in his palm, emitting a soft but tempting light. Lin Feng took a deep breath, made up his mind, and swallowed the mysterious energy directly into his mouth. Instantly, a violent and fiery force exploded in his body. The force was like a flood that broke through a dam, instantly destroying the original spiritual order in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt as if his internal organs were being stirred by countless sharp blades at the same time, and the severe pain made him groan. His body began to tremble slightly, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his face turned pale as paper due to the pain. The mysterious energy of creation is transforming the host's body. The system's voice sounded at the right time. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and practiced the Taishu Guiyuanju, trying to guide this violent force. However, the power of the creation chi was too strong, and every time he tried to guide it, it was like hitting a rock with an egg, and was mercilessly rebounded by the force, shaking Lin Feng's meridians to the point of breaking.
Power of the ancestral dragon, bless you.
As Lin Feng's mind moved, the power of the ancestral dragon was quickly summoned out and began to guide this wisp of mysterious energy along his 9 meridians. As time went by, the mysterious energy of creation gradually showed signs of being tamed. It began to slowly blend into Lin Feng's meridians. Wherever it passed, the meridians seemed to be recast, becoming tougher and wider. At the same time, Lin Feng's spiritual roots were also undergoing amazing changes. Originally ordinary spiritual roots, under the nourishment of the mysterious energy of creation, gradually bloomed with colorful light, and the veins of the spiritual roots became clearer and more complex, as if containing endless vitality. In the process of transforming his spiritual roots, Lin Feng felt a strong impact on his soul. The mysterious energy of creation was not only tempering his body, but also sharpening his soul. In the sea of consciousness, countless mysterious runes flashed and emerged, and each rune contained a great truth. Lin Feng immersed himself in it, trying to understand the information conveyed by these runes, and Lin Feng's soul power was constantly improved in this process. However, this was only the beginning of absorbing the creation energy. As more energy was absorbed into his body, the challenges faced by Lin Feng became greater. The force rushed through his body, trying to break through every limitation of his body. Bloodstains began to appear on the surface of Lin Feng's body, and blood oozed out, staining his clothes red. At this time, Lin Feng's eyes became more determined. Once he successfully absorbed this ray of creation energy, he would usher in a qualitative leap. In the confrontation with the mysterious energy of creation, Lin Feng gradually mastered the delicate balance. He no longer forcibly suppressed the mysterious energy, but accepted it with an inclusive attitude, guiding it to circulate in the body along a specific route. As the mysterious energy circulated, Lin Feng felt that his strength was constantly rising, and he was getting closer and closer to the critical point of breakthrough. Finally, after practicing the technique with all his strength, Lin Feng felt the barrier of the great perfection of the void refining realm in his body loosen. A powerful force burst out from his dantian and instantly swept through his body. Then his aura began to rise wildly, and the realm that had been stagnant began to grow. This is an opportunity for a breakthrough. Go all out to reach the fusion stage. The system's mechanical voice sounded again. Lin Feng did not hesitate, and focused all his energy on breaking through. In his body, the spiritual power was like a raging tsunami, constantly impacting the barrier that prevented him from entering the fusion stage. Every impact was accompanied by severe pain, but Lin Feng did not retreat at all. After countless impacts, a crack finally appeared in the barrier. Seeing hope, Lin Feng continued to grit his teeth, mobilized all the spiritual power in his body, and made the final sprint. With a loud bang, the barrier was completely broken, and Lin Feng successfully broke through to the fusion stage. A strong pressure emanated from his body, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted because of this pressure. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. At this time, Lin Feng had been reborn. Feeling the phantom in his body merge into one, the surging chaotic power in his body, and the more resilient body and powerful soul, his heart was filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. Brother Tong, open the panel. Name, Raymond Lam. Early stage of integration. Skill, Taishu Goyuan Ju 3 Heavens. Attributes, wood, fire, earth, thunder, space, time. Weapons, Holy Sword of Chaos, Axe of Creation, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower, Chaos Pearl, Mirror of Samsara, Hunyuan Palace, Chaos Tai Chi Diagram, Lingshu Jade Cauldron. Martial Arts, Sky-Splitting Slash, Golden Crow Red Lotus, Space Cutting, Space Confinement, 10,000 Swords Returning to Their Origin, Galaxy Sanskrit Sound Technique, Star Slash, 5 Elements Chaos Break, Time Cage, 3 Ways of Creation, Void Projection, Soulfire Burning the Sky, All Changes and Formless, Eye of Fate, Cousin Effect Slash. Talents, Taishu Golden Eyes, Teleportation, Power of the Ancestral Dragon, Devouring, Hongmeng Guardian, Time Reversal, Domain, Small World in the Body, Return to Nature. Ha! Strange, why is the calamity cloud not generated? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Every time there was a breakthrough, he was the first to sense the calamity cloud, but this time there was no calamity cloud. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on. Chapter 118 Two Women Breakthrough. Lin Feng, who had broken through the fusion stage, felt extremely relaxed. The Taishu Guiyuanju was also successfully upgraded to the 3rd level. Lin Feng flew out of the Tianshu Tower and came to the Hunyuan Palace. As soon as he stepped into Hunyuan Palace, Lin Feng was stunned by the scene before him. The Hunyuan Palace was now full of branches and vines, and various exotic flowers and trees were growing wildly, turning it into a mysterious fairyland. The Huangzhong plum tree has a thick trunk with an ancient atmosphere, and its branches are winding and stretching like a dragon. The golden leaves are nourished by the energy of the origin of chaos and shimmer with a strange luster. Each leaf seems to contain endless mysteries. The fruit is round and full, and the 12 Tao rhymes on each fruit are shining, exuding a mouth-watering and tempting aroma. The origin god tree in the distance exudes an ancient and mysterious charm. The bark is like dragon scales, and each scale flashes a faint fluorescence.
The branches stretch upward, reaching the dome of the Hun Yuan Palace. The lush branches and leaves form a huge green canopy, adding a sense of solemnity to the entire palace.
The chaos green lotus quietly floats above a spiritual pond in the Hun Yuan Palace, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The petals of the green lotus are crystal clear, as if they were carved from pure crystal. The petals are shining with colorful light, echoing the rich chaotic origin energy around them. The lotus pods of the green lotus are huge, and the lotus seeds are plump. Each lotus seed exudes a strong breath of life, as if it contains endless vitality and hope. Under the reflection of the chaos green lotus, the water in the spiritual pond also becomes colorful, sparkling, and exudes bursts of refreshing fragrance. The rich energy of the origin of chaos surged in the Hun Yuan Palace, like materialized clouds and mist, lingering between various spiritual trees. The chaotic energy was constantly absorbed by the spiritual trees, and fed back purer spiritual energy, making the spiritual power of the entire Hun Yuan Palace extremely rich. Lin Feng took a deep breath and felt comfortable all over. The spiritual power in his body began to circulate involuntarily, as if it was responding to the energy of the origin of chaos. In this space where chaos and spiritual charm are intertwined, Hun Yuan Palace is no longer a simple place for cultivation, but more like a spiritual world full of vitality and miracles. Lin Feng picked a few fruits and scattered a few ripe lotus seeds in the small world. With a sweep of his mind, he found the location of Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao. In the main hall of Hun Yuan Palace, Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao were whispering to each other. They were surrounded by the majestic spiritual power of the perfect stage of transformation, and with the slight fluctuation of spiritual power, circles of ripples formed in the main hall. At this moment, the space suddenly twisted strangely, and Lin Feng appeared between the two without any warning. However, the two women, who were powerful masters of the spiritualization stage, felt as if they were facing nothingness, and could not sense the slightest existence of Lin Feng. This sudden situation made them pale in an instant, and their beautiful eyes were full of astonishment.
Brother Feng, why can't we sense your presence? Have you broken through the fusion stage?
Long Jingya was the first to come back to her senses, with uncontrollable shock in her voice.
Yes, I have made a breakthrough.
Lin Feng smiled and looked at Long Jingya tenderly. One hand unconsciously rested on her slightly bulging belly, his eyes full of pampering and concern. Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao hadn't seen Lin Feng for several days. When they met again, their longing for him instantly broke out. They unconsciously held Lin Feng's arms on both sides, as if they were afraid that he would disappear again. Lin Feng felt the dependence of the two girls, and warmth flowed in his heart. He then took out two fruits that sparkled with mysterious luster from the space. You two have also reached the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm.
You are making a breakthrough in the Lingshu Jade Cauldron.
After eating these two fruits, you will probably be able to break through directly to the Lianshu realm. As Lin Feng spoke, his eyes unconsciously moved over the two women's graceful figures.
Long Jingya and Su Xiaoxiao were so smart that they understood Lin Feng's intention in an instant.
The two girls' cheeks were flushed, but they were also expectant.
After taking the fruit, they entered the Lingshu Jade Cauldron. The rich source of chaos in the Lingshu Jade Cauldron almost flowed out.
Long Jingya looked at Lin Feng and said shyly, "Lin Feng, come and help me." The two women practiced their skills at the same time and began to digest the tremendous energy of the laws brought by the fruit. As time went by, the spiritual energy around the two women became more and more violent, constantly impacting the barriers of the spirit transformation realm. Seeing this, Lin Feng knew that the critical moment had arrived, and immediately injected his own fusion stage spiritual power into the bodies of the two women like a trickle, guiding the surging power. The deep fusion between Lin Feng and Long Jingya turned into a surging wave of power, wave after wave, violently impacting the solid barrier that prevented her from breaking through to the refining void realm. Long Jingya felt as if a blazing fire had ignited in her body, and every cell was activated by this fiery power, as if jumping and cheering happily. Her breathing became more and more rapid, her chest rose and fell violently, and her cheeks were as bright red as if they were dyed by the sunset in the sky. The spiritual powers of the three people echoed and entangled with each other, converging into a huge and rapidly rotating spiritual power vortex in the main hall of Hun Yuan Palace.
In the vortex, light flickered and roared continuously.
As the vortex continued to rotate at a high speed, the majestic energy was constantly compressed and purified, and it seeped into the bodies of the two women, making the power of the laws in their bodies more condensed and solid.
There were faint signs of breaking through the boundaries, and the powerful aura unique to the refining void realm began to emanate faintly.
Lin Feng used all his strength to operate his own fusion period chaos power, and perfectly integrated it with the essence of the origin of chaos. This powerful force after fusion, like a majestic torrent, poured into Long Jingya's body with overwhelming force. In this wonderful world of surging spiritual power, Lin Feng and Long Jingya were in tune with each other, and their wills were closely connected in the fusion of spiritual power, and their emotions became deeper and deeper. Finally, accompanied by a deafening roar, as if it was a breakthrough movement played between heaven and earth, Long Jingya successfully broke through the shackles of the refining realm, and the aura around her instantly climbed to a new height. Almost at the same time, Lin Feng mobilized another torrent of spiritual power containing powerful energy and accurately injected it into Su Xiaoxiao's dantian. Su Xiaoxiao fully practiced the technique, guiding this energy to rush and refine in her body. A moment later, another crisp roar sounded, and Su Xiaoxiao successfully crossed the boundary between the transformation of the spirit and the refinement of the void, and successfully broke through to the refinement of the void. The two girls opened their eyes, with a new light shining in them. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng, her eyes full of gratitude and love. A battle began again, and Long Jingya instantly joined the battle. Chapter 119 Chaos Body Refining Technique. Lin Feng used the power of chaos to form an energy magnetic field with the three of them, and the realms of the two women quickly stabilized to the early stage of the void refinement realm. Looking at the exhausted Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Feng felt a surge of pity in his heart. Because Long Jingya was pregnant, most of the fierce battle took place on Su Xiaoxiao. The two women fell asleep on the Qinglian platform, while Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Brother Tong, draw the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing an enlightenment divine herb. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a deep sea spirit pearl. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 300 billion top quality crystals. Throw the enlightenment divine grass into the small world and plant it. Brother Tong, I won a chaos body refining technique in the previous lottery. Can I practice it? Lin Feng suddenly remembered the body refining technique he had drawn before and asked the system. Beep, the host can practice. The chaos body refining technique is an exclusive inheritance of the ancient chaos Taoist body. It can temper the body, reshape the meridians, and significantly enhance the physical fitness. The system replied mechanically. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and a dark purple light ball rushed into his sea of consciousness like a spirit snake, and a large amount of obscure and mysterious information exploded. Lin Feng staggered and held onto the table, countless chaotic runes appeared in front of his eyes, and the roar of a prehistoric beast seemed to roar in his ears. When all the information was integrated into his sea of consciousness, Lin Feng found that his palms were soaked with cold sweat. According to the method, the first priority is to harden the bones. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the 3rd floor of Tianshu Tower, circulating the spiritual power in his body. When the first ray of chaotic power penetrated into his bones, Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. The power was like countless tiny steel needles, piercing along the bone marrow, and the severe pain rushed from the tailbone to the top of the head. Beads of sweat rolled down his neck and soaked the cushion under him. Lin Feng bit his lower lip tightly, and blood oozed between his teeth. Concentrate! Lin Feng shouted, forcibly circulating his spiritual power to draw the scattered chaotic power to his dantian. But this power was like a wild horse running wild, rushing through the meridians, tearing the spiritual veins that were originally glowing with golden light into pieces. Strange purple-black lines began to appear on his skin, and blue veins bulged like gnarled old tree roots. The whole person seemed to be squeezed by an invisible huge force, making bursts of bone-cracking sounds that made people's teeth ache. A month had passed, and Lin Feng's clothes had long been soaked with blood, and thick blood scabs had formed on the ground. Just when Lin Feng was about to run out of strength, boom! A deafening roar exploded in the Tianshu Tower, and a dazzling chaotic light burst out from Lin Feng's body. Countless golden patterns emerged from under his skin, like an ancient galaxy flowing on his body, and each pattern exuded a frightening pressure. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and he punched out casually. The air instantly twisted, and the fist force landed on the body of the Tianshu Tower, shaking the tower and making it buzz. 3rd level, no more progress. Lin Feng felt the surging power in his body, and a confident arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Lin Feng's physical strength was far beyond that of the cultivators of the same level. It was estimated that it would be difficult to hurt him even if ordinary magic weapons attacked him. Whenever he practiced the skills, those golden Dao patterns would automatically flow, continuously absorbing the chaotic energy between heaven and earth, and transforming it into power to nourish his body. The chaos body refining technique seems to be specially designed to be used in conjunction with the Taishu Guiyuan technique. Lin Feng felt the similarities between the two heaven-defying techniques and had some questions in his mind. A golden light flashed in Lin Feng's palm, and a golden light ball appeared in his palm. Star gold, the secret of gold properties should lie in this thing. Lin Feng looked at the golden light ball in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng slowly lifted the star-shaped golden light ball in his palm to his chest. The surface of the golden light ball was covered with fine runes, beating like a living thing, emitting a heart-pounding pressure.
Open!
Lin Feng shouted, his eyes wide open. The spiritual power in his body circulated like a surging tide, flowing along the meridians to his hands. Lin Feng quickly formed seals with his hands, and a stream of chaotic power shot out and merged into the star-like golden light ball. The golden light ball trembled violently, and the runes flashed more and more dazzlingly. A powerful repulsive force burst out from it, impacting Lin Feng's spiritual power barrier. Lin Feng's forehead was bulging with veins, and he continued to increase the output. With the continuous infusion of the power of chaos, the light of the star-shaped golden light group gradually dimmed, and the runes were no longer so ostentatious. However, just when Lin Feng thought he was about to succeed, the golden light group suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and a violent golden force rushed into his meridians like a flood.
Ah!
Lin Feng screamed in pain. His meridians seemed to be torn apart by the impact of the golden power. His skin was covered with golden lines, and he seemed to be imprisoned in a golden cage. The golden power rushed through his body, trying to destroy his internal organs. Lin Feng immediately started practicing the chaos body refining technique, and the power of the ancestral dragon also began to guide this violent force. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into Dantian, and he built a golden bridge in the ocean of spiritual power, trying to guide the golden power into Dantian. Every time he guided a bit of power, Lin Feng felt as if his soul was cut by a sharp blade, and it was painful. As time went by, Lin Feng's face became paler. Lin Feng tried his best to activate the chaos body refining technique and the power of the ancestral dragon, but the golden power seemed unable to be integrated into this body.
How can I integrate this golden power? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Oh, the fire element.
Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately used the fire element to control the golden power in his body.
Time passed by minute, and finally, a trace of golden essence was successfully introduced into Dantian.
This trace of essence was like a fire, burning in Dantian, gradually taming the violent golden power.
Lin Feng seized the opportunity and sped up the refining process.
More and more gold essence was introduced into Dantian and merged with the original spiritual power. Under the tempering of gold power, the meridians became tougher and had a faint metallic luster. When the last trace of the golden essence was refined, a dazzling golden light burst out from Lin Feng's body. His aura rose wildly, and a strong metallic pressure emanated from his body. After the light dissipated, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp golden light flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng flew out of the Tianshu Tower, raised his hand and waved it, and a golden sword energy broke through the air, cutting a deep crack in the distant mountain wall.
Finally succeeded.
Lin Feng clenched his fists, and a fine golden light burst out from his fingertips. The golden power rushed through his meridians like liquid gold, and the bones made a clear sound wherever it passed. He closed his eyes and felt the metal essence that was taking shape in his Dantian, but he realized that the spiritual power vortex was still at the initial stage of the fusion realm. The star gold fragments on the palm of his hand turned into powder after absorbing the last bit of power. In the drifting golden mist, star gold contains the law of metal, but it can't shake the barrier of the early stage of the fusion realm. It seems that the original power required for the fusion realm is probably terrifying.
Chapter 120 Mission, Classic of Mountains and Seas. Brother Ton, open the panel. Name, Raymond Lam. Early stage of integration. Skills, Taishu Goyuan Ju 3rd Heaven Chaos Refining Body Ju 3rd Level. Attributes, gold, wood, fire, earth, thunder, dark, space, and time. Weapons, Holy Sword of Chaos, Axe of Creation, Tower of Hunyuan Tianshu, Chaos Pearl, Mirror of Samsara, Hunyuan Palace, Chaos Tai Chi Diagram, Lingshu J Tripod, Star Burial Bow. Martial Arts, Sky Splitting Slash, Golden Crow Red Lotus, Space Cutting, Space Confinement, 10,000 Swords Returning to Their Origin, Galaxy Sanskrit Sound Technique, Star Slash, 5 Elements Chaos Break, Time Cage, 3 Ways of Creation, Void Projection, Soulfire Burning the Sky, All Changes and Formless, Eye of Fate, Cousin Effect Slash. Talents, Taishu Golden Eyes, Teleportation, Power of the Ancestral Dragon, Devouring, Hongmeng Guardian, Time Reversal, Domain, Small World in the Body, Return to Nature. Ding, the system has issued an SSSSSS level task to obtain the lost ancient book classic of mountains and seas. The task rewards are 1. System Upgrade 2. Chaos Treasure, Compass of Destiny. 3. The True Intention of Life. Just as Lin Feng was checking the panel, a message came from the system. Mission? Brother Tong, accept the mission.
Lin Feng hesitated slightly and immediately agreed.
Beep, the host accepts the SSSSSS level mission to obtain the lost classic of mountains and seas.
After completing the mission, the rewards are 1. System upgrade 2.
Chaos treasure, destiny compass.
3. The true intention of life.
Then a piece of information instantly entered Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. The mission location is actually in another galaxy in the Milky Way, the Fire Wolf Star Galaxy auction?
Lin Feng looked at the information sent by the system with a serious expression. Click, click, show the star map of the Milky Way, and confirm the position of the Firewolf star.
Yes, Master. Kaka finally got the Master's order again and said excitedly. Then, a huge star map appeared in front of Lin Feng.
Each light spot on the star map represented a star.
Countless stars formed a feather-like star map.
Among them, a golden light spot was the location of the solar system.
Master, this is the star map of the Milky Way. Vulcan is located in the western part of the Milky Way.
A mechanical clicking sound was heard. Then a message was transmitted into the star map. This is the location.
At the current fastest speed, how long will it take to get there? Lin Feng transmitted the mission location into the star map. Master, this location is in the western region of the Milky Way. We are in the eastern part of the southern region.
It takes 200,000 years to reach it at the speed of light.
Level 5 technological civilization has mastered the dark matter space jump technology and can use wormholes to travel through.
With one jump per day, it will take about 45 days to arrive.
45 days is such a long time. Wait for my notification. Lin Feng said. Brother Tong, are there any advanced cores for scientific and technological civilization technology? Can we upgrade the current core?
Lin Feng immediately asked the system.
You can upgrade using the star core. Currently, you can upgrade to level 8 civilization. The level is too high and the host cannot bear it. The system replied. Okay.
Lin Feng immediately found the core of the star from the space. The core emitted a mysterious and dazzling light, as if it contained endless mysteries from the depths of the universe.
Kaka, get ready to upgrade.
Lin Feng said to Kaka.
Yes, Master. Kaka shouted excitedly.
Lin Feng slowly moved the star core closer to the level 5 technology core that was quietly floating in the air. When the two approached a certain distance, an invisible force began to surge, and countless electric currents seemed to shuttle through the space. The star core bloomed with a more dazzling brilliance, and the light wrapped around the level 5 technology core like a silk thread, making a sizzling sound, as if a sacred ceremony was being performed. The level 5 technology core began to tremble slightly, and the lines on its surface seemed to come alive, flashing with strange light. The light gradually changed from the initial stability to disorder, as if resisting the powerful force brought by the star core. But the power of the star core was too strong, and the thread-like light continued to penetrate into the interior of the level 5 technology core and began to reshape its structure. As time went by, cracks began to appear on the surface of the level 5 technology core, just like the cracks caused by the movement of the Earth's crust. Rays of light shot out from the cracks, illuminating the entire space. The cracks became larger and larger, and finally, with a loud bang, the level 5 technology core shattered into countless tiny fragments. However, this was not the end. Covered by the light of the star core, the fragments began to reassemble. As if controlled by an invisible hand, they quickly gathered together to form a brand new core. This new core exuded a stronger and deeper light than before, and the patterns on its surface were more complex and mysterious, containing the technological secrets of a level 8 civilization. Master, Kaka has completed the upgrade and is now at level 8 core technology, which has exceeded the highest technological level of the Galactic Kingdom. We can finally travel in the universe again. Kaka said excitedly. Kaka, how long will it take to reach Fire Wolf Star now? Lin Feng asked immediately after seeing the upgrade completed. It will take 5 days to arrive. Okay, protect the Earth and set off immediately after completion. Lin Feng did not dare to be careless when leaving the Earth, and hurriedly arranged for Kaka to make safety precautions for leaving the Earth. Yes, Master. Currently, the highest technology in the Milky Way is level 6. Our technological level completely surpasses the Milky Way and even most galaxies. There is absolutely no problem with safety. Kaka said. The air was filled with sandalwood incense in the Lu Huan palace. Long Jingya leaned on the jade couch, stroking her bulging belly, while Su Xiaoxiao gently held Long Jingya's arm. Lin Feng looked at Long Jingya and said, "The mission to Fire Wolf Star is of great importance, and we must go there in person." Long Jingya knew that since Lin Feng attached so much importance to it, it must be an emergency, but she was pregnant, so she suggested that Xiao Xiao go with them. Lin Feng readily agreed, knowing that the journey was long and it would always be good to have someone to take care of them. After that, a crystal-clear chaos-glazed tower appeared in Lin Feng's palm, and the tower body was flowing with a mysterious halo. This tower is as powerful as the Tianshu Tower.
I am not on Earth, and the Tianshu Tower needs to be taken away.
This chaos-glazed tower will be your main weapon. Before the voice fell, a soul power had been injected into Long Jingya's sea of consciousness, completing the master recognition ceremony. Then, Lin Feng took out a jade card emitting a galactic halo and an ancient robe. This is the highest authority jade card of the Earth's level 8 core technology.
It can be directly activated in an emergency. The Qinglian treasure clothes is made of Chaos Qinglian, which has both offensive and defensive capabilities. You should put it on quickly. The treasure clothes are ever-changing and can be used as you wish. After completing this mission, Xiao Xiao and I will return immediately. I will also notify my sister to come and accompany you these days. You can rest assured to take care of your pregnancy. Long Jingya took the items and gently reminded, "Brother Feng, be careful on the road and take good care of Xiao Xiao." Lin Feng held her hand and looked firm. "Wait for me to come back." After Lin Feng finished speaking, the Tianshu Tower turned into the shape of a shuttle. Under the gaze of Long Jingya and Lin Yuning, Lin Feng brought Su Xiaoxiao to the Tianshu Tower. A quantum energy flashed across the surface of the Tianshu Tower, and ripples in space appeared. The shuttle penetrated the atmosphere with a sound of breaking through the air. Long Jingya and Lin Yuning watched the two leave in the Hunyuan Palace. Chapter 121: Swallowing Heaven City. Inside the Tianshu Tower, Lin Feng and Su Xiaoxiao snuggled together, admiring the fantastic world outside the tower. An endless river of brilliant stars flows before your eyes. Tens of thousands of nebulae are like dreamy paints blown away by the wind, creating a breathtakingly magnificent picture in the void. "Brother Feng, look over there."
Su Xiaoxiao suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's wrist. In the distance, an emerald nebula was twisting strangely. Countless silver threads burst out from the depths of the nebula and woven into a huge quantum grid in space. When the threads touched a certain orange-red star, the entire planet suddenly seemed to have been rewound, and it instantly retraced from the violent form of a supernova explosion to a newly born protostar. Lin Feng's pupils reflected this incredible scene, and his voice was filled with uncontrollable shock. "This is the space wrinkle area. Those silk threads are the space anchor points of the quantum entanglement state." Before he finished speaking, the Tianshu Tower had already entered the area. Countless light spots exploded around it, forming a vortex-shaped quantum channel. When Tianshu Tower reappeared in a nebula made of crystals, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly chuckled. "Lin Feng, look, it's so beautiful." She pointed to a place not far away where there was an island made up of countless hourglasses in series. In each hourglass, there was not sand flowing, but twinkling stardust. As the hourglasses turned, the stardust arranged itself into different star maps, like some kind of cosmic code being constantly rewritten. Lin Feng held Su Xiaoxiao in his arms, feeling the cool fragrance from her hair. "Next time, let's go find the end of those star maps." "Okay, take Jingya with you." Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng and said happily. Lin Feng's gaze passed through the layers of nebulae and fell on a certain blue giant star that was collapsing. There seemed to be a faint golden light gate taking shape there. However, what was reflected in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes was the side profile of Lin Feng and the countless stars behind him shining against each other. The jumping trajectory of Tianshu Tower was controlled by Ka Ka. Lin Feng picked up Su Xiaoxiao and began the wonderful cultivation. Looking at the fantastic scenery outside, Su Xiaoxiao completed a wonderful experience for the first time, and her strength was rapidly improved under Lin Feng's nourishment. The two of them entered a wonderful state of enlightenment at the same time. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed and Lin Feng and Su Xiaoxiao slowly opened their eyes. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day, and has accumulated 15 items.
Do you want to draw? Brother Tong, draw the lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the origin clone technique. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the burial star bow. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the Taishu map. Ding, congratulations to the host. There are so many good things here. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the items he had drawn.
Xiao Xiao, we're here.
Lin Feng said to Su Xiaoxiao.
This is some information about the universe and some precautions.
We must be careful. After Lin Feng finished speaking, a huge amount of information instantly entered Su Xiaoxiao's sea of consciousness. The amount of information possessed by the level 8 civilization was extremely huge, and it took Su Xiaoxiao a while to digest it all. Lin Feng casually raised his hand, and 2 Chaos Azure Lotuses, 1 blue and 1 purple, turned into flowing light, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 robes. Xiaoxiao, this Azure Lotus treasure robe can conceal your aura and prevent detection. Its appearance is ever-changing, and its defense is extremely strong. You and I will each have one. Seeing the gorgeous clothes in Lin Feng's hand, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but inject a wisp of soul power into the blue lotus treasure clothes. In an instant, the treasure clothes emitted a warm green light, and it seemed to have life and actively merged into Su Xiaoxiao's body. As the recognition of the master was completed, a faint fragrance spread, and the breath around Su Xiaoxiao became more ethereal and ethereal. The aqua blue skirt flowed with a star-like glimmer, and the originally pretty face was shrouded in a layer of soft halo, just like a fairy walking out of Guanghan Palace, with an extraordinary charm that did not belong to the mortal world in every gesture. Seeing this, Lin Feng's fingertips flickered with a flash of purple lightning that sank into the purple lotus treasure robe. The moment the treasure robe turned into a stream of light covering his entire body, a domineering chaotic purple aura instantly rose up, and Lin Feng's angular outline was outlined by the purple light, making him look even more stern. His deep eyes seemed to hide a vast starry sky. His every move showed the domineering aura of a king who controlled the world, and the calmness of someone who had experienced vicissitudes of life. He was like a chaotic war god walking in the world, and people dared not look directly at him. Brother Feng, am I beautiful? Su Xiaoxiao felt the effect of the green lotus robe and couldn't help but turn around in front of Lin Feng. Su Xiaoxiao's turn almost disrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. He couldn't help but hug Su Xiaoxiao's waist. Xiaoxiao, you are the most beautiful. You're so smooth talking. 2 red clouds appeared on Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks as she said this in a reproachful tone. Lin Feng took out another bag filled with top-grade crystals. Here are 10 billion top-grade crystals. You can put them directly into the Hongmeng seal. An ordinary ring is not safe. Brother Feng, this is too much. I can't spend it all. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Take it. When we leave the earth in the future, we will have many places to spend money. We are now rich people in the universe, so spend it freely. Lin Feng waved his hand, nonchalantly. So where are we going next? Su Xiaoxiao asked curiously. The auction won't start for another 2 days, so let's go shopping in the city first. Lin Feng said to Su Xiaoxiao, who was in a hurry to go shopping. That's great. I've always been curious about what alien creatures look like, and finally I can see it with my own eyes. Su Xiaoxiao rubbed her hands with excitement. In the blink of an eye, the Tianshu Tower appeared in the Tiantuan city on the Firewolf star. This planet is 10 times the size of the Earth, and the streets are bustling with activity. Elves with pointy ears are jumping around, orcs with animal heads and human bodies are slowly swinging around with axes on their shoulders, there are sturdy dwarves with big shoulders and strong waists, magical tree people, lava beasts, and so on, all living and communicating harmoniously in this city. The building is similar to the architectural style of the Dragon Kingdom during the Tang Dynasty, but what is floating in your ears is the universal language of the universe. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The spiritual energy here was as thick as fog, much stronger than the earth where the spiritual energy was thin. Although it was not as good as the dozens of spiritual veins on the hanging island, it was also eye-catching. Lin Feng looked at the various cultivators walking through the streets and quietly held Su Xiaoxiao's hand. Xiaoxiao, look at that orc carrying a giant axe. The jade pendant on his waist is glowing with the halo of the golden core stage. There are a few Yuanian cultivators over there. Lin Feng's gaze swept across a floating attic in the distance. The faint fluctuations of spiritual power there were clearly a sign that a powerful cultivator in the void refining stage was in charge. Su Xiaoxiao tightly grasped Lin Feng's hand, and the two walked forward, talking and laughing. On the sign of a small shop on the street, the notice recruiting Jindan stage guards was particularly eye-catching. Children passing by were playing and throwing talismans that could cause small explosions. This scene is simply a fantasy on Earth there. Foundation building cultivators can be regarded as elders of the sect, and Jindan strongmen are rare in a century. Xiaoxiao, your cultivation level is enough to be called an old monster here. Lin Feng looked at Su Xiaoxiao and joked. Hate it, you're also an old monster. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng and said in a pretended angry manner. The two chatted as they walked, and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. While walking around, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly walked towards a stall and asked, Boss, how much is this hairpin? Seeing the two dressed elegantly, the stall owner gritted his teeth and said, 2, 3 top-grade crystal stones. So expensive?
The exact same one over there just now only costs 1. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes immediately widened. The stall owner panicked. Oh miss, I just make a hard-earned living from this small business. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's cold face and not saying anything, he quickly let go. Okay, 1 is enough, consider it my opening. After Su Xiaoxiao paid the crystal stone, the two of them walked towards the moon viewing restaurant with their shoulders hooked. Although they had already been fasting for a long time, it was their first time to visit an alien planet, so of course they had to try something new. Chapter 122 The Spiritual Energy Disappears. The two of them came to the restaurant and sat down in a position upstairs with a very good view. The waiter immediately ran over, and seeing that Lin Feng and the others were dressed luxuriously and had good temperament, he immediately became very respectful. Sir, hello, madam, welcome to Wangyue Tower, the largest restaurant in this city. What would you like to eat? This is our menu. After the waiter finished speaking, he immediately handed Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Feng a menu. The menu of Wangyue restaurant is unique, and its dishes are all delicacies unique to Firewolf Star. Lingxi grilled pork steak is the tenderloin of the Lingxi beast unique to Firewolf Star. The meat of this Lingxi beast is firm due to the nourishment of rich spiritual energy, and contains traces of spiritual power. Star marrow jade dew soup is made from the star marrow of the core of the planet, supplemented by the juice of dozens of spiritual plants. The star marrow emits a subtle light, as if the stars in the sky are condensed into a spoonful. The soup is thick and sweet like jade dew. Every mouthful is full of the essence of heaven and earth. It is not only delicious, but also very beneficial to spiritual practice, and can warm the soul and strengthen the body. Fantasy Butterfly Crispy Wings uses a kind of strange butterfly wings that release magical power. These butterflies grow by sucking the fairy dew of spiritual flowers, and their wings have a dreamy color. Chaos Spiritual Rice Cake is a spiritual rice that was bred when the chaos first began. This kind of rice is round and plump, with the ancient charm of chaos. The steamed rice cake is soft, sweet, and melts in the mouth. The chaos spiritual power in it can help monks stabilize their realm. Lin Feng glanced at the dishes on the menu that glowed with spiritual energy, and swallowed unconsciously. Planets with abundant spiritual energy are so arrogant. Eating a meal is like taking a cultivation elixir. Lin Feng said to the waiter, give me 1 portion of everything on the menu. Okay. Sir, please wait a moment. The kitchen will start cooking right away. The waiter was so happy that his eyes narrowed into slits, and he ran all the way to place the order. Su Xiaoxiao leaned on the table and looked around, with expectation on her fingertips. Brother Feng, do you think the Lingxi steak will taste the same as steak? Before long, the table was filled with delicious dishes. Su Xiaoxiao picked up a piece of sizzling butterfly wings and her eyes widened as soon as she took a bite. Oh my god! How can it taste so crispy, tender and fragrant? Lin Feng even grabbed the meat directly, and the two of them cleared the table in no time. Although the meal cost 3,000 top-grade crystals, Lin Feng felt that it was worth it. The two were about to leave when the waiter ran over and said, my dears. In addition to food, our accommodation is also excellent. If you are here to attend the auction is next door, and you can get there easily if you stay here. Oh? What kind of rooms are there? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Sir, the ordinary rooms cost 1,000 crystals and can be blown by spiritual wind. The intermediate rooms cost 5,000 crystals and have a small hot spring pool. The superior rooms cost 10,000 crystals and have their own cultivation array. The top rooms cost 20,000 crystals and even the beds are made of 1,000-year-old spiritual wood, and sleeping can increase your cultivation. This is it, open for 2 days. Lin Feng took out the crystal card and handed it to the waiter. That night, after soaking in the hot spring pool, the two of them lay on the soft spiritual wood bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Su Xiaoxiao was full of energy, dragging Lin Feng from the east to the west of the city. They didn't return to the moon viewing tower until the sunset dyed the Tunshan city purple-red. After dinner, in Tianshu Tower, Lin Feng continued to guide Su Xiaoxiao's cultivation. Inside the house, Tianshu Tower spun rapidly, like a whale sucking water. A dark purple vortex suddenly exploded over the swallowing heaven city. The originally rich spiritual energy seemed to be swallowed by an invisible giant mouth. The cultivators who were practicing stumbled to the ground one after another, and the spiritual plants in their hands withered and turned yellow in an instant. The spiritual spring pool in the center of the city gurgled with black water, and the 1,000-year-old spiritual sand deposited at the bottom of the pool turned into powder in an instant. Which bastard is causing trouble? The rooftop of the West City Refining Treasure Pavilion exploded, and a white-haired old woman stepped on a half-broken jade tower and soared into the sky, with the twilight refining materials still stained between her fingernails.
Thunderstorms surged around her, and the pressure from the crossing tribulation stage shattered the windows of the shops below, but all she could see was an empty street. At the same time, a roar came from the forbidden area in the south of the city, and a cyclops with chains wrapped around his body broke out of the ground, smashing deep pits in the ground with every step he took. On his neck, which was covered with knotted muscles, there were still scars from the battle with the outer demons 100 years ago. At this moment, he swung a giant axe like a headless fly, splitting the passing floating merchant ship in half. Where is the spiritual energy?
My breakthrough opportunity.
At that moment, dozens of auras of the crossing tribulation stage rose into the sky, including a black-robed monk stepping on a black lotus, a nine-tailed demon fox that turned into a blood-red stream, and an old man in a Taoist robe riding a bronze crane. These old monsters who usually couldn't hide confronted each other in the sky above the swallowing heaven city, and each of them had a look of vigilance in their eyes, fearing that the other party was secretly plotting something.
Everyone.
The old man in Taoist robes swept his whisk, and his voice shook the clouds.
All the spiritual nodes of Tian City are broken. This is definitely not a natural phenomenon. Could it be that a powerful being is going through a tribulation?
The nine-tailed fox swung its tail, and a sickening fishy sweet smell filled the air. But within a million miles, I haven't heard of anyone going through a tribulation. When everyone was arguing, a loud rumble suddenly came from the west of the city. It turned out that several nascent soul cultivators who were eager to find out the truth accidentally touched an ancient formation, causing a chain explosion. In the sky-high flames, the old monsters ignored the quarrels and turned into streams of light to check. No one noticed that the Tianshu Tower on the top floor of Wanyue Tower was strangely suspended in the void. The flowing lines on the surface of the tower formed a strange resonance with the spiritual energy that had just disappeared, but Lin Feng and Su Xiaoxiao were immersed in cultivation and didn't notice it at all. The spiritual energy suspended around them condensed into liquid spiritual mist, and condensed into a fine spiritual cocoon around the two of them. Purple lightning danced wildly around Lin Feng, and the power of thunder was exerted to the extreme. The chaotic energy surged like a substance, and the phantoms of the ancestor dragon burst out from his palms and roared to the sky. Suddenly, Lin Feng shouted loudly, and the majestic power of chaos poured out from his palms, forming a nine-dragon spirit formation around Su Xiaoxiao. Rays of golden light wrapped around Su Xiaoxiao's body, lifting her more than 3 feet off the ground.
Ancient Taoist patterns appeared on Su Xiaoxiao's white skin.
With a clear dragon roar, a brilliant golden lotus exploded above Su Xiaoxiao's head, and the golden rays of light shot straight into the sky. The pressure of the middle stage of the refining void realm spread around like a tide. The refining heaven art started to operate on its own without being activated, and began to stabilize the fluctuations of spiritual power all over the body. Lin Feng also quickly pinched the magic formula, and the Taishu Guiyuan Ju circulated around him, activating the power of the ancestral dragon in his body. The ancestral dragon's phantom opened its huge mouth, forming a cycle with the spiritual power around Su Xiaoxiao. The two forces intertwined and wandered between the two people, sometimes like a stormy wave hitting the shore, sometimes like a trickle, turning into a golden spiritual chain that shuttled around them, closely connecting their auras. The spiritual energy in the room surged like a whirlpool, and the Tianshu Tower also emitted a buzzing resonance. The tower body glowed brightly, completely covering the figures of the two. With the blessing of this powerful force, Su Xiaoxiao's realm became more stable, and the aura around her became more ethereal and profound, as if she had merged with the avenue of heaven and earth. At this time, Lin Feng and Su Xiaoxiao burst out with colorful light at the same time, and Lin Feng's realm broke through from the initial stage of fusion to the middle stage of fusion.
Chapter 123 Auction Storm.
After a night of battle, Su Xiaoxiao fell into a deep sleep.
Early morning. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Brother Tong, draw the lottery.
Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the purple flame burning sky ribbon. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a place in the ownerless starfield. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 400 billion top-grade crystals.
Brother Tong, open the panel and optimize it.
The display panel has been optimized again for the host.
Name, Raymond Lam mid-stage of integration. Skill, Taishu Guiyuan Ju 3 heavens.
Attributes, gold, wood, fire, earth, thunder, dark, space, and time. Equipment, Purple Lotus Robe, Chaos Pearl, Hunyuan Palace, Lingshu Jade Cauldron, Hunyuan Tianshu Tower, Samsara Mirror, Chaos Tai Chi Diagram. Weapons, Chaos Holy Sword, Creation of the Sky Axe, Star Burial Bow. Skills: Sky Splitting Slash, Golden Crow Red Lotus, Space Cutting, Space Confinement, 10,000 Swords Returning to Their Origin, Galaxy Sanskrit Sound, Star Slash, 5 Elements Chaos Break, Time Cage, 3 Ways of Creation, Void Projection, Soulfire Burning the Sky, All Changes Without Form, Eye of Fate, Cause and Effect Slash. Talents: Taishu Golden Eyes, Teleportation, Power of the Ancestral Dragon, Devouring, Hongmeng Guardian, Time Reversal, Domain, Small World in the Body, Return to Nature.
Brother Tong, what kind of magic weapon is the purple flame burning sky ribbon? Beep.
At the beginning of chaos, a wisp of the purest and most intense purple flame was born from nothingness. It roamed wantonly and devoured the strange fire madly.
After countless years of precipitation and condensation, it finally transformed into the purple flame burning sky ribbon. The purple flame burning sky ribbon contains unimaginable secrets of chaos.
The system replied mechanically. Lin Feng then put away the Tai Chi diagram, and the chaotic Tai Chi diagram turned into a miniature Tai Chi pattern and merged into Lin Feng's brow. After studying the Tai Chi diagram for this period of time, Lin Feng became more and more convinced of the power of the Tai Chi diagram.
The Chaos Tai Chi diagram is the top treasure of the innate chaos.
It contains a complete small world in which yin and yang circulate endlessly.
If you lead the enemy into the small world, it is like being trapped in an inescapable desperate situation. Moreover, the small world of the Taiji diagram can also interact with the outside world.
You can use the power of the small world to enhance your own strength in the outside world, or use the power of the outside world to nourish the small world, so that it can continue to grow and improve. Lin Feng only comprehended part of the evolutionary ability, but he benefited a lot from it. When Lin Feng was immersed in the wonderful power of the Tai Chi diagram, Su Xiaoxiao woke up slowly and looked at Lin Feng sitting next to her. Su Xiaoxiao immediately clung to Lin Feng and was unwilling to separate. "Xiaoxiao, look what this is." Lin Feng took out the purple flame burning sky silk, placed it in Su Xiaoxiao's hand, and continued, "This is the purple flame burning sky silk, a treasure that combines power and defense. You should quickly recognize it as your master."
"Brother Feng, you have given me enough,
Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Feng lovingly, her eyes instantly becoming gentle.
"Silly girl, what use do I have for these treasures if you're not by my side?"
Lin Feng looked at Su Xiaoxiao again. The chaos purple flame needs blood to recognize its master. After saying that, Lin Feng bit Su Xiaoxiao's fingertip, and a drop of bright red blood dripped onto the center of the silk, instantly transforming into a dragon-like pattern that wrapped around the two of them.
"Brother Feng, you are so nice."
As Su Xiaoxiao and the purple flame Fenqianling completed the recognition of their master, the purple flame Fenqianling suddenly soared into the air and stretched into a 100-meter-long curtain of fire in the air, reflecting the entire Tianshu Tower into an enchanting purple color. Su Xiaoxiao was wearing a blue lotus robe, with a wisp of purple gauze hanging from her shoulders, as if carrying a dark fire from the depths of the chaotic netherworld, tinging the fairy spirit around Su Xiaoxiao with a strange halo. The shadow of the blue lotus blooming on the robe swayed gently, and the faint red lines on the edge of the gauze were like flames clinging to it, forming a wonderful contrast with the plain and elegant robe. The green lotus robe completely concealed the aura of the purple flame burning sky silk, making people feel it was mysterious, but not knowing that this item was actually a chaos treasure.
"Let's go, it's time to go to the auction."
Lin Feng stood up and pulled Su Xiaoxiao, and the two walked out of Tianshu Tower.
As soon as he left Tianshu Tower, Lin Feng immediately realized something was wrong.
The spiritual energy that was originally rich was now extremely thin, and the concentration of spiritual energy was about the same as that on Earth. Lin Feng came to the lobby and asked the waiter, only to find out that a strange phenomenon of spiritual energy disappearing occurred here last night. Lin Feng immediately thought that it might be caused by the breakthrough he made using the Tianshu Tower last night, so he pretended not to know about it and quickly left Wangyue Tower with Su Xiaoxiao and went to the auction site.
Tianxiong Pavilion, where the auction will be held. The heat wave, accompanied by noisy voices, rushed towards him. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the corridor. The bluestone steps were densely packed with monks.
Some of them climbed on the carved railings and stood on tiptoe to look around. Some of them were pushing and shoving in the crowd with their admission tickets in hand. There were even a few low-level cultivators who flew directly under the eaves of the corridor, making the glass lamps on the dome clank.
"Young lady, come and drink a cup of spiritual wine with me?"
A one-eyed strong man flirted with Su Xiaoxiao.
"I promise to give you a treasure better than the treasures in this auction."
Before he finished speaking, a flash of purple light flashed by like lightning, and the purple flame burning sky silk on Su Xiaoxiao's waist suddenly came out of its sheath, and the blazing flame instantly enveloped the strong man. With a shrill scream, his nascent soul was about to escape, but was nailed to the pillar by the golden light that came from the sky. Lin Feng's cold murderous intent turned into reality, and the surrounding monks felt as if they were falling into an ice cellar. Several people who were about to take action staggered back, knocking over the tables and chairs behind them. Su Xiaoxiao took back the burning sky silk, the flame pattern on the hem of her skirt still dancing slightly. Xiaoxiao, let's go, the auction is about to begin. The two of them walked through the silent crowd, leaving only the charred and shivering onlookers on the ground.
Mr. Lin, this way please.
A waiter in gilded shorts walked through the crowd and bowed to lead the two to the VIP passage. At the end of the passage, the two seal characters supreme on the gilded plaque glowed with spiritual light. Lin Feng gently shook the black crystal card in his hand, and the dark pattern of 100 billion top-grade crystal stones appeared on the surface of the black crystal card. This was the highest level of VIP certificate of Tianji Pavilion. The Jindan monks guarding on both sides saw the black crystal card in Lin Feng's hand, their pupils shrank suddenly, and they immediately saluted with fists. Pushing open the agarwood door, the fragrance of sandalwood mixed with spiritual tea hits you in the face. In the supreme private room, the white jade couch is covered with a nine-tailed fox fur, and a spiritual fruit platter is placed on the table. Among them, a fist-sized purple crystal grape is slowly flowing with starlight. The waiter respectfully presents the jade slip. Mr. Lin, this is the list of items for this auction.
If you have any items you like, you can call at any time.
Lin Feng casually flipped through the jade slip, and the gilded characters flowed before his eyes: ancient pill recipe fragments, 9-turn body tempering technique, meteorite iron. When he saw the last item, incomplete space law jade slip, Lin Feng's fingertips paused slightly.
At this moment, the dome suddenly lit up with colorful rays of light. 12 phantoms of spiritual cranes flew across the dome, and a silver-haired old man dressed in cloud brocade came stepping on the light. He tapped the table with the jade rui in his hand, and the entire Tianxiang pavilion instantly became silent. Fellow Taoists, welcome to the 3709th auction of the Tianxiang pavilion.
The old man's voice was clear, but it carried an unquestionable pressure. The items for this auction are all collected by our pavilion at a cost of 100 years. There are many treasures that can change the fate of cultivators.
A bronze token flew out of the old man's sleeve.
The token was suspended in the air, with runes flowing on the surface, projecting pictures of light and shadow, the phoenix feathers reborn in flames, the old tree branches wrapped in thunder, and the jade box exuding a chaotic aura.
The first lot is the 9 Revolutions life-extending pill.
As soon as the old man finished speaking, 12 female cultivators in light gauze came in one after another, holding jade trays. The crystal-clear pills on the jade trays exuded a strong medicinal fragrance.
This pill can extend your life by 10 years.
The starting price is 30 million top-grade crystal stones. The bidding sounds one after another were like spring thunder. Lin Feng and Su Xiaoxiao leaned on the fox fur cushions, not showing any interest in the items in front of them.
35 million. 38 million. 40 million. Chapter 124 Classic of Mountains and Seas. 60 million.
In the end, this 9 Revolutions life-extending pill was bought by the dwarves for 60 million top-grade crystals.
Then, the second item was presented.
It was a sword emitting a faint blue light, with mysterious runes engraved on the blade and a faint sound of dragon roaring. This is the top-grade earth-level sword Dark Blue Dragon Roar, which is extremely sharp and can cut gold and jade. The host introduced, the reserve price is 500,000 spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 10,000 spirit stones.
The auction begins.
The venue was instantly boiling with bidding sounds coming one after another.
510,000. 520,000. 550,000.
The price kept rising, and in the end, it was bought by an elder from the Tianlang tribe at a high price of 600,000 spirit stones. Soon after, the third and fourth lots came on the stage one after another.
They were all rare treasures, attracting many people to bid for them, and the atmosphere became increasingly heated. Some people say the next item is a map, some say it's a history book, and some say it's a treasure.
The host was excited, his eyes sparkling with excitement.
No matter what, it does contain endless secrets, recording the ancient mountains and rivers, geography, rare treasures and animals.
That's right, it's the Book of the Earth.
Ding, the system has detected the host's mission item, please obtain it.
The system prompted at this time.
That's it.
Lin Feng suddenly sat up. Brother Feng, this is the Book of the Earth.
Could it be the classic of mountains and seas?
Su Xiaoxiao asked in confusion.
Yes, it can't be wrong. We must get it.
Lin Feng said with a firm look in his eyes. Following the host's words, an ancient scroll was carefully brought to the auction table. The surface of the scroll was covered with traces of time, but it faintly exuded a mysterious atmosphere. The Book of the Earth, the reserve price is 100 million crystals, and each bid must not be less than 1 million crystals.
The auction begins. 120 million. A prince with a tiger's head and a human body was the first to bid. 150 million.
The other prince with deer horns was not to be outdone.
Lin Feng frowned and said, 180 million.
He spoke coldly, with an unquestionable momentum in his voice.
200 million.
The tiger-headed prince glared at Lin Feng fiercely and raised the price again.
300 million.
Lin Feng shouted without hesitation. The beast princes didn't expect Lin Feng to be so resolute, and hesitated for a moment. Just as they hesitated, the host shouted loudly, 300 million once.
300 million twice. 300 million 3 times. Deal.
Raymond Lam successfully took a picture of the book from the ground and put it in his pocket. Soon the book from the ground was delivered to Raymond Lam's private room by the service staff. After system confirmation, it is indeed the classic of mountains and seas. Beep, the host has completed the SSSSSS level mission and obtained the lost classic of mountains and seas. Mission rewards: 1. System upgrade. 2. Chaos treasure, Destiny compass. 3. True intention of life. Lin Feng immediately completed the system upgrade, and the Wheel of Fortune recognized its master. The auction continued, and treasures were sold one after another.
Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind: light attribute element discovered. Lin Feng's heart was shocked. He had not yet mastered the light element, and he had to bid for this item. The next lot is a precious light gem.
The host's voice was full of temptation. This gem contains powerful light power, which can help cultivators comprehend the secrets of light elements and improve their strength. The reserve price is 1 billion spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 10 million spirit stones.
100 and 100 million. The orc immediately made an offer. Ah, orcs, you want to take away the light attribute core with only 1.1 billion? You are dreaming. 1.2 billion. An elder in a black robe was not willing to be outdone.
The two sides engaged in fierce bidding and the price continued to rise.
5 billion.
In the end, Lin Feng relied on his magical power of having more money and more billions to successfully bid for the light element core. Just when everyone was discussing what the supreme private room was, the host's voice sounded again. Now, the finale of tonight's auction is about to appear. It is the descendant of the ancient mythical beast, the Qilin cub. With a roar, a huge cage slowly rose up, and inside it was a mythical beast emitting golden light. The Qilin had a majestic figure, and the horn on its head was shining with mysterious light. Every breath it took carried a powerful pressure. Qilin has the power to destroy the world. If you can subdue it, your strength will surely increase by leaps and bounds. The host excitedly introduced, the starting price is 10 million spirit stones.
Each bid must not be less than 1 million spirit stones. The auction begins.
The venue instantly went crazy, with all parties bidding one after another.
100 million. 300 million. 500 million. The price soared like a rocket. Brother Phone, this little Qilin is so pitiful. I want to take a picture of it. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the poor little Qilin with pity. Then take a picture of it.
Lin Feng looked at Su Xiaoxiao's eyes and said, 1 billion.
You.
Several leaders of the forces looked at Lin Feng angrily, their eyes full of murderous intent. They didn't expect that Lin Feng was so rich and powerful. He just spent 5 billion to buy the light attribute core, and now he has the financial resources to compete with them for the first Qilin.
5 billion. 502 billion. 6 billion.
Lin Feng no longer argued with these people and directly offered a sky-high price. In the end, Lin Feng successfully bid for the Qilin at a sky-high price of 6 billion spirit stones. However, his move completely offended several forces present.
Humph. Boy, you are too arrogant. A dragon elder shouted angrily, the reason why the spiritual energy disappeared must be related to you. You robbed treasures and disrupted the order of the cultivation world. You must give us an explanation today.
Other forces also echoed it. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was tense and a war was about to break out. Looking at the scene that was about to cause a riot, the old man at the auction had silver hair moving without wind, and slammed the jade rui in his hand heavily on the table. The spiritual pressure that exploded was like a real chain, instantly imprisoning the restless crowd. The Dragon Elder was about to sacrifice his life magic weapon, but found that the spiritual energy around him had condensed into ice and he could not move.
When will it be your turn to act wild in Tianxiang Pavilion?
The old man swept his eyes over the crowd, and his cultivation in the fusion period dissipated in an instant, and ancient runes emerged in the depths of his pupils.
The matter of the abnormal change in spiritual energy will be thoroughly investigated by Tianji Pavilion. Here, only the rules apply. Troublemakers will be killed without mercy.
Before he finished speaking, 9 golden beams of light descended from the dome, covering the few most aggressive cultivators. Their magic weapons shattered one after another and turned into dust. The whole place was in dead silence. Su Xiaoxiao clutched Lin Feng's sleeves tightly, feeling the warmth coming from Lin Feng's palms. The old man waved his sleeves to remove the pressure, and the voice under the gilded mask was still calm. If you want to find the truth, you can report to Tianji Pavilion after the auction. Soon, the primordial Qilin cub was sent to Lin Feng's private room, and Lin Feng took the primordial Qilin into the Tianshu Tower. A bright light lit up, and Lin Feng, with Su Xiaoxiao, disappeared into the private room in an instant. The turmoil at the Firewolf Star Swallowing Sky City auction is bound to create a huge stir in the world of cultivation, and Lin Feng's name will also be known by more people.
Chapter 125: The True Intention of Life. Just after Lin Feng traveled through space and left, several ancestors in the Tribulation Crossing stage instantly appeared in the box where Lin Feng had just been. What kind of energy was that just now?
I don't know, it seems to have the breath of the Origin Treasure.
Who is the Origin Treasure? This person's origin is definitely not simple. What should we do? Should we continue investigating? I guess the disappearance of spiritual energy is also related to this person. Reporting to the ancestor, a man and a woman just used this box. They are humans. The man is called Lin Feng and the woman's name is unknown. They are a couple living in Wangyue Tower. Their identities are unknown.
They bought the Qilin Cub, Earth Book, and Light Element gems in this auction.
At this time, a voice came from outside the box. Got it. Let's go down.
The spiritual energy has gradually recovered. I think we should report it to the royal family and stop investigating for the time being.
All right.
At this time, Lin Feng had already jumped several times and arrived at the Andromeda star.
Brother Feng, look outside, it's so beautiful. Su Xiaoxiao lay in Lin Feng's arms on the magic grass cushion, with a blush of happiness on her face. Xiaoxiao, you are still the most beautiful.
Lin Feng looked at Su Xiaoxiao's jade-like thighs and ignored the scenery outside.
By the way, Brother Feng, where is the little Qilin?
Lin Feng's mind moved, and Qilin appeared in front of Lin Feng.
Kirin cubs are born in the universe. All the cubs born by the Kirin clan will be randomly teleported to any corner of the universe. They must use their own abilities to grow and successfully return to the clan in order to obtain the Kirin inheritance and activate their own attributes. If an accident occurs, the Kirin clan will not take action. The main focus is on free-range breeding. The little Kirin had just been randomly teleported to the Firewolf Star when it was caught by a monk who was undergoing tribulation. There was no domineering method of recognizing the master on the Firewolf Star, so hundreds of years had passed and no one had been able to recognize the Kirin. As a result, Lin Feng took a big advantage of it. The Qilin cub swayed its golden body and came to the 3rd floor of the Tianshu Tower. The chaotic energy here was extremely dense, and the Qilin felt refreshed. When it saw Su Xiaoxiao, it immediately ran over and kept rubbing its little body against Su Xiaoxiao's calves, looking very cute. Su Xiaoxiao took out a spiritual fruit from the space, and the little Qilin swallowed it immediately. Su Xiaoxiao continued to take out dozens of fruits. Qilin had a huge appetite and did not feel full at all. Instead, he felt hungrier and hungrier the more he ate. Seeing this, Lin Feng took out a yellow plum from the space and handed it to Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao put the yellow plum to Qilin's mouth. When Qilin saw the object in front of him, his eyes lit up and he swallowed it in one gulp. After eating the Huang Hanli, the Qilin finally stopped asking for food, and nothing strange happened. The Qilin just lay on the ground and fell asleep. Brother Feng, what happened to little Qilin? Su Xiaoxiao saw this and didn't know the reason. The Qilin has absorbed the energy of the Huang Hanli and is awakening its bloodline. Just wait. Inside the Tianshu Tower, Lin Feng instantly knew the Qilin's condition. Lin Feng and Su Xiaoxiao didn't think anymore and immediately began to practice in the Lingshu Jade Cauldron. With Lin Feng's guidance, Su Xiaoxiao entered the meditation state.
Looking at Su Xiaoxiao, who was lost in meditation, Lin Feng remembered the reward for this mission.
Brother Tong, are there any changes after the system upgrade? Beep.
In addition to conducting daily lottery draws and issuing tasks for the host, the system will also enable the active identification and detection function.
Active identification, so awesome. Good things won't slip away in the future.
Lin Feng said to himself. He flipped his right hand and a golden compass appeared in his hand. The Chaos Treasure Compass of Destiny swept by a wisp of soul power, and a piece of information was instantly transmitted to Lin Feng's Sea of Consciousness. Before the beginning of chaos, the world was in chaos, the laws were chaotic, and the order was unclear. The purest power of chaos and the chaos, after countless epochs of tempering and carving, gave birth to this Destiny Compass. The Destiny Compass can help you avoid disasters and seek good fortune, and gain insight into the destiny trajectory of the past, present, and future.
Any hidden destiny thread will be exposed.
This compass can evolve the order of the laws of heaven and guide practitioners to the path of rules. The power of this treasure is even greater than that of the mirror of reincarnation. It is absolutely a treasure that defies the heavens. After reading the information on the Compass of Destiny, Lin Feng immediately studied its other task reward, the true intention of life.
As his consciousness entered the system space, a transparent Venn diagram in the shape of a human figure appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes. Is this the true intention of life?
On the picture, the agile and mysterious lines flow slowly like the trajectory of spiritual energy, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Some of these lines are like trickling streams, while others are like surging rivers. Eventually, they shuttle across the picture in an orderly manner, flowing over and over again, endlessly. Seeing this picture so magical, Lin Feng injected a wisp of soul power into the true intention of life. The phantom of the image in front of him actually slowly floated towards Lin Feng and merged into one with Lin Feng. When the true intention merged with Lin Feng's body, the original way of operation in Lin Feng's body was hindered, and the true intention quickly guided the original direction of operation to operate according to the way of operation of the true intention of life. At this time, Lin Feng also noticed something strange. According to the operation mode of true intention, the body had a higher affinity with the surrounding spiritual energy. Not only that, his physical condition and soul level also seemed to have benefited greatly. It seemed that the previous way of practicing was wrong. The true intention of life only completed the first cycle in the body, and Lin Feng felt that it was resonating and blending with the chaotic energy in the Tianshu Tower. Some keynotes in the true intention were like bridges connecting the inside and the outside, which could continuously attract the chaotic energy into the body, stirring and blending with the spiritual energy in the body. Lin Feng was directly immersed in the understanding of the true meaning of life.
Time passed in the blink of an eye.
5 days passed, and the Tianshu Tower passed through the last quantum tunnel and returned to Earth. As soon as I returned to Earth, I received multiple messages and missed calls.
Long Jingye sent 2 messages, both asking about my progress while I was away.
Lin Yuning missed 2 calls, and there were also calls from several close friends in college. Zhou Ming, the class monitor at the university, sent a text message at this time. Madman, the whole class will have a 1-year anniversary reunion next month.
You must not attend. Lu Huan is now the mistress of the Zhao group in Kyoto.
She is retaliating against several of your good classmates.
The main purpose is to force you to show up. No matter who notifies you, don't come. Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned stern. Lu Huan? He actually forgot about her.
The woman who was humiliated by him in public at the class reunion actually extended her evil hand to his best friend in college. Click, retrieve all the information about Lu Huan, including all her actions against my friends. Lin Feng temporarily withdrew from the comprehension of the true intention of life. Yes,
Master.
Then, a piece of information flooded into his sea of consciousness. It turns out that after that humiliation, Lu Huan hooked up with Zhao Yichen, the only son of the top wealthy Zhao family in Kyoto.
Together with Wu Mengmeng and others, they first deceived Lin Feng's friend's entrepreneurial project in the name of investment, and then secretly tampered with the contract, causing several young people with no background to bear huge debts in an instant.
They also used family power to frame one of them and put him in jail. The means were so cruel that it was outrageous.
Zhao family? Very good.
Chaotic energy surged around Lin Feng. Since you want to be a clown, you must be prepared to bear the wrath of thunder. Kaka, immediately counterattack these things and crush the conspiracy of Lu Huan and Wu Mengmeng. Then wait for my next order. In addition, keep a close eye on these people and collect the shameful black materials of the Zhao group.
Expose them on the internet on the day of the class reunion.
Lin Feng decided to have a good time with these people.
Yes. Master, this Kaka is the best. Chapter 126 Wind Pattern Jade Pendant. Lin Feng no longer thinks about Lu Ruyan.
Now Lin Feng and Lu Ruyan are people on completely different paths.
There are still 10 days before the class reunion.
Lin Feng decides to make Lu Ruyan completely desperate on the day of the class reunion and sever the cause and effect with Lu Ruyan. Tianchu Tower hovered over Hunyuan Palace, and Lin Feng and Su Xiaoxiao walked into the hall side by side. Long Jingya and Lin Yuning had received Lin Feng's message and were waiting in the hall.
Sister, Jingya, we are back.
Lin Feng embraced Su Xiaoxiao and walked out of the tower, with a smile on his face. Long Jingya quickly stepped forward and held Su Xiaoxiao's hand. Xiaoxiao, I missed you after not seeing you for a few days.
Don't you miss me?
Lin Feng asked. Long Jingya didn't reply, her pretty face turned red, and she continued to whisper something to Su Xiaoxiao.
Xiaofeng, you didn't bully Xiaoxiao outside, did you?
Lin Yuning looked at Lin Feng and said.
Sister, how dare I?
Lin Feng pretended to be aggrieved, causing Su Xiaoxiao and Long Jingya to chuckle.
Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Feng briefly told the two about what they had seen and heard in the other world in the past few days. What? Are there really so many life forms on a distant alien planet? And they are so powerful. Long Jingya and Lin Yuning were shocked. After a while of chatting, Lin Yuning said, since you are back safely, let's go visit our parents. Besides, Jingya is about to give birth. Okay.
Lin Feng brought the two girls and Lin Yuning directly to the hanging island, to the small courtyard where Lin Feng's parents lived.
Night.
After Lin Feng guided the two girls to practice, he took out the Book of Earth and began to study it.
The Book of Mountains and Seas, the Book of the Ancient Times, was created when chaos first began.
The fragments of laws left between heaven and earth were scattered, and it took several centuries to condense into the Book of Mountains and Seas. Only the Chinese can understand the true meaning of the Book of Mountains and Seas, which is why the Book of Mountains and Seas cannot be deciphered even though it has been lost in other worlds. Shan Hai Jing is divided into 3 volumes, each of which carries the rules of different dimensions. The Heaven volume is engraved with the laws of time and space. When you open the pages, you can see countless stars flowing in the void, and the long river of time winding like a silver ribbon. The Earth volume records the 5 elements and the laws of nature. The evolution of mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas is all in it. The caster can control the power of elements, call the wind and rain, turn dead trees into forests in an instant, and crack the earth into the abyss. The human volume contains the rules of life and soul, recording the ancient witch clan's method of transformation and the human race's way of reincarnation. If you can understand it, you can reshape your body, reverse life and death, and even create new creatures. This book is not a fixed book. Whenever a new rule power appears in the world, the corresponding words and patterns will automatically appear on the pages, and it will continue to grow and evolve like a living thing. Inside the Tianchu Tower, Lin Feng was immersed in the comprehension of the Book of Earth. Every time he comprehended it, his understanding became deeper. The Tai Chi diagram slowly rotated beneath his body, and Lin Feng was completely immersed in the comprehension of the Book of Earth. Beep, the host has 3 random draw opportunities every day. Do you want to draw? Brother Tong, draw the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Wind Pattern Jade Pendant. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the psychic skill. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 200 billion top quality crystals. Lin Feng raised his hand, and a jade pendant appeared in his palm. As soon as the rich soul power touched the Wind Spirit Jade Pendant, a vortex of green light suddenly burst out, and Lin Feng's figure was instantly swallowed. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a vast expanse of green void, with countless flickering light points suspended like a galaxy, and each light point emitted a unique fluctuation, as if telling the secret language of the wind. In the void, the wind whistled, but there was no physical wind blowing. Only the waves kept impacting Lin Feng's senses. Lin Feng tried to mobilize the spiritual power in his body, but found that in this space, the spiritual power became extremely slow, as if suppressed by some force. While he was wondering, a hollow voice came from the depths of the void. If you want to control the wind, you must first break the shackles in your heart. Lin Feng's eyes fixed, he sat cross-legged and put aside all distracting thoughts. He began to feel the fluctuations around him, trying to find the rules. As time went by, those seemingly chaotic light spots gradually outlined a wonderful picture in his mind. The wind is smart and unrestrained. It is not bound by anything and shuttles freely between heaven and earth. Lin Feng slowly stood up, clasped his hands together, and the shadow of the ancestral dragon suddenly appeared, trying to attract those light spots.
At first, the light spots just swayed slightly and did not obey his command.
Lin Feng imagined himself as a wisp of wind, blending into the green void. Finally, a few light spots began to slowly approach and swirl around Lin Feng's fingertips. As more and more light points gathered, a weak vortex gradually formed around Lin Feng's body. Although this vortex was small, it contained endless potential. Lin Feng clearly felt that every flow of wind in the vortex was closely connected with his mind. As his comprehension deepened, the whirlwind began to grow stronger and the green light became more dazzling. Lin Feng waved his hands, and the whirlwind turned into a green light blade, cutting through the void. Wherever the light blade passed, ripples appeared in the space, as if it was distorted by the powerful force of the wind. At this time, a voice came from the void again. Now that you have understood the true meaning of wind, you should inherit the inheritance of wind.
Countless green runes emerged from the void and poured into Lin Feng's mind like raindrops.
These runes contained profound wind attribute skills and secret techniques, and Lin Feng was immersed in them. As the inheritance was absorbed, Lin Feng's body underwent a miraculous change. Faint green lines appeared on the surface of his skin, and his hair fluttered gently in the wind, as if it had merged with the wind. Lin Feng shouted softly, and a strong wind blew around him. The powerful wind pressure distorted the surrounding void. Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed, and a huge tornado appeared out of thin air, rushing straight into the sky. Then he flipped his palm, and the strong wind instantly turned into countless tiny wind blades, flying in the void, cutting the surrounding light spots into pieces. In 7 days, Lin Feng also completely mastered the wind element. With a flash, he appeared in Lu Huan Palace again.
Brother Ton, open the panel.
Name, Lin Feng late stage of fusion.
Skill, Taishu Goyuan Ju 3 Heavens.
Attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, dark, space, and time. Equipment, Purple Lotus Robe, Chaos Pearl, Lu Huan Palace, Lingshu Jade Cauldron, Book of the Earth, Destiny Compass, Lu Huan Tianshu Tower, Samsara Mirror, Chaos Tai Chi Diagram. Weapons, Chaos Holy Sword, Creation of the Sky Axe, Star Burial Bow. Skills, Sky Splitting Slash, Golden Crow Red Lotus, Space Cutting, Space Confinement, 10,000 Swords Returning to Their Origin, Galaxy Sanskrit Sound, Star Slash, 5 Elements Chaos Break, Time Cage, 3 Ways of Creation, Void Projection, Soulfire Burning the Sky, All Changes and Formlessness, Eye of Fate, Cause and Effect Slash, Waterblade, 5 Elements Slash, Eye of the Storm, Wind Control. Talents, Taishu Golden Eyes, Teleportation, Power of the Ancestral Dragon, Devouring, Hongmeng Protection, Time Reversal, Domain, Small World in the Body, Return to Nature, and Clone Technique.
Chapter 127, Class Reunion.
Time flies and the 10 days are up.
The top floor of Shinnan Hotel.
Lin Feng was wearing a set of casual sportswear, standing at the sign-in area of the class reunion, with a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. He watched his classmates arrive one by one, thinking about the good show that was about to take place.
Lin Feng, why are you here? Didn't I text you telling you not to show up?
Lu Ruyan wants to take revenge on you now, but she just can't find you. Squad leader Zhou Ming saw Lin Feng running over and pulled Lin Feng aside and whispered.
It's okay. If I don't show up, you will all be targeted. How can I watch everyone suffer because of me while I hide?
Lin Feng said with a smile as he looked at the squad leader he hadn't seen for a year.
Hey, isn't this Lin Feng?
I haven't seen you for a few years, but you still look the same. A greasy-haired man walked over with his arm around a young woman, speaking with a strong sense of sarcasm. Lin Feng looked closely and saw that it was Wang Hao, who used to bully others in school.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly, Wang Hao, you don't seem to be in our class.
Wang Hao sneered, what?
It was Wu Mengmeng from your class who invited me here, is that not okay? I heard that you are doing well now? I heard that you were not doing so well before, and you are hooking up with a rich woman, right?
When the classmates around heard this, they all cast strange looks at him and whispered about it.
Lin Feng smiled instead of getting angry.
Just as he was about to respond, the door of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open.
Lu Ruyan, wearing a gorgeous red dress and 10-centimeter high heels, walked in holding Zhao Yichen's arm.
She had delicate makeup, but her eyes were somewhat proud and arrogant. After glancing around, her eyes fell on Lin Feng, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth.
Hey, isn't this Lin Feng? You really dare to come?
Lu Ruyan let go of Zhao Yichen's hand and walked in front of Lin Feng with a twist of her waist. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold, and before he could speak, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd.
Several young people in plain clothes walked in. They were the classmates framed by Lu Ruyan.
Li Chang walked in front with a firm look in his eyes. He strode to Lin Feng and patted him on the shoulder. Crazy, why are you here? I asked the class monitor to send you a message because I was afraid that you would be retaliated after you showed up. Now Lu Ruyan has no feelings for us as classmates. Beep, Thunderbolt Combat Body Physique detected. The system's mechanical prompt sounded. Lin Feng immediately re-looked at his best friend Li Chang. Li Chang was nearly 2 meters tall, with a broad frame as if it was cut by a knife, but because the Thunderbolt battle body had not yet been activated, his thin body looked a little loose under the loose t-shirt. 1 year after graduation, his pale face from being framed and running around had dark shadows under his eyes. His thin body supported the loose jeans, but he walked with an aura that should not be underestimated, like a dusty sharp blade, waiting for the moment to be unsheathed. An idea immediately popped up in Lin Feng's mind, and at the same time another doubt arose in Lin Feng's mind. Why are there so many people with special physiques on the earth, or are people with special physiques very common? Lu Ruyan's face suddenly turned ugly. She looked at the people in front of her in disbelief. You. Why are you here? Aren't you all? Li Chang snorted coldly. Lu Ruyan, you didn't expect it, did you? The problem of you framing us has been completely investigated. We were framed. Zhao Yichen frowned, took a step forward, and said in a bad tone, don't talk nonsense here, believe it or not, I will put you in jail again. Really? Lin Feng finally spoke. Zhao Yichen, do you think the Zhao family can cover up everything? The shameful things you did have been exposed online. Now, I'm afraid the police are on their way to the Zhao family. Zhao Yichen's face suddenly changed. You are talking nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, the big screen in the banquet hall suddenly lit up, showing evidence of the Zhao family's corruption, bribery, and illegal operations over the years. There were also some photos of Lu Ruyan and Zhao Yichen's second uncle. The pictures were disgusting, and the classmates around them immediately exploded, pointing at Zhao Yichen and Lu Ruyan and talking about them. Lu Ruyan panicked and turned around to grab Zhao Yichen's arm. Yichen, this is photoshopped, this must be their conspiracy, let's go. The discussion in the banquet hall was like the rising tide, instantly flooding the entire room. Lu Ruyan's nails dug deep into Zhao Yichen's arm, and her fingertips turned white from excessive force, but Zhao Yichen seemed to have his soul sucked out at this moment, staring straight at the big screen, his face uglier than a dead person. When Zhao Yichen's bodyguards saw this scene, they directly attacked Lin Feng and the big screen. However, no matter how they exerted their strength, they were nailed to the spot and could not move. Just as everyone was shocked, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open, and more than a dozen policemen filed in, led by a middle-aged police officer with sharp eyes. He strode to the center of the crowd, took out his ID and showed it to everyone, and said in a steady and powerful voice, "We are from the City Criminal Police Brigade. We have received a report and are now investigating Zhao Yichen, Lu Ruyan, and others in accordance with the law." Zhao Yichen suddenly came to his senses and shouted in a timid voice, "What rights do you have to arrest me? This is slander." The police officer sneered and motioned for the police officer behind him to take out a stack of documents. Zhao Yichen, this is the evidence that the Zhao family has used false contracts to defraud projects and evaded taxes over the years. There is also a complete chain of evidence that Lu Ruyan, Wu Mengmeng, Wong Hao and others carefully planned to frame Li Chang and others. This evidence includes not only written materials, but also testimonies from relevant personnel. As he spoke, the police officer took out a mobile phone and opened a video. In the video, Wu Mengmeng was facing the camera and confessed, "Lu Ruyan asked me to do this. She gave me 500,000 yuan and asked me to forge the evidence and send Li Chang and others to prison." Lu Ruyan looked at Wu Mengmeng's face in the video, her legs softened, and she almost collapsed to the ground. "Take them away." The police officer gave the order, and several policemen came forward and handcuffed Zhao Yichen and Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan suddenly struggled like crazy and screamed, "No! This is impossible. Lin Feng, you will die." Her voice was sharp and piercing, but it could not change her fate of being taken away by the police. Wang Hao wanted to sneak away, but was stopped by the police. "Wang Hao, you are suspected of participating in the Zhao family's money laundering activities. Please come with us." Wang Hao's face turned pale in an instant, and he collapsed on the ground and was forcibly taken away by the police. As Zhao Yichen, Lu Ruyan and others were taken away by the police, the oppressive atmosphere in the banquet hall instantly dissipated, replaced by exclamations and discussions. The lively music sounded again. "Don't stand there, the class reunion is about to begin." The class monitor's voice interrupted the discussion. Under the crystal chandelier, the wine glasses clinked together, making crisp sounds. Li Chang walked to Lin Feng holding a glass of wine, his eyes full of gratitude. "Crazy, if it weren't for you, I would never have been able to turn over in my life. He paused, his voice choked. Now not only have I cleared my grievances, but also. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng smiled and patted his shoulder. We are brothers, it's too formal to say these things. And your ability should not be buried. Of the remaining 20 or so classmates, a few left halfway because they knew they were not very close to Raymond Lam. At this time, only about 10 classmates were left, and everyone began to talk heart to heart about their college days and experiences after graduation. As he was talking, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open again, and a middle-aged man in a neat suit walked in, followed by 2 assistants. The man glanced around and walked straight to Lin Feng. Director Lin, I am Zhang Chang, the director of the Human Resources Department of Shenlong Group. I was assigned by Chairman Lin Yuning to invite several students to join the group. Li Chang, Zhou Ming, and other classmates had expressions of shock on their faces. Shenlong Group is one of the top 100 companies in the world and one of the top 2 supergiant groups.
Lin Feng, what's going on? Everyone asked Lin Feng in confusion.
After this incident, Lin Feng decided to reveal part of his identity and help his classmates. Their abilities and qualities were also recognized by Lin Feng, but they just lacked an opportunity. It was this decision that enabled the Shenlong Group to proceed smoothly with its future Shenlong Universe plan.
Chapter 128, Netherworld Demonic Dragon.
When Lin Feng continued to study the Earth Book in Tianshu Tower, he suddenly received a message from Lin Yuning, and Lin Feng instantly appeared in Lin Yuning's office in Hong Kong Island. As soon as Lin Feng appeared in the office, he saw Lin Yuning staring at the image on the projection. The dense red dots on the projection were like festering wounds, marking the coordinates of the lives that disappeared in the African rainforest. Since last month, accidents have frequently occurred in diamond mines in South Africa, and more than 30 lives have disappeared in the vicinity. Lin Yuning also felt that this matter was not simple at all. He wanted to go and investigate in person, but there were too many things going on in the group recently, so Lin Yuning could only call Lin Feng over to discuss what to do. The group's satellite monitoring captured abnormal energy fluctuations in the area where the missing person was last seen. Lin Yuning saw Lin Feng coming and immediately informed Lin Feng of what had happened. The holographic map suddenly zoomed in. Deep in the Congo Basin, a dark green area glowed with a strange purple light. This energy frequency, a mysterious energy fluctuation, is huge. Ding, the ferocious beast, Netherworld Demonic Dragon, was discovered. The system automatically prompted.
The Netherworld Demonic Dragon?
Lin Feng's pupil shrank slightly. I don't think it's that simple, I'll go there myself. Then you must be careful. Lin Yuning said worriedly.
It's okay. It's not dangerous for me.
By the way, sister, you have reached the state of transformation now.
This is a Qinglian treasure robe.
It is a defensive garment that can be transformed into 1,000 different forms. You must wear it with you. Lin Feng took out a blue garment and handed it to Lin Yuning.
Without waiting for Lin Yuning to speak, Lin Feng disappeared in the office.
Hey!
Looking at the disappearing Lin Feng, Lin Yuning cursed, "Stinky boy. Africa is just across the basin."
This place, known as the cradle of humankind, still retains the code of the evolution of life on Earth. The tree trunks wrapped with vines are like ancient scrolls, recording the marks of millions of years.
Rivers run through the rainforest like blue arteries.
The tributaries of the Congo River rush forward with rotten leaves and mud, giving birth to a unique aquatic ecology.
Although humans have been breeding here for hundreds of thousands of years, there are still unnamed species hidden in the depths of the rainforest. The seedlings sprouting in the humus and the mysterious shadows shuttling through the canopy are silently telling the eternal vitality and endless mysteries of this place where humans originated. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard, and an off-road vehicle rushed past like an arrow, its 4 tires wrapped in gray soul power, speeding through the humid rainforest. Lin Feng held the steering wheel lightly, his profile was sharp. Su Xiaoxiao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, swung her long legs and chatted with Lin Feng.
Ding, the Netherworld Demonic Dragon was found, 2,000 meters northeast of the host. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng stopped the car and said, "We're here." Su Xiaoxiao heard Lin Feng's words and looked around nervously. Lin Feng brought Su Xiaoxiao to the sky above the swamp and put away the off-road vehicle transformed by the Tianshu Tower. Suddenly, the space in front of them was distorted, and the power of the law began to become chaotic. A strange light flickered, sometimes condensed, sometimes dissipated, as if the order of the surrounding world collapsed at this moment. And in the center of this chaos, a huge snake-like creature slowly emerged.
Is this the Netherworld Demonic Dragon?
Lin Feng thought to himself. Ding, an ancient ferocious beast was discovered, the Netherworld Demonic Dragon. The system prompted. The netherworld demonic dragon was tens of meters long, black in appearance, and as thick as a water tank. It emitted a deep blue light, which contained a frightening power fluctuation.
Its eyes were like two blood moons, revealing endless majesty and anger, as if warning Lin Feng that this was its territory and that it must not be violated.
Lin Feng's heart trembled, and the Chaos Holy Sword instantly appeared in his hand. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the monster in front of her with fear in her heart, and Chaos Lotus appeared at the same time, and an invisible barrier appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing the strange creatures appearing in front of it, the netherworld demonic dragon took the lead in launching an attack. It opened its bloody mouth and a black beam of light containing the power of laws spurted out.
Wherever it went, the swamp boiled instantly and the space was torn into black cracks. Boom!
The black beam of light sprayed on the light curtain, and the light curtain shattered instantly.
Lin Feng used his innate domain to pull Su Xiaoxiao up and avoid this fatal blow. Brother Tong, what kind of strength is this? How can it be so powerful?
It corresponds to the great perfection realm of the fusion period.
What? Hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng widened his eyes.
Lin Feng did not dare to be careless and immediately took Su Xiaoxiao into the Tianshu Tower. It was the first time that Lin Feng was fighting against an opponent of a higher level, so he did not dare to be careless. The Chaos Holy Sword is slashed down from the air, sky-splitting slash, first move, blade splitting, a sword beam shot towards the netherworld demonic dragon like a meteor. The netherworld demonic dragon was not in a hurry, waving its huge claws, forming an invisible barrier in front of it, easily blocking the spiritual sword shadow. The netherworld demon dragon's eyes were full of ferocity. It had dominated the rainforest for a long time and had never encountered such a provocation as today. It let out a deafening roar, and the sound echoed in the chaotic space, causing the surrounding spacetime turbulence to become even more violent. Then, the demonic energy around the netherworld demonic dragon surged, and a black demonic flame quickly gathered in front of its huge mouth. In the blink of an eye, a huge black demonic ball condensed. Strange runes kept flashing and jumping on the surface of the demonic ball, emitting a creepy atmosphere. These runes seemed to be a curse from the abyss, carrying the power to destroy everything. Roar! The netherworld demonic dragon roared angrily, and then ejected the black magic ball at Lin Feng with all its strength. The magic ball was like a black meteor, dragging a long magic tail, and instantly cut through the dark space. Wherever it passed, the swamp was pushed away by the powerful force, forming a terrifying vacuum channel, and the space on both sides of the channel was torn into dense cracks, like a broken spider web.
Lin Feng was locked in by the energy and couldn't dodge in time.
He was hit by this powerful force. The purple lotus robe instantly absorbed most of the damage, and Lin Feng was knocked flying backwards. The netherworld demonic dragon, relying on its familiarity with this chaotic land, gained the upper hand and continuously attacked Lin Feng.
Chapter 129, Subdue the Netherworld Demonic Dragon.
The Tai Chi diagram slowly appeared in front of Lin Feng. The chaotic laws and forces of time and space around it instantly stabilized. Then the Tai Chi diagram instantly returned to Lin Feng's body. The Tai Chi diagram and Lin Feng's mind were connected, and at this moment a strong chaotic aura emanated from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng put away the holy sword of chaos, and a ball of fire appeared in the palm of his hand, facing the netherworld demonic dragon with its fangs and claws bared in front of him. As soon as the golden crow red lotus appeared, the netherworld demonic dragon stopped moving instantly, as if it had seen something it feared. Suddenly, the demonic dragon's huge body was surrounded by black mist, and its huge head was raised high, revealing ferocity and greed in its blood-red vertical pupils.
Roar! The black abyss demonic dragon launched the attack first.
It opened its bloody mouth and a black beam of light shot towards Lin Feng like lightning. The Tai Chi diagram instantly condensed into a circular shield, which firmly blocked the black beam of light. Where the black beam of light collided with the shield, a strong light and a deafening sound burst out, and the energy overflowed, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart.
The demon dragon was extremely angry.
It twisted its body crazily, and its tail was like a huge black whip, sweeping towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng tapped his toes lightly, jumped high, and easily avoided the demon dragon's tail attack. In the air, Lin Feng circulated his spiritual power, and a huge vortex of flames flew towards the netherworld demon dragon.
Ah!
The netherworld demonic dragon felt pain and escaped from the vortex of fire.
However, the netherworld demonic dragon was powerful after all.
After a brief period of weakness, it gathered its strength again.
The black light around it became brighter and it pounced on Lin Feng with an even more ferocious momentum than before. The black mist almost swallowed Lin Feng completely. Just when the black mist touched Lin Feng, the chaos orb in Lin Feng's body suddenly lit up. The black mist did not cause any movement and was actually swallowed up directly by the chaos orb. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and quickly activated the power of the ancestral dragon in his body. When the shadow of the ancestral dragon appeared, the netherworld demon dragon seemed to have met its nemesis and panic appeared in its eyes. The netherworld demonic flood dragon slowly poked out its huge head, its dark green vertical pupils fixed on the ancestral dragon phantom, as if it had seen a delicious delicacy. The demonic flood dragon's scaly body twisted restlessly, a low roar came from its throat, saliva flowed uncontrollably from its sharp fangs, dripping into the bottomless abyss, making a dull sound, and a greedy expression was revealed on its hideous face, as if it was going to pounce forward and swallow the ancestral dragon phantom into its stomach in the next second. At the same time, it showed a look of fear, as if the phantom could turn it into ashes in an instant. Lin Feng shouted loudly, wrapped the ancestral dragon's phantom in the golden crow red lotus, and rushed towards the nether demonic dragon. The demonic dragon felt this fatal threat, and a trace of fear appeared in its eyes, but it was unavoidable at this time. The moment the phantom came into contact with the demonic dragon's black mist, a violent explosion sounded, as if two worlds were colliding. Boom! The black mist and shadow of the magic dragon dissipated instantly. Roar! The magic dragon let out a desperate roar, and finally, with a deafening roar, the huge body of the netherworld demonic dragon quickly fled. The spiritual energy around Lin Feng surged, forming a layer of transparent shield again. Why is the netherworld demonic dragon here? Is there something special here? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder as he looked at the surrounding environment. Tai Chi golden pupil, activate. Lin Feng opened the Tai Chi golden pupil and looked around, and there was actually an extremely strong fluctuation of spiritual energy not far ahead. Ding, the Han Yuan fruit tree was found. Mastering this spiritual root can speed up your comprehension of the Han Yuan Dao fruit and the laws of life and death. The system automatically prompted. Sure enough, there is a treasure. It turns out that the netherworld demonic dragon is waiting for the Han Yuan fruit tree to mature. Lin Feng instantly understood why the netherworld demonic dragon came here. Lin Feng found the Han Yuan fruit tree, and a stream of soul power flashed through him, transplanting the spiritual roots along with the soil around them directly into the small world inside his body. After entering the Tianshu Tower, Lin Feng began to look for the netherworld demonic dragon. He had to resolve this hidden danger, but he couldn't kill it. He could only use the Tianshu Tower to suppress it in the first level, and then slowly think of a solution later. Finally, in a dark corner, Lin Feng found the netherworld demon dragon. At this time, the netherworld demon dragon was seriously injured. Lin Feng directly used space confinement. At this time, the movement of the demon dragon was hindered by a slight obstacle. It was this slight obstacle that made Lin Feng immediately throw the Tianshu Tower towards the netherworld demon dragon. The powerful suction force instantly sucked the netherworld demon dragon into the tower. Inside the Tianshu Tower, the power of the netherworld demonic dragon was completely suppressed. As long as Lin Feng had a thought, its soul would be shattered. Netherworld demonic dragon, if you submit to me, you still have a chance of survival. As long as you submit sincerely, I will give you the Han Yuan spirit fruit that you need. Lin Feng used spiritualism to communicate with the demonic dragon. Really? You humans are the most untrustworthy. I won't believe you. The netherworld demonic dragon also sent a message to Lin Feng. The choice is in your hands. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the space inside the Tianshu Tower suddenly shook violently. The dark mist wrapped around the netherworld demonic dragon was boiling, and the dark blue blood seeping from its scales condensed into hideous bone spurs in mid-air. Its sharp roar shook the tower wall and caused gravel to fall. Human promises are like fleeting bubbles. 300 years ago, the cultivator who called himself Xian Shaozhenwen also promised to help me rebuild my spiritual roots, but in the end he almost turned me into a magic weapon. It seems that you would rather die physically and spiritually than trust humans again. Lin Feng sighed. You. The demon dragon struggled violently. Lin Feng walked slowly to it and gently stroked its scales covered with scars. I know it's not easy for you to practice. Lin Feng threw a chaos divine grass into the air, and the demon dragon instinctively opened its mouth to swallow it. What kind of treasure is this? Why is my internal injury completely healed, and my realm is improving, and I am not far from the transformation stage? Well, since you are so sincere, I am willing to submit. The nether demon dragon finally stopped resisting Lin Feng and spit out a ball of crystal clear inner pill. The surface of the inner pill showed the same mark as Lin Feng's blood pattern.
When the inner pill was taken back into the body, the demon dragon's aura suddenly converged, and its huge body began to shrink, eventually turning into a black dragon about a foot long, and coiled docilely around Lin Feng's wrist.
From now on, you will follow me.
Lin Feng stroked the cold scales of the demon dragon and said. The voice of the nether demon dragon sounded in his sea of consciousness with a hint of reluctance. Yes, master.
Chapter 130 Pyramid.
After dealing with the netherworld demonic dragon, Lin Feng called Lin Yuning to inform her that the matter was perfectly resolved, and he controlled the Tianshu Tower to leave the South African rainforest.
Brother Feng, the strength of the netherworld demonic dragon is so strong. I was scared to death just now. Su Xiaoxiao thought of the battle scene just now and couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng.
Xiaoxiao, I have a magic weapon to protect me, so it's okay. Now that we are in Africa, let's go see the pyramids. Lin Feng was also full of curiosity about this building that was thousands of years old.
Okay, let's go.
Su Xiaoxiao said excitedly.
Tianshu Tower disappeared instantly. Egypt. The desert is endless and desolate. A man and a woman were riding on a camel. Who else could they be but Raymond Lam and Su Xiaoxiao? Su Xiaoxiao was sitting in the front, talking and laughing. The two of them were enjoying the beautiful exotic scenery.
Lin Feng used the Taishu golden eye to scan the pyramid in front of him, but this mysterious pyramid was nothing special. It was just made up of some ordinary stones.
Is this pyramid really just a tomb? Huh? No, it seems to be a formation.
Lin Feng said in shock. When Lin Feng continued to explore the Sphinx several hundred meters away, a strange thing happened.
A dazzling golden light flashed at the position of the lion's body. Lin Feng was extremely excited after discovering the abnormality. Xiaoxiao, let's go to the Sphinx. There are good things there. What? I can't feel anything.
It's just carved from an ordinary stone. Su Xiaoxiao used her soul power to perceive, but could not find anything.
Oh? It may be because I used the Taishu golden eye, that should be the case. Let's go.
The two came to the vicinity of the human-spirited statue and entered the Tianshu Tower.
The Tianshu Tower turned into a grain of dust and flew towards the ball of light.
Following the guidance of the ball of light, a long passage appeared in front of the two.
The Tianshu Tower quickly flew into the passage.
Suddenly, a whole stone wall appeared in front of them, and there were faint spatial fluctuations on the surface of the stone wall.
There is actually a spatial fluctuation.
It seems that there is something hidden inside the pyramid. A wisp of spatial force floated out from the Tianshu Tower, and the Tianshu Tower instantly passed through the barrier and came inside the stone wall. Entering the stone wall, there is a wide space inside, and the walls around are engraved with ancient Egyptian spells.
Lin Feng read the hieroglyphs on the stone wall and said, "What is this?" Sealing technique.
In ancient times, a dark crack suddenly appeared on the earth, scarlet lightning tore through the clouds, and countless monsters with a foul smell swarmed out. The Abyss Monarch, who was in the lead, held a bone blade.
Wherever he passed, mountains and rivers collapsed, rivers boiled, and the earth became a purgatory.
These powerful monsters from another time and space feed on humans and creatures on the earth, enslaving all survivors and turning the earth into a living hell. Humans struggled in despair, and countless strong men came one after another, but all fell under the claws and flames of monsters. Until a young man rose from the ruins Gu, who awakened a mysterious power in his blood, which was inherited from the ancient gods.
Gu's eyes flashed with golden light, and mysterious runes lingered around his body. He held a giant axe forged by the stars, and vowed to drive these alien monsters out of the earth. Gu embarked on a difficult journey, fighting in a sea of blood and corpses. His figure shuttled among the monsters, and wherever he went, the monsters fell. However, the Abyss Lord was too powerful, and its attack left Gu with scars and blood staining the earth red. But Gu never backed down, relying on his tenacious will and powerful strength, he repelled the monsters' attacks again and again. Finally, Gu found the monsters' weakness. They came to Earth through a huge summoning array. As long as the summoning array is sealed, their connection with the other world can be cut off. Gu rushed to the summoning array regardless of his own safety. The Lord of the Abyss noticed his intention and frantically tried to stop him. A world-shaking battle unfolded in front of the summoning array. The collision of Gu and the Lord of the Abyss caused a strong shock, and the sky and the earth changed color. Lin Feng's fingertips were firmly grasping the stone wall, his eyes fixed on the ancient text on it. Gu resolutely burned his life force, poured all his strength into the giant axe, and chopped at the summoning array with all his strength. The light flashed, and the summoning array trembled violently.
When it collapsed, Gu used his soul as a guide to perform a mysterious sealing technique, sealing the monster from another world together with the summoning array. As the seal was completed, his figure gradually became transparent, and finally turned into light and merged into the seal.
This seal can only last for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, monsters from other worlds will descend upon the earth again. Brother Tong, how many years has this seal existed? Lin Feng had a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart.
The system's cold mechanical voice sounded, beep, almost 10,000 years.
What? What was Gu's strength back then? Lin Feng swallowed.
The sealed person has reached the perfect state of Xianxian. Hearing this answer, Lin Feng was silent. There was a huge gap between the Xianxian realm and the Hedi realm.
This gap was like a chasm. After a moment, Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked again, how long will it take for the seal to completely lose its effect? Ding, estimated time is 2 years.
The system replied mechanically.
2 years.
A strong sense of crisis instantly swept through his body. Lin Feng knew that a war concerning the survival of the earth was imminent.
I must speed up my training to deal with this crisis.
Lin Feng thought secretly in his heart.
Xiao Xiao, let's go. The two entered the Tianshu Tower and left the sealed space. What should we do? Should we let humans on Earth start to get in touch with the world of cultivation?
Once the Earth falls again, it will be impossible for just a few people to save itself. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. After Lin Feng sent Su Xiaoxiao to Hunyuan Palace, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. By the way, Peng Zhu, go discuss it with him.
He immediately went to the place where he met Peng Zhu when he broke through the nascent soul realm, and shouted loudly, Peng Zhu, Jr. has something to discuss with you.
At the same time, a soul power wrapped in the cultivation of the Hedi realm spread out like ripples.
In an instant, an old man in white appeared out of nowhere. He looked like an immortal. Who else could it be but Peng Zhu?
When Peng Zhu saw Lin Feng, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. My friend, the last time we met, you were only in the nascent soul stage.
In just less than 2 years, you have already entered the fusion stage. It's so fast.
Lin Feng looked at the long-lived old man respectfully and said sincerely, Old senior, thank you for your praise. I am here because something big happened and I don't know how to deal with it, so I came to discuss it with you.
Peng Zhu's expression was startled. Seeing Lin Feng's serious expression, he immediately asked, Oh? I wonder what Lin Xiaoyu is up to.
Lin Feng then told him all about his adventures in the pyramid.
After hearing this, Peng Zhu could no longer remain calm and his expression changed drastically. What? Are you serious? Could it be that what is recorded in the ancient books is true? Senior, what ancient book is this? Could it be?
Lin Feng's heartbeat suddenly quickened, an indescribable shock surged into his heart, and his eyes were fixed on Peng Zhu.
My friend, follow me.
As soon as he finished speaking, Peng Zhu disappeared on the spot. Lin Feng did not dare to delay. He activated the wind element in his body and immediately caught up with Peng Zhu.